Chapter 201 Give Shen Mo a surprise. Zhang Wanwan saw them riding bicycles out from a distance, and she couldn't help but feel angry. Oh, their young couple went out again, look how nourishing their lives are. Lu Chunyua clearly saw the discomfort in Zhang Wanwan's heart. No wonder, Zhang Wanwan has always waved, and men come to her side, but now when she encounters such a hard stubble as Lu Qingyang, she doesn't pay attention to her at all. Not only that, but she is also engaged to a person who is not as good as Zhang Wanwan everywhere, which really makes people laugh out of their big teeth. Of course, she only thinks about these things in her heart and will not show them on the surface. I don't know when good things will come, Lu Chunyua felt distressed. Zhang Wanwan ignored her words. I'm going to help light the fire. He said he was going to help burn the fire, but he was suspecting other things. Her menstruation came on time every month, but this month, it has been postponed for 6 or 7 days. Thinking of being with Hu Shengli before, could it be that this is pregnant? Just when he was distressed, Lu Fang sneaked over Wanwan. Look at what good things I brought you. What is it? I hunted a squirrel, I roasted it, and I made up for it. As soon as Zhang Wanwan saw this thing, she felt nauseous in her stomach, and she couldn't arouse her appetite at all, which aggravated her suspicion. But these could not be discovered by Lu Fang, so he could only reluctantly take them. I don't think your face is right. Is it uncomfortable somewhere? Do you want to go to the health room? She hurriedly explained. No, if you don't use it, you just eat something unclean, and there is nothing wrong with it. I'll find you some earthwork when the time comes, and it's good to eat it. Oh, okay. Lu Fang hesitated. Then what do you think? When will we talk to our mother? I have to write a letter and ask my family. When they agree, and then tell your mother, otherwise I am all here, so don't rush for a while. Zhang Wanwan quickly weighed the pros and cons in her heart. If there was really a child in her belly, is Lu Fang the right candidate? She was not willing to stay in this country place for the rest of her life. There are other candidates among the male-educated youths. She should still be able to pick and choose. Lu Fang can only be said to be the last way out. Now she has to think of a way to verify her inner conjecture. If it really exists, this child will never be able to stay. When Lu Qingyang and the others arrived at Kong Laolio's house, it was a little dark. This date was set before. Kong Laolio had already prepared some meals, just waiting for Lu Qingyang to come to the door. Hurry up and greet his god of wealth. Brother Lu is here. Kong Laolio glanced at him and saw that Lu Qingyang also brought a little girl. He had seen this little girl, and when they first traded on the black market, this little girl followed behind. It's just that now it's obviously a little longer, and the delicate little face is becoming more and more beautiful. Coupled with a little more than half of it, it is a little better than the best-looking girl in town. As soon as Shen Mo walked into Kong Laolio's house, he saw a terrifying tiger head. But she didn't show the slightest fear, but got closer and took a closer look. Isn't this really a tiger head? Kong Laolio smiled, his fingers gently rubbed the texture of the tiger's head, his eyes flashed with pride, which he had spent a lot of money to find. The little girl really has a discerning eye. This is just an imitation with exquisite craftsmanship, but in terms of its realism, it is enough to make it difficult to distinguish between authenticity and fake, isn't it? No way, he just likes to collect these strange things, otherwise he wouldn't be in this business. Not true at all. Shen Mo shook her head. This person was afraid that he had never seen a real tiger head. You little girl, have you really seen a tiger, and you also followed your brother to the forest to fight tigers? Shen Mo's face changed. I've seen it, I've beaten it. Ouch, that's amazing. Kong Laolio laughed. It was all a girl's innocent fantasy, and he casually praised a few words, and Quan was supportive. Your brother is really powerful. Shen Mo did not refute this, and proudly praised, Lu Qingyang is really powerful. Okay, come over for dinner, the food is going to be cold. Shen Mo sat at the 8 immortals table, first glanced at Lu Qingyang, the other party nodded, and then she opened it up and started eating. This family must be in good condition, not only braised pork, but also a whole chicken. Lu Qingyang unceremoniously put the whole chicken on the plate in front of her. Eat slowly, it's all yours. Yes, you eat. Kong Laolio only thought that the little girl had never eaten anything good, and Lu Qingyang coaxed her. Besides, such a thin girl, can she eat a chicken? But what he didn't expect was that in just a moment, Shen Mo had already eaten the chicken clean. Not only that, but also with 5 big steamed buns. This really stunned Kong Laolio. He smiled awkwardly. It's a blessing to be able to eat, and it's a blessing to be able to eat. Shen Mo also packed up the leftover bones. There are still dogs at home to eat, grind their teeth. Take it, next time your brother brings you over for dinner, I will prepare a few more chickens. Surprise is surprise, this business still has to be done. Lu Qingyang directly put a bag of things in front of Kong Laolio. This is a plaster I researched, which can activate blood circulation and dissolve blood stasis. It's not a coincidence, I sprained my leg just a few days ago, give me a try. Kong Laolio went back to the back room, and when he came out, he took a stack of big unity, counted it and handed it all to Lu Qingyang. All the ones you brought last time were sold out, and someone asked me if I wanted them. Lu Qingyang didn't bring more this time, only took 10. Kong Laolia frowned, why are there so few this time? Have you ever heard a saying, rare things are expensive, only 10, what price do you sell? Now you should vigorously promote this patch. Kong Laolia carefully summed it up, and it felt the same. It seems that Lu Qingyang still has a bit of a businessman's brain. Okay. Sell first. Lu Qingyang counted the money in his hand and put it away carefully. Is the thing you asked me to help find before in stock? Of course I have, I'll take it to you. But what do you want that thing for? Could it be that Brother Lu is going to be a doctor? Not for me. Kong Laolia carefully held out a wooden box, which was still made of purple sandalwood. When you open the box, there are various silver needles of different lengths and thicknesses. These are sterling silver, brand new, and have never been used. Lu Qingyang waved toward Shen Mo, come and take a look, do you still like it? Shen Mo stared at this set of silver needles, where did you get this from? It can be clearly seen with the naked eye that this silver needle has been carefully polished, and the types of needles are very complete. I heard that it was given to the imperial physician by the emperor before, and they didn't dare to use the good goods given by the emperor, so they passed it down like this, and it was still well maintained. Chapter 202, Trapping Wild Boars for Breeding. The thing used by the royal family must be the best material. Kong Laolia paused for a moment and continued, the price is naturally not cheap, if it weren't for the difficulty of buying now, it wouldn't be this price. Don't mess with these false things, just make a price. Just give 100. Lu Qingyang gently rubbed the rosewood box, which had a delicate texture, and counted 10 large unity sheets to Kong Laoliu. This is indeed something that Kong Laolia picked up, but this antique business, in this special period, is indeed difficult to sell at a good price. Even if it is sold, it must be sold secretly. I don't even want your hard work. Since Kong Laolio has some good doorways, he might as well trouble him to collect some antiques back. It can't be sold at a high price now, but it will be different in the future. If I can pick up any leaks in the future, as long as it's true, help me buy it, and the money will be settled back. You still have this hobby. People always have to have some hobbies to have a head. After saying that, his eyes gently turned to Shen Mo, who was full of joy. You really spoil this little girl. She is my daughter-in-law, if she doesn't spoil her, who else can she spoil? This sentence surprised Kong Laolia very much. She. Is it you, your daughter-in-law? I thought it was. Kong Laolia didn't dare to say it, he originally thought it was his sister. However, Lu Qingyang is a kid with a vision, the little girl is indeed very beautiful, a rare beauty embryo. Talented and beautiful, it's really a match. It's just that he can eat so much, no wonder Lu Qingyang has to try his best to make money. I got engaged a few days ago, so I need to buy some wedding objects. Kong Laolio suddenly realized that he had asked him to get a bicycle ticket before, and it turned out that there was going to be a happy event. Then you have to congratulate me. On the contrary, Shen Mo kept holding the rosewood box and ignored the communication between the two. Lu Qingyang shook his head, with good things, he directly forgot his fiancée completely. After a meal, Lu Qingyang was ready to leave with Shen Mo. How about a surprise for you? Shen Mo has been holding the box and refusing to let go. I like it very much, but my favorite is you, nothing can compare to you. The little mouth is so sweet. Lu Qingyang stared at her mouth one by one. Shen Mo didn't learn anything else, but this followed him more and more. But she was also curious, he gave you so much money, you wouldn't have sold something bad, would you? And speculation is a very serious crime to be discovered. Shen Mo also felt faintly worried in her heart, afraid that this Kong Laolia was not a good person, and brought Lu Qingyang badly. Don't worry, what I did is a good thing for the benefit of mankind, these are medicine patches. Selling medicines that are beneficial to the body is not for the benefit of mankind. Moreover, if people have needs, they can't let him use these medicinal materials and spiritual spring water in vain. Shen Mo thought, no wonder, you used so many medicinal materials from Master's house. Don't worry, I will make up for those deficits, no one will suffer. You think that if Lao Bao gets his daughter back, he doesn't need to use money, the house has to be repaired, to say the least, he has to save some dowry money, I am also for Lao Bao. Shen Mo thought about it carefully, that's right, Lu Qingyang, you think really thoughtfully. As long as there is no danger, I'm afraid that you will be caught, then I won't be a widow. The more Lu Qingyang thought about this, the more wrong it became. Bah, you are a widow when I die. Shen Mo scratched her head embarrassedly, hey, I was wrong. The income of this trip is still a lot, and Lu Qingyang naturally wants to look for broader opportunities, but these are all for later. Early the next morning, Lu Qingyang took the team members out hunting as usual. Now their team has one less person. Wu Chu was still sighing, I heard that after Bao Xingyi fell off the horse, he fell and was lame, and now he must not be able to hunt. You don't want to think about what is in his family now, even if he is fine, the hunting party will not dare to accept him. Ge Ernia chirped twice. He was secretly glad in his heart, but fortunately, he succeeded in standing in line and stood on Lu Qingjiang's side. If he was really caught up in Bao Xingyi, he didn't know how miserable it would be. I also heard that Bao Guanggui's second uncle's daughter was not missing before? Everyone thought they were either abducted or eaten by wild beasts, but they weren't. No? What is that? Wu Chu hadn't heard of these gossips yet, so he naturally leaned over very curiously. Was it sold by Bao Guangui? It's really fake, the human face and the beast heart. This is his cousin. Guaranteed, I know someone. Exact news. Lu Qingyang saw that they were almost done, so he coughed lightly a few times. Say Chaish, don't talk, what did I hear? The sound of dead branches breaking came from the depths of the woods, and everyone's spines tensed instantly. Ernia said softly, it seems that there is really movement. The three of them quickly squatted down and slowly moved forward. Not far away, a huge male boar was arching the snow looking for acorns. When foraging for food, the fangs turn over large pieces of frozen soil like a plow. Finding movement around him, his mane exploded when frightened, white gas spewed out from his nostrils, and his fangs raised to make an attack posture. Lu Qingyang took out the corn in his bag, which he soaked in spiritual spring water, and he wanted to try whether he could harmlessly attract wild boars to fall into the trap. Ernia was still curious about what he was doing. Qingyang, why don't you shoot directly? I heard that there is still a shortage of breeding pigs in the team, and I think this one looks pretty good. Although the breed is hardy and not picky eaters, it is easy to feed, but the wild boar has a grumpy personality. You are sure it can? So easily. Before Wu Chu finished speaking, he saw the wild boar sniffing the surroundings and coming along the corn cob. Sure enough, as Lu Qingyang expected, the spiritual spring water has a natural attraction to these animals, even wild boars. Wait a minute, if you can't tame it, it's not too late for you to shoot again. The two watched from a distance as the wild boar ate the corn on the cob. Lu Qingyang carefully observed the reaction of the wild boar, and the wild boar's eyes, which were originally cloudy, suddenly became clear. He stood up slowly, but Wu Chu grabbed him. Don't go over like this, it's dangerous. Although wild boars are pigs, their attack power is very strong, and some of them will even bite and eat people. They are naturally frightened, afraid that Lu Qingyang will have an accident. If the wild boar attacks me, you will shoot it to death. Lu Qingyang continued to move in the direction of the wild boar, and strangely, the wild boar did not move at all, nor was it frightened. Lu Qingyang said, don't be afraid, I don't want to hurt you, I just want to take you to eat something good and find you a few wives. As soon as he heard this, the wild boar first showed a confused expression, and then moved slowly in his direction. Ernia and Wu Chu had never seen such a situation before. Chapter 203 Lu Qingyang, you just think your life is too long and you have lived enough. The wild boar moved slowly towards him. Wu Chu held the gun and suddenly made a faint sound. Perhaps hearing this sound, the wild boar took 2 steps back vigilantly. Lu Qingyang didn't pretend anymore, and walked to the front of the wild boar. His voice was not high, but it was very deterrent. Give you 2 ways, either directly kill you with 1 shot and eat your meat later, or you go back with me, don't kill you, guarantee that you won't die, choose one yourself. Others can't feel it, but the wild boar can also feel the murderous aura. And after drinking the spiritual spring water corn he gave just now, it couldn't refuse at all. As if deflated, the wild boar silently walked to Lu Qingyang's side and let him wrap it around his neck with a rope. Wu Chu's eyes widened. Did you see what Lu Qingyang did just now? Then why don't wild boars attack people? Ernia also saw such a scene for the first time. It's too far away, and I didn't hear it clearly. It wasn't until Lu Qingyang led the wild boar in front of the two that they reacted. Lu Qingyang threw another corn cob to the wild boar and went out, be obedient and let's go back. The wild boar began to eat with a whoosh. Ernia couldn't help but ask, what did you do just now? Why is this wild boar so obedient? What's going on? Maybe the mountain god has appeared, and we picked it up, so I will scare it, and it will be obedient. Wu Chu looked under the boar. Good guy, you will definitely be able to make meritorious service by taking it back as a breeding pig. Don't say more after you go back, I'll explain the situation to the captain when the time comes, and we can all add some extra work points. Of course I listen to you, Brother Lu. Ernia has already changed from calling him by name to calling him Brother Lu. With Lu Qingyang having meat to eat, they naturally looked at him as the leader. The 3 of them took a wild boar back like this, thinking that the grumpy wild boar was unusually obedient in Lu Qingyang's hands. Ernia also tried to touch the boar's head. It's really strange, what do you think this wild boar is? Lu Qingyang thought of a reason. Everyone has a fool, let alone a pig. Maybe this pig is a fool. There is some truth, our luck is really good. They couldn't find a more plausible explanation. The breeder of the production team watched Lu Qingyang directly lead a strong wild boar back, and was so frightened that he took several steps back. This huge head occupies almost a third of its length, and its snout protrudes like a shovel and is covered with hard folds. A pair of curved fangs protruded from the lower jaw, about a foot long. The tips of the teeth glowed with a cold light, and the surface was covered with fine spiral lines. The body exudes a strong fishy smell, mixed with pine resin, rotten leaves, and blood, which can be smelled from afar. The breeder pinched his nose. You guys are. Where did this wild boar come from? Ge Ernia replied directly, what else can you do? You must have been caught. I heard that the breeding pigs in our team are not very good. What do you think of this one? The breeder was still worried, and the only breeding pig was unhappy recently and could not become a climate. Of the 3 sows left, only one was about to give birth, and the other 2's stomachs did not respond at all. This thing won't attack people. Look at what it looks like now. Can it attack people? Ge Ernia got started directly and rubbed the boar's head. This wild boar has low intelligence and will not attack people. The wild boar glanced back at the person next to him, his eyes full of grief. In the past, if someone dared to touch its head, it would directly arch out with its fangs, and it was his turn to do it directly. Looking to the other side, there was a smiling human standing there. But the aura on its body is too much, and it has seen this human beat its own kind before. That's one shot at a time, between death and captivity. What other choice can it have? The breeder asked suspiciously. Low intelligence? Can you have fertility? Look at what you said. What does having a brain problem have to do with his eggs? The words are not rough, but I have to ask our captain about this matter. I don't dare to make the decision. This is a wild animal after all. Don't have any accidents. Lu Qingyang did not object. Okay, I'm just going to find the captain. You go with me. The wild boar was originally bored and looked at these humans grunting and saying things they couldn't understand. Suddenly seeing a white and tender sow in the pigsty, her eyes suddenly lit up. When have I ever seen such a good-looking sow in the wild? I couldn't take my eyes off the little wild boar. What should the wild boar do? Where is it locked up first? The breeder pointed to a separate pigsty in disgust. Let's lock it up here first. When Lu Qingyang was leaving, he found that the wild boar had been completely attracted by the little sow, and his eyes became stunned. Isn't it really a stupid pig? As soon as the wild boar heard this, he thought sadly, who is the stupid pig? It is obviously the most brave and combative pig in the wild boar herd. Lu Qingyang took a few people directly to the village brigade. The breeder first asked Captain Wu, the hunting team got a male wild boar, saying that they want to be a breeding pig. Do you think this is appropriate? Wild boar, alive. It is always just the estrus season, and it is still rare for sows to run out and bring their cubs back. Lu Qingyang actually got a live wild boar, which he didn't expect. Captain Wu thought for a moment. Didn't you say before that we can't breed pigs in our team? Otherwise, leave this wild boar and try it first. No, let's kill it anymore. That's it. Wait a moment, quarantine for 10 days and a half months, see how your temperament is, don't bite other pigs. I know. As soon as the breeder left, Lu Qingyang began to ask for credit. Uncle Wu, how about it? Can you give me more work points? You see that a few of us have spent a lot of effort to get a job, nearly 400 pounds of male wild boars. Captain Wu knew that he couldn't take advantage of Lu Qingyang. Plus, definitely add 20 more to each of you. Wu Chu and Ge Ernia's mouths instantly grinned. Last year, I saw them working hard, but I was really greedy, and this year I finally got Lu Qingyang's light. The two decided that in the future, only Lu Qingyang would be the first to look at him. Lu Qingyang got a bargain and went back to see the wild boar again. Be honest here, don't hurt other pigs casually, did you hear that? He put his hand on the boar's head and only heard the boar snort twice. Can I hurt that person? The wild boar looked at the breeder on the side. Lu Qingyang showed the hunting knife on his waist and smiled sadly. Then you just think you have a long life, live enough, and eat braised wild boar tomorrow. The wild boar flinched in fright and didn't dare to move anymore. Lu Qingyang turned around and reminded the breeder, reinforce this pigsty. Wild boars are much more ferocious than domestic pigs. Chapter 204 Lu Qingyang, what's the point of verbal thanks? Let's do something real. I'm getting ready to reinforce it. When Lu Qingyang was not there just now, the wild boar was about to hit the door, but he was frightened. The pregnant sows in the pigsty are restless, standing up frequently, arching the hay in the nest. Lu Qingyang was about to leave when he heard the breeder say in a hurry, oh no, the sow is going to give birth. Lu's hiking, can you help me reinforce it first? Lu Qingyang agreed, okay. Anyway, it's okay for him to go back, and if this wild boar really runs out to bite someone, he will have to be responsible. The sow began to give birth, and the breeder had just been in charge for 2 years, and it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What's going on? According to the usual situation, this piglet should have come down. Why didn't it come out this time? Even the wild boar on the side began to become anxious when they heard the call of the sow. If this continues, the piglets will be suffocated. No, I have to go to the bathroom. But when he thought of Dr. Zhu's attitude, he felt that he didn't know what to do. The Liaxi brigade did not have a veterinarian, and he had visited Dr. Zhu before. Dr. Zhu said labor and management are for people to see people. How can I see the diseases of animals? He didn't dare to go to him. Later, they all looked for Dr. Bao, who was also powerful. Whether it was a person or an animal, he was good at seeing a doctor. He hesitated for a moment, and scratched his head irritably. Dr. Bao is not here, what should I do? Seeing that he was restless, Lu Qingyang reminded, isn't this his apprentice still there? Dr. Bao still has an apprentice? The breeder was not clear about this. Is it reliable? Why is it unreliable? My fiancé is his apprentice, very reliable. Lu Qingyang said as he reinforced the last wooden board. You wait first, I'll go find her. The breeder thanked him 1,000 times. That's it, just try it. He fed the sow some brown sugar water, hoping that it would have the strength to give birth to cubs. When Shen Mo was pulled away by Lu Qingyang, she hadn't reacted yet. What's wrong? What's going on? So anxious. The sow in the team is going to give birth. Depending on the situation, it is difficult to give birth, and there is no veterinarian, so let you take a look. Shen Mo was directly speechless, but she remembered that Master said that as a doctor, he treats people and animals equally. Okay, I'll go to Master and bring some medicine. With the experience of delivering a baby last time, it should not be so difficult to deliver a sow this time. Bringing motherwort, dandelion, wormwood, and other medicines, she and Lu Qingyang hurried over. As soon as the breeder saw the two of them, he quickly greeted them. Hurry up and see what's going on. He took a closer look and saw that it was the notoriously grumpy little girl in the team, and the whole person was shocked. You, why are you? Are you reliable? He knew that the gelding of the Shen family was powerful, but he didn't know if he knew how to treat animals. Shen Mo smiled slightly and rolled up her sleeves. Don't worry, I will beat people and treat diseases. She squatted down and touched the sow's belly, only to see that it was panting heavily, and its body was cold. The temperature is too low. You go find a few hot water bottles, fill some hot water, and bring the stove over. Shen Mo frowned, thinking about what Master had said. The breeder said to himself, oh, I think the temperature here is okay, wasn't it like this before? Look at the grass here is wet, the temperature is definitely not enough. Who the hell are you listening to? I am not responsible for the piglet dying. When the breeder heard this was his big deal, and if the piglet was gone, he wouldn't want to do it. Chang, I'll prepare now. Wait, use these motherworts to boil some water. I'll go right away. Shen Mo began to touch the sow's belly again. It's strange, could it be that the piglet is too big, and the amniotic fluid has broken? Lu Qingyang saw that Shen Mo also looked distressed, so he put his hand on the sow's head. A violent scream almost startled Lu Qingyang. It hurts to death, it hurts so much, I have no strength, I can't give birth, the recent feed is too unpalatable, I really want to eat sweet potatoes. He quickly withdrew his hand, and it turned out to be a picky sow. The pigs in the production team basically eat some dry corn on the cob and hay fodder. Corn on the cob is considered good, and only pigs that are about to give birth can eat it. Lu Qingyang reminded, will it be because it has no strength? Shen Mo thought carefully, there is also this possibility, I'll find some corn for it to eat. Bringing the corn cob to the sow's mouth, it actually turned away in disgust. It's too dry, it's too hard, I don't want to eat it, I want to eat sweet potatoes. Maybe it doesn't like to eat corn on the cob, why don't you find some sweet potatoes to try it? Okay, I have it at home, I'll go back and get it. Okay, come back as soon as possible, I'm watching here. Shen Mo ran out as soon as she slipped away, while Lu Qingyang squatted down and looked at the picky sow. Took out 2 sweet potatoes from the space. This is a sweet potato nourished by spiritual energy. Your pig is lucky, this is a good thing that people can't ask for. As soon as the sow smelled the sweet potato, she immediately raised her head, bit a sweet potato in one bite, and ate it crunchy. While chewing, he shook his head, this is the taste. After a while, both sweet potatoes were in my stomach. Sweet potatoes with spiritual energy naturally have extraordinary effects, even more nourishing than ginseng. The breeder hurried over, put a hot water bottle on it, and filled it with a bowl of motherwort water. Shen Mo came back with the sweet potato, and the sow reluctantly ate it, still thinking in her heart, why didn't it taste as good as before? As she gained strength, it didn't take long for the first piglet to come out. The breeder shouted in surprise, Born, really came out. That's great. He has retained his position. It's alive, not dead. This piglet is indeed slightly larger, no wonder the sow spent so much energy giving birth. After the first one came out smoothly, the rest of the piglets were born one after another, a total of 12, and none of them died. The breeder breathed a sigh of relief and immediately thanked Shen Mo for his kindness. Thank you so much, if it weren't for you, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and you are worthy of being Dr. Bao's apprentice. At the same time, he also thought that it would be nice if there was a veterinarian in the production team. After all, he hadn't been here for 2 years, and it was okay to feed these animals, but he had no experience in treating diseases. Lu Qingyang stood aside with his arms crossed. What's the use of verbal thanks? Let's be real. The breeder immediately reacted, and there was something in the other party's words. I will explain the situation to the team and save the sow and piglet, which is a great achievement. Chapter 205, Almost Kissed. Anyway, things have already happened, and you can take credit for yourself. Lu Qingyang touched his chin. Don't you think? What are the shortcomings in our production team? Ah, what's missing? Don't pretend to be confused. If there is a serious veterinarian in our brigade, can such a thing happen? I applied once before, but the production team didn't let it, and so did Dr. Zhu, if it weren't for Dr. Bao's good heart. In short, I have tried it too, and there is no way. To be honest, he would like more veterinarians in the brigade than anyone else. A cotter in the brigade asked you, and you exaggerated today's situation, understand? Although Shenmo has great strength and works hard, he still hopes that his daughter-in-law can have a job with less risk and more stability, and can also give full play to her favorite strengths. And now, it's an opportunity. The breeder agreed, okay, that's no problem. Anyway, the result is good now. How is the process? And the cotters of the production team don't care about this. It's no problem to say it by yourself. Shen Mo took out a pack of sun-dried dandelions and instructed the breeder. These piglets are starting to suckle, and if the sow is inflamed, put these on it. Yes, I almost forgot, Dr. Bao told me this before, dandelion mashing can reduce inflammation. He immediately happily took the dandelion. But Shen Mo is not doing charity, grabbing the dandelion and looking at the breeder eagerly. But these medicine money. The sow also ate my sweet potatoes, and I brought these herbs myself. Ha! The breeder reacted. Tomorrow I will explain the situation and record it in the public account together. Shen Mo then gave him the medicine and smoked mugwort in the pigsty. This is also recorded in the account. The breeder looked at the backs of the two departing and couldn't help but sigh. Neither of them was a fuel-efficient lamp. But at least, this litter of piglets was saved. You are all my lifeblood. I would be done without you. On the way back, Lu Qingyang looked at Shen Mo with admiration. I can't imagine it, our little Jasmine has learned badly, and she also knows how to bargain. I use master's medicine, and I don't have extra work points. How can I work in vain? Well said. In life, you can't let yourself suffer. Remember, no matter when and where, you must protect your own interests, and you can't give in the slightest, understand? Got it. Shen Mo replied loudly. These days, following Lu Qingyang, I naturally learned some of his behavior. First of all, you can't suffer losses by yourself, and you must take advantage of what you can take. If someone dares to calculate against him, he will definitely try his best to double the return. That's how obedient you are. After saying that, Lu Qingyang naturally stretched out his hand, habitually wanting to caress the top of Shen Mo's hair. Unexpectedly, Shen Mo flashed dexterously and avoided his touch. Don't touch my head. Lu Qingyang looked stunned. What's going on? Don't even touch your head? I think when we were not engaged, I didn't touch it less. Shen Mo's cheeks bulged slightly. If you don't let me touch it, I won't let you touch it. Lu Qingyang really couldn't figure it out. Where did Shen Mo get angry? But think about it, at my age, I was just in my third year of high school, and I was actually quite rebellious. His parents wanted to be a medical student on their own, but he didn't want to go to medical school, so he secretly changed his first choice to Forestry University. I think this age can be regarded as adolescence, and there is nothing wrong with being rebellious. My daughter-in-law must be used to it. First of all, why doesn't she let herself touch her head? He smiled happily. Unhappy? Where are you unhappy? Otherwise, I will give you 2 punches to relieve your anger. Shen Mo shook her head silently, and during the day, she talked to the fat girl and Xu Xia about her own marriage. She knew that after the engagement, the two could kiss. When she heard Xu Xia say that, she was simply shocked. Lu Qingyang, to be honest, do you still see me as a child? Lu Qingyang looked confused. What do you mean? I don't have such an idea. Our little Jasmine is a big girl. Then you. Why? She stopped rubbing the corners of her clothes with her hands and stammered, why don't you kiss me? Lu Qingyang was speechless for a moment. He really didn't expect her to ask such a question so bluntly. Did someone say something to you again? Just like the college dormitory, the boys' dormitory likes to discuss which girl has a good figure. The girls' dormitory likes to discuss which boy is handsome. These topics must also be among female educated youths. Shen Mo was confident. They always say that if you like it, you will naturally have those intimate little actions. But what about you? Always touch the top of my head. Only adults do this to children. Lu Qingyang sneered. I want to get close to you, so I can't help but touch your head. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, deliberately approaching Lu Qingyang, her bright eyes full of anticipation. What about you? I didn't think about getting closer. For example, kiss me? He must be impatient with such an invitation. Looking at Shen Mo, who is so active, her small mouth doesn't know what it tastes like? Lu Qingyang can kiss him now as long as he bends his head. A sudden barking of a dog disturbed the faces of the two who were about to get closer. Is Xiao Mo back? It turned out that Uncle Shen led the dog out to find Shen Mo. Is Qingyang there too? Lu Qingyang felt regretful, but thinking that when the two officially got married, he would definitely have to kiss enough. Grandpa, I'm back. It's so cold outside, hurry home. Oh, wait a moment, I'll come over with Lu Qingyang after saying a word. Just now, it was obviously a little bit short. Shen Mo lowered her head in disappointment, raised her head again, and asked in a low voice, "Then can I touch your head too?" Lu Qingyang chuckled and slowly squatted down. Shen Mo was short, just up to his shoulder, so that she could easily touch her head. Touch it casually. Shen Mo seemed to be deflated, and rubbed Lu Qingyang's hair hard until he messed up his short hair. "Are you relieved?" Shen Mo whispered. "Well, it's much better." Lu Qingyang inadvertently saw the moon in the sky and couldn't help but say, "The moonlight tonight is so beautiful." Shen Mo followed his gaze. "It's really beautiful." The two looked at each other and smiled, reluctantly saying goodbye. Lu Qingyang thought that he would be repairing the Kung there in 2 days, so he could live directly at Shen Mo's house. After going back, he inadvertently took out the Shen family's secret book and turned to the content of the double cultivation in the next few pages. "This posture is quite wild. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now I can think about it openly." Chapter 206, Not killing him is good enough. The next day, the breeder went to the brigade to talk about it. Captain Wu had something to go out, so he tried to mention it to the vice captain first. "Deputy Captain Go, I have something to discuss with you." Deputy Captain Go had just been talking about something with Dr. Zhu, and when he heard the breeder call him that, he became dissatisfied. "How many times have I said it? Don't call me like that, just call me the vice captain." His surname is a bit embarrassing, and it sounds like an insult. "Sorry, I forgot, Vice Captain." "What's wrong with you?" The breeder began to talk about yesterday's events. "Last night, the sow gave birth to a litter of piglets, and you also know the conditions of our production team. If a litter of piglets can't survive, we won't be able to complete this year's targets." Deputy Captain Go frowned. "Why, the little piglet is dead." No, alive. It's just that we don't have a decent veterinarian in the production team, and I lack experience in delivering babies." Deputy Captain Go breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I know, it's okay, you can leave first if there's nothing wrong." This answer is exactly what the breeder thought. Before he could speak, Dr. Zhu continued, "Look at what I said, we lack a veterinarian in our team. How coincidental, my distant cousin also has a few years of experience, so it would be better to transfer her to be a veterinarian in the production team." It makes sense, it does make sense. The breeder was speechless. How many times he had said it before, and the team said there was no play. "How did you get to Dr. Zhu? This matter is eyebroken. When the time comes, I will discuss it with the captain and accountant Su, and this matter will be inseparable." The breeder hesitated and wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by Dr. Zhu again. "What are you doing here? Why don't you hurry up and look at the piglets?" "Yes, if you don't have one, you will ask. But it's nothing. Didn't you see that Dr. Zhu and I had something to talk about? Hurry up and leave." The next thing the two talked about was more private, and they had to avoid some people. Dr. Zhu directly pushed the breeder out. "Hurry up and go." The corners of the breeder's mouth twitched slightly, and after thinking about it carefully, this was someone who was the first aboard. As soon as he left, Dr. Zhu continued, "Vice Captain, this matter must be done, please. Later, I will visit your house in person." The meaning of these words is naturally self-evident. No problem. There is oil and water fishing, how could he miss it if he is comfortable? Moreover, Dr. Zhu's background is not simple. There have been deaths before, and they can still retreat. Dr. Zhu felt that this matter was already a certainty. He was originally a barefoot doctor, and his medical skills were not brilliant. But the sister-in-law at home climbed the high branches, and he took his daughter-in-law to beg several times, and the sister-in-law agreed to help. Although it is just a small village doctor, it is also a position anyway, and the stable job is directly to eat public food. Originally, he wanted to add more hygienists or something, but unfortunately there was no shortage of production teams, so he thought of the method of veterinarians. When the breeder said about this just now, it just became an excuse for this matter. This is not the beginning of arranging for people to come over for public meals. He said he was a relative, but in fact he was secretly a fan, so it was much more convenient for the two to have an affair. This treats animals, which is not much easier than human treatment, and they cannot speak. It is luck to live, and death does not depend on the head of the veterinarian. The breeder fed the wild boar with a worried face, thinking that the promise to Lu Qingyang had not been done, so he felt that he should not feel too comfortable. After Lu Qingyang came back from the mountain, he went directly to the pigsty to inquire about today's news. The breeder hesitated. "This matter, I'm afraid it won't work." "Why didn't it work? Didn't you react to the team?" "No, I said it, but I was cut off." The breeder lowered his head guiltily. "Cut off the beard? Tell me carefully." "That's right." He carefully told Lu Qingyang all these things that he really encountered today. "You mean that Dr. Zhu wants to introduce someone to the production team as a veterinarian? It should be like this. I'm sorry, I didn't find the right time when I went. This matter just gave Dr. Zhu an excuse." Lu Qingyang thought to himself, even if he didn't say this, Dr. Zhu would definitely have other reasons and excuses. Because he knew the face of the vice captain in the brigade, but he didn't expect that Dr. Zhu was also a traitorous thing. He doesn't go to the clinic for treatment, and he doesn't know much about it. But since Lao Bao left, it is true that people often come directly to Shen Mo to ask for a prescription because they can't find him. The production team obviously has a health room and a barefoot doctor. Why do they abandon the near and far to find the old bag? This is not obvious. It's okay, I don't blame you for this, you go get busy. The breeder found it strange. You really don't blame me? It has nothing to do with you. He squinted his eyes, thought for a while, and went directly to Shen Mo. When I came to Shen's house, an old woman happened to run into Shen Mo's house in a hurry. Shen girl, I heard that Lao Bao took you as an apprentice, and you also know how to treat diseases, right? My grandson has been diarrhea for several days. Do you have a prescription? Shen Mo seemed to be used to this matter. Master is not here. I don't dare to prescribe a prescription casually. Has anyone come? Give me a pulse. I see if it can be cured. Here, bring it in. The old man hugged his grandson distressfully. Look at it, what's going on? It's been several days, and it hasn't stopped, and the child hurts so badly. Shen Mo looked at the 5 or 6-year-old child in his arms, put his wrist on the child's wrist, and looked at his tongue and face. Took out the medical book and flipped through it carefully several times. It should be a bad stomach. I will give him an injection, prescribe a prescription, eat for 7 days in a row. It should be about the same. Okay. The old woman also secretly stuffed a food stamp to Shen Mo. Miss Shen, you take it, this is the medicine money. Shen Mo waved her hand. You can give it to me when it works. I'll send you the medicine later. Shen Yetu is kind. She is not kind, she is afraid of getting things done. Shen Mo followed the instructions in the book, carefully disinfected the silver needle, and pierced the child's large intestine acupoint. The child, who was still crying in pain, stopped crying. Does your stomach still hurt? He replied sobbingly, no, it doesn't hurt anymore. When the old couple was about to go back with their children, Lu Qingyang talked to them intentionally or unintentionally. This child looks quite serious just now. Isn't the clinic free of charge? Why did you inquire here? The two looked at each other, wanting to speak but stopping. The old man sighed. Where is the doctor in the clinic reliable? He can't cure the disease at all, and it's good to die without him. Chapter 207. Have you become a living god? You can actually predict the future. Lu Qingyang understood 7 or 8 points, and pretended to be interested in continuing to inquire. How do you say it? The doctor in the clinic is unreliable? I look at you, you don't know that surname Zhu has killed people before. That is, those educated youths from other places dare to ask him for treatment. We don't dare, it's an unorthodox quackery. I don't know how to get in, but the old bag is different. His father started to see us a long time ago, and his apprentice should have no problem. In fact, they originally came with the attitude of trying. But seeing that the neighbor's house had a headache before, and Shen Mo had also pricked it, he hurried over to show her. This needle was pricked, and the effect was reliable, and the two of them were relieved. And this thing, I really haven't heard of it. The old woman lowered her voice. Don't say that I told you. Anyway, I look at Shen Yeda more reliable than the one surnamed Zhu. I heard that he had some backstage, so he ate public food. Lu Qingyang was happy. Originally he was just eyeing the position of a veterinarian. It sounds like this. I'm afraid he can still find a good future for Lao Bao. Then why don't you go to the team and sue him? Hey, how dare we? He has a backer behind him. The old woman looked helpless and sighed. When Lu Qingyang heard this, he nodded thoughtfully, and he already knew in his heart that the so-called backer was 80% the deputy captain Go. After the family left, Shen Mo began to turn over the medical book again. After all, she has only been studying medicine for a short time, but only a few months. Now that she diagnoses people so frequently, it is really difficult for her to be a strong person. I don't know when Master will come back. I can see some minor ailments. I can't cure those incurable diseases. Don't ruin Master's reputation. In the past few days, Shen Mo has to go to the mountains to help cut wood during the day, and she has to stay up late to read medical books when she comes back at night. It was difficult for Lu Qingyang to say a few words to her. The little girl was also quite serious when she was serious, and she was serious and careful when reading, and Lu Qingyang couldn't bear to disturb her. He wanted to go back and think about how to figure out how to arrange Shen Mo to the position of veterinarian, and then deal with Dr. Zhu. Go Zizi got Dr. Zhu's private dots, and sure enough, the efficiency was higher. Originally, Captain Wu had that idea, and he added fuel and vinegar to the boat. There should have been a veterinarian in the team a long time ago. You look at pigs, cows, horses, etc. If you get sick, there is no professional person to help see a doctor. There was almost an accident last time. If the sow is really dystocia, how much impact it will have on our production team. Captain Wu also considered this issue, but the commune refused to send anyone over. Besides, if you really have some ability, you don't want to come to their Liaxi brigade. This time, the sow gave birth to 12 piglets in one go, plus a new breeding pig. If the other 2 sows were also pregnant, the number of pigs would have increased greatly, which would not allow a trace of sloppiness. I've thought about this, and what you said is fine. But what was strange to him was that Goshi didn't care about these things at all before. How could this suddenly start to be concerned? It was really hard not to doubt him. Why, what do you think? Hey, that's not because I happen to know a veterinarian, the technology is good. If this pig and cow are raised, our output this year may be better than last year. He said that if there is nothing to do, it is not a traitor or a thief. If he is comfortable with those careful thoughts, he can be considered to have figured it out. Let me think about this matter carefully. I have to submit a report to the commune, and when the first batch is over, let's discuss it later, he said slowly. Go Zizi said extremely exaggeratedly, done. Let me tell you, Lao Wu, that veterinarian can't ask for other brigades, or for the sake of my face, he is willing to come to the Liuxi brigade to help. You have to hurry, don't let the talent run away. Captain Wu smiled, but there was a bit of depth hidden in his eyes. I know it in my heart. Which of the people introduced by his old dog are reliable? Was depressed and preparing to go back, and as soon as he walked to the door, he saw Lu Qingyang coming from a distance. Captain Wu's back was cold. It's not good, this kid must have something to look for him. He quickly put on a kind face and greeted loudly, Yo, Xiao Lu, why are you free to come to the brigade today? Lu Qingyang asked with a smile, does our aunt like the clothes from last time? I like it very much. Not only did he like it, but he also praised him for being funny, and the harmony between husband and wife increased a lot. Captain Wu looked around, what's the matter? Go back to my house and talk about it. As soon as he came to Captain Wu's house, Aunt Wu quickly made him tea. Usually when someone comes, she just pours water, which shows Lu Qingyang's status in her heart. Lu Qingyang took a closer look. After Aunt Wu insisted on using that cream, she was 5 years younger, no wonder her attitude was so attentive. Tell me, what's the matter? Captain Wu went straight to the point. Uncle, did Deputy Captain Go tell you something today? Captain Wu frowned, this kid's news is very well informed. Go Zizi just told him on the front foot, and he knew on the back foot. Where did you know? Lu Qingyang touched his nose. Did he mention to you, the sow in our team had difficulty giving birth during childbirth and almost disappeared, saying that we have to find a veterinarian to sit down, and he happens to have a suitable candidate there? Captain Wu looked stunned and said with a smile, have you become a living immortal? It is actually possible to predict the prophet. The sow had a difficult birth that night, and it was Shen Mo and I who rescued it. Did Deputy Captain Go tell you about this? Captain was suddenly realized, he didn't tell me this. The breeder has been with us, he saw it with his own eyes, he can testify about this. You say, is it a great achievement that we saved the sow? That's true, I heard that Lao Bao accepted Shen Mo as an apprentice, but I didn't expect to make such a fast progress. So, we have veterinarians with skilled medical skills in our production team, so we don't have to look for outside at all. Lu Qingyang and him went around so many corners, saying these words, didn't he just want to find a decent job for Shen Mo? This kid really hurts his daughter-in-law who has not passed the door. How can I not understand your thoughts? It's just that being a veterinarian is not as easy as moving your mouth, you have to accumulate some practical experience of real knives and guns. Shen Mo, she has only been involved in medicine for a few months, and practical experience is even scarce. These words were heard by Aunt Wu on the side, and she slammed the plate with a bang. Is the person introduced by Go Zizi reliable? It's a quack. Whose disease has the one he recommended last time cured? Everyone mourned, saying that someone went to see a doctor for him, and sometimes they couldn't even find a figure. I don't know where to be happy. Chapter 208 Men Like Charming Women. Captain Wu was also embarrassed and winked, do you think I want him to stay here? Lu Qingyang also understood, making Captain Wu so jealous, there must be more than just being comfortable behind Dr. Zhu. Uncle, can you reveal a little? Even if you say it, you can't do it, his surname is Zhu, he used to cause trouble, otherwise he wouldn't stay with us. Wait a few years, the limelight will pass, it is estimated that he will leave here. When the time comes, your uncle I will find a way to make Shen Mo a veterinarian. Anyway, the child is also young, not in a hurry. Are you still afraid of him? What are you afraid of? What kind of pigs and dogs, all stuffed into our production team, and the bulls, ghosts, snakes, and gods are all in trouble? I'm not afraid of him, there are many ways inside. Captain Wu didn't want to do this. Aunt Wu is also a violent temper. You are so jealous, isn't this because I am here? Lu Qingyang also knew that if Aunt Wu could say such a thing, the family background would definitely not be simple. That's right, uncle, what are you afraid of? Then he lowered his head and whispered a few words in Captain Wu's ear. I have a good way to compromise. Listen to what you say. The two of them muttered a lot of words behind their backs, and finally finalized their final idea. Then I'll leave first. Okay, let's walk slowly. Aunt Wu also felt strange. What did you two say together? How can you be so happy? Captain Wu looked at his departing back and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, you read it right, Lu Qingyang, your head is bright, and your future is limitless. The next day, Captain Wu agreed to Go Zize's suggestion. Go back and think about it, what you said is also reasonable. Wait a few days, the above agrees, you can let that person come over to report. Okay, of course it works. Go Zize smiled, but in just a few words, this matter was almost done. When he turned around, he told Dr. Zhu about it. If the matter is done, we have to wait for the documents from the commune, and when the documents come down, we can report them. Dr. Zhu's eyes lit up. Then thank you. What are you saying? Look down and don't look up. When the time comes, you have to say a few kind words for me in front of your brother-in-law. Talents like you, that's for sure. He can't see that brother-in-law a few times a year, and it's good to see his sister-in-law last time, but these are just polite words. Xu Xia injured her leg before, and she didn't seek treatment from Dr. Zhu, but under the introduction of the fat girl, she found Shen Mo. Now the relationship between the three of them is getting better and better. Today, Xu Xia went to Shen Mo again to change the dressing. Looking at Shen Mo's dexterous hands meticulously changing the medicine cloth for her, Xu Xia couldn't help but speak. Tell me, where have you progressed with that loose hiking? Shen Mo raised her eyes and hesitated for a while. I touched his head. Touching your head? Xu Xia felt funny. Did you say what I taught you? Said, but, it is not suitable. Thinking of the situation that day, Shen Mo's face involuntarily began to get hot. What's wrong with it? I usually see that you are quite bold. You can go up mountains, you can climb trees, and you can beat people. Look at your little face, how watery, but if you dress up a little, it will be even more watery. Shen Mo wondered, I have snowflake cream every day, how should I dress up? You haven't seen the girls in the art troupe, their faces are carefully decorated, their lipstick is delicate, and their eyebrows are drawn slenderly, which is the fashion in the capital. After all, Xu Xia is from the capital, and her father is also a factory director, so she can be regarded as a person with some doorways, and her knowledge is naturally beyond that of many girls. She took out a lipstick from her pocket. Look what this is. Shen Mo saw a tube-shaped object, gently unscrewed the lid, and there was a bright red paste inside. What is this? Xu Xia replied with a smile, this is called lipstick. Girls in big cities like to apply this, just apply it to their lips like this, you see. As she said, she wiped it on her lips as if demonstrating, and then pursed her lips carefully. How is it? Isn't it good looking? Shen Mo took a closer look. It's quite red. Xu Xia noticed her expression, but she didn't care, and raised her head. Don't you think that in this way, my complexion is much better? Shen Mo looked at it for a moment, and finally nodded. Well, it seems that there is indeed a difference. That's right. Men like charming women. Don't you become more mature when you apply this? Mature. Shen Mo muttered to herself. She lowered her eyes again and stared at her still slightly immature face in the mirror. Do men like mature women? That's for sure. Xu Xia rummaged through her satchel bag and took out a brand new one from it. This is for you. This is a good product. You can't buy it in this place. It's brand new. Just use it as a wedding gift for you from me. To be honest, Xu Xia was reluctant to do so. But Shen Mo cured her leg, and with the Liaxi Brigade, she didn't have a chance to put on lipstick at all. When she returns to the capital, she can find a way to get other lipsticks. Here, I'm afraid she is the only one who can let her see the world. Shen Mo hesitantly took the lipstick. Does this really work? Absolutely useful. Look at your beautiful and refined appearance, and then look at your skin. It is so tender that it can be pinched out of the water. With lipstick embellishments, it's simply a tiger and a beauty. I had never studied it in detail before, but at this moment I felt that Shen Mo was so amazing. Every time I saw her, her face was tightly wrapped in a scarf, or her face was dirty. What alabaster paste are you using? Is your skin so supple? It was brought by Lu Qingyang from the city. What brand? The effect is so good, it's really because you are naturally beautiful. Shen Mo felt that it was unreasonable to take someone else's lipstick and not give a thank you gift. If you don't dislike it, I'll give you snowflake cream. Xu Xia smelled the smell of snowflake frost. I have used this brand, the taste is a little different. Is there a new variety? It just so happens that mine is running out too, so thank you. Before leaving, she also reminded her, remember, paint it evenly, be charming, and pout your mouth like this to be attractive. Shen Mo nodded. Okay, I know. She took the lipstick and began to study it seriously. Is it to be applied like this? Facing herself in the mirror, she carefully began to outline her lips. With a shake of his hand, he drew it outside. Just now, I saw that Xu Xia had drawn very well, but when it got into her hands, the lipstick began to disobey. After wiping off the lipstick on the outside of her mouth, she started applying it again. This time the force used was heavier, and the mouth was painted red. When Lu Qingyang came in, he saw Shen Mo tinkering with something in front of the mirror. What are you doing mysteriously? Shen Mo was startled, and the lipstick was completely applied to the outside. Lu Qingyang approached her face and saw a bloody mouth, and almost laughed out loud. Why are you, ahem, how did you end up like this? Chapter 209 The Kiss That Got a Wish. Shen Mo hurriedly covered her mouth, thinking in her heart. Xu Xia said, this is very charming, she must not have painted it well. You go out first, hurry up. Shen Mo couldn't help but push Lu Qingyang out, and emphasized, when I don't let you in, don't come in. Instead of being angry, Lu Qingyang said softly, okay, I'll wait outside. Shen Mo wiped off her mouth in the mirror and tried to apply it again. After some careful fiddling, she finally nodded with satisfaction and looked at the person in the mirror carefully. Is this really good looking? Such a red lipstick doesn't match her face at all. Anyway, she must try it today. Ahem, you can come in, Lu Qingyang. Shen Mo slowly walked in front of him, with a little apprehension and exploration in her eyes. Look, how is my today different compared to the past? Lu Qingyang naturally saw that she was wearing a mess of lipstick. Well, the mouth is very red. Shen Mo felt a small joy in her heart. She deliberately imitated the posture taught to her by Chu Xia, pouting slightly, with a little shyness. Then do you think I have a different style? I'll take a look, I'll take a closer look. Lu Qingyang held her face. The distance between the two was very close, so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Just as Shen Mo was looking forward to what would happen next, he took out a wet towel from behind and wiped it towards Shen Mo's red lips. However, you seem to be a little out of shape. Shen Mo stomped her foot angrily. I've worked hard. Lu Qinjiang's fingertips moved lightly, and used the pads of his fingers to wipe away the excess crimson on the corners of her mouth. As long as you are your original self, you are already very beautiful, and you don't have to learn from others. After Shen Mo's mouth was wiped clean, it was slightly red, and this color looked extremely attractive. Shen Mo's tone softened. What are you talking about? I just want to make myself a. She blushed and made you like that sentence even more, but in the end she didn't say it. But at that moment, she noticed a touch of coolness gently pressing against her lips. Lu Qingyang, in an almost pious gesture, kissed her. It was an indescribable and wonderful feeling. It seems that the petals that have just bloomed in spring are inadvertently touched by the morning dew, trembling slightly, but with a hint of indescribable softness. His kiss was as soft as a feather, but he touched her lips with a shallow taste, and did not dare to go deep. He held Shen Mo and said softly in her ear, the future is long, we have time, you don't have to worry. After Shen Mo reacted, she kept covering her face and was no longer willing to look directly at Lu Qingyang. I'm still busy, get out quickly, hurry up. Lu Qing felt that Shen Mo's lips had a sweet and fragrant taste, and there was a feeling of unfinished content. He sighed softly outside the door. I'll move here tomorrow. Shen Mo replied uncontrollably, oh, the old house is about to start, do you have anything you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Shen Mo's mind stabilized a little. I like to eat what you make. Tomorrow I will help you get the bedding, and I will clean up the old house before for you to live in. Okay. Through a door, Shen Mo could feel that he was still on the other side. The position of her chest was still undulating, and she couldn't help but stroke her lips, which was a wish. The next day, Cao Zhensheng surrounded Fang Siming and came to the previous fishing location. Captain Fang, look at this is where we fished last time. I saw that man fished a lot. He also yelled at us, causing us to fall off the ice, and I am not in good health yet. After saying this, Cao Zhensheng sneezed several times. Fang Siming squatted down and checked the situation on the ice. Do you know that person? What's his name? His name is Lu Qingyang, and he is also a group of educated youths who went to the countryside with me. He is relatively tactful and likes to show off. Fang Siming's mind flashed the figure he had seen in the forest before. Last time I saw him sitting in this position fishing, one after another, and those fish were all old, but when it was our turn, we couldn't catch a single fish. Fang Siming nodded thoughtfully. It's not right to come to the territory of other brigades to fish, and you deserve a lesson. Captain Fang, we know we are wrong, but that Lu Qingyang is too much. 1 yard is 1 yard, and I will convince him. Fang Siming said fairness and justice on the surface, but in fact he was already thinking about how to teach that boy a lesson who didn't know the height of the sky. Forget it, there was an opponent he was interested in anyway. Next time you meet him, let me know in time. As soon as Cao Zhensheng heard this, he was immediately elated, like a puppy wagging its tail. Received the order, Captain Fang. On the other side, Lu Qingyang, who was busy cleaning up the bedding, kept sneezing. Strange, is there someone talking about me behind my back? Except for bedding and a few simple clothes, there was nothing to take away. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention at night and put it into the space and bring it over, but Shen Mo was too enthusiastic. He had already carried all the things he needed to pack on his back. If he hadn't known that the weight of these things was just a drop in the bucket for her, he would really feel distressed. Then how do you arrange these animals? Do you pack it together? The lynx's injuries have healed, and it can almost be released. The sable will follow me for a while. Just make a nest for it in a warm place. The little reindeer can be temporarily placed in the cowshed. As for the little snow fox, before Lu Qingyang finished speaking, the snow fox had already climbed onto his shoulder and rubbed him affectionately. People, your body is so warm. Seeing it, Shen Mo felt that this was like a fox charmer. However, it was originally a fox. Foxes will go back to their tribe at night, only hanging around me during the day, so don't worry about it. That's good. Shen Mo cleaned up the original uncle's room. Shen Mo scratched her head. I've done my best to clean it, so you can make do. Lu Qingyang didn't mind. It's okay, it's already very good. Rhubarb was still very happy to see the steamed buns and Xiao Huiwei coming back. The steamed buns were her children, and Xiao Huiwei was equivalent to her adopted son. As soon as a dog and a wolf saw Rhubarb, they wagged their tails and turned around her. Xiao Huiwei even rubbed De Wang's body, wanting to take another sip of milk. After being killed by the rhubarb, he hid behind Lu Qingyang. Little Huiwei, how old are you, and you still want to drink milk? Shen Mo picked it up. However, you are getting more and more beautiful, looking like a wolf cub. Chapter 210 I will take care of our Shen family's dogs until the end of their lives. When Lu Qingyang heard this, have you ever seen a wolf? I've been in this mountain for so many years, I've definitely seen wolves, but I never kill them. Why? Wolves are spiritual animals, they are the same as rhubarb. Shen Mo lowered her head and touched the rhubarb's head. They are the messengers of the mountain god, and we can hit the prey because of the gift of the mountain god. In fact, the wolf is also one of Lu Qingyang's favorite animals. Like humans, it is a social animal or a monogamous creature. Shen Mo said as if asking for credit, look, I'll clean up the Kong for you. Just in case, Shen Mo also deliberately put some Chinese herbs to repel insects, so you can smell a faint medicinal fragrance as soon as you come in. Although everything is old, it is clean. It can be seen that she is also extremely attentive. When it's finished over there, I'll go back, no need to be so troublesome. Why don't you bother, this is also your home, and this will be your room in the future. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang's heart warmed. Shen Mo smiled brightly, Grandpa and I are both your family. When she was cleaning up the house before, she found 2 old photos in her uncle's relics. In addition to a photo with her family, there is also a photo of a young woman in a braid and a military uniform. Lu Qingyang saw the yellowed photo on the table. Who is this? Is it your aunt? It should be regarded as an object. I'm not sure, after all, they were all fighting at that time. After the battle, my uncle didn't come back. I wasn't born at that time, so I had no memory of them. In this regard, Lu Qingyang expressed his respect. How many ancestors threw their heads and shed blood at that time to have the stability of the country? Turn the photo over, and you can see Juanziu's handwriting behind. However, the 7-foot body has promised the country and it is difficult to Su Qing, and I hope to cherish it. When Shen Mo saw this line, her eyes instantly turned red. Let me put it away, if I have the opportunity to see her in the future, I want to give this to her. Shen Mo carefully wiped off the dust from the photo and stored it solemnly. Rubbed his eyes, and when he turned his head, the sadness on his face was gone. You see that the firewood in this Kong is still very warm. Well, I'll make sauce bones for you to eat. Come and help me light the fire. If you say more, she will only be more uncomfortable, so it's better to be practical and make some delicious comfort to her. Okay, I still want to eat sauerkraut stewed pork ribs. Lu Qingyang first copied the bones and ribs with water, 1 pot roasted sauce bones, and the other stewed pork ribs. If this is placed in an ordinary person's home, they won't be able to eat ribs once a year. Lu Qingyang easily cooked both dishes. Zhang Wanwan has not had any taste in her mouth recently, so she wants to eat some sauerkraut stewed pork ribs. It's just that where does the Lu family have this condition? Even if there is a condition, it won't be her turn. The fragrance that came made her drool. She sniffed, what did I smell? Lu Chenyua smelled it carefully, it's so fragrant, it must be what the neighbor is eating again. I said that there is definitely something wrong with the Shen family, who eats so well every day. Zhang Wanwan bit her lower lip. She had already picked up Lu Fang's report for this. Unfortunately, not only did not the problem be found, but Bao Guanghui was also investigated. She only has jealousy, others eat and drink spicy food every day. What kind of life is she living? Lu Chenyua touched her stomach. Hey, this winter is really difficult. I will exchange my work points for 2 bags of corn flour. Where is it enough to eat? Wanwan, I think you still have a bag left. Why don't you lend me some? Zhang Wanwan frowned, remembering that Lu Chenyua urinated on her last time, and she responded in her heart and decisively refused. I don't have enough myself. How can I lend it to you? You don't save some food. Hey, you still hold a grudge. I didn't mean to. Isn't that for your own good? Zhang Wanwan didn't know what was going on at that time, and suddenly she was stunned. It's all because of Lu Qingyang, who actually scared herself, and she thought she was really ghostly. I didn't expect it to be just a trick he used to scare people. Zhang Wanwan didn't squeak, but refused to let go. It's really stingy, think about it, you can live here, and it's thanks to me, ungrateful guy. Did I give you less things? Zhang Wanwan ignored her, anxious to find someone to take over, and calculated for a while, only to find that none of them were as good as Lu Qingyang. Since Lu Qingyang is a hunting party and can live so well, why don't she find a hunting team too? Thinking like this, she began to calculate the few people in the hunting party. The best contacts are Ge Erniu and Cao Hungbin. Ge Erniu is already married. I heard that he is still very affectionate. It is more difficult, and the only one left is Cao Hungbin. While enjoying Lu Fang's dog-licking behavior, she also thought about hooking up with other men. When Zhang Wanwan was looking for a receiver there, Lu Qingyang and Shen Mo had already eaten a delicious meal. Lu Qingyang picked up a piece of stewed soft pork ribs and gave it to Uncle Shen. Grandpa, I will be disturbing here for a few days in the future, don't mind. Uncle Shen wanted to say something, but a piece of ribs went into his mouth, and he couldn't say anything delicious. Shen Mo gnawed the bones even more sullenly. The bones of this sauce are all delicious, it's really delicious. The bones with some meat were thrown to Rhubarb like this. Rhubarb wagged its tail and began to gnaw happily. In a hurry, the other dogs began to hum and bark. Lu Qingyang counted, in addition to Rhubarb, steamed buns, and Little Gray, there were actually 4 or 5 dogs, and Shen Mo didn't give any puppies born from Rhubarb. Uncle Shen asked, Uncle Chien said he wanted a puppy a few days ago, why didn't you refuse? Shen Mo shook her head vigorously, these are all dogs with feelings, Uncle Chien likes to eat dog meat, last time their dogs were eaten, I can't control other people's dogs, but our Shen family's dogs are not allowed to eat. I want to give them a pension. You look at the stinky girl stubbornly. Lu Qingyang appreciated this very much, it's not that I can't afford it, just keep it, these dogs can't eat much. Now that the materials are scarce and old enough, they are indeed used for tooth sacrifices, even if they don't eat them, there are people who help them eat. Uncle Shen sighed, why don't you have much, so many dogs, the food is worth 2 people, the dog used to be small and couldn't eat much, but you look at it as it grows bigger and bigger. Don't be afraid, isn't this me? Not only does he raise living people, these dogs are also no problem. As soon as Shen Mo heard this, she stared at Lu Qingyang with a smile, and me, I will work hard with you. 2 people struggle, but they are much more energetic than 1 person. Chapter 211 The arrival of the new veterinarian. Within a few days, news from the commune came down. It can be so fast, including Dr. Zhu's own handwriting, although he did not dare to alarm the person in the family, but he used the only little connection. Finally, the matter was quickly settled, and he quickly told his sister-in-law He Kaiyuyan the good news. Xu Yan, good news, you can report to our brigade. He Kaiyuyan looked surprised, really? That's great. Yes, it's a pity, I can only be a veterinarian for the time being. The joy just now was gone, and her face suddenly sank again. What, vet? How disgusting it is to see a doctor for an animal. Dr. Zhu persuaded, there will be a long time in the future, and I won't stay in the Liaxi brigade for long, and when the time comes, I will definitely take you with me. Now it's a good thing for you to have more work experience, don't look at it as a little veterinarian, do you know how much effort I've wasted? He Kaiyuyan glanced at him, is what you said true? Aren't you afraid that the person at home will find out? Forget her, my favorite is you, the old husband and wife at home have long been emotionless, and they want to vomit when they see it. He Kaiyuyan heard him slander his daughter-in-law at home, and was in a much happier mood, that's it, I listen to you, but, I won't help animals heal. This is the benefit, the animals can't speak, no matter whether it's right or wrong, they won't open their mouths to report, just fool the past. He Kaiyuyan thought about it carefully, and it was indeed like this. It's still as thoughtful as you think. You listen to your report. He Kaiyuyan happily came to the Liaxi brigade to report, but as soon as he arrived here, his heart instantly cooled down. The conditions here were far more difficult than she expected. But thinking that he was a public eater, He Kaiyuyan could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart, thinking that he would endure it for a while and pass. She was a veterinarian from other places and had no place to live, so she was arranged in an educated youth home. Now she was even more disgusted, and even let her live in Chase shop. But under Captain was brainwashing, although the dissatisfaction in Xu Yan's heart did not completely dissipate, he had to reluctantly nod and agree unhappily. For the sake of a better future, she will endure it for a while. Lu Qingyang heard from the breeder that the veterinarian had come, so he secretly began to arrange it. First, he touched the head of the male boar and said, you pretend to be sick later, a woman will come to see you, and you will, when the time comes. The male boar thought to himself, look, how dark is this human heart, how can it be as simple as their wild boar? No, didn't you say that if I hurt someone, I will be slaughtered? How dare I? If you don't do it, I'll make you a dish now. Do you see the 2 dogs outside? They have been gluttonous to your internal organs for a long time. At that time, you can watch yourself be disemboweled, and if you are obedient, you will definitely be able to save your life. The male wild boar is a clever, this is not a person, this is an evil ghost. You, what do you want me to do? Lu Qingyang muttered in its ear, do you understand? Understood. Can you still not understand? If you don't understand, it will be served as a dish. Lu Qingyang went to the sow next door who had just given birth to a piglet, and took out the sweet potato temptation. Do you want to eat sweet potatoes? The sow nodded, I want to eat. Then do me a favor, you just gave birth to a cub, and you want to milk a piglet, they don't dare to do anything to you. I want 10 sweet potatoes. Deal. Lu Qingyang secretly said in his heart, it's better to be a foodie. These pigs have been arranged, and they are waiting for the veterinarian surnamed He to come and treat them. He Kaiyuyan is a person from the Mayday Brigade, if he is really as popular as Dr. Zhu said, why not stay in the relatively wealthy Mayday Brigade, but come here. He secretly inquired and found out that Hikayuyan's reputation was extremely bad in the Mayday Brigade, and I have never heard of any experience as a veterinarian. That is, those experiences are all fake. Just like his heart, the Liuxi Brigade is not so easy to mix here. Hikayuyan originally thought that the work here would be very easy, as long as he stayed in the brigade's office and sat down and drank tea. Who knew that on the first day she took office, many villagers came to her to treat the animals. Veterinarian he, why doesn't the rooster I have at home crow? Can you help me take a look? My dog is about to give birth, it seems to be dystocia, come and help. My horse's hooves are wrong, I can't walk. Can the vet come to my house first? Hikayuyan felt that her head was about to explode, and she couldn't cure the disease of the animal at all. The breeder also shouted loudly in the crowd. No, the sows in our team haven't eaten for 2 days, and there are 12 piglets to feed, this must not be an accident. Veterinarian he, can you help me take a look? Yes, this pig can't have an accident. You go to the pigsty first. Hikayuyan looked embarrassed, but was surrounded by the villagers and walked to the pigsty. In full view, she could only bite the bullet. Let me take a look. The pigsty was filled with the smell of pig manure, and she pinched her nose, feeling extremely disgusted in her heart. A few piglets ran around at her feet, she let out a deep breath, and began to check the sow. It's nothing, maybe it's indigestion, just change to a little more delicate feed. What does this pig usually like to eat? You can get it some. The breeder brought the sweet potato, cut it into pieces and placed it in front of the sow. The sow's head tilted, ignoring her at all, and pretending to start teasing the piglet next to her. The breeder sighed, oh, what's wrong with this situation? I'm afraid that this sow won't eat the piglets. Veterinarian he, think of a way. Hikayuyan felt that she was about to faint. I want to think about it. I'll think about it. She had to ask Dr. Zhu for advice, and it was not as simple as he said at all. If the sow starves to death, the piglets won't survive. How did Hikayuyan know that in the past 2 days, taking advantage of the breeder's departure, Lu Qingyang didn't know how many sweet potatoes he had eaten to this sow? It is so full that it can still eat feed. Hikayuyan stood up and was about to find an excuse to leave, when the sow suddenly stood up. The originally docile sow hummed directly at Hikayuyan, frightening her several steps back until she stepped on something slimy. The breeder couldn't bear to look directly at him. Veterinarian he, you stepped on pig manure. Hikayuyan looked down and almost vomited. The sow pushed her again. Hikayuyan did not stand still, and sat directly on the pig dung. Now it's good, not only on the feet, but also on the face is full of pig dung, and the whole person exudes a stench of smell. Looking at the strange eyes of the people around him, Hikayuyan didn't care about any disguise or not, so he immediately stood up and left here screaming. Chapter 212, fell into the pig manure pile again. Shen Mo poked his head in the crowd and was discovered by the breeder. The vet ran away just now. Shen girl, can you please help me take a look at this sow? Shen Mo was called here by Lu Qingyang to watch the fun, and when he came over, he also instructed. If you encounter a sow sick, you can go up and treat it, and you can take these sweet potatoes to eat them. Shen Mo felt inexplicable at first. Could it be that Lu Qingyang would not be a prophet? I didn't want to come here but was pulled over by the breeder. I thought that there would be a way to treat the disease when I came to the veterinarian, but I didn't expect it to be a papier-mâché. Useless. You delivered the sow very well last time, otherwise. Also help me see why this sow hasn't eaten for a few days. Looking at the other party's expectant eyes, Shen Mo stepped forward and checked. The sow's belly is bulging, everything on her body is normal, and it doesn't look like it's hungry at all. I want to. It's just picky eaters. After that, he took out the sweet potato and brought it to its mouth. The sow raised her head and reluctantly took a bite. Now it is very full. If it weren't for Lu Qingyang's orders, it wouldn't even take a bite of a sweet potato. Eat. You really have a way. I feed it, I don't eat it all. You say I've been raising pigs for 2 years, it's better for you to understand pigs, it's really in vain. This scene was naturally seen by the villagers, and they couldn't help but whisper. The girl of the Shen family can not only treat people, but also see animals. Shen Mo was praised inexplicably. Seeing the piglet arching around him, he picked one up directly. It's better to come early, the little piglet is almost 5 or 6 days old, I'm here to ride directly. Okay, I'll have to find you sooner or later. Shen Mo was expressionless, took out a knife, and between the knife up and down, the piglet didn't even feel the pain, and with a snort, he was already gone. The breeder had seen her gelding before, but was still impressed by her fast knife skills, and sincerely admired, this knife is beautiful. The men watching the excitement around him only felt an inexplicable pain. Hikayuyan was covered in pig dung, his body was cold, and there was no place where he could take a serious bath in this place, so he could only go to Dr. Zhu dissatisfied. Seeing her like this, Dr. Zhu couldn't help but pinch his nose. What are you doing to make it so stinky? Hikayuyan looked resentful. You still dislike me for smelling? Isn't that what you asked me to do here as a vet? Look at what I am now. Calm down, since you are a veterinarian, you will inevitably come into contact with animals, you should be careful in the future and see how you look like this. I've only been here for 3 days, and it's like this, you asked me to stay here for 3 years. Hikayuyan really doesn't know how to live in the future? Dr. Zhu looked at the people around him, and then whispered. This kind of thing must be a minority. The first time you have no experience, you see that I finally got you 2 books on veterinarians, you take them to read first, and study them well. There is a place behind this, you go wipe it and change your clothes. Hikayuyan had no choice but to reluctantly turn around and clean up. Dr. Zhu had been holding back his breath just now, and now he could finally breathe heavily. He didn't expect things to be so tricky in this Liexi brigade. After all, he had been mixed for so many years. As everyone knows, his good days are coming to an end. As soon as Shen Mo went back, she told Lu Qingyang what happened just now. Why are you so powerful? Know that the sow is sick. What's the matter, your husband and me? It's amazing, and you will know more about me in the future. Fuck you. Little Jasmine, it's amazing, you can actually swear. How can this be considered swear words? Lu Qingyang was not angry, this was just a representative. He and Shen Mo became closer and closer. Shen Mo touched her stomach. I was holding the sweet potato just now, and I thought about baking the sweet potato and eating it. Why are you hungry? Didn't you just eat a snack? How can that little thing stuff your teeth be enough? Okay, I'm going to bake you a few more sweet potatoes. Treat our little Jasmine. She immediately showed a bright smile. Okay. The two sat in front of the old-fashioned stove and began to bake sweet potatoes. However, after a few months of hard work, Lu Qingyang felt that Shen Mo had grown a little longer. There was a little more flesh on her cheeks, and under the light of the fire, she looked even more beautiful now. His brows furrowed slightly, and his smart eyes stared intently at the sweet potatoes in the stove. Lu Qingyang spoke, if someone comes to you to see an animal in the future, you will go. Shen Mo was distressed, master is not here, I have had his guidance before, I am half hung to see people, why do I see animals? Isn't there still me? I'll help you. Shen Mo stared at him suspiciously. Lu Qingyang, you are so strange, when will you see a doctor for animals? Since you have the skill, why don't you go by yourself and hide behind me? My ambition is not here. Lu Qingyang just simply revealed it. If he became a veterinarian, how could he go up the mountain to hunt? After all, there is a lot of oil and water for hunting. He just wants Shen Mo to have a stable job now. The next day was calm and nothing big happened, and Hikayuyan breathed a sigh of relief. If she was like this every day, she would still be able to mess around in this brigade. Afterwards, she heard that after she left, someone else cured the sow. I thought to myself, I must find a way to beat that person in the future, so that she won't meddle in her affairs anymore. Who would have thought that as soon as she went out, she would see the person she didn't want to see the most? Veterinarian why didn't you come over today? Hikayuyan only felt a tightness in his heart, and originally wanted to pretend he didn't see him, so he slipped away, but was stopped by the breeder. What's wrong again? Something happened to the sow again? No, isn't there an extra male breeding pig in our team? Now you need to check if there is anything wrong with it. If there is no problem, you have to feed some veterinary medicine, and I will let his sow mate in a few days. Hikayuyan frowned, it's late today, can I go tomorrow? No, it's a waste of time. The other 2 sows are not pregnant yet, doesn't this affect the task of our team? Hikayuyan was pestered by him and could only follow him to the pigsty, and with the shadow of the last time, she felt uncomfortable as soon as she came here. Check it out. Hikayuyan could only cover his nose and did not dare to approach, but glanced through the door, and said impatiently, no problem, just feed the medicine. As soon as the wild boar saw that the mission target was coming, he stood up impatiently and directly slammed into the door. Startled Hikayuyan casually picked up the rattan next to him, and pumped it a few times. This dead pig is scary to death. The breeder hurriedly persuaded, this is not an ordinary domestic pig, you should start lightly, don't provoke it. It's just a pig left and right, locked up inside, what are you afraid of? I'll leave if there's nothing wrong. But as soon as she turned around, she found that the male boar had broken through the door and rushed out directly. With such a push on her buttocks, she fell into the pile of pig dung again. Chapter 213. The veterinarian ran away, Shen Mo took over. Seeing that it was about to attack Hikayuyan, the breeder hurriedly pulled it up and locked it up. Glanced at Hikayuyan in the pile of pig dung, almost laughed out loud, but still held back. Deliberately stepped forward and asked, veterinarian are you okay? Hikayuyan felt that he was about to go crazy, something like this just happened yesterday, and it happened again today. She suddenly screamed, this wild boar is crazy, he can't stay as a breeding pig, just slaughter it. You say so? Then help me see what is wrong with our other breeding pig, why can't it? In the past, I could still ride on a sow, but now I don't have that function, and it's useless to take medicine? Listening to the breeder's chirping in her ear, Hikayuyan gritted her teeth, you didn't see that I was like this, how can you treat a pig? To be honest, veterinarian we have more things like this here, the cow sheet is still smelly, I heard that the cow is about to give birth to a calf, and you will have to help deliver the baby when the time comes, so there can't be any problems. Hikayuyan felt his brain buzzing. The breeder didn't stop either. Although the cow gives birth to few, it is easy to give birth, and when the time comes, you can reach in with your hand and pull the calf out. I heard that you are a very good veterinarian, and I am looking forward to your skills. Hikayuyan only felt cold all over. What veterinarian? I don't deserve this veterinarian. You like to find whoever you want. Hey, veterinarian, don't go, we have something to discuss. Don't lose your temper. When Hikayuyan left, the breeder sighed. He really helped people to the end. The next day, Hikayuyan picked up the pick and didn't do it, and Dr. Zhu's persuasion was useless. You say this. I said it, endure it, and it's over. Why can't you bear it so much? That wild boar almost hurt me yesterday. You know how to endure. If something happens to me, it's too late for you to regret it. Look at this place. The place where you live is not good. You can't eat well and sleep well, and you have to deal with pig dung and cow dung all day long. I don't want to endure it. You let me go back. This time, Hikayuyan was really determined to leave. Isn't this for our future? What future do we have? Can you leave that yellow-faced woman and marry me? I can only hide in the dark forever. This is still what kind of job you have tried so hard to find for me. You see what kind of job this is. It is not as good as my previous temporary worker. Hikayuyan didn't say a word, packed up his things, got into the ox cart and ran away. She ran early. If she didn't run this time, she didn't know how many troubles awaited her in the future, and she would be scared away sooner or later. Captain Wu also pretended to ask a few questions. Lao Go, what's going on? Why did this veterinarian run away after a few days of coming? Go Zizai smiled reluctantly. The girl's family can't suffer. You said what to do if you run now. I see the situation. Our team is really short of veterinarians. We're to find a more reliable one. Don't be like this one who ran away. You can't suffer. What can Go Zizai say? He just touched his nose awkwardly. It's not that the wild boar almost hurt someone, or, forget it. Hey, this is not good. The breeding pig in the team is not good. The wild boar is conducive to us cultivating a better breed. Besides, isn't this not hurt? Captain Wu smiled meaningfully. Besides, the breeders have said that the veterinarian is not operating properly. Who can be blamed for this? Go Zizi echoed and said, that's right, that's right. This time, he finally let this Go Zi eat deflated, and he felt a good feeling in his heart. Captain Wu turned around and went to Lu Qingyang. Tisk tisk, Xiao Lu, you are really powerful. Tell me, what method did you use? Why did those pigs listen to you? Uncle, don't make fun of me. Pigs will listen to me everywhere. It's not that veterinarian, he has too little professional knowledge, doesn't understand the living habits of pigs, and is ashamed, so he ran away. Ha ha ha, yes, you're right. Captain Wu laughed angrily. Now that everything has been done, when will Shen Mo's matter? Now that there is a vacant veterinarian position in the team, Shen Mo can take up her post whenever she wants, but she must ensure that there are real materials. Then don't worry, the entire Liaxi brigade is no more real than her. With him in charge, being a veterinarian is not easy. Being able to understand those animals is just one of his insignificant skills. That's it, wait for me to notify. It is estimated that it will be done in 2 or 3 days. Within a few days, Captain Wu informed that someone else had taken up his post. He made a wedding dress for her for nothing, but he didn't get the benefits, but caused a commotion. On the first day of Shen Mo's career as a veterinarian, she still felt quite uneasy. Although she is bold, she is usually used to being free. Lu Qingyang, do you think I can do this? Why not? I believe in your ability. You first get to know those veterinary drugs, see what the ingredients are, what are the effects. Lao Bao must also have a lot of related books there. You look first. Animal drugs are actually similar to pediatric drugs. Shen Mo scratched her head. Okay, then I'll try it. Shen Mo and Hikayuyan are naturally different, and they won't find anyone if they are fine. After 2 or 3 days of work, she was already handy. She originally had a strong memory, and she also had Lao Bao's medical handbook to help. The livestock and the fellow villagers are all small problems. In fact, there is no need to think too much. Mainly the pigs, cattle, and sheep in the production team need to be paid attention to. Since becoming a veterinarian, her life has become more and more fulfilling day by day. Lu Qingyang also moved into the Shen family 5 days ago, and after returning from the mountain on weekdays, he began to renovate the old house. This time, he directly communicated with Captain Wu. The right to use this house is directly under Shen Mo's name. He also indirectly owned the house. This expansion is more exciting than before. Lu Qingyang plans to change the animal shed to be stronger, build a decent toilet, and build a warm bathroom, so that bathing will be much more convenient in the future. Anyway, there are many places that need to be repaired, so he drew a simple drawing on paper and prepared to transform it according to his own ideas. On this day, Zhou Jianxi and Sun Qianqian had something to do, and they didn't come to help, so he and Shen Mo started to demolish the dilapidated old Kong. Not to mention, it was quite decompressive when dismantling. There was still a wall that needed to be smashed, and halfway through, Shen Mo seemed to have found something strange. Wait, Lu Qingyang, there seems to be something hidden in it. Don't knock it yet, don't knock it out. Chapter 214, Treasures Found in the Demolition of a House. Lu Qingyang stopped. He was not surprised that there was something strange in this room. After all, he had found a box of gold bars from the beams before. Shen Mo pulled it with a stick, and the cyan fabric wrapped outside was already a little black due to its age. Ahem, there's a lot of dust. Cover your mouth and nose, be careful, let me come. Lu Qingyang carefully took out the bag. After making sure that there was nothing strange and terrifying inside, he slowly opened it. It doesn't matter if you open it, it turns out to be some old jewelry inside. Lu Qingyang took a closer look, several pearl necklaces, and various hairpins of different shapes. But without exception, they are all quite exquisite and peculiar shapes, some like the Qing dynasty jewelry that Lu Qingyang saw in the museum before. Before Shen Mo could ask questions, Lu Qingyang wrapped these things up again. Little Jasmine, don't tell outsiders about the things we found, you know? I won't tell others. Are these things expensive? Even if she doesn't understand these jewelry, she can see some clues from the exquisite shape. It should be, but I can't do it in a serious place. As soon as he took it out, it might all be destroyed, so it was better to let him put it in the space later and make a move at the right time. Shen Mo pulled 2 more bricks. There are still things inside. And it turns out that this family is really rich and hides so many good things. And in several rumors, they all died so strangely, and I don't know what the situation was. But people are dead, so what's the use of worrying about this? Lu Qingyang took out the 2 bags of things inside, this time 2 long strips, which looked like picture scrolls. When he saw the bag of jewelry just now, Lu Qingyang didn't feel this way, but his heartbeat began to accelerate. His intuition told him that the 2 paintings inside should be rare objects. This time he was extra careful, afraid of damaging these 2 calligraphy and paintings. One is a picture of flowers and birds, and the other is a calligraphy and painting, and Lu Qingyang can't figure out whether these are genuine works now. But these paintings have been slightly damaged by such preservation. At this time, many cultural relics were damaged, and of course a large part of them had been secretly sold abroad. No matter how much money he can sell, he doesn't agree, this is engraved in his bones. No matter what, Lu Qingyang planned to store it in the space first. Shen Mo looked at the flowers and birds on the painting, and couldn't help but sigh. There are plum blossoms and birds on this painting. The painting is vivid. She stretched out her head and looked at the words again, looking left and right, and couldn't see what was written on it. I don't know these words. This should be cursive. Don't talk about you, I don't recognize any of them, put it away first. I didn't expect to smash this wall and smash some good things. It seems that there are still many secrets hidden in this broken house. Lu Qingyang knocked on the walls one by one, and the wall was hollow just now. He checked carefully everywhere, and the other walls were normal, and there was nothing abnormal. Wait, there is still a place that I haven't found. Lu Qingyang's eyes looked at the cellar. Little Jasmine, do you think everyone likes to hide good things in the cellar? That's right, but since everyone knows it, if you really want to hide something valuable, you will definitely make it more secret, just like my home. Lu Qingyang was curious, why does your cellar have secrets? Yes, there is a smaller cellar hidden in the cellar. Grandpa will hide good things in it, and that cellar has been transformed, only I can get in, like you can't get in. Lu Qingyang had an idea, maybe, the cellar here is the same. Let's go down and take a look. He began to inspect along the walls of the cellar inch by inch. Finally found a trace of abnormality in the corner. Little Jasmine, come here, look here, take a shovel. Shen Mo squatted down and took a closer look. What do you want the shovel for? After saying that, she kicked directly into the loose soil. Lu Qingyang forgot that she was a person with great strength. Shen Mo clapped her hands. Look, isn't this done? Sure enough, there was a small cellar inside the cellar. But this entrance is very small, a little bigger than a dog hole, and only a slender person like Shen Mo can get in. This is the same as mine, only I can go in. She turned around and asked, why don't I go and take a look first? Lu Qingyang was afraid that there would be something strange inside. Don't scare Shen Mo. Otherwise, I will let steamed buns and little gray ashes follow you. Shen Mo took off her thick coat and got straight in. Hearing that there was no sound inside for a long time, Lu Qingyang's heart raised his throat. What's wrong? Is there anything in it? Want Wong. The first thing that came was the response of the steamed buns. Shen Mo's ethereal voice came from inside. There is nothing inside, but there is a hole connected. The hole is too deep. I am afraid that I have to continue to drill in to see the situation inside. Lu Qingyang was worried. Then you should come out quickly. Don't go in. Shen Mo got out again. It's so strange inside. It seems to be authentic. Authentic? This inevitably reminded Lu Qingyang of tunnel warfare. Could it be that he stayed at that time? But when I heard Shen Mo's description, I didn't feel like it. The inside is very open at first. The smaller it gets inside, even I can't get in, only animals or children can get in, and a body like steamed buns should be unimpeded. Forget it, let's talk about it then. At that time, he will find a way to find out where this hole leads. Seeing that it was already dark, Lu Qingyang asked Shen Mo to go back first. You go back and boil a pot of hot water first, I'm checking it, and I'll go back later. Shen Mo didn't suspect that he was there. Okay. After Shen Mo left, Lu Qingyang put the things just now into the space. I have smashed and found emerald gems before, there are still so many treasures hidden here. The strangest thing is this tunnel, such a narrow tunnel. At this moment, the steamed bun came out with a gray face. Wow! Lu Qingyang touched its head and found that what he said was, little Hui went in, I want to pull it out, but it refuses. I want to find it. You go find out, come back and tell me what's going on. Received the order. The steamed buns went in again. By the time a wolf and a dog returned, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Lu Qingyang had been reading books, waiting for them to come back, and immediately got up as soon as he hit the movement. When he lit the fuel lamp, he saw something still in Xiao Hui's mouth. Chapter 215 The sudden appearance of a huge gray wolf. As if asking for credit, Xiao Hui shook his hanging tail and put the contents of his mouth on the ground. Lu Qingyang squatted down and took a look, and it turned out to be a bone. But whether this is a human bone or an animal bone, he really can't tell the difference. What are you doing with this thing back? Quickly put it back in its place, there is nothing to eat at home. Xiao Hui called out aggrievedly a few times, and finally ran out with the bones in his mouth. Now Lu Qingyang is becoming more and more suspicious. The cave in that room will not lead to a tomb, right? It's weird to think about it. He felt that he couldn't sleep again, entered the space, took out the 2 calligraphy and paintings, and began to study them. The calligraphy and paintings are all signed on them, but due to their age, they are stamped with the seals of many people. Lu Qingyang carefully discerned for a long time, but he couldn't say why. He didn't study seals much, and some fonts couldn't be understood, but the more he looked at the painting, the more familiar he became. Isn't this a picture of flowers and birds painted by Song Huitsong? If it's true, it's really a good thing. Wouldn't it be possible to sell for hundreds of millions of dollars at a modern auction? Lu Qingyang's heart was pounding. In that case, the word next to it was definitely not a mortal thing. I don't dare to think about it, I really don't dare to think about it. Early the next morning, he got up and cooked a pot of rice porridge. I drank 2 bowls by myself, and the rest was hot in the pot, leaving it for Shen Mo and Uncle Shen. Recently, the temperature has risen a little, and even squirrels have started to increase. Lu Qingyang is already looking forward to the spring here, but unfortunately, he still needs to wait until April. The 3 of them strolled in the mountains and forests, and today they hunted another deer, and the smile on the corner of Ge Ernia's mouth never came down. Oh, this person is lucky, he can eat venison again today, hee hee. Look at your greed, is this your luck? This is not Lu Qingyang's luck. No matter what I say, I also helped drive the deer. As they walked, they happened to come to a lake. The lake looks desolate in winter, and a layer of ice has formed on the lake. Which you introduced, this is Emerald Lake, don't look at the depression now, it will be beautiful here after winter. Lu Qingyang looked over at a glance and did not see the edge of the lake. Even now the lake is very beautiful. It is conceivable that it should be more beautiful here in spring. Let's take a break and roast this deer leg and eat it. Wu Qiu rubbed his hands. Okay. Lu Qingyang found some dry branches and lit a fire, and the 3 of them began to roast the leg of lamb while chatting. Ge Ernia suddenly said, you say how much Cao Hunbin can't think about it. What's wrong with Cao Hunbin? What else can I do? I'm with Zhang Wanwan. Lu Qingyang said how honest Zhang Wanwan has been recently, and it turns out that he has begun to shift his target again. Wu Qiu frowned. Zhang Wanwan? Is it a female educated youth? I remember she wasn't very beautiful. Sounds like you're upset with her? Ge Ernia asked the 2 to get closer. You don't know, in fact, many of us know that although the woman is beautiful, who doesn't know that she relies on her good looks to deliberately take advantage of us, and then ask people for things, this kind of woman is better to stay away. Lu Qingyang smiled. Ge Ernia usually looks carefree, and his eyes are quite vicious. But how did the 2 of them get together? Hey, what do you say, in the Educated Youth Academy, aren't there only the 4 of us in the hunting party? It is estimated that she heard from somewhere that the hunting party can eat meat often, so she found Cao Hunbin. Wu Qiu joked, ouch, then why didn't she look for you? That's because I'm an upright person, and I have a daughter-in-law in my family. How can I be the kind of person who thinks differently? What you say is better than what you sing. My daughter-in-law has been following me to endure hardships, and I have always been looking forward to going back sooner. If it weren't for those subsidies, I wouldn't want to come here as an educated youth. As he spoke, Ge Ernia became sad. Lu Qingyang patted him on the shoulder. It's coming soon, it's coming soon. What he said is true, it is now 1975, and the educated youths who will start going to the countryside next year will return to the city one after another. But Zhang Wanwan's actions made Lu Qingyang vigilant. Cao Hunbin is likely to become the 2nd original owner. As a stepping stone for Zhang Wanwan, he will not let her get her wish. The 3 of them were eating roast deer legs when suddenly a burst of gunshots came from the opposite side. They immediately stood up vigilantly. Is there prey nearby? Not far from the Emerald Lake, there are several figures walking through the woods. This doesn't look like the people of our hunting party. It's the people from the forward brigade they met last time. Why did they come here? This is our place. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge gray wolf appeared in the woods. It is larger than the usual wolf and very oppressive. Originally, it was preparing to attack Lu Qingyang and the three of them, but he saw a little wolf barking next to him. Erniu and Wu Chu immediately set up their guns, ready to kill the wild wolf. Lu Qingyang shook his head and motioned for them to put it down. The wild wolf only stayed for a while, glanced deeply at the little wolf, hesitated for a while, turned around and disappeared into the mountains and forests. Wu Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't attack us. We have a saying here that the wolf is the messenger of the mountain god. To be honest, I don't dare to fight the wolf, otherwise I may be retributed. Lu Qingyang lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains left in the snow. The wild wolf was injured. A sound of hurried footsteps came, and Lu Qingyang quickly buried the bloodstains on the snow with his feet. Hey, did you see a huge wolf running over? Lu Qingyang shook his head. No. The strong man who took the lead glanced at the two people behind him. Really? Really, if you see it, where is your chase? It's better not to have one. Wu Chu was not convinced. You are not from our hunting party, why did you come to this place? Labor and management can hunt wherever they want, can you control it? Only then did Lu Qingyang realize that behind the familiar strong man, Fang Siming was also there. He was bowing his head, studying the blood on the snow. Fang Siming slowly stood up. How can there be blood here? Didn't you say you didn't see the wolf passing by? Lu Qingyang was very calm. We killed a deer just now, isn't it normal for there to be blood? The deer legs are still hot, why do you want to take a bite? Let's go, keep looking. Lu Qingyang coughed lightly. Wait, Captain Fang, this seems to be the territory of our Liuxi brigade. You are swaggering to hunt here, is there a certificate from the brigade? Chapter 216, Don't be afraid of the ball. Those who bully the weak and fear the strong should be tougher. Last time we broke into your territory by mistake, this time it looks. Why do you seem to do it on purpose? Wu Chu said in a low voice. Lu Qingyang, don't offend them. Lu Qingyang didn't care at all, still raised his head, and looked at Fang Siming with a righteous face. You want us to abide by the rules, why, are you unruly? The strong man wanted to go up and say a few words, but was stopped by Fang Siming. Forget it, what he said is right, let's get out of here first. Lao Fang, what's going on? Why are you afraid of this kid? The wild wolf escaped here from us, and finally got shot in the leg. If we leave, won't we let them take advantage? Don't worry about this, let's go, let's get out of here quickly. During this period, Lu Qinjiang's attitude never softened. The hunting party led by Fang Siming left here directly, and when he turned around, he glanced deeply at Lu Qingyang. After they left, Wu Chu sighed. It's bad, why did you offend them? You are notoriously careful. Ernia snorted. Afraid of a ball, this kind of bullying and fearing of hard should be tough. You don't know, the people of the forward brigade have bullied our hunting team a few years ago, and they are afraid that Fang Siming will hold a grudge and target us when the time comes. It's all a collective, what's there to target? The forward brigade is rated as an excellent collective every year, and the commune also attaches great importance to it by exceeding the tasks of the production team. Lu Qingyang didn't care how bold people are and how productive the land is. How do you know that what they say is all true? It's just an exaggeration, and if you report more, no one knows what the facts are. How can there be honesty in our brigade? What you say is what you say. Ernia stood next to Lu Qingyang and echoed. Yes, this time I stood on Qinjiang's side, and he was right. Wu Chu could only sigh helplessly. I hope they don't take it to heart. But the truth is just the opposite. Fang Siming has deeply remembered Lu Qingyang in his heart. Lu Qingyang thought about the wolf just now, but he didn't attack the three big living people. He hugged Xiao Huiwei. Could it be that Xiao Huiwei had anything to do with that gray wolf? Lu Qingyang touched Xiao Huiwei's head, and then heard its grunting speech. That big dog was so scary just now. People, you have to protect me. Lu Qingyang smiled and put it in the basket. Let's go. After going back, I happened to catch up with Ziyangmei to come to her aunt's house. Lu Qingyang, just right, I have something to look for you. I'll go to my uncle's house later. Okay, I'll go later. Lu Qingyang knew in his heart that there was news from Wei Yuxia's relatives. Wu Chu also felt strange. Do you still know the daughter of the deputy captain of the forward brigade? Yes, isn't she related to our captain? Lu Qingyang put down his prey, and after counting, he hurried to Captain Wu's house. Ziyangmei has been waiting for him for a while. The family you asked me to inquire about last time, I found it. There is indeed a family surnamed Wei, and there is also a son who went out to serve as a soldier, but it's a pity that he sacrificed. Sacrificed? This is what Lu Qingyang didn't expect. It's difficult. If Wei Yuxia's cousin is really gone, what should I do? Originally, he wanted to use his identity as an officer to help Wei Yuxia clear his identity. Ziangmei sighed, speaking of which, that family is also pitiful, their family has given birth to such a son, and there is no one to care for the elderly, saying that it is a relative of a martyr, so what, but it is just a false name, I still hope that my son can come back. I've already done it, I don't owe you anything. Ziangmei touched her face again, since using Lu Qingjiang's bottle of cream, her skin has really become much whiter. But, do you still have that cream? I'll exchange food stamps for you. Lu Qingyang reacted, yes, there must be, tomorrow I happen to have a vacation, can I go to the front brigade to find you, send it to you, I want to go to Wei's house to take a look. You really have a lot of things, but She pondered for a while and said, okay, you come to me tomorrow. Remember to dress decently. Ziangmei's heart jumped with joy, even though she knew that Lu Qingyang had been engaged, but her affection for him did not subside. He is willing to marry a girl with such a bad reputation in the brigade, and her personality is quite unique in her eyes. I know. Lu Qingyang only thought that he was going to meet the martyr's parents, and he wanted to dress more formally, but he didn't take it to heart. After returning home, he told Shen Mo about it. Tomorrow I'll go to the forward brigade to do some things, and I may have to come back later. Shen Mo blinked her eyes and nodded thoughtfully. Today, some villagers said that they saw you talking to other girls and walking together, is it true? Your news is very good, it's Ziangmei, Aunt Wu's niece, I'm going to find her tomorrow. Shen Mo couldn't hide her expression, and her little emotions immediately appeared. Why, are you angry? I'm going to get down to business, didn't sister-in-law Wei ask me to ask them before? I have eyebrows, I have to go and take a look. Shen Mo heard that it was a serious matter, and she didn't have any small tempers. Got it, but you have to stay away from that woman. Lu Qingyang noticed something was wrong with her emotions. Our little Jasmine turned out to be jealous? I'm not jealous. Shen Mo turned her face away and looked arrogant. Lu Qingyang smiled, don't worry, she and I are normal villagers, and we have absolutely no other thoughts. It's best to do this. Shen Mo had a pimple in her heart, after all, the two of them were on a blind date. Although she was yellowed, what if there were any sparks between the two? All kinds of love and hatred have begun to play out in her mind. If I really had something with her, it would have been a long time ago, and I will give you an opportunity. Shen Mo's fist was about to come up. Lu Qingyang flashed, help, someone is going to commit domestic violence, murder her husband. The two of them were fighting like this, and several dogs were also jumping around the two of them, and the whole yard was so lively. Uncle Shen heard the voices of the two and touched his beard. Since Lu Qingyang moved here, the haze in his heart has dissipated a lot. Okay, stop making trouble, what did the neighbors hear? Shen Mo took Uncle Shen's arm, Lu Qingyang is really annoying. Lu Qingyang was not annoyed, this hatred contained more or liked. No matter what, it must be your fault. You are still not my grandfather, you have changed, you have become eccentric. Uncle Shen laughed, sincerely feeling that Shen Mo's temperament was becoming more and more cheerful, thanks to Lu Qingyang. Chapter 217 Go to the Qinjin Brigade to do some work. Lu Qingyang took some things with him the next day and rode his bicycle to the forward brigade. The two brigades were separated by a road of about 20 miles, and he arrived in more than half an hour. According to Ziangmei, he first found her home, and he couldn't come empty-handed, so naturally he brought some things. It was Emu who opened the door, and before she saw Lu Qinjiang's face clearly, she saw him carrying something, and thought she was coming to the door to ask for something again. Ouch, who came to the door this morning? Lao, he has something to go out, you came at the wrong time. In fact, it was just a tactful rejection of the person who came to ask for something. Who knew that the youngest daughter would stick out her head, and as soon as she saw Lu Qinjiang's figure, she immediately pushed her mother aside. Mother, he didn't come to find his father, he came to me. His mother was stunned, and her daughter tinkered with the mirror for a long time early in the morning, because she had made an appointment. She was even more wary of Lu Qingyang. Where did you know the people you didn't know? Where are you going? What are you doing? Didn't I tell you before? He came to help people find relatives, he was someone he knew on his aunt's side, he was reliable, don't worry. How could Emu be relieved? The more she looked at Ziangmei's smiling appearance, the more uncomfortable she felt. Ziangmei greeted Lu Qingyang, it's cold outside, come first to warm up, warm, let's set off later. Lu Qingyang put down the gift in his hand and took off the scarf. Mother, he originally wanted to say something bitter to scare people away, but when she saw Lu Qinjiang's appearance, the whole person was stunned. No wonder my daughter is nymphomaniac, why does this person's face look so good? Just like a painted person, even she couldn't help but be stunned. When she was young, she was also very beautiful, but she married Lao He and faced that old face every day. As soon as he saw a young and handsome face, the whole person was like a spring breeze, and the frown that had been frowned just now immediately stretched. Oh, I'm sorry, the hospitality is not good, you came when you came, why do you still bring so many things, this is too polite. Lu Qingyang was amazed at the speed at which Emu's face changed. He nodded politely, after all, if you ask Ziangmei to help with things, how can you come empty-handed? What can this girl do? thanks to your care. If you want to drink tea, I'll pour you water. Lu Qingyang politely refused. No, I'll leave later. Mother, he said earnestly, stay here for dinner at noon, I'll rush back to cook. She stared at Lu Qingyang, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Either she just doesn't like the marriageable young people in the forward brigade, and she can't get along with He Xiangmei. Finally, a pleasing person came to the door. How could she let it go? How old are you this year? How many people are in your family? Where are you from? He Xiangmei saw that her mother was about to ask about the 18 generations of the ancestors of the family, so she hurriedly pulled her over. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qingyang already has a fiancé, don't have that kind of mind. What kind of mind? It's hard to take a fancy to one. You told me that he is already engaged, but isn't this not married yet? The mother and daughter muttered softly, but in fact, Lu Qingyang heard it clearly. Ahem, auntie, I'm here to get down to business this time. Oh, yes, down to business, Xiangmei, then you go do it. He Xiangmei raised her smile. Let's go, I'll take you to the Wei family. His mother looked at the backs of the two leaving, and couldn't help but sigh, ouch, these two children are really a good match. He Xiangmei lowered her head and explained shyly, don't take my mother's words to heart, she likes to talk nonsense. Well, I didn't take it to heart. Anyway, no matter what you say, those words will not come true. Seeing that he didn't react, He Xiangmei sighed softly. She led the way in front and came to a dilapidated house. The old house was about to collapse, and there were still a few holes in the roof. It's relatively remote. I also inquired for a long time before I found out. There are only 2 old people left in this family, and the youngest son is the person you were looking for, and he didn't come back after the last mission. There is also a daughter who also died of illness, which is quite pitiful, but fortunately, the army gave martyrs subsidies at that time, and our brigade will take care of it from time to time. No one left? Thinking that Wei's sister-in-law's parents happened to be gone, he thought of a way. The 2 old men heard the movement outside and opened the door tremblingly. Who? He Xiangmei was the first to speak. 2 old people, do you remember what relatives you have? Relatives are coming to you. Mr. Wei coughed a few times. Dead, nothing, who remembers? What do you come to us? The left and right are just people who step into the soil with one leg, and it is difficult to say whether they can survive this year. Inside and outside the words, there is a sense of sadness. Mrs. Wei also sat at the door in a daze, and as soon as she saw Lu Qingyang, she went up and took his hand excitedly. Our family's Ji and Jun is back, you see he is back. Mr. Wei shook his head helplessly. When people are old, they are confused. My wife has become like this since the child is gone. Stimulated. Young man, don't be surprised. Lu Qingyang naturally wouldn't be surprised, and cooperated with Mrs. Wei to say a few words. She laughed and tugged at his sleeve and didn't let go. Ji and Jun, I miss you so much. Perhaps because of the loss of children and daughters in old age, the 2 old people looked very old. Mr. Wei looked him up and down. What kind of relatives are you? Why have I never seen you? Lu Qingyang explained, old man, I am not your relative, someone asked me to come to you. Do you remember Wei Yuxiu? Yuxiu? Mr. Wei fell into deep thought. Remember, she is a well-behaved girl, didn't she get married a long time ago? I haven't seen you for a long time. When I was a child, I came to my house to play. You mean, Yuxiu asked you to come to me? Yes. Lu Qingyang glanced back at He Xiangmei, and she immediately understood. You have something to discuss. My task is complete, I'll go back first. As soon as He Xiangmei left, Lu Qingyang spoke. She is now living in the cowshed of our production team, and she is not in good health. I don't know if you can help her. Mrs. Wei kept muttering, who is Yuxiu? Jade Lotus, my Jade Lotus. Mr. Wei looked embarrassed. We are all like this, how can we help? At the beginning, Yuxiu and Yuxiu were about the same age, and even her name was given by me. Why are our children so miserable? Locked in the cowshed, he naturally knew what had happened. Mrs. Wei's eyes widened. Help, we want to save it. Old woman, how to save it? You say that if the 2 of us are like this, how can we still have the ability to save others? Lu Qingyang knew that this old man must be weighing the pros and cons. But people of their age actually have nothing to tempt them, only one thing. Chapter 218 Wei Yuxiu recognizes her relatives. Old man, why can't you save people? You 2 are relatives of martyrs, and the brigade must have preferential treatment. This is not sister-in-law Wei has just given birth to a child, don't forget, she is also surnamed Wei. Mr. Wei shook the cigarette pole, frowned, thoughtfully. If you have something to say it clearly. Old man, your son is a martyr, he died in the line of duty. I also feel very sorry, he probably couldn't leave a son and a half daughter, right? As soon as Mr. Wei heard this, the gully on his face deepened a little more. Although it is heartbreaking, he is telling the truth. Besides, the other families are also thin, and they must be reluctant to adopt children for you, and you old couple can't take care of the state. Mr. Wei's face became more and more ugly. If Ji and Jun could leave a son and a half daughter, it wouldn't be like this. This is the case in the countryside. Without the help of children, everyone will bully their old couple. When the two of them die, I don't expect anyone to be able to provide for the elderly, I just hope that there will be someone to die with. But now there are not many relatives at all, and few remain in the forward brigade. There are a few acquaintances, all of whom are about the same age as them, and it is difficult for someone to die. Tell me, what does Yuxio think? I also know that everyone is seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Sister-in-law Wei now wants to break away from the surname Zhang, draw a clear line, and leave with the child, and the child will be surnamed Wei in the future. Mr. Wei understood that this was a plan to let Wei Yuxia be their daughter. The child she gave birth to is also half of the blood of the Wei family. Sister-in-law Wei said, in the future, you will be pensioned for the end, you are equivalent to having a daughter, and having a child is not a broken lineage. Disconnected? What you said sounds good, how can it be so easy? Lu Qingyang raised the corners of his mouth. If you want to be simple, this matter can be made simple. Mr. Wei squinted his eyes. He had to first see if what Lu Qingyang said was true. Whether this matter can be implemented can decide whether to help or not. The old man was relieved, and Lu Qingyang knew that this matter was inseparable. Sister-in-law Wei can't do without it, and I have to trouble you two to go to the Liuxi brigade to see her current situation. Mr. Wei made up his mind. Okay, that's it, we'll go over in 2 days. It's better to choose a day than to hit the day, it's better to go today. After dragging on for a long time, I was afraid that the old man would change his mind, so I took him back first. He supported Mrs. Wei and said kindly, Mother-in-law, can I take you to see my daughter? Daughter. Hello daughter, I want to see it. Mrs. Wei immediately clapped her hands and stared at the old man expectantly. Mr. Wei frowned, knowing very well in his heart that they had been pinched by the young man in front of him, but he couldn't help but agree. Okay, let's go. Lu Qingyang glanced at his watch, and it took more than 2 hours from coming here to convincing Mr. Wei. When he helped Mr. Wei load the carriage, seeing that he was a lot older, he was trembling when he got into the carriage, so he took the initiative to say, I came on a bicycle, I see that the space of this carriage is also large, and when the bicycle is placed in the back, I will drive. Without waiting for Mr. Wei to refuse, he had already helped the 2 old men sit in the back, and he was sitting in the driving position. After a circle, I got a bicycle at the door of He Xianmei's house. He Xianmei was surprised. Aren't you staying for a meal? Are you going now? Thank you, I'm in a hurry to do something, I'll leave first. Lu Qingyang picked up the bicycle and hung it on the back of the carriage, driving 2 old horses, and drove to the Liuxi brigade with the old couple. I was afraid that this old man would suddenly change his mind. Both horses are old and run slowly. Lu Qingyang coaxed Mrs. Wei along the way, but the old woman who often went crazy was obedient and did not make trouble. Mr. Wei sighed in his heart. It was okay for him to die behind. If she dies in front, this old woman will take care of her. Wouldn't she not starve to death? It can be seen that she really needs to find someone to take care of her. By the time the Liuxi brigade arrived, it was already afternoon. While most of the people in the village were working, Lu Qingyang took the old couple to the cowshed. Here it is. Mr. Wei looked at the dilapidated cowshed and frowned. Mrs. Wei couldn't wait to push open the door and called, Daughter, my daughter. Wei Yuxia hugged the child, as if she was startled. But looking at the 2 old men in front of him, he immediately reacted. Sister-in-law Wei, look who is here. In fact, if you want to say what emotions there are, they are all memories of childhood. Wei Yuxia was about to speak politely, but Mrs. Wei pounced on her trembling and cried bitterly. Yu-he, it's really Jade Lotus, old man, look. When Mr. Wei saw Wei Yuxiu, he was also surprised for a moment. Because he looked so similar to his daughter who died of illness, you can see the shadow of his deceased on his body. I know that our daughter is not dead. Mrs. Wei, who was wiping her tears, regained her sanity. Wei Yuxia was obviously a little overwhelmed and looked at Lu Qingyang blankly. What's going on? Lu Qingyang quickly pulled her aside and explained in a low voice, the old couple and their children are gone. With this sentence, Wei Yuxiu already understood Lu Qingyang's plan. Can this be done? Yes, sister-in-law, no matter how hard life is, it won't be as hard as here, for the sake of the children. Wei Yuxia nodded solemnly. Originally they planned to ask the officer's cousin for help, but unfortunately others had already died. She bit her lip, made up her mind, and knelt in front of the 2 old people with her child in her arms. Parents, if you don't dislike it, I will be your daughter in the future, and I will provide for you in the future. Mrs. Wei hurriedly helped her up. What nonsense, you are my daughter, who is this little doll? Where did it come from? Wei Yuxia replied calmly, it's my daughter, just a few months old. Ouch, it's a girl, the girl is good, it's so cute, let's go back, follow grandma back. Mr. Wei never spoke, just looked around the cowshed. The eyes were fixed on Wei Yuxiu's face similar to her daughter. Along the way, he had a lot of ideas to weigh the pros and cons, and he wanted to make a lot of demands. As soon as I arrived here, I was left with only melancholy. Do you really want to sever ties with that person surnamed Zheng? Wei Yuxia nodded. He and I didn't get any marriage certificates. Okay, I'll intercede with the brigade about this. Mr. Wei arched his back, his face full of vicissitudes, and he still couldn't bear it. Looking at the little milk baby she was holding in her hand, it seemed that she saw what her own child looked like when she was a child. Lu Qingyang felt a little guilty at this moment. He can also be ruthless to ruthless people. But the old couple of the Wei family were just poor people who lost their children, and they basically didn't have to say anything to persuade them to help. I only hope that sister-in-law Wei and the child can heal their hearts full of holes. Chapter 219 Wei Yuxia severed ties with the Zhang family. Let's say at first, whether male or female, your child will be surnamed Wei in the future. Wei Yuxia hesitated for a moment, and finally Zhang Zongwen, who had just returned from the door, answered. But a girl's film, with the same surname as whoever has the same surname, if you want to leave, hurry up. Take the child away too. He also deliberately put on a show for everyone. If he wants his wife and daughter to live well, he must force them to draw a clear line with himself. Wei Yuxia looked at him deeply, and finally lowered his head and hugged the child without speaking, looking indeed aggrieved. You boy, that's what I said. In the future, if Yuxia becomes my daughter, you will have nothing to do with her, and don't pester her anymore, understand? Zhang Zongwen pretended to be dismissive. I can't eat enough. You take away the 2 debt collectors. Mr. Wei snorted. I'll take them out of here, don't regret it, Yuxiu. Hurry up and pack up, take the children to the team with us, and I'll explain the situation with them. Mrs. Wei was also sober at the moment. Come with us, and the little doll will also go. She took Wei Yuxia's hand, and when she left the cowshed, Wei Yuxia looked back at Zhang Zongwen reluctantly. I saw him look away and quietly wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. After the 2 old men left with Wei Yuxia and the child, he still stood there motionless. Lu Qingyang patted him on the shoulder. Sister-in-law doesn't have to squeeze into the smelly and cold cowshed with you, you should be happy. Zhang Zongwen's voice was hoarse. Thank you, brother Lu. It didn't take much effort, I just ran away. You follow them and help say a few good words to the captain. Lu Qingyang looked at the worn-out padded jacket on his body, which had broken a big hole, and the cotton inside had run out, and he sighed helplessly. I'll go. When he went back and found an old padded jacket of his own, it was too new to him, which was not good for him. Lu Qingyang was fast, and he followed Mr. Wei in a few steps. Mr. Wei has long seen that Zhang Zongwen deliberately said ruthless, just to clear up the relationship. Don't think I'm old and confused. Whatever. Yuxia followed us back. I have to live a good life, and I can't have anything to do with that man. Don't worry, there will be no involvement. Anyway, if it lasts another year or 2, Zhang Zongwen will be rehabilitated, and the family will be reunited at that time. Mr. Wei went directly to the team headquarters of the Liaxi Brigade, called Captain Wu, and put the martyr's certificate on the table. Captain Wu glanced at the martyr's certificate, and then at Wei Yuxia, who was bowing his head on the side, as if he understood something. Are you the captain of the Liaxi Brigade? This is the martyr's certificate of my family's army, and I use this as a guarantee to let Wei Yuxia go back with us. Go Zizai and Accountant Su heard the movement outside and all gathered around. Go Zizai frowned. What's the matter? She is a person who has made a mistake, and she wants to stay in the cowshed to reform. This is the rule above. It doesn't mean that you can take it away. Wei Yuxia opened his mouth uneasily, and finally made up his mind. I have severed ties with Zhang Zongwen, and it was their Zhang family who made the mistake, not me. How can you leave the relationship so clear? You are husband and wife. What can prove that he and I are husband and wife? I didn't get a marriage certificate either. At this time, let alone Wei Yuxiu, he didn't even get a marriage certificate when he got married. Without a marriage certificate, isn't there anyone else who can prove it? Do you think so? You come here. Do you say you saw them get married? Go Zizi pulled past the villager on the side, and the villager glanced at Wei Yuxiu and shook his head. I haven't seen it. Lu Qingyang shouted at the right time. Since you have severed ties with Zhang Zongwen, it is not considered the Zhang family, and the ancestors of the Wei family are 3 generations of poor people. Mr. Wei coughed a few times, and took out a 3rd-class military medal from his pocket. My son sacrificed for the country, and now I just want to take his cousin back. There is no one in our old Wei family, and I am willing to adopt her under my name and become my daughter. In this way, even Go Zizi has nothing to say. He raised his eyebrows. What about the child? The child will never be surnamed John, right? Wei Yuxia coaxed the crying little doll. In the future, she will follow me with my surname Wei, not Zhang. Captain Wu stuffed the martyr's certificate into Mr. Wei's hand. We can't let the martyrs' families be chilled, and special things are handled specially. Wei Yuxiu, since you have completely drawn a clear line with the landlord class, you will be innocent in the future, and don't have anything to do with the Zhang family anymore. Wei Yuxia breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the crying child in his arms, hoping that all this was worth doing. After completing the certificate, Lu Qingyang sent the 4 of them back to the forward brigade. After that, he had to apply for some certificates in the forward brigade, and Lu Qingyang asked Ziyangmei to help some. Before leaving, Lu Qingyang stuffed some food stamps into Wei Yuxiu. In the future, I will live a good life in the Wei family, and I will take care of brother Zhang, so don't worry about it. Well, thank you, brother Lu. Then I'll leave first. If anything happens, just tell Hizayonmei and let her inform me. That's embarrassing. You're welcome. Then I'll leave first, sister-in-law. Take good care of yourself. Mrs. Wei held her hand affectionately. My daughter is back. I'm so happy. Wei Yuxia looked at this slightly dilapidated house, without a trace of disgust, but felt grateful. In any case, it is dozens of times better than the bullpen. Mrs. Wei's mind was sometimes sober and sometimes confused, and when she was sober, she really regarded Wei Yuxiu as her daughter and cleaned up the room again. Your room is still the same. You see that there is another doll now. I will lay 2 eggs on you with brown sugar. Take care of your body. Wei Yuxiu rubbed her red eyes and shouted, Thank you, mother. Mrs. Wei immediately ran to the kitchen happily. Mr. Wei originally wanted to pick up the cigarette pole, but when he saw the child, he hesitated and threw the cigarette pole aside. You also saw that your mother's brain is not very good, and the burden of this family may fall on you in the future, and you will have to suffer. It's not bitter. Where is the bitterness? When I get free, I will fill in the hole in the roof. Then he said solemnly, Thank you, Dad. Mr. Wei sighed and sighed in his heart. Jiangguo, don't blame your father for using you as an excuse. We can be regarded as saving people. Lu Qingyang returned to the Liaxi brigade, and it was dark. He found a padded jacket, cut a few holes, and put a few patches on it. Shen Mo still felt strange when he saw his move. Why do you have to cut and patch up good clothes? Chapter 220 Shen Mo, I will miss you, Lu Qingyang. You don't understand this. If I give it directly to Brother Zhang, he will definitely not be happy, but he won't be so embarrassed after accepting this kind of tattered clothes. Shen Mo suddenly realized, oh, that's what I said. Zhang Zongwen doesn't like to take advantage of others. It should be said that he is an arrogant person. Now that sister-in-law Wei has left the cowshed, she can always have a clean and good body, but it's a pity that Brother Zhang has to stay alone in the cowshed. It's a pity. Only when the sister-in-law is good, Brother Zhang is more energetic, and his daughter-in-law and children are good, he can be good. Shen Mo lowered her head and touched her stomach. Originally, she didn't care about having a child, but now, she actually had a hint of expectation. What would it be like if she and Lu Qinjiang's child were children? Suddenly remembered that she had asked Lu Qingyang this question before, but he had never answered directly. Lu Qingyang, I have a question. What questions? I have delivered a baby before, and I probably know how to give birth, but you haven't told me how to put the doll in it. Lu Qingyang was drinking water and almost choked because of this sentence. Ahem, you really don't need to worry about this, you will naturally understand it when you understand it. No, I want to know. Lu Qingyang scratched his head, and Uncle Shen was still sitting not far away. He could only touch his chin and had an idea, wait until we get married and lie in bed together. And then, Shen Mo waited for Lu Qingyang to continue, but found that he had run away as if the solace of his feet were oiled. I'm tired today, I'll rest first, and I'll talk to you another day. Shen Mo was angry. Since Lu Qingyang didn't tell her, she went to ask others for advice. The last time the fat girl told her was definitely wrong, then she can ask Xu Xia for advice. She is a city person and must know better. Lu Qingyang fled back to the room and lay down on the kong. I ran back and forth several times today, and I didn't feel tired at all. Even because of the conversation with Shen Mo just now, I felt a little hot. He couldn't help but take out the book from under his pillow and continue to practice. The exercises passed down from the Shen family are quite useful to him. Even if he climbed 2 mountains, he was not blushing or panting, and the entire hunting party could not find a person with better physical strength than him. In modern times, he can participate in track and field competitions and win glory for the country. It can be seen that Chinese kung fu is indeed profound, but it has been passed down to modern times, and there are not many authentic martial arts left. Lu Qingyang sat cross-legged on the bed and began to recuperate according to the method of internal strength practiced above. After practicing, a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. The feeling of wanting to move just now was also suppressed. Refreshed, Lu Qingyang returned to the space, looked at the green ground, and felt even more happy. He also set aside a piece to wait for the spring flowers to bloom and go up the mountain to dig medicine and plant it in the spiritual field. I took a comfortable bath in the space, and I felt that the aura was also full of my body. When passing by the pond, Lu Qingyang glanced at it. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, he was shocked when he saw it. I didn't pay attention for a while. The fish in it seemed to be fine, and the largest one looked about 50 pounds, which looked strange. Are you really going to become a spirit? Even if he became a spirit, Lu Qingyang still had an appetite. He picked a few small ones that were neither big nor small, and prepared to make a grilled fish tomorrow to satisfy his cravings. The fish raised by the spiritual spring water should be more nourishing, just right for Shen Mo and Uncle Shen to replenish their bodies. He has never caught small shrimp or crabs, and the task in the fish pond has naturally not been completed. When the weather warms up a little, Lu Qingyang plans to try his luck at Emerald Lake when the time comes. This time Wang Dagong planned to take them to the mountains for a few days, hunt enough prey and come back, and run back and forth to delay time. Lu Qingyang not only brought small gray ash and steamed buns, but also secretly put the sable and snow fox in the basket. With them to guide the way, even if you don't use luck points, you can find more prey and help find the way. The day before departure, he prepared enough dry food for his family, made some dishes that could be stored for a long time, and instructed Shen Mo. You can eat these when you heat them up, and I'll be back in 3 or 4 days, so don't cause trouble at home. Shen Mo rubbed her hands. I also want to go with you. You are now a veterinarian in the production team, you have a duty, you can't leave casually. Shen Mo nodded aggrievedly and muttered in a low voice, got it, I'll miss you. What did you say? I said I understood. No, I'm talking about the following sentence. She lowered her head. I said, I will miss you. Then he stood on tiptoe, pulled Lu Qingjiang's neck, asked him to lower his head, and dropped a kiss on his cheek. Then he ran back to his room in a panic and closed the door with a bang. As soon as Uncle Shen heard the movement, he sighed again. Xiao Mo, you closed the door lightly, which startled my grandfather. Lu Qingyang touched the place where he was kissed just now and smirked. Finally, be bolder and kiss somewhere else. The next day, Wang Dagong announced that it would be best for the members of the hunting party to act together these days. Sun Xiangqian wondered, what's wrong? Wasn't it all squad action before? A wolf pack has entered our forest farm, at least a dozen, the squad is not safe, let's act together with a large army. Wolves, I've never seen it with my own eyes. Sun Xiangqian's tone sounded a little excited. Yang Xiaoshin pushed his arm, the wolf pack is very strong, don't think that they can be tamed like hunting dogs, especially our wolves here, they are very powerful. What do you say? If the wolves don't hurt people, we can't hurt them easily, they are the messengers of the mountain god. Different regions have different sayings, but without exception, the mountain people here respect the mountain god who gives them resources. Then we can only hide from the wolves. It's best not to have a head-on conflict with them, we haven't had a wolf pack here for a long time, and the lone wolf's words are easy to deal with, just drive it away. Lu Qingyang thought of the huge gray wolf he saw some time ago. Under the sunlight, the fur glowed with a faint silver color, very beautiful. If they hide in their forest, it is still safe, and they are afraid that they will be killed by the hunting party next door. Captain Wang, yesterday, the hunting party of the advance brigade didn't come to us, right? Wang Dagong wondered, good guys, why are they coming to us? Wait a minute, have you seen them come? Ji Ernia took the opportunity to say, not only that, there was almost a conflict, but fortunately, Lu Qingyang drove them away in time, otherwise they were going to hunt wolves here with us. Wang Dagong frowned, there is such a thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Qingyang touched his head, isn't there nothing wrong, and I don't want Captain Wang to add to your troubles. Thinking of the incident he dealt with the educated youth of the forward brigade before, Wang Dagong felt that this matter was definitely not as simple as Lu Qingyang said. Let's be careful, they don't have as many taboos as we have. Chapter 221 Lu Qingyang hit someone. A group of people were stationed in a cave next to Emerald Lake at night. The cave is filled with a fragrance, and the hooker has a big appetite. Lu Qingyang brought the hot pot base he had boiled before, and it was cooking in a large pot. During the day, a yellow sheep was caught, and the freshly cut mutton was thrown directly into the cauldron, and the aroma of mutton filled the entire cave. Wang Dagong ate the most happily. Although this taste is a little spicy, it is really delicious, you see that I even sweat when I eat. He shouted that it was spicy and took a sip of wine happily. A group of people laughed and ate. Quick, add some more cabbage in it. Lu Qingyang took a bite of mutton, which was different from the local way of eating. As soon as the shabu shabu lamb was swallowed, it immediately felt hot in the stomach, and even the whole person warmed up. If you like to eat more, it's rare to have such an opportunity. After eating and drinking, there was no way to fall asleep immediately, so everyone naturally talked about colorful jokes. Ji Ernia looked satisfied after eating, glanced at Cao Hunbin with a serious face next to him, and couldn't help but tease. Boy, I heard that Zhang's hiking is the most beautiful girl in our educated youth academy, how do you get along? Cao Hunbin looked like he was 5 big and 4 thick, and when he heard the other party talk about Zhang Wanwan, he immediately blushed, but no one could see it. What nonsense, it's a shadowless thing. Zhang Wanwan told him that the matter between the two of them could not be known to everyone. Only after the formal engagement can it be said. If this does not work, it will ruin the reputation of both parties. Therefore, he has always denied the relationship between the two. How can this be called nonsense? We have all seen it. You are still holding hands with Zhang Ziking, right? No. Cao Hunbin rubbed his hands irritably. This unnatural appearance, even those who don't know about this matter can see that Cao Hunbin is really dealing with the object. But, how did I see that you gave Zhang's hiking a bag of flour that you finally exchanged before? How did you survive the second half of the month? Cao Hunbin didn't think about it. I'm a big man, just deal with it, she can't do it, how delicate she is. Yo, look at what I said. It turned out that Ge Ernio had deliberately said this just now, and Cao Hunbin really followed the words. You, don't talk to you anymore, tease me all day. This speaker has no intention, the listener has a heart. Cao Hungbin is their hunting party after all. Wang Dagang frowned after listening. This loves your daughter-in-law, it must be a good thing, but you must also keep your eyes open, don't be fascinated by the other party's beauty, and don't understand the situation. Cao Hungbin was dissatisfied. Captain Wang, if you have anything to say, you have to tell Lu Qingyang, look at what daughter-in-law he is looking for, sloppy, and his temper is still bad. Wang Dagang took another sip of sorghum wine and retorted, what's wrong with Lu Qingyang? The daughter-in-law he found is very good. A few days ago there was a problem with my horse's leg, it was the girl who cured it, she is a capable person. Shen Yada used to be a little irritable, but now she has restrained a lot. This is about to start a family, sensible. No matter how bad Shen Mo's reputation is, she is also a native of the Liaxi Brigade, and Wang Dagang can't hear anyone speak ill of her. Cao Hungbin turned around and stopped talking. Who is Zhang Wanwan? She is as beautiful as a fairy, and it is already shit luck to be able to look at herself. What else can he dislike? He must be good to her wholeheartedly. Look at you, I'm giving you some guidance as a person who has been here. People, don't just look at your appearance, and don't live too humble. Cao Hungbin didn't listen at all, and picked up a piece of mutton and put it in his mouth. It doesn't matter if there is no staple food, eating meat can also fill you up. If only these muttons could be left for Wan, she would definitely like it. Lu Qingyang could see at a glance that Cao Hungbin was completely fascinated. Just like the original owner of the previous life, he willingly made Zhang Wanwan a licking dog. To put it nicely, pure love for the god of war. To say it ugly, it is extremely stupid. Lu Qingyang stood up suddenly, walked straight towards Cao Hungbin, and threw a punch. Shen Mo is 100 times better than Zhang Wanwan, no, it is 1,000 times, 10,000 times, countless times. So Cao Hungbin, don't speak ill of Shen Mo in front of me in the future, I will beat you once I see you. Everyone present was stunned, especially Cao Hungbin, who covered his face and felt his cheeks swollen, immediately stood up and rushed forward, wanting to fight back. As for it, isn't it just a woman? Lu Qingyang was not used to him, so he directly held his fist and pressed it behind him, and Cao Hungbin screamed in pain. Cao Hungbin didn't expect that Lu Qingyang's strength was so great that he couldn't break free at all. Yes, a woman, but she is a daughter-in-law who has not passed the door, and I am a family. Ernie immediately leaned between the two. No, everyone is brothers, is it necessary? Cao Hungbin said dissatisfiedly, whoever is a brother to him, you rely on you to bully people. Lu Qingyang grinned and laughed, I'm going to bully you, if you can beat me, let's talk about it. Originally, he didn't want to be so cruel, but now, some people are born with the need to be stimulated and like to ask for trouble. Cao Hungbin couldn't beat Lu Qingyang, so he could only shrink aside angrily. Some people in the hunting party think that Lu Qingyang did the right thing, but some people think he did too much. Wang Dagang, as the captain, must say a few words about him on the surface. Okay, Lu Qingyang, you did it first this time, you didn't do this right, you come out with me. Lu Qingyang straightened his waist, he was not empty, on the contrary, he was very happy. I am even more happy with my increasingly agile skills. He followed Wang Dagang and walked out of the cave. Xiao Lu, it's not me who said you. Wang Dagang still had a serious expression just now, but suddenly turned around and showed a smile. You fought really refreshingly just now, it's a good thing to love your daughter-in-law. I, Wang Dagang, have the most esteemed thing in my life to love my daughter-in-law, and I asked you to come out and pretend to teach you a lesson, just pretending, and the group of people in the province are not convinced. Lu Qingyang expressed his understanding that as a captain, he naturally needs majesty to convince the public, although Wang Dagang is a talkative spoiled wife in his own eyes. Okay, Captain Wang, just say whatever you want. Wang Dagang could only clear his throat and pretended to shout at a big tree. It's not right to hit people, there are things that should be discussed, look at how you hurt people. Lu Qingyang was amused by this scene. Chapter 222 Encounter with Wolves. After scolding a few words, Wang Dagang waved his hand and said, No, it's too cold outside, I really can't stand it, let's go back. The play has been done enough. Wang Dagang is still thinking about the hot pot inside, and wants to go back and eat 2 more bites. You go in first, I'll stay a little longer. Okay, come back quickly, it's cold outside. Lu Qingyang lowered his body and called for steamed buns, and a wolf and a dog surrounded him at his feet. In the night, a dexterous figure jumped directly on his shoulder. Lu Qingyang touched Sable's head. Is there any news? People, the wolves are not far from here. The Sable straightened up and looked in the southeast direction. They are in that direction. I know, thank you, little Sable. Lu Qingyang took out the dried fish, and the Sable immediately took it away happily. He looked thoughtfully in the southeast direction, since it was not far from them, but the wolves did not attack them. Were they ready to act late at night? Or do these wolves have other purposes? Lu Qingyang picked up Xiao Huiwei and thought about it. They won't come to you. Xiao Huiwei snorted twice and got into Lu Qingyang's arms. When Xiao Huiwei was a child, he grew up with rhubarb milk, and after weaning, he always followed him. It can be said that he grew up watching it, and if the wolves really wanted to take it away, he would be reluctant to do so. If I had known this, I wouldn't have taken you out. Just now, Lu Qingyang lost his temper and beat Cao Hunban, which showed his attitude and position. No matter who it is, Shen Mo is not allowed to say anything bad about her. If he doesn't make a move this time, everyone will think he doesn't care. When he re-entered the cave, everyone's eyes on him really changed. Sun Xiangqian gave him a thumbs up and whispered, "You were really energetic just now. Cao Hunban is still hiding in it and uncomfortable. You are simply a model for our generation. If someone says Xiao Tang, will you take action? To be honest, I really don't have your bravery." He may argue with Cao Hunban in private, but he doesn't dare to do it in front of so many people. Lu Qingyang felt that Cao Hunban was completely fascinated by Zhang Wanwan, and it definitely didn't make sense to tell him, so it was better to solve it directly with his fists. In the future, there will be times when this kid regrets it. In the dead of night, everyone was about to start getting into the road deer quilt to rest, but Lu Qingyang took the initiative to asking to keep vigil in the middle of the night. He wanted to find a way to contact the wolves and see what their purpose was. Lu Qingyang sat next to the creaking fire, still snuggled up to a wolf and a dog. He touched the back of the steamed bun from time to time. His eyes were squinted slightly, but in fact, he was always paying attention to every move outside. The rest of the hounds, as if they felt something, suddenly raised their heads, ready to bark. Lu Qingyang suddenly stood up and made a silent gesture towards them. "Shh, don't make noise, you stay here obediently. If there is danger, come in and attack again. Steamed buns, you stay here too." The steamed bun snorted and leaned on Lu Qingyang's leg reluctantly, meaning, it wants to go with it. Okay, it's really a puppy, and it's not afraid of heaven and earth. Lu Qingyang tiptoed out, and not far away, a snow-white figure jumped out of the forest and stopped at Lu Qingyang's feet. "People, the wolves are there." Lu Qingyang followed the snow fox leading the way in front, and his heart beat wildly. He didn't know why he was excited until the snow fox stopped. "People, I can only take you here, the wolves are in front." After saying that, it burrowed into the woods again. The woods of the night are very terrifying, not to mention the existence of unknown beasts in this forest. Lu Qingyang squinted his eyes. He had previously discovered that there was a bug in the health value of Space Plus. For sick or injured people, adding health points can help alleviate the condition or heal wounds. But if a healthy person adds health value, he will have a physical fitness that surpasses that of ordinary people. For example, he now adds 50 health points to his own eyes. You can see everything dark around you like a night vision animal. He could also see clearly that a huge gray wolf was walking in front of him, and his sharp eyes were looking at him vigilantly. There were more than a dozen pairs of green eyes behind him. Seeing this situation, the steamed bun shrank at Lu Qingyang's feet in fear and began to tremble. However, Xiao Huiwei immediately rushed forward and let out an awkward dog bark. As soon as Lu Qingyang touched its body, he could hear Xiao Huiwei's voice, "Get away, this person is covered by me." Lu Qingyang laughed and laughed. Such a small wolf cub, the courage was not small. As soon as the Wolf King saw Xiao Huiwei, his vigilant appearance just now disappeared, replaced by a slightly tender gaze. Lu Qingyang knew that it would not hurt Xiao Huiwei, so he gave a piece of meat washed with spiritual spring water and asked Xiao Huiwei to take it over and give it to the Wolf King. Xiao Huiwei was puzzled. "Master, why do you want to give it meat? It wants to bully you." Lu Qingyang did not explain. "Go, you will know later." The newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, and Xiao Huiwei held the piece of meat in his mouth and slowly approached the Wolf King. Until the meat was placed in front of the Wolf King, it raised its small head proudly. "This is a reward for my master." The Wolf King lowered his head and smelled the meat, but did not eat it immediately. "But this piece of meat is extremely tempting for it. It's so strange, this has never happened before. Eat quickly, my master is powerful, he won't harm you," Xiao Hui shouted in a milky voice. The Wolf King lowered his head and sniffed again, and without smelling any dangerous breath, he swallowed the meat in one bite. Lu Qingyang saw that it had eaten the meat, and slowly began to approach the wolves. "I don't want to hurt you, and you don't want to hurt me, I just want to know what your intention is here." The Wolf King raised his head suddenly, thinking that he had heard it wrong. He had never encountered a human who could speak wolf language. As the human's mouth closed one by one, he could hear it clearly. The Wolf King turned his head and asked the wolf next to him, "Can you hear me?" What that human said. The wolf behind him shook his head. "Leader, what are you still hesitating about? There is only one human, why don't we bite him to death and take the cub away? I know you see me as a person and think I should be easy to deal with, but you can try, whether you are fast or my gun is fast." Chapter 223 Wolf Cub. Xiao Huiwei, return to nature or follow Lu Qingyang? In fact, Lu Qingyang had no bottom when he said this, but he just relied on his own golden fingers. It's really not good, his various gold fingers can always work. The Wolf King motioned for the wolves behind him not to move. "Humans, we are not afraid of you, but you saved my cub." The The Wolf King lowered his head, glanced at the chubby man who was raised, and glared at his little gray with a look on his face. The flesh on his face was squeezed together, and he couldn't see the wolf cub soon. The little but twisted hard, and it looked like it was really good. So, this time we will let you go. My purpose here is very simple, to find my child. In addition to this reason, in fact, the mountains and forests on which they survive are all full of logging teams. The threat of humans forced them to find another place to live. Xiao Huiwei understood what the Wolf King said, shook his head, took a few steps back, and ran towards Lu Qingyang. No, I'm not leaving, I'm going to stay by the master's side. It looked at the wolves uncertainly, as if they were looking like them. Looks very similar to himself. Lu Qingyang lowered his head and rubbed Xiao Huiwei's head. The woods are your home, if you want to leave, I will not stop you. From behind the Wolf King, a slightly smaller she-wolf walked out. It began to roar towards Xiao Huiwei, perhaps due to nature. Xiao Huiwei immediately responded, whoa. Sure enough, the blood vein could not be suppressed, and Lu Qingyang was reluctant to let go of Xiao Huiwei. I'll leave it to you to choose. Xiao Huiwei looked at the wolves on the opposite side, and then looked at Lu Qingyang behind him, and fell into a dilemma. Finally, amidst the call of the she-wolf, she stumbled forward. Lu Qingyang was also very helpless, and it was useless to force him to stay if he couldn't keep it. Xiao Huiwei threw herself into the arms of the she-wolf, whining and whining. Maybe she still remembered her mother's arms in her memories. Then he looked back at Lu Qingyang behind him. I'm sorry, I can't go with you, I want to stay by the master's side. The Wolf King could feel how well the wolf cubs were raised with this human. On the contrary, they had to sleep in the wind, and the fate of wolves in the wild was either to starve to death or to die in battle. The she-wolf rubbed Xiao Huiwei's head affectionately, very reluctant. The Wolf King spoke, let it go. Lu Qingyang didn't hear their conversation, and thought that Xiao Huiwei was really going to leave with his parents. He picked up the steamed bun and planned to take it back first. The steamed bun raised its head weakly and whimpered, as if it was reluctant to give up. At this moment, a round body came running from the woods. Master, take me with you. Lu Qingyang was very surprised. Why didn't you leave with the wolves? Xiao Huiwei has grown up. Xiao Huiwei has to choose for himself. I want to follow the master. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang was still moved for a moment. He picked it up as well. This is your choice, and you will have to live a hard life with me in the future. Whoa, whoa. The Wolf King led the wolves and gradually disappeared into the woods until they could no longer be seen. Along the way, Xiao Huiwei kept muttering, Master, that big wolf told me that if the master has trouble in the future, you can send me to find him, he will help you, I remember his taste. And steamed buns, why are you so bold? Look at how bold I am. The steamed bun didn't dare to speak until now. There were more than a dozen wolves opposite, and he was a dog that was not yet a year old. Lu Qingyang sneaked back into the cave and sat in front of the fire. Wang Dagong suddenly turned over, turned his back to him and asked, Xiao Lu, where did you go just now? How can I hear a wolf's howl? Lu Qingyang replied without changing his face, I just heard the wolf cry and went out. I have already seen it, there is no problem, the wolves have left here. That's good. Wang Dagong closed his eyes again. In fact, he has always been in a state of vigilance. Even when he sleeps, he is still in a half-asleep state. Lu Qingyang just appeared and he found out, but he didn't break it. Early the next morning, Wang Dagong led the hunting party to set off again. Along the way, an old hunting dog was teaching steamed buns and Xiao Huiwei some hunting experience. Outsiders looked like three dogs walking together, smelling for a while and barking for a while. But Lu Qingyang could feel that the old hound was teaching the two of them with his heart. So I took jerky out of my pocket and fed the old hound. The old hound is taught to be more dedicated. Lu Qingyang could hear it saying, you two have good qualifications, but you lack experience, and I will show you the prey later. What is real technology? In fact, sometimes, it is also very interesting to be able to hear animals clearly. But the premise that triggers this condition is that they must drink the spiritual spring water, or dip the food in the spiritual spring water, in order for their language to be converted into human language. G.E. Ernia saw him looking down at the three dogs and smirking. Qingyang, what are you doing? It's nothing, isn't this boring, just have some fun? G.E. Ernia glanced at Cao Hungbin not far away, approached him and said softly, you did a beautiful job last night, although I have known Hungbin for a long time, but I really can't get used to him like that. Do you know? He also asked us to borrow money in private, knowing that he was a person who had saved more before. Tisk tisk, it's a pity, you can't wake him up. Since you can't wake up, let him suffer by himself. I just can't get used to him holding one and stepping on one, and Shen Mo is still my fiancé. Is it his turn to point fingers? That's the truth. At the same time, G.E. Ernie also began to be curious, what kind of magic Shen Mo, this little girl, had. Let people like Lu Qingyang die like this. He also saw it last time, that is, a little girl with yellow hair. The only one he took was that he was quite good at hunting, and his reputation for beating people was also quite widespread. But as Lu Qingyang said before, you can't look at the surface of anything. John Wanwan is good looking, right, like a bloodsucker. In just a few days, Cao Hungbin's energy and money are almost sucked out. I heard that Shen Mo is a veterinarian in our brigade. No, it can not only cure animals, but also treat people. If you are uncomfortable, you can also come to her to see a doctor and keep it for cure. Gee, Ernia couldn't believe it. How can this person be the same as an animal? Just blow it. Look at you blowing Shen Mo out of the flowers. That's not to blow hard. This is his Lu Qingjiang's strict selection, and it is good to keep it first class. If you don't want a bride price, which girls can do it? Chapter 224. It's over, I'm going to be a meal today. One morning, they found nothing. Even Wan Dogon began to be distressed. Is this like words? We didn't hunt anything all morning. Don't worry, we'll hunt when it's time to hunt, Captain Wan. Let's take a break first, okay? Okay, rest first. I've been busy all morning. Why haven't I hunted a rabbit? Lu Qingyang, you will lead the team in the afternoon. Lu Qinjiang's luck has always been good, and I hope his good luck can bring some to the hunting party. Done. Who said there are no rabbits? Don't you think there are rabbits there? Yang Xiaoshan was about to raise his gun, but was stopped by Lu Qingyang. Don't waste bullets, let the cubs practice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingyang saw the old hound rushing out with steamed buns and little gray ash. The old hound ran over and over again, and did not forget to remind the two little ones behind him. When you get close to your prey, you should slow down, and don't make any noise. But the two little guys obviously didn't listen to it, rushed directly to the front and did not brake the car at all. As soon as the hare heard the movement, it ran wildly. The old hound looked helpless. Didn't I ask you to slow down? Look how reckless you are, you still have to hone your temper. But steamed buns and little gray did not slow down, but followed the hare into the forest. You guys come back quickly, come back quickly. The old hound had no choice but to follow the buttocks of the two little ones and rush out. Yang Xiaoshan said, Qingyang, your puppies have run away. Don't worry about them, they'll be back soon, our husband is boiling water. The steamed buns and the little gray rushed forward, and a wolf and a dog rushed towards the rabbit. Until the hare ran into the nest, the rabbit breathed a sigh of relief and felt that something was digging outside. The old hound chased after him and saw two little ones groaning in the rabbit nest. You two are really bold. Why are there no shadows before you finish speaking? Do you know how dangerous it is here? Stop planing, go back quickly. Xiao Huiwei refused to give up. The rabbit ran in. I want to dig it out. What else are you digging? I just smelled it. There is a wolf smell here. When the time comes, you will really meet a wolf. Be careful that you become their food. As soon as the steamed bun heard that there was a wolf, his movements slowed down. Xiao Huiwei was not afraid at all. What are you afraid of? They are very friendly. Little young man, this wolf is not easy to mess with. The ancestors of our dogs are them, but they are much more powerful than us. Xiao Huiwei worked hard to dig the rabbit nest, and finally forced the rabbit to have no way out. Bite the hare in one bite, woo-woo. Since we have been caught, let's get out of here quickly. Don't get too far away from people. The old hound sniffed here and there, and suddenly smelled a strange smell under the tree, and the hair on his back almost stood up. Hurry up, these smells smell fresh, these wolves must still be around. Before Wang Wan could finish, the old hound raised his head and saw a huge wolf standing in front of him. My legs began to tremble with fright, and it was over, and today was going to be a meal on the plate. Who knows, the Wolf King just smelled it and walked straight to the back. The Wolf King let the wolves leave first, and he was not far from the humans, wanting to see how Xiao Huiwei was doing. I saw my silly girl actually digging a pit to catch rabbits. The steamed bun and the old hound's body stood there stiffly, not daring to move, really not daring to move. As soon as Xiao Huiwei saw the big man, he immediately jumped to its side and stepped on the rabbit with one of his paws. Look at the wild rabbits I caught, and the master will definitely praise me. The gray wolf's voice was low. Wait for me, you help me bring something to that person. If it weren't for that person helping himself last time, maybe it would have died under the shotgun. And yesterday he ate the piece of meat that Xiao Huiwei brought, and the wounds on his body gradually began to heal. In front of so many wolf brothers last night, it couldn't express its gratitude, so this time let Xiao Huiwei do it for him. The gray wolf turned to leave, and the old hound couldn't wait to escape. Run away, God, how can there be such a big bad wolf? Xiao Huiwei stopped in front of it. Don't be afraid, I know this big guy, he won't hurt you, he let us wait here, don't leave yet. The old hound was about to run away, but the Wolf King had already dragged his prey over. You guys take this back. Thank you, big man. As soon as he turned around, he found that the steamed bun and the old hound were both lying on the ground, exposing their bellies. What are you doing? Hurry up and help. Help it, bring these back. Until the majestic voice of the Wolf King sounded. The old hound and the steamed bun turned over and approached cautiously. The Wolf King's eyes fell on the steamed bun. Protect it well, if it is injured, I will not let you go. The steamed bun replied tremblingly, collect. Received the order. Come to the forest in the future, I will teach you hunting skills. I have already heard human voices, you go back quickly. After that, it turned around and disappeared into the woods. The old hound breathed a sigh of relief. The blood suppression really couldn't hurt. You two are not a little bit, you can actually know the Wolf King, it's really not in vain to teach you. Lu Qingjiang's voice had already changed from far to near. Steamed buns, Xiao Huiwei, Lao Wang, where have you been? Come back soon. Xiao Huiwei immediately began to scream wildly, responding to Lu Qingjiang's cry. Why did you come here? Hurry up. We're on our way. Xiao Huiwei roared a few times, reminding Lu Qingyang to look at the ground. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw a medium-sized wild boar. This is what you hunted? Xiao Huiwei shook his head, and Lu Qingyang heard what it said clearly. It was given to you by the big guy, saying thank you for saving it. Big guy. Lu Qingyang thought hard for a while, and then suddenly realized, you mean that big gray wolf with a super size? Yes. Also, this is the wild rabbit I caught, and it is also for you to eat. Xiao Huiwei wagged his drooping tail, hoping to get a few praises from Lu Qingyang. You're really amazing, you can catch a hare at a young age. Lu Qingyang was dragging a wild boar in one hand and a hare in the other, and was about to leave, but he heard a rustling sound. What sound? The steamed bun immediately ran to the rabbit nest alertly. Lu Qingyang put down his prey and followed, peeling open the dead branches and leaves, and found that there was a litter of little rabbits inside. He glanced at the cold rabbit corpse next to him. Xiao Huiwei opened his mouth wide, ready to bite the rabbits to death. Lu Qingyang hurriedly stopped. Wait first. Chapter 225 Sun Xiangqian. There is no reason for me to let you suffer any loss. The female rabbit's body is cold, and this litter of little rabbits will most likely not survive. Lu Qingyang originally wanted to put the little rabbit into the space first and bring it back. Who knew that he heard a sound? Warning! Warn! The space has not yet turned on the farm function. Does this mean that this space can evolve into a farm function in the future? But if you think about it carefully, this is normal. There is already a fish pond and farmland. Isn't there a shortage of a farm now? When the task of the fish pond is completed, it should be able to evolve out of the farm. There were almost 5 or 6 little rabbits in a litter, and Lu Qingyang directly took off his hat and threw the little rabbit in. Regardless of whether he raised his job or not, he abides by the rules of the hunter. Little Huiwei, remember in the future that pregnant and breastfeeding prey cannot be killed, and we also have a way to hunt. Lu Qingyang directly took the wild boar into the space. Honor his prey, he will definitely accept it. When they returned to the team, Wang Dagong looked at the rabbit in the dog's mouth. Did you really bring the rabbit back? Yes, Lao Wang, you have a lot of skills, and you can even take the cubs to hunt. Wang Dagong lowered his head and touched the head of the old hound. This dog has been with him for 5 or 6 years, and it can be regarded as a long-lived hunting dog, following his surname Wang. Lao Wang, a marginal old dog, was praised by his owner for the first time in a long time, and he still wagged his tail happily. Sun Xiangqian saw something hidden in Lu Qinjiang's hat, and when he came over, it turned out to be a few fluffy little rabbits. What are you doing with these meatless things? Without your mother, the little rabbit can't live. Others can't support it, but he Lu Qingyang can support it. If this kind of wild rabbit is brought back as an adult, it is very likely to be angry with itself, and the little rabbit is just right, and it is slowly raised without temperament. Moreover, rabbits have a strong reproductive ability, so breeding is the most suitable. Take it back to play with your daughter-in-law. When Sun Xiangqian thought of Shen Mo, he only felt that the rabbit would be teased to death by her. But when I think of my fiancé, I usually like small animals the most. He hurriedly followed Lu Qingyang and asked flatteringly, why don't you give me one? If you don't give it, find it yourself. In the afternoon, Lu Qingyang led the team towards the forest. It was also strange. Lu Qingyang walked in front, and they hunted a roe deer in 3 steps and a wild boar in 4 steps. Wang Dagong smiled happily. There was indeed metaphysics in it, and Lu Qingyang was indeed a person protected by the mountain god. Cao Hunban was unhappy because he had been beaten by Lu Qingyang before. Not only that, Ge Erniu, who was good with him before, ignored him, which made him feel very unhappy. Deliberately wanted to fall behind and slowed down the team's walking. Lu Qinjiang's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly noticed that something was wrong with him, so he deliberately clicked. Captain Wang, our walking speed can't go to the next cave when it's dark. To spend the night in the forest, you must choose a cave or a camp left before, otherwise you are likely to lose temperature and freeze to death. The cave can also block the attack of wild beasts, which is safer than the open air. Wang Dagong glanced at Cao Hunban at the back of the team and knew that he did it on purpose. He pulled his throat and walked up. Cao Hunban, hurry up, if you delay time, we will freeze to death outside. It doesn't matter if you freeze to death, but don't implicate our hunting team. Although Wang Dagong spoke unceremoniously, he was telling the truth. In the winter woods, there are crises hidden everywhere. Everyone began to be dissatisfied and began to talk about Cao Hunban. Hunban, hurry up, hesitate, the bride is in the sedan chair. Although Cao Hunban was not convinced, he could only speed up his pace and follow them. It wasn't until they finally arrived at the cave before dark that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Rest, warmth. Lu Qingyang touched his slightly chapped face, took out a special cream and wiped it on his face. Cao Hungbin was excited after seeing it, and finally found the place to complain. Ouch, Lu Qingyang, are you a little girl? Do you still want to use alabaster cream? The chirped. Who stipulated that only little girls can use it? Cracked face without applying some cream? Do you want to let yourself become uglier and uglier like you? Cao Hungbin choked as he said, where am I ugly? I am manly, and Zhang's hiking is interested in my connotation, not my appearance. His words obviously had the element of deliberate concealment that there was no silver here. Lu Qingyang looked at his blue eyes that were bruised by himself yesterday, his face flushed after frostbite, and shook his head. A few other teammates came up. Qingyang, give me a try. I want to try it too. Those female educated youths like to smear this thing on their faces. Lu Qingyang explained seriously, I'm different from theirs, it's for hunting, the cold wind blows outside every day, and my face isn't dry. To be precise, he was not a cream at all, but just a jar of alabaster paste. It is cold in the mountains, and the hands and face are frostbitten, so applying this cream made of herbs and spiritual springs can quickly reduce swelling and relieve pain. Ouch, this effect is really good. Ge Ernia wiped 2 lumps on his face, and the tingling on his face disappeared instantly. Lu Qingyang immediately closed the lid. If you use it like this, 1 bottle is not enough for you to make in a few days. Seeing that the good brothers of the past neglected themselves and laughed with others, Cao Hungbin didn't mention how much he was responsive. He didn't realize what was wrong with him at all, he just felt that someone else was targeting him, so he sat aside dissatisfied. Wang Dagong stewed a pot of broth and threw a few pieces to the hound next to him. You all performed well today, you all have a share. Don't grab it, didn't I say it? All have a share. Yang Xiaoshin took a sip of the broth cooked by the captain and did not express any opinion. Sun Xiangqian also tried to take a sip and almost spat it out. He missed Lu Qinjiang's craftsmanship a little, and the food he cooked was quite delicious. Lu Qingyang heated up the tortilla and pretended to gnaw it. Sun Xiangqian sniffed his nose vigorously. It smells so good, what does it smell like? What's wrong? You have meat to eat, and you're still staring at my dry cake. I watched you eat cake, it is more fragrant than this meat. How can this be? It must be meat that tastes better than dry food. You eat first, I'll go outside to relieve myself first. In fact, Lu Qinjiang's tortilla is specially made by him, and there is meat filling in the middle, so it is particularly fragrant. If it is discovered by the group of people inside, it is estimated that there will be no shadow. In addition, he took out some carrots from the space, cut them into small pieces, and fed them to the little rabbits. After eating and drinking, I returned to the cave. Sun Xiangqian put his shoulders suspiciously. What are you doing outside, sneaky? I'm above board. Okay. Sun Xiangqian asked softly, your cream just now, is there anything? I want to give my daughter-in-law an hour. It's not married yet, daughter-in-law's call. No, is the date set? It's still a month before you. Lu Qingyang was also unceremonious. After you go back, take the food stamps and exchange them for me. That's for sure. Where is there a reason for you to suffer? Sun Xiangqian knew that the things in Lu Qinjiang's hands were all good things, and he was willing to exchange food stamps for face. If you change it outside, you can't exchange it for money. Chapter 226. Anyone who bullies our little Jasmine deserves a good beating. In the next few days, the hunting went exceptionally smoothly, and the hunting team naturally returned with a full load. Even the entire production team enjoyed the blessings, and after receiving the meat, they began to praise the hunting team. To say that this hunting is still the most powerful in our production team, my cousin is from the Mayday production team, and she is not blessed to eat so much meat. Wang Dagon listened, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Captain Wang, thanks to the hunting team you led, we have to thank you. You don't have to thank me, it's all a collective credit, and I want you to take care of this group of cubs in the future. That's for sure. Privately, Lu Qingyang didn't get a little meat, and he couldn't wait to go back to see Shen Mo. Uncle Shen said that she went out to see a doctor for Ma and hadn't come back yet. Lu Qingyang planned to sneak over to see her, wanting to see how she treated Ma, and also wanted to surprise her. Before he reached the villager's house, he heard a fierce quarrel. This horse was originally lame, why did you see it lame for a while? Shen Mo shouted spicily, what do you mean not to be lame? You don't pay attention yourself, look at what the horse's hooves are worn out. Can this horse walk normally, and the horse runs, and the horse doesn't eat grass? Where in the world is there such a truth? You girl, you're really rude. I'm just pointing out your mistakes. If you do this again, even if I am cured now, it won't be long before this horse's leg will be useless. The old man said, hey, I said that you girl's family, why are you talking nonsense? Obviously you are the one who cured it. The old woman said again, yes, we all saw it with our own eyes. This is because Shen Mo is young, thinking that she has no experience, and deliberately putting the responsibility on her. Lu Qingyang frowned, and was about to go in to help Shen Mo speak. Suddenly, the voice of an old man and an old woman screamed, "Why are you still beating people? Damn it, hitting someone, bullying the elderly. I'm here to see you in the line of duty as a veterinarian, but I'm not here to quarrel with you, besides, you are ready to do it first." Shen Mo unceremoniously scolded the two guys who relied on the old and sold the old, plus beat them. Lu Qingyang listened to the movement outside and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He almost forgot that Shen Mo didn't need his protection. Lu Qingyang leaned against the wall, waiting for her to come out. "Have you taken it? Let me ask you if you have taken it?" The old man and the old lady said weakly, convinced, submitted. "Girl, oh, don't fight." Shen Mo crossed her waist and looked sophisticated. "Just take it. Let me tell you, I don't usually hit the older ones, but you made me really unbearable. Hurry up and take good care of this horse, until the leg injury is healed. You are not allowed to let it work, did you hear it?" "I heard it, let's listen to you." Shen Mo stopped his hand. "That's pretty much it, okay, I'm going to call it a day." She turned her head and swaggered out with the medicine box. It wasn't until he saw that Lu Qingyang was already waiting for her by the wall that he realized that everything just now was seen by him. "When did you come? I taught people a lesson just now." "You saw it too?" she asked with a little apprehension. Lu Qingyang nodded lightly and gave a thumbs up. "Quite brave, impressive." Shen Mo's cheeks were slightly red. "Actually, I don't usually do this." "I think you're doing a good job." Even when he was away, Shen Mo could completely protect herself, which he thought was very good. "I will keep it in the future." Shen Mo raised her head proudly. "I also think it's a good job." Then he was indignant. "It's not because they have done too much, I have already come to see it once last time. The horse's hooves are injured. I said to let the horse rest for 7 days, they refused, and let it carry people, and now the wound has worsened again. Although it's just cattle and horses, after all, they have worked hard, and they have to rest well to have the energy to do more work, and they are doing this is not worth the loss." Lu Qingyang nodded in agreement. "You're right, cattle and horses also have to rest and recuperate." He couldn't help but sigh. "People are not another form of cattle and horses." "Then how did you start fighting?" "I didn't do it first, they pushed and shoved first. I thought it would be better to take the opportunity to teach them a lesson and have a long memory." "Well played. Bullying our little Jasmine, you should be treated well. Get on the bike and let's go back." Shen Mo jumped on the back seat of the bicycle and described the scene at that time vividly, and Lu Qingyang listened silently. When passing by the half-closed door of Aunt Liu's house, this scene happened to fall into Lu Fang's prying eyes. "Look how vulgar this is, she is so close to a man before she has passed the door, and she lets a man live in her house, so she lacks men?" I can't tell whether it is disdain for Shen Mo's behavior, or envy and jealousy. The two didn't hear him complain secretly, and Shen Mo jumped out of the back seat with a smile. "Lu Qingyang, why do you feel like you haven't seen me for a few days? You've lost a little weight, you must not be eating well outside." Lu Qingyang touched his stomach and sighed. "It's not. In the wild, it is a rotation to cook, and Lu Qingyang doesn't want to take everything on himself. It's a pity that except for himself, everyone else cooks too badly." Fortunately, he secretly brought a few tortillas and meat buns to cushion his stomach, and he had to avoid them to eat. If they see it, they will definitely be robbed. "However, this time I came back and brought back a lot of fresh roe deer meat. How do you think you want to eat it? I'll make it for you." Okay, didn't you say you wanted charcoal grilling before? I want to eat like that." Shen Mo took off her scarf and walked into the house with a smile. Lu Fang saw this scene from a distance, and a strange feeling filled his heart. Shen Mo doesn't look like the dirty girl no matter how you look at it. Her height seems to have quietly risen a little, and her face is becoming more and more beautiful and refined. Looking at it from a distance, her brilliance faintly surpassed Zhang Wanwan. Lu Fang kept comforting himself. He must have been dazzled. How could Shen Mo be more beautiful than Zhang Wanwan? He has a bad temper and can beat people, and Lu Qinjiang's life is better. Let's see. Lu Qingyang regretted it sooner or later, and Shen Mo would be abandoned like her mother sooner or later. Thinking like this, his heart instantly balanced a lot. Lu Qingyang took out the wood he brought back from the forest. "You think this kind of fruit would barbecue is the most suitable? You burn charcoal, I'll handle the meat." "Okay, I will do this." Lu Qingyang took out the relatively fresh roe deer meat, cut them into pieces, and threaded them on the thin branches. Lu Qingyang is not here these days. She gnaws buns and cakes every day. Although there is meat in it, she can't stand missing his craftsmanship. After the charcoal was burned, Lu Qingyang took the meat skewers and started grilling. Soon the fragrance began to permeate the tip of her nose, and Shen Mo sniffed the fragrance, looking intoxicated. "I really can't do without you, Lu Qingyang. Where can you do without me? You can't do without my craftsmanship." As the saying goes, to tie a man is to tie his stomach. He did the opposite, tied Shen Mo's stomach, and attracted her too. "Who said that I really can't live without you? You won't leave me, right?" She stared at Lu Qingyang with bright eyes, waiting for his answer. Chapter 227. No, Lu Qingyang is shameless. That's for sure. The modern corpses have been smashed to pieces, and there must be no going back. It is the right way to live here with peace of mind and open a new home with Shen Mo. The aroma of roe deer meat spread leisurely in the air, and Lu Qingyang directly picked up 2 skewers and stuffed them into Shen Mo's hand. Taste it, what does it taste like? Shen Mo instinctively reached out to take it, and the steaming meat skewer seemed to have some kind of magic, which made her can't wait to take a bite. In an instant, the delicious juice burst out in her mouth, making her frown slightly, but she couldn't help but laugh and said, it's so hot, but this taste is simply amazing. Don't worry, there is still a dish that hasn't been fried, ask Uncle Shen to come over for dinner. Got it. Shen Mo responded crisply, one hand and one string, left and right, one bite here, one bite there, and ate with relish. It was completely different from the menacing appearance in the villager's house just now, with a sweet smile on his face. Lu Qingyang baked dozens of skewers, baked a few more cakes, washed, and cut off the green onions. Shen Mo consciously wrapped the green onions and barbecue into the pancakes, wrapped them to the full, and took them to Lu Qingyang like a treasure. Look, is it tempting? Tempting. In fact, his eyes were on Shen Mo's oily lips. This is for you to eat. Good girl, you can actually give me your favorite food, and I didn't hurt you in vain. Shen Mo was not as simple as before, and as soon as she heard it, she knew that Lu Qingyang was joking with her. Lifted one foot and gently kicked him on the buttocks. Lu Qingyang's smile became brighter and brighter. It doesn't matter if you kick it twice more. Uncle Shen appeared in time, because he couldn't see it, and only heard the 2 children kicking something. Xiao Mo, why don't you learn well? How can you fight Qingyang? If you have anything to say, don't do it casually. Grandpa, I didn't do it, I was joking with him. It's best to do this. Uncle Shen sat down tremblingly, and Lu Qingyang had already brought the dishes to the table. He said politely, Grandpa, eat quickly, I'll do it today. Thank you for your hard work, you just came back from the mountain, and you have to be busy. It's still done, it's not very hard. Speaking of which, thanks to Uncle Shen's martial arts training secrets, otherwise his skills would get better and better. Now my body is tough, and I feel full of energy. If you don't work hard for a day, you will feel uncomfortable. Uncle Shen ate 2 pancakes, and it was a satisfaction. He pretended to stretch comfortably, but unexpectedly made a move, and suddenly, a sharp hand knife cut through the air and went straight to Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang leaned back quickly, Uncle Shen's offensive did not decrease, and a series of moves followed, each style with a strong wind, and he dodged them all with his reaction. Shen Mo hurriedly separated the 2. Grandpa, you still said that I bullied him, but you bullied him even more. Uncle Shen laughed, you have wrong Grandpa, I want to see his reflexes, fast enough, boy, he has grown a lot. Lu Qingyang also knew that Uncle Shen didn't want to hurt himself, but to test it. Where, thanks to you. Practice well, maybe it's really destined in the dark. Shen Mo didn't know what the 2 were talking about, she just felt mysterious. Lu Qingyang, is there any secret between you and my grandfather? What secret can there be? Shen Mo thought hard about it, although her grandfather taught her some fur kung fu before, he never taught her completely. The secret book passed down from the Shen family was never shown to her. Did my grandfather pass that book to you? Lu Qingyang didn't expect that Shen Mo would be able to guess. Grandpa is really partial, why didn't he let me learn the latter? He actually taught you, I'm still not his granddaughter. Lu Qingyang probably knew why Uncle Shen refused to show her. The latter content is indeed taboo for girls. Uncle Shen heard the conversation between the 2, you girl, it's for your own good that you don't let you learn, if you want to learn, let Qingyang teach you in the future, I don't care about you. Okay, Lu Qingyang remembers to teach me later. Lu Qingyang was silent and swallowed, and those fragrant movements merged with Shen Mo's expectant face. A certain position that should not reacted at this moment. He quickly turned around, got it, wait, I'll teach you when I learn it. Shen Mo looked puzzled, why are you so panicked, and there is still fine sweat oozing from your forehead. But feel hot? Lu Qingyang looked slightly embarrassed, the food is hot, it makes me sweaty and uncomfortable, don't come near me, so as not to get dirty and I'll take a shower first. Shen Mo had volunteered, then I'll help you boil water, and I can rub your back. After saying that, she had turned around and got busy, and Lu Qingyang didn't have time to stop her. For a while, he almost said what he thought, but now he can't do it without washing. Shen Mo was busy in the yard, sometimes wielding an axe to chop wood, sometimes leaning over to blow fire, and moving neatly. Lu Qingyang, it's okay, I'm already burned, take a shower quickly. The original large bathtub in Lu Qingyang's house has been moved over by Shen Mo. Try it and see how the water temperature is. Shen Mo had other thoughts in her heart, she took a bath by herself before, and was looked at by Lu Qingyang. Although he said that he did not see anything, she did not believe it. The best way is for her to look back, so that the 2 do not owe each other. Therefore, Shen Mo has been standing here, waiting eagerly for Lu Qingyang to take off his clothes. Lu Qingyang's expression was unnatural, do you want to stand here and watch me wash? Shen Mo laughed slyly, no, don't I want to help you rub your back? Are you serious, do you want to rub my back? Lu Qingyang had a bad idea and began to take off his pants slowly. Then I'll take it off. Shen Mo, who was still bold just now, didn't expect him to be so unrestrained. Why did you take off your pants first? Shouldn't you take off your clothes first? It's the same everywhere, you take it off first. The moment he took it off, he thought Shen Mo would turn around, but he didn't expect her to stare at him directly. Just study what a man is like. Mistake, he almost forgot, Shen Mo's character is like this. Lu Qinjiang's hand paused there, and Shen Mo was still urging, take it off, why don't you take it off? This made Lu Qingyang feel teased. You silly girl, you did it on purpose. Okay, look, I don't suffer anyway. Shen Mo watched Lu Qingyang take off his clothes and get into the bathtub. Suddenly felt that his whole body began to heat up, and he thought he could spoof Lu Qingyang, but now he was actually dizzy. Chapter 228 Shen Mo, I want to rub your back. Lu Qinjiang's face is not red and his heart is not beating. Anyway, it is all for his daughter-in-law. He also suffers, and his daughter-in-law loves to see it. He waved to her again, why don't you come and help me rub my back? As soon as Shen Mo saw Lu Qinjiang's meaningful expression, she immediately turned around. She is still not bold enough, and she is still not as cheeky as Lu Qingyang. The main reason is that Xu Xia and the fat girl instilled a lot of knowledge about women in her, which caused her to have concerns now. Shen Mo gritted her teeth, you soak for a while, I'll rub your back later. After she walked out of the house, Lu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that the little girl was so bold that she really wanted to rub his back. But since I came here, I have washed it at will, and I really haven't rubbed my back seriously. Thinking like this, Lu Qingyang soaked in the bathtub, and he was not afraid that the water would get cold, and stretched out his hand to guide the spiritual spring water in the space to come out. Lu Qingyang wanted to soak for a while, but who knew that Shen Mo came in again, still holding a piece of loofah in his hand. Come, I'll rub you, you have to endure it. Lu Qingyang exposed his strong back. Shen Mo took a deep breath, and began to rub at his back with loofah, and soon a layer of gray mud appeared. Lu Qingyang, who was rubbing, grinned, oh, hey, be light, the skin will be rubbed by you. How can this mud come down without a little effort? Shen Mo looked serious, and the boy carefully rubbed him all up and down. Between the steam and steam, Lu Qingyang couldn't see her expression clearly. After getting used to this intensity, I feel a lot more comfortable. Shen Mo continued to ask, do you want to continue in the front? Lu Qingyang felt a chill down his spine, I don't need other places, I can do it myself. Shen Mo lowered her head and blew another breath on his neck, next time I want you to rub my back. Lu Qingyang was stunned for a moment, wanting to turn around and pull her, who knew that Shen Mo had sneaked away. He couldn't laugh or cry, this girl has a lot of sultry methods, and she must have learned from those female educated youths. After taking a bath, Lu Qingyang felt refreshed. When I came out, I found that Shen Mo was pricking Uncle Shen's head with a needle. In this way, this acupuncture point should be correct. Grandpa, do you feel pain? It doesn't hurt, it's okay, you go on. Lu Qingyang didn't know if it would be effective if he soaked Uncle Shen's eyes with spiritual spring water. So he secretly used a few bright herbs, including cassia, chrysanthemum, wolfberry, atractylodes, cooked ground, dendrobium, and boiled it together with spiritual spring water, and then put a towel in it to soak. After Shen Mo pricked the needle, Lu Qingyang asked Uncle Shen to lie on the bed and put a towel on his eyes. Shen Mo felt strange, what is this? Lu Qingyang explained, oh, it's also our earthwork, Grandpa is not born blind, but because of his age, I want to try using a few bright herbs, combined with your acupuncture, maybe it will have a good effect. Okay. After waiting for half an hour, Lu Qingyang took the towel down. How do you feel? Uncle Shen opened his eyes, it was still dark in front of him, and he shook his head. You don't have to worry about me, how can you say that your eyes will be cured, and I'm a lot old, so what can I do if I can't see it? It's okay, hold on for a few more days and try it. If you want to recover, it is definitely not an overnight effort, but Lu Qingyang is confident. Not far from the Educated Youth Institute, Zhang Wanwan was looking around, and after making sure that there was no one around, she waved her hand for Cao Hungbin to come over. What are you hiding? Everyone knows that we have a relationship. Cao Hungbin said weakly. Did you tell it about it? Cao Hungbin suddenly became excited. Why, the two of us are serious objects, why can't we let others know about it openly? Under the influence of Ge Erniu and Lu Qingyang, he couldn't help but have doubts about Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan perfunctory, aren't we not serious about marriage? If you want to make a decision, you can make it now, my parents will listen to me, and they won't have any opinions. Zhang Wanwan was silent, she was thinking about how to respond to Cao Hungbin's suspicions. Cao Hungbin couldn't help but question, I'm not handsome enough, and the conditions at home are average, you are so good, there are so many educated youths chasing you, why do you want to choose me? Zhang Wanwan complained in her heart, not because you can hunt, but because it is easier to deceive. Your family listens to you, isn't this still my family? Don't worry, I wrote to persuade them that it will take some time, and I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Cao Hungbin calmed down a little, is that so? Of course, I must get the consent of my parents, and I am naturally willing to marry you. Cao Hungbin breathed a sigh of relief. I just said, you must have the same idea as me, they are all nonsense. Zhang Wanwan frowned, his eyes rolled, and sure enough, someone said something in his ear. You really hate it, you believe what others say, are you questioning my true feelings? Cao Hungbin panicked, no, it's not like this, listen to my explanation, I don't believe they're bullshit anymore. I just said, as soon as I came back, I put on a face, it turned out that it was because of this, but I was still thinking about you. I'm wrong, can I make amends to you? These are for you, just brought down from the mountain, and they are still fresh. Zhang Wanwan glanced at the meat he was holding in his hand and had already begun to swallow. It's been a long time since I've had a decent meal of meat. Although it was also divided in the brigade before, it was only a small piece in their hands, which was only enough to satisfy their cravings. Zhang Wanwan pretended to be docile and said, don't question me in the future. Ge Ernio hid in the shadows, secretly watching everything here. It's really incredible, Zhang Wanwan's speaking routine is exactly the same as what Lu Qingyang described with him, it's too divine. Cao Hungbin was really fascinated and couldn't remember what he reminded him at all. Was about to leave, but found that there were two people peeking behind him. Last time I said that I liked the feeling of being with me, so I turned around and got together with Cao Hungbin, stinky girls. It's disgusting. Ge Ernio went up and asked, she also said the same thing as you? You don't know what kind of person she is, she looks tall and beautiful on the surface, right? In fact, if you give her something to eat, she will let you touch it, don't look at her so thin, she is soft to the touch. The other party laughed obscenely. No matter who she is with, we won't suffer anyway. It's a pity, I won't have a chance to enjoy it in the future. Ge Ernio was silent, and remembered what Lu Qingyang said again. Cao Hungbin is not good, the two of them used to hunt together, and it was also a very tacit partner. How can this woman's sowing discord become like this? No, he has to think of a way to let Cao Hungbin see her true appearance. Chapter 229. It's time to teach her a lesson. At that moment, he was going to go to Lu Qingyang to discuss matters. Ge Ernio also knew that in the old house before, Lu Qingyang would definitely not be found. Hearing that he had moved to the Shen family, he hurriedly came to the door of the Shen family and knocked on the door. Lu Qingyang was still teasing the dog in the yard at this time, and when he heard movement outside, he asked, who? I, Ernio, Qingyang, I have something to do with you. Lu Qingyang opened the door directly, and Ge Ernio hurriedly pulled him aside. I saw it. What did you see, so excited? Cao Hungbin was coaxed by that again. Lu Qingyang hugged his arms and didn't want to care about this matter at all. What does it matter to us, just take care of yourself. Speaking of which, Cao Hungbin used to be a good person, I see that he has become like this, and I feel unhappy, and he and I are also from the same place to go to the countryside. Lu Qingyang pretended to nod in agreement under his soft and hard bubbles. Remember, this is what you asked me to help you, we are grasshoppers on the same line. That's for sure, only you are the first to look at it. Lu Qingyang had long wanted to teach Zhang Wanwan a lesson, but he didn't see her stop. After choosing and choosing, he found Cao Hungbin to take over, so that Cao Hungbin repeated the tragedy of the original owner in his previous life. Now maybe Hu Shengli's child is already in his belly. You go and help find out and see if Cao Hungbin has started it. Start? What do you mean? Ge Ernio didn't understand for a while. Lu Qingyang leaned close to his ear and said a word softly, and Ge Ernio suddenly realized. After finding out the news, tell me that you don't have to worry about the rest. Got the order. Ge Ernio happily prepared to go back, and the dog's nose smelled the aroma in the house all of a sudden. What did you eat just now? It smells so good. Lu Qingyang replied truthfully, didn't you also get the roasted roe deer meat? Where do I have your skills? Your skills can be used as a spoon in a state-run restaurant. Ge Ernio was full of regret and hated why he was one step late. If I had known this, I would have taken my share and eaten it with you. As she spoke, a bright and moving girl walked out of the house lightly, and she called out crisply, Lu Qingyang, come and take a look at your little rabbit. Here it is. Lu Qingyang replied. Ge Ernio's eyes almost looked straight. Who is this? Who else can there be? My future daughter-in-law, Shen Mo, why are you dazzled? Lu Qingyang often stayed with Shen Mo, so she gradually got used to her increasingly beautiful and refined appearance. No, I said buddy, last year I saw that Shen Mo was still a wild girl, like a tomboy, why has it become like this now? Who would have thought that the dirty crazy girl before would now be so slim? He almost lost the courage to face it, and the beauty of that agility was really amazing. Have you ever heard of the 18th change of women's colleges? It's too outrageous. In the past, he thought it was a pity that Lu Qingyang found Shen Mo as his daughter-in-law, perhaps because he had a unique taste. Now it seems that he is narrow-minded, and secretly praising Lu Qingyang may have a discerning eye for a long time. Ernie turned around, but he couldn't help but look back frequently. His eyes wandered on her, and he muttered to himself, "It's really the appearance of a fairy descending to earth. I was afraid that my eyes were blind before." Shen Mo pursed her lips. "What's wrong? Why is he looking at me like an evil ghost?" Lu Qingyang nodded approvingly. He was indeed scared. But it wasn't because he was afraid of Shen Mo, but he was amazed. But Lu Qingyang didn't say it clearly. Beauty without knowing it is also part of beauty. "Why did you just say rabbits?" Shen Mo suddenly came back to his senses. "I said, what should you do with this litter of little rabbits? I have also brought back wild rabbits from the mountains before. This kind of rabbit has a great temperament, and it often makes itself angry and starving. How to raise it? They won't die. Do you think they're cute?" Lu Qingyang directly pulled a few cabbage leaves and put them on the little rabbit's mouth. The gray little rabbit opened its pink mouth and chewed it with relish, looking really adorable. "Cute is cute, but we already have so many animals here. Anyway, the old house is still expanding, and when the time comes, a house will be built to raise animals, and the reproductive ability of rabbits is very strong, and if we raise them, we may be able to harvest hundreds of rabbits next year. That's also a big project, a few of us. I don't know how many years and months this house will be built." Lu Qingyang saw her concern. "Why, are you in a hurry?" "No, I'm not in a hurry. Why am I in a hurry?" Lu Qingyang thought about it. "What you said makes sense. When the time comes, I will ask if anyone in our team is willing to help. A few of us are indeed a little slow." Okay, I'll ask when the time comes." After Ernie went back, he saw Cao Hongbin coming back with a spring face. "Hongbin, have you gone to see John's hiking again?" Cao Hongbin remembered what Zhang Wanwan reminded him. "What's the matter? I've seen it with my own eyes. You shouldn't hide it from me. By the way, I ask you, have you succeeded? Have you ever slept with her?" Cao Hongbin immediately blushed. "What nonsense, John's hiking. She is not such a casual person." Ernie understood now. This matter did not succeed. He breathed a sigh of relief, and now he was finally able to make it clear to Lu Qingyang. The next day, he told Lu Qingyang about it. Lu Qingyang thought, this is preparing to find Cao Hongbin to take over, but a person like Cao Hongbin will not die until the Yellow River. If he doesn't see it with his own eyes, he won't realize it at all. He is being used. "That's right, then what do you say?" Lu Qingyang squinted his eyes slightly. "At about 6 o'clock today, you just need to take Cao Hongbin to the stable. I asked him to watch a good show." Ernie is full of expectations. Good show? Then he also has to join in the fun. As soon as Lu Qingyang went back, he waited for Zhang Wanwan next door to come back to cook. Zhang Wanwan brought a lot of meat from Cao Hongbin, but she didn't want to give it to Lu Chenhua. Was about to hide and burn some braised pork to satisfy his cravings. Lu Qingyang asked Sable to secretly put in the animal aphrodisiac that Zhang Wanwan had prepared to use on him before. Zhang Wanwan was looking at the movement outside the door while preparing to burn. She must have settled the meat before the others came back. She didn't want to take advantage of anyone. I just didn't expect that Lu Qingyang would see all this in his eyes. Little Sable, you see the right time. Chapter 238 Cuckold Show is about to begin. Zhang Wanwan stewed the meat while paying attention to the situation at the door. I was still thinking in my heart, Cao Hongbin was like a fool. She wanted to dedicate herself. This person even swore, "I will touch you again after we get married, otherwise it will not be good for you." Thinking like this, Zhang Wanwan suddenly heard a noise outside and was startled. Who's there?" She involuntarily raised her voice and hurriedly looked out the window. What caught my eye was nothing more than a wild cat, which swept through the yard with agility, leaving a trace of a hurried figure. Zhang Wanwan exhaled, and the tension in her heart dissipated, but fortunately it was just a wild cat. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Wanwan didn't expect that the Sable had secretly poured the medicine into it. Zhang Wanwan cooked the braised pork with peace of mind, and couldn't wait to send a piece to her mouth. The taste is barely palatable, even a little strange. She frowned and ate 3 pieces, but she had no doubts. After all, her craftsmanship had always been so bad. Then the stomach began to have acid, and Zhang Wanwan hid the remaining braised pork in an enamel cup, and then prepared to go to the stable to feed the horses. Lu Qingyang had already been on time, and had already imitated Zhang Wanwan's handwriting and wrote a letter to Hu Shengli. Let him come to the stable to meet and explain something to him. Hu Shengli read the letter. His heart was surging, and he secretly wondered, could it be that Zhang Wanwan was still thinking about the friendship of the past? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, and he was impatient to go to the appointment. Was about to step out of the threshold, but was stopped by Lu Qiome with a sharp shout. "Stop. Where are you going?" in a panic. Hu Shengli frowned. "Where am I going? And I have to tell you clearly." Lu Qiome pulled her loud voice. "Of course you have to make it clear to me. Who knows where you are fooling around? It's none of your business. Get out of the way." Lu Qiome couldn't stop him, so she asked the children at home to stop him. Hu Shengli didn't buy it. His face darkened, and he said sternly, "If anyone doesn't want to be beaten, get out of the way." He glared at a few children, who were frightened by his momentum, and they all became timid, and hid in the house as if they were fleeing. Without saying a word, Hu Shengli slammed the door and left the widow's house, and hurried to the stable. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan was casually taking some forage and throwing it into the stable. Hurry up and eat. Suddenly felt hot and uncomfortable in his stomach. What's wrong, is it bad to eat in your stomach? His face began to flush again, his whole body began to heat up more and more, and an indescribable feeling rose in his body. It happened that at this time, Hu Shengli rushed over. Wanwan, I knew you would forgive me, I regret it, I really regret it. With Widow Lu, he couldn't stand the trouble all day long. As soon as Zhang Wanwan raised her head, she saw an unexpected person. Hu Shengli, what are you doing here? Wanwan, I know you're still angry, but you're really the only one in my heart. You call me over, do you miss me too? Hu Shengli saw that the stables were very remote and there were no others nearby, so he boldly rushed up and hugged her. Zhang Wanwan originally wanted to refuse, but her body was soft and she couldn't push it away for a while. As soon as Hu Shengli hugged her, she only felt soft in the other party's arms. Hu Shengli naturally thought that Zhang Wanwan also acquiesced, so he took her to the stable and found a clean place. Not far away, Ge Ernia pulled Cao Hungbin to the stable. What did you ask me to do here? Zhang's hiking came here to feed the horses, don't you miss her? Come and take a look at her. The impatient expression on Cao Hungbin's face disappeared instantly. Zhang's hiking is here to feed the horses. How do you know? Ge Ernia pretended to hate iron and steel. Everyone in the Educated Youth Academy knows, but you don't know. Since you like others, shouldn't you show more? Is that so? Cao Hungbin touched his head. What you said makes sense, I'll go now. But Cao Hungbin also found it strange that Ge Ernia was obviously still against it before, but now he agreed again. But you, why do you want to help me? Hey, we have been in the queue in one place for so long, how can we say that we also have comrades in arms? Since you like it, I can only wish you happiness. Cao Hungbin felt moved by this. I used to think you, hey, I was wrong. The past is over, we are still good brothers, let's go, let's go. Cao Hungbin quickly responded, I'll go now. Ge Ernia thought about what Lu Qingyang said, there was a good show to watch, and he also wanted to see it. So he secretly followed Cao Hungbin to see what good show there was. Cao Hungbin walked to the stable with anticipation, still organizing the language in his heart, but suddenly heard a strange moan. Don't, no, please. He was familiar with this voice, and he knew it was Zhang Wanwan's as soon as he heard it. Another man's voice sounded. It's not the first time it's like this. As soon as Cao Hungbin heard this, he became angry with a rubbing. What are you doing inside? He walked in and saw a scene that broke his heart. Zhang Wanwan, whom he was thinking about, was entangled with other men at the moment. Wanwan, you. Cao Hungbin was speechless in anger, and directly pulled Hu Shengli out. Wanwan, tell me, is this man bullying you? When Hu Shengli was feeling cool, he was suddenly pulled over and quickly lifted his pants. Why don't you have eyesight? Didn't you see that she was voluntary? Look at her like that. Zhang Wanwan twisted around in the haystack, her face flushed, and her eyes stared at Hu Shengli with confused eyes. Wanwan and I are in love with each other, she has long been my person, what are you doing to make trouble? Get out of here. Ge Erniu on the side finally knew what a good show was, and this trick was really amazing. Let Cao Hungbin witness this scene with his own eyes, and he will naturally see clearly what kind of goods Zhang Wanwan is. Cao Hungbin and Hu Shengli scuffled in the haystack. After all, he was a hunting party, and it was easy to deal with Hu Shengli. Hu Shengli quickly fell behind, and his head was covered in blood. Ge Ernia's heart tightened. It was bad. If this continued, he would die, and it was time for him to come out and stop it. Hongbin, what's wrong with this? Why are you fighting? He began to persuade him to fight. Only Zhang Wanwan on the side didn't know what to say, and the effect of the medicine on his body had not yet subsided. It wasn't until he heard the sound of a fierce fight that he regained some consciousness. Only then did I realize that I was very embarrassed, and there were two men scuffling next to me. She was suddenly frightened and woke up, thinking of everything Hu Shengli had done to her just now. Cao Hungbin was afraid that she had seen it. Zhang Wanwan made up her mind, and suddenly cried with rain. Hongbin, save me, it's Hu Shengli, he raped me. I didn't do it of my own choice, woohoo. Chapter 231 The Unparalleled Big Liquor. Hu Shengli looked at Zhang Wanwan incredulously. She had obviously acquiesced just now, but now she suddenly reversed and hit a rake. Just as he was about to argue, Cao Hungbin's fist smashed down again. Since things have developed to this point, Zhang Wanwan can only disguise herself as a victim. She burst into tears and her voice trembled. I was drugged and really didn't know anything. Whining. You stinky bitch. Before he finished speaking, he was shattered by Cao Hungbin's fist again. Hu Shengli, you bastard. I know that you are not a thing, you have to go into heat when you see anyone, I won't beat you to death. Hooligan, I want to report to the police to arrest you. The scene was chaotic, and Ge Ernia was also busy jumping up and down, which made a. Not to mention, it's really interesting. And Lu Qingyang, who planned everything, did not come forward at all. Zhang Wanwan also tried to get Cao Hunbin not to tell this matter. Hongbin, please, I still want to lose face as a girl, I don't want to live if it gets out, don't spread it, don't report it to the police, I beg you. Cao Hunbin's whole person paused, he is committing a crime, he bullied you. You see he's been taught his lesson. Zhang Wanwan looked at Hu Shengli, who was beaten like a pig's head, and his heart was full of disgust. I don't know how I fell in love with such a man before. She had already acquiesced in her heart that it was Hu Shengli who framed her. Cao Hunbin shook his head in confusion. No matter what you become, I will want yours. Ge Ernia was about to stomp his feet, something that anyone with a discerning eye could see. Cao Hunbin's blind thing was stunned by the fact that his consciousness was being played by this woman. Just as he was distressed, he heard a noise not far away. Someone led a group of villagers and walked towards here. Now that it's good, Cao Hunbin doesn't have to worry about it. When Hu Shengli made a fuss just now, Lu Qiome was already suspicious in her heart. She pulled her throat and shouted, okay, you Hu Shengli, you said you came out to do things, but it turned out that you came out to have a tryst with the little bitch. You skinless and shameless thing, I was forced to marry you when you played a hooligan with me, and now you have done such a thing. As he said, he shed 2 more lines of tears. I want to earn work points again, and I want to bring the doll at home, so you treat me like this. Are you worthy of me? The surrounding villagers all pointed, it's really a declining world, Hu Shengli, look at what you've done. Zhang Wanwan didn't expect that Lu Xianmei would dare to bring a group of people over. Immediately covered his face and shrank behind Cao Hunbin. Cao Hunbin is also an upright person. Wanwan, you don't have to be afraid now, everyone has seen it, I will lead Hu Shengli to the public security now. No, don't. Zhang Wanwan motioned for him not to continue, but obviously Cao Hunbin didn't understand what she meant at all. He bullied you, I saw this with my own eyes, I will testify to you, this is not your will, not your fault. Zhang Wanwan grabbed her palm tightly, and even wanted to poison Cao Hunbin directly. Don't say it. Lu Qiome understood what they meant, and immediately burst into tears. Everyone heard it. Hu Shengli ruined other people's innocent girls, and I am not an unreasonable person, and now I can only destroy my relatives for righteousness and draw a clear line with him. The militia of the production team took the initiative to escort him up, and said loudly, let's go. Take him to the Public Security Bureau. Hu Shengli was beaten hard by Cao Hunbin just now and lay on the ground dying. Before being dragged away, he took a deep look at Zhang Wanwan not far away. Zhang Wanwan only hoped that he would be killed directly. Now that she has been bullied, it has been known to everyone, and she will be here in the future, where can she still hold her head up? Lu Qiome breathed a sigh of relief. Starting from Hu Shengli being lazy and beating the children at home, she already had the idea of getting rid of him, but she didn't meet the right opportunity. After Hu Shengli left just now, someone threw something into the yard, and she picked up a note under the corner. She didn't know how to read, so she asked her eldest son to come over and help take a look. Mother, what do you want to catch with you on horses? I don't know those words. But Lu Qiome understood instantly and smiled contemptuously. Then he instructed the eldest son, you watch your younger siblings at home, and I'll be back later. Hu Shengli went in the direction of the stable of the Educated Youth Institute. Only then did she successfully bring the villagers over to catch the rape. It was just that the woman hid it from the sea, saying that it was Hu Shengli who bullied her. But a woman with a bad reputation will not have an easy time here in the future. This is simply a good strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But Lu Qiome still couldn't figure out who threw the note in to remind her. This has become a mystery. In the past 2 days, the entire Liaxi brigade has been in an uproar. It is nothing more than that the female educated youth of the Educated Youth Institute was bullied, and the male educated youth was arrested. Where the fart is bigger, once there are any rumors, it will be boiling. Zhang Wanwan has no face to see anyone at all, and Cao Hunbin has always stayed by her side. Wanwan, it's okay, no matter what you do, I want you. Zhang Wanwan was almost fainted. If it weren't for Cao Hunbin, maybe she would be better off than she is now. Good things don't go out, bad things spread thousands of miles, and now no matter who sees her, they have to care a few words. Cao Hunbin, are you deliberately messing with me? Didn't I tell you not to tell this matter? If you don't say it, how can you return your innocence? People still think that you are committing adultery with Hu Shengli. Isn't this more affecting your reputation? Don't worry, it's okay for people outside to see it, as long as I know the truth. Zhang Wanwan thought that Cao Hunbin was easy to deceive at first, but he didn't expect it to be the most difficult to handle. Thinking about it, her stomach began to churn. She secretly went to the town to see a doctor in private, and after checking that she was indeed pregnant, I found someone to prescribe a pair of abortion pills, but I never had the opportunity to take them. Now it seems that this evil species in his stomach has to be knocked out. A few days later, when Lu Qingyang was leisurely feeding 2 chickens in the yard, Ge Ernia ran in a panic. "Why are you panicking? Haven't you heard? Hu Shengli, this hooligan, is not a light crime, and he has to eat a gun if it is serious." Lu Qingyang replied calmly, "A knife on the head of the word sex, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous it is." The corners of Ge Ernia's mouth twitched. "Are you embarrassed to say such a thing? The most beautiful girl is his fiancée, and Lu Qingyang is the least qualified to say such a thing. Of course, except for my Shen Mo. Got it, I know your daughter-in-law is the most beautiful." Ge Ernia sighed again, "But Qingyang, you underestimated Cao Hunban this time. He said that Zhang Wanwan was when he was vulnerable, he couldn't leave her side, he had to comfort her well." Lu Qingyang turned around and shook his head. It was indeed a mistake. In fact, his goal has been achieved. As for Cao Hunban, he is actually a peerless big licking dog. How he wants to lick it has nothing to do with himself. Chapter 232, Asking for help in building a house. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan took leave and was still resting in the house. Lu Chenyuan naturally heard about her, but she heard several versions, saying that there is everything. According to her understanding of Zhang Wanwan, it is estimated that it is not rape at all. Just by virtue of the relationship between her and Hu Shengli, it may be that the two committed adultery. But after all, the two of them live under the same roof, and they still have to save face. Wanwan, Cao Hunban is sincere enough. What are you scrupulous about now? Zhang Wanwan rolled her eyes. What do you know? Seeing that the reaction is getting bigger and bigger, and the belly is getting bigger and bigger day by day, one day it will be discovered by Cao Hunban. This person is another tendon, although he is good to her, but the last time he saw him beat Hu Shengli, it is still vivid. Such a man, if he finds out about her, how can he fool the past? In case she is beaten up in the future, she won't even have room to resist, so she must find someone who is easy to handle. Thinking about what happened during this time, she felt irritated again. After taking the abortion pill brought by the town, there was no reaction at all, and she guessed that the medicine might be fake. Now we have to think of another way to hide it from the world. Anyway, she has a lot of good looks, find the best one to deceive, and deal with it first. In order to catch up with the schedule, Lu Qingyang decided to invite a few more people from the brigade to help build the house. He has checked the old house back and forth, and there are no antique cultural relics hidden in it. The only problem was the hole in the cellar, which he was going to keep for the time being. When the house is almost completed, decide whether to seal it or not. On weekdays, everyone in the production team has work to do, but in order to earn more extra money, there are still people who are willing to come and help. Lu Qingyang planned to find a few honest and reliable people who did a good job to help. That kind of cunning and slippery person is also a person who responds. However, Aunt Lu heard the news first, so she called the two brothers in the family, Deng Zi and Lu Fang. "You go and help. Shen Mo is the benefactor of our family. She married Lu Qingyang, and he will also be a member of our family in the future." Lu Fang was not comfortable during this time. Zhang Wanwan had such a thing, how could he feel better? Even he spoke with a rude attitude. "Mother, you are really idle and have nothing to do. Does Lu Qingyang need our help? People pay for their wages and provide a meal, so it's not bad money." As soon as Lu Dong heard his brother's words, he immediately kicked him. "It's his business that he pays wages. He saved my dog, I should help." Lu Fang jumped back a few steps. "Brother, to put it ugly, go WA as your child, not my child. Shen Mo is your benefactor, but not my benefactor. I don't want to help." He hugged his arms and looked contemptuous. "I don't want to have a relationship with her anymore. You stinky boy, your skin is itchy again, don't you? See if I don't whip you to death. Then you can beat me to death, but I will be clean when I die." He looks like he's giving up on himself, which is irritating to watch. "You've had a lot of problems with your thinking lately. What stimulated you? It's none of your business." Lu Fang didn't want to say more. Anyway, he would definitely not help Shen Mo. He glanced at the yard from a distance, and after that incident, he hadn't talked to Zhang Wanwan yet. Aunt Lu also realized something. Leave him alone, he owed it to clean up. Then Lu Dong, go talk to the next door. Lu Fang is a bit of a bull's horn, but let me tell you, there is nothing bad about having a relationship with Lu Qingyang. It doesn't matter what it is, I just thank him for saving the dog baby. The dog baby on the side nodded. Although this uncle was unreliable, fortunately, he still had a father who wanted to repay his kindness. Lu Dong and his daughter-in-law Ma Hengxia took the initiative to come to the door and mentioned this matter to Lu Qingyang. "We heard that you are going to build a house, which is not a trivial matter, so I discussed with your sister-in-law to do a favor. If you want to talk about the eldest brother of the Lu family, in fact, there is no problem with his character, he is honest, and he is easy to talk to. Don't think about it, we don't have any purpose, and we don't want your wages, we just want to find a way to repay it and have peace of mind." Indeed, this code is 1 yard, Lu Dong is Lu Dong, and Lu Fang is Lu Fang. He couldn't even deny it because he couldn't get used to Lu Fang. In addition, the dog baby grabbed Lu Qingyang's trouser leg. I can also help, I can move stones. Lu Qingyang was happy, such a young child was quite enthusiastic. Okay, then you come when you are free, but you still have to pay for it. He has always felt that since the dog baby fell into the water, not only has his brain become flexible, but he also has a mature feeling that is not in line with his age. Ma Hengxia immediately waved her hand. No wages. It's all like this when you come to work, you can't be special. What should be given is still to be given. I heard that the Lu family's own house was built by Lu Dong, and it seems that his craftsmanship is also good, at least he is a capable worker. This matter can be regarded as an official decision. And there were not a few people who came to Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang picked and chose, leaving a few helpers. Then he drew a drawing by himself overnight and began to discuss with the group. Lu Dong looked at the shape on the drawing. Your painting is very beautiful, but this is the first time I have seen the shape. Draw whatever you want, whatever you can build. After all, the materials of this era are different from those of that time. Lu Qingyang can only try to design in line with his own aesthetics. The most important thing is that he also has to build a small bath, a steaming room and a toilet. After going to the countryside, one of the things he felt most troubled about was going to the toilet. It is convenient to use the dry toilet, and the buttocks are frozen in winter, and the smell is. In summer he can imagine how bad it will be, so the toilet is a must. But for the people in the production team, it feels quite strange. Do you want to build a separate toilet at home? People are educated youths from the city, or in the capital. We must be different from the countrymen. The people in the city are more particular. Let's not discuss one, let's work quickly. Lu Qingyang has a lot of ideas, and now this version is quite low-key. Not to mention, Lu Dong knew the people in the team and helped Lu Qingyang pay attention to the overseer. These villagers are also sincere and work quickly and well. Even the dog baby did not break his word, and when the adults came to work, he helped move things. As soon as he saw Lu Qingyang, he looked very enthusiastic. Brother Qingyang, I heard that you are very good at fishing. I want to go fishing. Bring me next time. You kid, at a young age, you speak maturely. Okay, I'll take you to play with me next time. Oh, great. The dog baby began to dance. Chapter 233. She has no shame. What face do we have left? Lu Fang took advantage of Lu Chunyua's absence to secretly find Zhang Wanwan. I originally wanted to ask about the matter. Why did I swear to be with myself in the first place? Now you have a relationship with another man? But when I saw her jade-like face, my attitude softened again. Wanwan, I am sincere to you. Haven't you promised to be with me? Zhang Wanwan didn't want to deal with him, but when he touched his stomach, he thought of an idea again. You also know that Chunyua likes you. If she finds out about the two of us, she will definitely be unhappy. I am concerned about this. And she said, my body is not clean anymore. If I marry you again, won't it harm you? As soon as Lu Fang saw her crying, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hesitated for a while. It's okay, isn't there someone who wants widows? Besides, you haven't given birth to a child. Zhang Wanwan succeeded in the temptation, wiped her tears, and continued, there is one thing, I have always wanted to tell you. I am embarrassed to speak. Do you know why Cao Hungbin is so good to me? I didn't agree. Why? Do you remember that night? Lu Fang was confused. When? The day you drank too much, you had to pull me to the haystack. Lu Fang's face instantly turned red. I don't remember what happened that day. I was drunk. It was also because she was drunk that she had the courage to drag her to the haystack and talk to her. Zhang Wanwan's eyes turned red when she cried, and she pretended to look at him cautiously. You don't remember, but I remember it clearly. What she said was vague, but Lu Fang understood what she meant. I was stunned there for a while, unable to say a word. Did he really touch her body? Why can't he remember anything, although he did dream of it in his spring dream? Zhang Wanwan was afraid that he would not believe it, so he suddenly took out a bloody cloth. Look at this. It's you. I hid. Lu Fang was even more stunned, and from the incredible at the beginning to gradually starting to get excited. I originally thought that my body was not clean, and there were still rumors in the village, so it would be better to throw myself into the river and die early, but I found that. What did you find? She hesitated. I have a doll in my belly, and it's been more than a month. Zhang Wanwan actually said less for a month, but now her stomach is still flat, and she can't see it at all. At this time, it happened to be the day Lu Fang was drunk. Lu Fang believed this more and more. Really? I'm going to be a father? Wanwan, do you have my child in your belly? He cried and laughed excitedly, as if he was crazy. I will definitely be responsible. Don't worry, I must marry you. Zhang Wanwan deliberately covered her mouth. Even if you agree, look at my reputation. Can your mother agree? I still die, and I don't have to live in the world and listen to them chewing their tongues behind their backs. You listen to their nonsense, who will talk about you in the future. I will help you vent your anger. Anyway, no matter what, I want to marry you. You don't believe it? I'll talk to my mother about it. Lu Fang turned his head and went to find Aunt Lu, and Zhang Wanwan took back her pitiful expression. It's better for Lu Fang to handle it. If it weren't for the situation in her belly, she would really look down on such a man the most. But Lu Fang was still tough for a while this time, and when he found Aunt Lu, he got straight to the point. Mother, I want to inform you of something. What's the matter? Lu Fang gritted his teeth. I want to marry Zhang Ziking. Originally, he was still full of confidence, but when he saw Aunt Liu's expression becoming more and more solemn, his voice became quieter and quieter. What did you say? Zhang Ziking is the Zhang Wanwan who lives in our house? You want to marry her? Aunt Lu thought she had heard it wrong. Lu Fang's expression was extremely firm. Yes, I want to marry her. I see if you were kicked in the head by a donkey, you forgot. A few days ago you just promised Chunyua to spend a while with her. Besides, you don't look at what kind of person Zhang Wanwan is. The Shell Lang fell into the urinal and smelled bad, who didn't hide when he saw her. You were good, rushed up. Aunt Lu couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to pick up the broom on the side. Lu Fang was still defending. Who do you say is a shell man? Wanwan is not that kind of person. She is already very pitiful, and she is not willing to do those things. Then you gave me a reason to agree? Lu Fang was also carried away. Wanwan, she has my child, and you are going to be a grandmother again. He said this sentence confidently. I have a doll in my belly. You can't let me abandon her and be a heartless man, right? Aunt Lu opened her mouth and waited for a long time, not knowing how to respond. After she reacted, she immediately realized that Zhang Wanwan was definitely not as simple as she looked. There should be a limit to your nonsense. When did you have something to do with her? Besides, the matter between her and Hu Shengli has been rumored, and it is not clear whether the child in this belly is yours. Lu Fang was triumphant. This must be mine. I won't even make a mistake about this. Zhang Wanwan to be her daughter-in-law? Aunt Lu didn't dare to think about it, and her heart had begun to crack. She was stimulated and muttered, don't even think about it, don't think about it, unless I die. If she really agreed, it would be harmful to Lu Fang. My words fall here, regardless of whether you agree or not, I want to marry her. At this moment, Lu Fang's 3 cows couldn't be pulled back, but as everyone knows, his good days are still ahead. Aunt Lu would definitely not agree, but Lu Fang seemed to be determined to do so. He was ready to go on a hunger strike against his family. Aunt Lu couldn't stand it anymore, and it happened that the eldest daughter-in-law came back, so she called her over privately to discuss the matter with her. If Dengzi said it, maybe he would be angry. You tell me, I gave birth to it, why is Lu Fang so unworried? When Ma Hengxia heard this, she also felt quite outrageous. Mother-in-law, let me say something ugly, our brother-in-law is really eyeless. How good a sister of the Shen family is, he doesn't like it, he chose such 1,000 choices. You still have a good temper, we kindly took in the educated youth to live at home, she is good. She doesn't think that we have to be good, but she uses the fox charmer's means to start hooking up people. In my opinion, she is shameless. What face do we want? Just drive her away. Aunt Lu didn't expect this method, drive her away. She lives here, which makes our family smoky, we are not cruel, and we will regret it when the time comes. Chapter 234 If you insist on marrying this woman, I will break off relations with you. The dog baby was on the side, listening to what his mother and grandmother said, and deeply felt that it was correct. His mother is still more courageous, and he doesn't want to squeeze into a room with his second uncle anymore. Aunt Lu felt embarrassed again. But your uncle doesn't eat. Why don't you eat? Hungry for 1 or 2 meals can't be a problem. Besides, when did he ever starve himself? Dog baby, come here, you take these nests to your second uncle, just say that you secretly gave it to him, we don't know, let's see if he eats. Go Wa was stunned, he really didn't want to talk to the brainless second uncle. It is also grandma who will feel sorry for him, but she will not feel sorry for him. Holding the nest head, he added some ingredients to it, and then slipped in front of Lu Fang. Second uncle, what do you think I brought to you? Lu Fang was hungry all day, he didn't even drink saliva, and his stomach was gurgling violently, so he saw the nest head in the dog baby's hand, which was called a greedy, but he still said, don't eat, I'm not hungry. I took it out secretly, no one else knows, second uncle, you eat it. I'll put it here. The dog baby put the nest head on the table and left directly. Lu Fang breathed a sigh of relief, since it was secretly sent by Go Wa, no one should know, so he reluctantly ate it. Lu Fang quickly got up, picked up the nest head and devoured it. I was in a hurry to eat, and I swallowed it before I felt that the taste was wrong. Where did this kid get the nest head? Why does it smell strange? The dog baby hid aside, watched Lu Fang eat the topping nest, covered his mouth and laughed. He told his grandmother and mother about this. I sent it over, my second uncle ate it, grandma doesn't have to worry. It's still Hengxia, you have an idea. In this case, it is time to use the law to govern this Zhang Wanwan. Unlike the situation of the Lu family's smoky miasma, it is separated by a wall. Lu Qingyang was teaching Shen Mo to ride a bicycle. Yes, that's it, if you want to turn around, turn over. No, I'm going to wrestle. Shen Mo staggered on the bicycle. If Lu Qingyang hadn't pulled it, she would probably have hit the wall. She puffed out a small face. It's not that I can't ride, it's that the land here is too small, I can't use it. Let's go to a more open place. Okay, it's not your problem, so let's find an open place to ride. Shen Mo looked confident. Okay, I will definitely learn, and I will come to pick you up when the time comes. The two went directly to the drying field, and there were no crops to dry in winter, so they were empty. Look here, it's empty enough, right? Why don't you try it? Shen Mo took a deep breath and got on the bike. Lu Qingyang was afraid that she would ride crooked again, so he kept pulling the rear seat behind to prevent the car from tilting. Don't worry, I'll pull it, you practice first and find a feeling. Then don't let go yet, I'll practice. Shen Mo is relatively petite and the bicycle is relatively large, but she still tries to ride it very seriously. Until it gradually began to stabilize, Lu Qingyang secretly let go of his hand. He was still thinking, don't worry, I'll hold you on, you won't wrestle. Shen Mo rode forward with confidence. I'll definitely be able to learn it, don't worry. The more Shen Mo rode, the more energetic she became, and the speed became faster and faster. Look, isn't this going to happen? Hearing that Lu Qingyang's voice was not behind him at all, Shen Mo realized that he didn't hold on to the bicycle at all. Hey, you lied to me. Obviously she was riding smoothly just now, but suddenly, she rode crookedly towards the haystack and plunged into it. Lu Qingyang immediately trotted over and pulled her up. What's wrong, are you okay? Shen Mo's face bulged again. You clearly said you were supporting, you lied to me. Sometimes, cycling is a mentality problem. You see that you don't know how to ride, you are just afraid of wrestling. As long as you overcome this, there is no problem at all. Shen Mo thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the same thing. You didn't hurt just now, did you? No, I'm fine. You're right, I need to overcome psychological problems and can't be so afraid. Shen Mo stood up and patted the straw on her body. When she corrected her mentality again, she got on her bicycle and drove forward cautiously again. This time, Lu Qingyang did not help, but she rode more and more steadily by herself. Shen Mo had a surprised expression on her face. It's done, I'm going to ride a bicycle. Just as Shen Mo was riding to the second lap, Sun Xianqian's voice came not far away. Qingyang, go take a look, I just saw that something happened to Aunt Liu's house, and the door was noisy. Sun Xianqian shouted out of breath. Something happened? What's wrong? Shen Mo asked gossipy. I saw that they threw Zhang Wanwan out, it was too lively, everyone went to see the fun, you go and see it too. You really don't think it's a big deal? Let's go, little Jasmine, let's watch the fun. Look at the excitement and add fuel to the fire. As soon as she arrived at the door of Liu's house, all Zhang Wanwan's things had been thrown out and scattered all over the place, while she herself was sitting on the ground crying helplessly. At this moment, Lu Chunyua didn't know that her men had been robbed, and she was still arguing with Aunt Lu. Auntie, you don't need to do this, Wanwan is pitiful enough, you say it well, let's go back to the Educated Youth Institute. Aunt Lu was not angry, I told her to move back, but she refused, otherwise would I do this? Zhang Wanwan sobbed violently, looking like a victim of oppression. Whoa, Auntie, I'm not feeling well, just let me stay here for a while. Lu Fang in the room naturally heard the movement outside and immediately jumped out. He didn't care that there were people around, so he directly helped her up. Mother, what are you doing? If you have any anger, just throw it on me, why bother? Why bully Zhang's hiking? Lu Chunyua originally thought that Lu Fang was helpful, but soon she found out that something was wrong, but she didn't want to believe it. Lu Fang actually wiped Zhang Wanwan's tears. This ambiguous action showed the unusual relationship between the two. Lu Chunyua pulled him up and kindly reminded, Lu Fang, what are you doing? In public, people will misunderstand when they see it. Who knows? Lu Fang suddenly shook off her hand. Lu Chunyua, I don't like you, I promised to deal with you because my family forced me, what I really like is Wanwan, I want to marry her. Lu Chunyua's eyes widened, and she pointed at herself and Zhang Wanwan incredulously. You, me, how can you do this to me? How did I treat you? I haven't touched you, and now I've just said it, you don't want Xiao to think about me in the future. Lu Fang helped Zhang Wanwan up again. Aunt Lu was so angry that she almost fainted, and everyone hurriedly helped her. Aunt Lu held her breath. If you insist on marrying this woman, I will sever ties with you. Chapter 235. The Lu family splits up. Lu Fang looked at Zhang Wanwan, whose eyes were red from crying, and saw Shen Mo and Lu Qingyang who were watching the excitement through the crowd. Holding back a breath in his heart, he shouted loudly, if you sever the relationship, cut off the relationship. I just want to be with Zhang Wanwan. Lu Qingyang always felt that something was missing in his pocket. It turned out to be melon seeds. This is lively, and it is interesting not to eat some melon seeds. There are no movies to watch in the production team, and there are ready-made ethical dramas to watch. Aunt Lu and Lu Fang severed relations. He actually raised his hands in favor, because as long as Zhang Wanwan entered the house, their Lu family would not be at peace. Unexpectedly, this Lu Fang was also fascinated by Zhang Wanwan. As expected of the original heroine, this charm really cannot be underestimated. It's just that now it's no longer her turn to be the heroine. Even if Zhang Wanwan finds Lu Fang to take over, it is a mistake. Ji Ernio on the side got out of the crowd, and did not forget to turn around and say behind him, "Look, this is the Zhang's hiking you have in your heart. People don't need your care at all, and they have a new man." Uncle Lu also wanted to persuade his son. "Well, I said, Fang, don't make trouble, listen to your mother, let's come back and live a good life, let's not deal with such a girl, okay?" Uncle Lu has tried his best to soften his tone, but Lu Fang doesn't appreciate it at all. "Old man, I'll leave my words here, you don't allow me to marry Wanwan, I will never step into this house again." At this moment, Zhang Wanwan was a little anxious. If it was too much, where would they live in the future? You can't sleep in the open air, right? "Lu Fang, don't make trouble with your parents like this. I don't care, I'll go back to the Educated Youth Academy, I'll go back, you don't have to worry about me." Lu Chunyua was so angry that she vomited blood, and she couldn't care about any face. "Lu Fang, open your eyes and see, this woman is not a good person, she has a leg with other men, how can you fall in love with her blindly?" He roared at Zhang Wanwan again. "I treat you as a good sister, help you everywhere, and you rob my man. Are you still human?" Lu Chunyua went up and slapped her twice, tore her hair, and was still insulting. "Shameless woman." Lu Fang hurriedly blocked in front of him to stop him, and slapped Lu Chunyua back, roaring, "Enough, you wake up." The scene was chaotic until Hans Haiqian rushed over with a dark face. Unexpectedly, when it was time to leave here, such a thing would happen in the Educated Youth Institute. Originally, the fact that a female educated youth was bullied had already caused a lot of uproar, and he felt that his head was about to explode. "What's going on? Let go, don't fight." As soon as Lu Chunyua saw Hans Haiqian, she cried aggrievedly, "Team leader Han, you have to make the decision for me." Lu Qingyang had no waves in his heart at the moment, and even wanted to laugh. Hans Haiqian first drove away all the people who were watching the excitement, and then let everyone into the house. "Look at this matter, everyone has heard it, is this a glorious thing? If there is something to do, go to the house to solve it." Although the villagers dispersed, Shen Mo's yard was a good place to watch gossip. They climbed the courtyard wall and continued to hear the movement inside. Shen Mo noticed that Zhang Wanwan secretly said a few words in Lu Fang's ear. Hans Haiqian put on a face. "Lu Fang, tell me what's going on with you. What's wrong? Do you still want to enjoy the blessings of the Qi people? Do you know that you are a hooligan and want to be convicted?" Lu Fang was not convinced. "What's wrong with me? I didn't do anything to Lu Chunyua, I don't admit this." "Then what happened to Zhang's hiking? What do you want to do? Since everyone is here, I will make things clear. Zhang's hiking has my doll in her belly, so I must be responsible for this matter." Hearing her son say this directly in front of everyone, Aunt Liu's head started to hurt again. Uncle Lu directly picked up the stick and pulled it up on him. "Rabbit, you talk nonsense again. It's useless for you to beat me. If I am not responsible, I will commit the crime of hooliganism, and I will marry Zhang Ziking." Lu Fang seemed to have the confidence. "Mother said that she could break off relations with me, but Dad, her belly is the seed of our old Lu family, and our family living together is also a sin, so it is better to separate the family directly." "Divide the family?" Uncle Lu, who has been honest all his life, did not expect that such a bastard son would be born. "Is this still human words? When we separate, we are two families, and you can also be out of sight. It just so happens that we have 3 rooms in this yard." Lu Dong went up and pulled Lu Fang's collar. "Lu Fang, what nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to your parents quickly. Divide the family, you can think of it." Lu Fang gritted his teeth. "Can you repay the favor for your children? Can't I separate the family for the sake of the children?" "Brother, your parents all say that you are sensible, you are a good son, anyway, I am the worst one, I want to divide the family. This matter is not negotiable." Zhang Wanwan wiped her tears crying on the surface, but in fact, she had already made wishful thinking in her heart. "Don't quarrel, it's all my fault, Lu Fang, I want to find a way to get rid of this child, and we will pretend that nothing happened between us, and I won't blame you." When she said this, her tone was determined and miserable, and Lu Fang was very distressed. "What nonsense, I will take good care of our children." Shen Mo hid in the wall and was about to say a word, but was stopped by Lu Qingyang. He shook his head and reminded, "This is someone else's family matter, let them solve it by themselves. Let's not meddle in our own business." Shen Mo nodded approvingly. "I want Aunt Lu to separate the family. I'm really afraid of being angry to death." Only after leaving his parents can Lu Fang clearly know how many pounds and tails he has. Keep listening. I heard Lu Fang say there again, "I also earn work points, and the food stamps and money I got were not given to my mother for safekeeping, and now that I want to divide the family, I have to return these to me." Aunt Lu couldn't come up in one breath, so she pointed at Lu Fang and took a few deep breaths. "Points. This is a separation, eldest daughter-in-law, you go and bring the box at home, we will divide it with him." Hans Haiqiang also knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he just turned around and glanced at Zhang Wanwan thoughtfully. "Since you have almost discussed it, I will leave first." He winked and asked Lu Chunyua, who was still unwilling, to follow him out of here. Aunt Lu trembled and divided the contents of the box into 3 parts. From now on, no matter what happens at your family, don't come to us for help again. Lu Fang shouted angrily, I can't ask for it. He excitedly took the food stamps and money, but there was only a thin stack. Only these? Chapter 236 Drunk, Ambiguous Night. Otherwise, how much do you want to eat, and you don't know how much you eat? Do you want to exchange your clothes, pants, and shoes? Ma Hengxia persuaded uncle, you should bow your head and admit your mistake with your parents. Why are you a family? Lu Fang directly pushed his sister-in-law, let's talk as a family. When will it be your turn as an outsider to interject? Lu Dong didn't expect his brother to say such a thing, and protected him in front of his daughter-in-law. Lu Fang, your wings are hard, Hengxia doesn't care about him, let him make trouble, divide the family, see who leaves and who can't pass. Although Lu Fang was dissatisfied in his heart, he didn't want to entangle with his parents anymore, so he accepted it when he saw it. He put away the ticket and money. In the future, we will be 2 families, this room is mine, you are not allowed to step here. And remember, you are the ones who want to sever ties with me first, don't say that I am unfilial when the time comes. Lu Fang directly drew a horizontal line on the ground with a wooden stick, don't cross here in the future, this is my territory. Zhang Wanwan hid behind Lu Fang, with a mocking smile on the corner of her mouth. After a farce, Aunt Lu was seriously injured, and she had a green cloth on her head, and she didn't get over for several days. I had no choice but to cheekily ask Shen Mo to help with 2 injections. Shen Mo had just tied the needle and was about to put it away. This was the set of silver needles that Lu Qingyang gave her. It was used to boil and wash at high temperature before, and under Lu Qinjiang's reminder, it was disinfected with alcohol. Xiao Mo, I feel better with your prick. You are surging with qi and blood, and you will be comfortable when the meridians are open. Aunt Lu sighed, it's all because I gave birth to a bastard. It's all my fault, seeing that he is younger than Dongzi, I let Dongzi let him everywhere, and he got used to such a problem. If he had been strict with him at the beginning, it wouldn't be like this. That's why Aunt Lu had that idea at the beginning, wanting Shen Mo to be her daughter-in-law. In this way, Lu Fang would also have someone to discipline, but this idea came to naught after all. He has grown into a crooked neck tree, and there is no cure. Shen Mo muttered in a low voice. Aunt Lu didn't hear clearly, what did you just say? It's nothing, it's all like this, Aunt Lu, you must not be soft-hearted anymore, let him suffer a little. This way he will really grow up. Of course, Shen Mo said this, just to make Lu Fang suffer. It's hard for you to think about him, he used to treat you like that. Aunt Lu began to cry as she spoke. Aunt Lu was just better, drank a bowl of ballast porridge, and suddenly heard another noise outside. What's going on? Quarrels again. As the noise grew louder, she finally couldn't sit still and put on her clothes, followed by Shen Mo with a medicine box on her back. I saw that Lu Fang had moved stones from nowhere and was preparing to build a wall. Lu Dong was negotiating with him at this time. Lu Fang, you are really going too far, do you really plan to sever ties with us? Never in contact with each other? Isn't that just right? Who won't argue with anyone, as you wish. You! Lu Fang continued to work on his work, but he was not as neat as his eldest brother, and it was estimated that it would take a lot of time to build the entire wall. Zhang Wanwan didn't say a word, just watched all this in silence. This idea was still proposed by her last night. He said a few words in Lu Fang's ear, although this is separated, they still live in a yard, and their noise can often be heard, and the doll in their belly needs to be quiet now. It's not simple, I'll find some stones tomorrow and build a wall, so I won't disturb you. Zhang Wanwan originally thought he was just talking, but he didn't expect to act so quickly. Now she has no serious way, she can only find Lu Fang to take over first. As for what will happen in the future, she can only see the moves, at least now she has a place to settle. Aunt Lu was angry, I really don't know, how could I give birth to such a son? I'm going to be angry. Shen Mo supported her and persuaded a few words, you are most taboo about getting angry with this headache, don't be angry because of him in the future. It's easy to say, but it's... Aunt Lu sighed, and the whole person felt a little older. But Shen Mo knew that this was a heart disease, and the physical pain could be cured, but she couldn't cure it in her heart for the time being, only when she thinks about it herself. A few days ago, Uncle Tai was invited by Captain Yun to be a guest, and he happened to come back today. As soon as he came back, he asked Lu Qingyang and Shen Mo to drink, and brought back a lot of specialties. Tai Jinfeng kept muttering, the inside of the city is really different from here, it's so interesting. I can't bear to come back, Sister Shen Mo, let's play together when the time comes. Is the city really that good? Yes, we also made a big car, which is really majestic. Shen Mo was trapped in this mountain as soon as she was born, and the farthest she went to was the town, so she really became a lot of interest. Tell me, what's else interesting? There is still. While the two were talking endlessly, Uncle Tai was pouring wine on Lu Qingyang. Although the city is good, I still miss the wine here, it's strong enough. The food they eat is too exquisite, I'm used to being rough, I'm not used to living in the city. If Jin Feng hadn't wanted to see the world, I wouldn't want to go. After that, he poured Lu Qingyang with wine again. I heard that you were going to build a house again. Do you have enough money on hand? Your uncle and I still have it here. If you don't have enough, take it first. Enough? How can it not be enough? Shen Mo girl, she has also suffered a lot, and with you, people have become white. It can be seen that she is looking for a good man and raising people. Lu Qingyang smiled and shook his head. Uncle, don't make fun of me. He healed Shen Mo, and perhaps in a way, Shen Mo also healed himself in this world, and they were mutual. Lu Qingyang turned his head, and his eyes fell on Shen Mo next to him, and Jin Feng was pulling her to say something secretly. Come on, have another drink, otherwise our lamb shank will be wasted. Uncle Tai drank wine cup after glass. What are you looking at? You have seen it in this life, drink and drink. Lu Qingyang accompanied Uncle Tai this time, and really drank 8 taels of spirits. His cheeks were crimson, and he was already a little drunk. When he went back, Shen Mo helped him up effortlessly. If you can't drink less, drink so much. Lu Qingyang deliberately rubbed her neck lightly with the help of wine, and a fresh and elegant aroma came to her nose, which was more intoxicating than wine. Uncle Tai is back, isn't it happy? So he drank a few more glasses. He smiled. Then go back, I'll make you sobering soup to drink. I happened to read a book that said there are several herbs that can sober up. Okay, then don't burn your house. Shen Mo puffed out her face. Then you underestimate me too much. After going back, she helped Lu Qingyang into the room. Lu Qingyang reminded her, boil with the water in the tank. It was the spiritual spring water he specially put in it, and the family usually drank the water in it. Got it. Shen Mo responded, turned her head and went to work, rummaging through the medicine box at home for a long time. I found it, it should be these. After she worked on the stove for a long time and cooked a bowl of unpleasant sobering soup, she hurriedly brought it to Lu Qingyang's side. Get up and drink soup, don't sleep. If you fall asleep like this, your head will hurt tomorrow morning. Lu Qingyang opened his eyes and only smelled an indescribable smell on the tip of his nose. Shen Mo had already held his head and poured the sobering soup into his mouth without saying anything. Lu Qingyang coughed a few times and almost spat out the soup. Murder my husband. I spent a lot of effort to cook it for you, adding kudzu root, chrysanthemum, dodder seeds, wildfire leaves. The first 2 flavors are normal, but what is going on with the latter 2 flavors? Tell me, is daughter used to sober up? Shen Mo raised her head and thought for a while, found a medical book and flipped it over, and patted her head as if she had suddenly realized, oh, I made a mistake, this is a medicine used for aphrodisiacs. Now that it's good, Lu Qingyang only felt that a nameless fire was ignited in his lower abdomen. Drunkenness is replaced by the most primitive feeling. He suddenly took Shen Mo's hand and pressed her on the con. I really want to know, how has little Jasmine developed recently? Chapter 237 Shen Mo, Stinky Lu Qingyang. I hate him so much. Shen Mo didn't react for a while, and let Lu Qingyang press under him with drunkenness. She didn't understand Lu Qingyang's meaning, and looked puzzled. You want to help me check my body? I've been eating very well lately, I'm definitely gaining weight, you see I'm taller. Lu Qingyang couldn't control so much anymore, so he directly blocked the mouth that was still talking. Shen Mo's eyes widened. This kiss was of course different from the previous one. Lu Qingyang also used other tricks. It's a pity that Shen Mo couldn't resist, and soon felt that she couldn't breathe. She slapped Lu Qingyang's chest and also mastered the strength. Wow. Lu Qingyang stopped the long kiss. He looked skilled, but in fact he is just a boy chicken who has only seen and never tasted it. Shen Mo was breathing heavily, she couldn't breathe, and she was almost suffocated to death just now. What are you doing? Do you want to do this to me? She looked annoyed. Lu Qingyang, do you want to suffocate me like this? Lu Qingyang said naturally, you know that the last 2 flavors are aphrodisiac medicines, and you know what kind of effect I will have when I drink them. Fortunately, spiritual spring water will only amplify the benefits of traditional Chinese medicine, not the harms. Shen Mo remembered what was written in the medical book, and stammered and explained, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, but I will definitely not make a mistake next time. Then this time, you have to pay me back. Lu Qingyang stared at her red and swollen lips that had been kissed just now, and felt that her whole body was getting hotter and hotter. Shen Mo hesitated. How can I help? Was it like that just now? She closed her eyes. Then you kiss, I'll kiss you. Use your hand and I'll teach you new poses. No, it's the knowledge you've always wanted to know. Shen Mo was confused. Learn knowledge? Are we going to learn here? Yes. Shen Mo rubbed the corner of her clothes. But didn't you say that? Some things can only be on the wedding night. If you don't use it now, just borrow your hand. Lu Qingyang blew out the candle, and the whole room darkened. In the darkness, only shadows are close together. After more than half an hour, Lu Qingyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Mo only felt that her cheeks were hot, and she didn't understand it anymore, and she understood a little what he had just done. After finishing the incident, she left angrily. Stinky Lu Qingyang. I hate it to death. Lu Qingyang was refreshed, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Little Jasmine is really growing up. She looks thin, but she is actually very fleshy. But it's still not enough, I have to feed her more. Before I knew it, it was mid-March, and the weather was much warmer than in the cold winter. Lu Qingjiang's new house is almost a quarter complete. Some people in the production team who like to chew their tongues say that he is the extinct aunt of the Shen family, so he has money to build a new house. He is not angry about this, as long as he doesn't let anyone find out about his way of making money. Recently, I made a few pairs of medicine patches, which need to be sent to the town, and by the way, I also have to buy some materials in the house and things needed for the wedding. Shen Imo was busy delivering the animals in the villager's house, and she didn't have time to come out with him. Of course, you have to send things to Kon Laoliu's house first. When he arrived at Kon Laoliu's house, the door opened lightly, but there was no master, but there was a graceful woman sitting in the hall. After being immersed in this rustic country for a long time, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw such a woman dressed up in fashion. The woman greeted him. "Oh, the little brother is here, he is quite handsome." Lu Qingyang didn't know who she was, and he didn't dare to act rashly at will, so he just asked, "Isn't the sixth brother at home? Where did he go?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "He has something to do when he goes out, he will come back later, tell me to watch here, and if someone sends something, I will help him take it." The woman took a few steps forward and stretched out her hand to tease Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang deliberately lowered his head, pretending to be very busy, and avoided the other party. She threw a charming glance at Lu Qingyang. "It's the first time I've seen such a handsome little brother. I didn't expect my unreliable sixth brother to know such a person, if you don't introduce me to him earlier." At this time, Kon Laolia came back, and when he saw his sister teasing Lu Qingyang, he immediately coughed a few times and stopped her. "What are you doing? My friend is a serious person, don't tease him casually." "Oh, I said sixth brother, there are serious people you know." Okay, don't talk nonsense in front of my friends. This time I asked you to come over and help look at something, and when I finish explaining things to Brother Lu, you go over for a cup of tea first." The woman responded softly, "I know." Kon Laolia then smiled and said, "This is my sister, I'm sorry, she's more open." The woman over there heard Kon Laolia's words, stretched her head and explained, "You are old-fashioned." Lu Qingyang took out the plasters and pills he had made during this time. "I used the plaster you brought back last time. The effect is not generally good, it's too divine. Brother Lu, you are really powerful." Looking at the goods Lu Qingyang took out, "These are money. This is the payment for this time, you have collected it. By the way, have you hunted any rare animals recently?" Lu Qingyang replied honestly, "No, the team has been rectified recently, and nothing good can be done. It's a pity." In addition to regret, he looked at the medicine Lu Qingyang brought and became excited again. Kon Laolia said with a smile, "If there is any new drug being studied, you must tell me." Lu Qingyang did not answer, but looked at the inkstone that Kon Laolia put on the table. "Why have you been playing with antiques lately? Isn't there a market recently?" Kon Laolia smiled mysteriously. "Do you want to take you to see it for a long time?" Lu Qingyang became interested. "What is the long method?" "Girl, come and see if this inkstone is real." "But I took a lot of effort to collect it from the countryside." Kong Kime stood up and took the inkstone and looked at it carefully. Kon Laolia whispered to Lu Qingyang, "This girl is in this line of work, and her vision is very accurate. I asked her to slap me." Kong Kime sneered, "How much is this?" Kon Laolia stretched out a finger, "Not much, just a big unity." "You have to come to me to see this kind of thing, my sixth brother. You have been deceived, although there is not much of a big unity, but it is also money anyway. By this kind of useless thing, at most it is the Republic of China. I think it is too much to give 2 yuan. Kong Laoliu touched his nose awkwardly. Kong Kime took a sip of tea. "Don't blame me for speaking straight, this line of water is very deep, brother. You should do your old job well, make more money than this." Chapter 238 Bought a sewing machine. Kong Laoliu was slightly embarrassed, and his knowledge did not grow up for Lu Qingyang, but he was taught a lesson by the girl in front of him. "Seventh sister, what you said is to save some face for your brother and me." Kong Kime sat directly on the chair and raised her legs. "You asked me to run all the way here, just to see this kind of goods? Do you think I'll give you face?" Lu Qingyang had a hint of interest. It seemed that this Kong Kime knew antiques, and he happened to have a few antiques in his hand, and he wasn't very sure. Although the other party is Kong Laoliu's sister, he does not dare to be too high profile. Until Kong Laoliu took out a jade pendant from his bag again. "Of course it's not that simple, you help my brother take a look at this." Kong Kime took the jade and looked at it carefully in the sun. "I'm not saying you, don't waste that energy, this piece is barely a medium piece of material." Lu Qingyang touched the satchel. The last time the sable gave him a finger, he couldn't understand the quality, just enough for this Kong Kime to see. She looks a few years older than herself, and her whole body exudes the mature charm of an older woman. Lu Qingyang called out politely, "Seventh sister, I have a jade finger passed down from my ancestors here, and I have always carried it with me, can you help me take a look?" Kong Kime treated Lu Qingyang with a different face. The handsome brother asked me to help, I would never refuse, come on, let me take a closer look. After saying that, Lu Qingyang carefully handed the warm jade finger in front of Kong Kimei, only to see Kong Kimei's face suddenly change subtly. Green and transparent, warm and vivid emerald, delicate as congealed fat, warm and soft to the touch, this is a high-quality good thing. There is an age, I can't imagine that this little brother is not only handsome, but also has a good thing in his hand. You make a price, this jade finger, sister will help you take it. Lu Qingyang refused, since Kong Laolia was doing black market trading, he was afraid that Kong Kimei was also doing this kind of business. In this era, antiques were not protected, some antiques were destroyed, and some were handed over. Most of those who were handed over were operated by special personnel and were sent overseas. If the precious antiques are wandered overseas because of him, it is better to keep them for himself. This is passed down from my ancestors, and I am reluctant to sell it, so I should keep it and leave it to future generations. Oh, the little brother is quite far-sighted, then you have to hide it. Kong Laolia slapped his sister's hand. Okay, don't touch your hands and feet. Then he said to Lu Qingyang with a smile, when you want to sell, just tell me and promise to let the seventh sister sell it to you at a good price. Okay. If you meet someone you don't understand in the future, come here to find my brother and ask him to contact me, and I will still give you face. Kong Kimei said with a smile. She really likes this kind of man with a sense of alienation. Usually when men see her, they gather around, but he deliberately keeps his distance. And from the time she spoke, she could also feel that this young man was not an ordinary person, which was very much to her liking. Lu Qingyang was about to leave when Kong Laolia stopped him. I have already got the bicycle ticket you asked me to help get last time. Lu Qingyang grinned. Just right, I will stay with this one, I will change to a new one and go back. I figured out that you were about to have a happy event, so I helped you get a sewing ticket. Lu Qingyang really thanked Kong Laolia for this. Sorry to trouble you, sixth brother. Call me brother now, they all collect money, not for nothing. A total of 200 less than 1 minute. Bicycle tickets and sewing tickets are quite difficult to get, and they are all fashionable things for people with iron rice bowls in the city. But Lu Qingyang wanted to do his marriage decently, so that Shen Mo could marry him beautifully. Kong Laolia's price is definitely less, but he didn't make less money on himself. That's for sure, here you go. As soon as Lu Qingyang left, Kong Laolia pulled back the old sister who was fascinated. Your eyeballs are almost glued to others. He's so handsome, sixth brother, you made a fortune by him? You can get back those tickets for more than this price. This is my living god of wealth, I have to coax him, I just want to help him, but I can't superficially know who is good to him, brother Lu. Lu Qingyang left Kong Laolia's old bicycle and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Today's bicycle styles are few, all of them are black and white, there is nothing to choose. Lu Qingyang chose the most pleasing one. I tried it, and sure enough, the new car was brisk to ride. Without much effort, he changed to a brand new bicycle. Then I went to see the sewing machine again. There are relatively few people buying sewing machines here, and there is only one here in the supply and marketing cooperative. Who would have thought that there were two people who wanted to buy it today? In addition to Lu Qingyang, there was another young girl. I see that you are dressed like this, can you afford to change to a sewing machine? Give it to me, don't be ashamed. Lu Qingyang could have been given to her, but after hearing this, he had to buy it now. Salesperson, I have a ticket here, just get me one. The girl said domineeringly, hey, what's wrong with you? I've asked for your opinion, why are you like this? I also have a ticket here, leave the sewing machine to me. The girl opened the satchel and saw that she had lost her wallet, not to mention the ticket, not even a hair. Lu Qingyang knew that she was most likely to meet a thief, but he was not in charge of catching the thief, and he didn't plan to meddle in other people's affairs. The salesman also asked him to fill in an address. Young man, look where the sewing machine is going? We can only send it to the range of this town here, but we don't go to the countryside. Where to send it doesn't matter to Lu Qingyang, he has space anyway. But he still filled in Kong Laolia's address first. Send it here first. The girl saw that the transaction was completed, and stared anxiously on the side. Why is it gone with you when you went out? The salesperson of the supply and marketing cooperative also persuaded. Lesbian, your wallet has been stolen, I suggest you go to the public security bureau first, don't waste time here. The girl still wanted to catch up with Lu Qingyang, who knew that he had gone far. She stomped her feet anxiously. It's really angry. Lu Qingyang went around the supply and marketing cooperative a few more times, bought some food, seasonings, and so on, and went to Kong Laolia's place, and the sewing machine happened to be delivered. Brother Lu, do you want to find a way to help you send it to the team? Lu Qingyang declined. Just help me send it on the road, and someone will come to pick me up when the time comes. In fact, he was going to put the sewing machine into the space and bring it back, in order to find a reliable reason to hide from people's eyes. That's no problem. By the time Lu Qingyang returned to the Liaxi brigade, the sun had already set. But I saw Shen Mo talking about something with the villagers with an anxious face. Lu Qingyang got off the bicycle. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you in a hurry? Chapter 239. De Wang is lost. Shen Mo was so anxious that she was incoherent. The last time Lu Qingyang saw her so anxious, it was because her grandfather was sick. Rhubarb is lost. Lu Qingyang tried to appease, maybe I went up the mountain to play. However, it hasn't been home for 3 whole days, and it won't be more than 2 days at most. Shen Mo's eyes were red and full of worry. She hurriedly grabbed a villager passing by and asked eagerly, "Uncle, have you seen the yellow dog in my house?" The villagers scratched their heads and looked confused. "There are many hunting dogs in our village, and I can't tell which one you mentioned." Shen Mo's heart sank, and then she immediately turned around. "I took my dog to the mountains to look for it and see if I could find it." Lu Qingyang grabbed her. "It's almost dark, I'll go with you, you wait for me." After parking the bicycle, he whistled again, and at this moment he was surrounded by 2 little sables and a little snow fox. He lowered his head and sniffed the kennel where Rhubarb had slept before. "Help find this dog, please." As if understanding his request, the small animals immediately dispersed and disappeared quickly. Lu Qingyang turned around and pulled the steamed buns and Xiao Huiwai again, preparing to go to the mountains and forests. Shen Mo also held 2 dogs in her hand, both of which were children born to Rhubarb. Lu Qingyang turned his head and said to his grandfather, "Shen Mo and I went out for something, and we will be back soon. There are steamed buns on the grandfather's table, you can take a bite first, and we will be back soon." "Okay, you go, stay safe." Before he could put down his backpack, Shen Mo had already set off in a hurry. Strangely, whether it is steamed buns or small gray, they are just wandering around the entrance of the mountains and forests. In other words, Rhubarb has indeed been to this forest. Xiao Huiwai smelled the grass on the side of the road, but suddenly ran in the other direction. Mantu and 2 other hounds followed suit, following in its footsteps. Lu Qingyang suddenly saw 2 small sables on the eaves next to him also following. It seems that Rhubarb did not disappear in the mountains and forests, but someone deliberately took it away. Until they came to the door of a house, Shen Mo also heard a voice from inside. "I haven't eaten meat for a long time, this old will definitely nourish his body if he stews." "I said Dake, where did you get the dog?" "I picked it up." Shen Mo's face darkened, and she didn't care about knocking on the door, so she directly raised her foot and kicked hard, and the already crumbling wooden door fell down. The old woman and the man looked at Shen Mo, who suddenly appeared in front of them in surprise. "Where's my dog? Where did my Rhubarb go?" The old woman suddenly realized something, but pretended to say, "What kind of dog? We don't have a dog at home, don't talk nonsense, and you, why did you kick down my door inexplicably?" "I was standing at the door just now, and I could hear your every word clearly." Shen Mo's tone was no longer patient, she simply stopped saying more, rolled up her sleeves, and began to search everywhere in the house. Chen Cai stood up suddenly, his burly body could almost cover Shen Mo's figure. He shouted in a rough voice, "What's wrong with you? What are you looking for when we search around? Get out quickly, get out quickly." Lu Qingyang immediately stopped in front of Shen Mo. "You stole someone else's dog, don't you admit it, right? What kind of dog is not a dog? I don't understand. Get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being unreasonable." Chen Cai pretended to be calm, but his voice involuntarily raised a few points, trying to overwhelm people with momentum. Lu Qinjiang's face did not change, the corners of his mouth curled up with a sneer. He glanced sideways at Chen Cai, turned his head to Shen Mo and whispered, "You continue to look for it, I'll deal with it here." Chen Cai shouted, "Hey, where did the hairy boy dare to run wild in front of your grandfather and me?" Lu Qingyang sneered, "My grandfather has already been buried in the ground, and you also want to go to the soil in advance to take a place in advance. Why are you talking?" Chen Cai also raised his fist at this time, ready to smash it at Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang stretched out his hand and directly threw the big man over his shoulder, smashing at the ground. Chen Cai didn't expect that Lu Qingyang, who looked thinner than himself, would have such great strength. Shen Mo stared at a pot of meat on the table, her heart jumped wildly, she couldn't hold back for a while, and her nose suddenly became sour. "Rhubarb, my Rhubarb." What I didn't expect was that the miserable little girl who was standing at the table and crying inexplicably just now suddenly rushed over and punched him. There was a smell of rust in his mouth, and he spat out 2 teeth with a wow. The old woman saw that her son had been beaten, and she was anxious, so she hurriedly staggered forward and stood in front of him, and only then did she see that the girl in front of her was none other than the village veterinarian who had shown her the horse's legs before. "You 2 village bullies, if you want to fight, you can hit me, what are you doing with my son?" After being taught a lesson by Shen Mo before, she described the matter of being bullied by the veterinarian to her son Chen Cai in a vivid way. Chen Cai went to Shen Mo's house to discuss and found that no one had to come back first. But he saw a dog with shiny fur in the yard, which made him swallow his saliva greedily because he was lazy to eat delicious food and liked to eat dog meat. A few days later, I saw the dog again at the entrance to the mountain, and without thinking about it, I put the dog back directly. Shen Mo is not used to the 2 of them, even the old woman still fights. "If you stop me, I'll beat you." Without saying anything, he went up and slapped him twice. The old woman fell to the ground, collapsed on the ground, and began to play around. "Oh, my God. Hit someone. The village bully beat someone. This is my life. Lu Qingyang smiled. Okay, then you can lie down. Since you said that we beat people, it seems unreasonable not to beat them excessively. In vain, he bore a false name. After saying that, he raised his fist again, and the old woman who was shouting that her whole body was in pain just now immediately got up. It doesn't hurt anymore, I don't hurt anymore. She was afraid that the other party could really do such a thing. Shen Imo was on the side, holding the pot of meat, crying more and more sadly, Rhubarb, your death is so miserable, I want to dig a grave for you and bury it for you. If it is not illegal to kill, it is estimated that Shen Imo has already cut Chen Cai 1,000 times. Who would have thought that the steamed bun on the side called out to her twice, signaling her to look back? What's wrong, steamed buns, I'm sad. The steamed buns whispered, seeing that Shen Imo couldn't understand her speech, she directly found Lu Qingyang and grabbed his trouser legs with her paws. Lu Qingyang touched its head, what's wrong? Wow, my mother is there. I smelled her. Chapter 240, De Huang is not dead? You didn't kill it? Lu Qingyang was excited, so to speak. The pot of meat Shen Imo was holding was not rhubarb? Don't cry yet, I know you're uncomfortable, why don't we look for it again? Shen Imo sobbed, but look at the meat in the basin. The old woman suddenly shouted, the pot is not dog meat, it is the wild boar meat that was distributed last time. Ha! What? Shen Imo immediately raised his head, rhubarb is not dead. You didn't kill it? Chen Cai covered his mouth that was still bleeding, you came to the door before you came. Not only did he not eat dog meat, but he was also taught a hard lesson. Shen Imo stood up suddenly, where's rhubarb? Where did my rhubarb go? In the cellar, in the cellar. The steamed bun was also circling around Shen Mo's legs, signaling her to follow her quickly. When they arrived at the mouth of the cellar, the 3 dogs and 1 wolf began to pull the door. Shen Imo couldn't open it, so she kicked it hard, and another door was directly destroyed by her. She jumped down directly and saw the dying rhubarb with her legs tied. Rhubarb, my rhubarb. Shen Imo immediately went up and hugged it. Chen Cai thought to himself, this meal was really in vain, the dog meat had not yet been eaten into his stomach, and his teeth had been knocked out. Lu Qingyang seemed to see his dissatisfaction. Why, do you have resentment in your heart? If you don't steal someone else's dog, can you be beaten? I tell you, this is what you deserve. If you dare to steal chickens and dogs in the future, the 2 rows of teeth will be knocked out for you. He was convinced by a beating, and quickly waved his hand, I don't dare, I don't dare. The old woman also glanced at him on the side, I told you not to steal other people's dogs. Lu Qingyang hated this kind of dog thief, and the dog he raised himself had a deep feeling. I entered someone else's stomach for nothing, and no one was convinced. At this time, there were neighbors at the door, and I heard the movement here just now, and when I looked into the yard, I only saw Chen Cai's face full of blood. Chen Cai, what's wrong with you? Fighting? Do you want to find the team leader to come over? Lu Qingyang glanced at him meaningfully, and Chen Cai immediately waved his hand to refuse. I accidentally fell by myself, there was no fight, no fight. Oh, that's good. Shen Imo hugged the dying rhubarb and left in a hurry. Lu Qingyang patted Chen Cai's shoulder, causing him to shake 3 times in fright, don't mess with me in the future, otherwise your teeth won't be enough to explain. After saying that, Lu Qingyang chased Shen Imo away. When she got home, Shen Imo began to check the wounds on Rhubarb's body and began to pound the herbs seriously. I'm going to give Rhubarb a pension. The more I talked, the more aggrieved I became. In the days without Lu Qingyang, it was Rhubarb who accompanied her for countless days and nights. For her, Rhubarb is not as simple as a dog, but her friend, partner, and even relatives. Don't worry, Rhubarb won't be fine. Lu Qingyang gave birth to the stove and placed the stove next to the rhubarb to keep it warm. I found a few thick old padded jackets and put them in the rhubarb nest. Rhubarb raised his head weakly, glanced at the 2 of them, his head hung down again, and his tail swayed continuously. Even if Shen Imo applied medicine to it, Rhubarb didn't move. The surrounding dogs were whining and surrounding Rhubarb. My dog, if you want to bully, I can only bully you, and others are not allowed to bully you. Lu Qingyang hugged Shen Imo into his arms and patted her on the back. Don't be afraid, it will survive, it will be fine. In the herbs just now, he secretly added spiritual spring water. I'll go stew some broth for it, and you can watch it here first. Shen Imo rubbed her red eyes. Lu Qingyang used spiritual spring water, added some meat, and boiled a pot of soft broth, hoping that it would have some effect after eating rhubarb. Shen Imo didn't dare to close her eyes one night, and stayed next to the rhubarb, staring at it eagerly, for fear that it would suddenly lose its breath. Lu Qingyang asked her to rest, but she refused with red eyes. He could understand how she felt, because he was like this when he was a child, and even now, he still can't let go. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Shen Imo dozed off for a while. Lu Qingyang checked the rhubarb and found that its tail was wagging very happily. I barely drank a little broth last night, and now everything in the basin has bottomed out. Lu Qingyang stretched out his hand and touched its head. and could hear the voice of Rhubarb, "You can't die, but you have to protect the little master." It tilted its head. "If I die, can you help me protect the little master?" "Don't worry, I'm here, I won't let you die, I will protect your master, and of course I will protect you." Lu Qingyang first fed some food to the small animals at home, thinking that Chen Cai's family was bullying their dogs like this, and he still felt uncomfortable. He also asked the snow fox and sable to add some ingredients to his family's food. Anyway, they couldn't let their family have a happy birthday. Lu Qingyang rolled out some flour and made some hand-rolled noodles. He made some meat with minced meat and fried a few eggs, which made Shen Mo call, "Little Jasmine, how do you see Rhubarb?" Shen Mo suddenly woke up and called, "Rhubarb, where is Rhubarb?" Rhubarb wagged his tail and leaned against Shen Mo's leg, shouting at her. Not to mention how energetic the tail wagged, Shen Mo immediately squatted down and hugged the Rhubarb into his arms. "Are you okay, Room? Wow, much better. You are not allowed to go out to play with a dog in the future, and you are not allowed to go out until your injury is healed. Just stay at home for me." "Woo-hoo, it's too much," but it still rubbed Shen Mo's palm affectionately. Lu Qingyang raised the corners of his mouth. "At that time, I will put a dog tag on each dog and hang it around my neck, so that everyone knows that they are the dogs of the Shen family and dare not bully them." "Okay, just do it." Lu Qingyang brought the lunchbox and was ready to go up the mountain with the hunting party, but Shen Mo insisted on giving him a ride. Before leaving, he wrapped his scarf and waved at him vigorously, "Come back early." Cao Hungbin lowered his head in shame as soon as he saw Lu Qingyang, thinking of Zhang Wanwan, who was so protective before, but she said that if she followed others, she would follow others. At the beginning, Ge Erniu also reminded himself, but he didn't listen to it and was still immersed in the joy of love. On the contrary, Shen Mo, at first glance, was dead on Lu Qingyang. He didn't even dream of that scene just now. It was really enviable. Thinking of this, Cao Hungbin looked depressed. After hesitating for a long time, he dared to speak to Lu Qingyang. "Yes, I'm sorry. You were right to hit me last time, but I wasn't sober enough." He lowered his head, only to feel hot on his face. "It's none of my business, I haven't persuaded you, I just can't get used to you and can't hear what you say." Chapter 241, Pounds Hunting Deer. Lu Qingyang only left a few words, and then stopped paying attention to him. Cao Hungbin's mind flashed again, and the picture he saw of Zhang Wanwan and Hu Shengli rolling together naked. Since that time, these unsightly images have often flashed in his mind. Lu Qingyang was right, it was the best choice to break off the relationship with this woman, and he really couldn't figure it out at that time. After the temperature of the Qingshan forest farm gradually began to rise, the snow had gradually begun to melt. After walking to the high place, you can also see the red-haired willow forest not far away, which has turned a faint red. It complements the future and the melting snow, forming a stark contrast between red and white. This indicates that spring is coming here. In winter, most of the plants freeze to death and are not easy to identify. This is good news for Lu Qingyang, which means that he can find more plants to plant in the space. When he first came to the mountains before, he picked up a lot of pine cones, all of which had been planted in the space. In the environment of accelerated growth of space, it has also grown into big trees. There is an acre of land in the space that is specially used for planting trees, and when picking it up, Lu Qingyang did not pick a variety. Therefore, you can see various types of trees: larch, silvestris pine, and red bark spruce, all of which are good wood. If you grow at the rate of space, you don't have to worry about excessive logging. By April, you should be able to find more germinated plants. Wang Dagong suddenly stopped and leaned over to observe the depth and direction of the footprints on the ground. "It's either a roe deer or a sika deer, let's outflank it." After receiving instructions, the hounds quickly divided into two teams, one close to the snow at the foot of the mountain, and the other along the tree trunks to the possible hiding place of the prey. Soon the old king of the hound chased a frightened roe deer out of the bushes. The team members immediately raised their guns and fired, but the roe deer deftly jumped into the nearby stream. Several hounds, Steamed Buns and Xiao Huiwai immediately rushed up. Some bit the roe deer's hind legs, and Xiao Huiwai bit its neck. Lu Qingyang, who was originally planning to shoot, put down his shotgun. Now it seems that there is no need to waste bullets at all. Everyone walked over to pick up the roe deer, and Wang Dagong smiled. "This roe deer is not small, you look at the muscles are strong." It was just noon, and Sun Xiangqian took the initiative to ask for help and cut open the roe deer. Half of the entrails were given to the hunting dogs, and the other half was hung from the tree. All the hounds rushed up, except for the Steamed Buns and the little gray without moving. Instead, he sat directly at Lu Qingyang's feet, quietly watching the other hunting dogs eating greedily. Ge Erniu asked curiously, "Hey, why doesn't your dog speak?" Lu Qingyang lowered his head and touched the Steamed Buns and Xiao Huiwai. "They don't eat these." "Not interested? This is really rare." Lu Qingyang smiled and did not continue to answer. He didn't want to say too much to attract jealousy. After all, Steamed Buns and little gray were full at home, and he secretly fed some jerky along the way, and he was not hungry at all. Even if it is hunting, it is just a joke and a lot of freedom. Especially when he could understand the language of the beast, he had developed deep feelings for the two little ones. Dogs are born for a short time, so let them live freely. I've never seen a dog so emotionally stable. Ge Ernio shouted, sit down. 2. On the way, Wang Dagon kept frowning and sighing, not at all like his usual optimism. Uncle Tai asked more talkatively, Dagon, did something happen to you at home? Wang Dagon was bored in his heart, holding back and not happy. It happened that Uncle Tai was an elder, so he mentioned it. The child at home is sick, this is not taken to the team clinic, Dr. Zhu prescribed some medicine, the child is more serious, am I not anxious? Wang Dagang has many children at home, and he has always thought that having more children is more blessed, so he has to hold a doll in 2 or 3 years. The free-range child has high physical fitness, but he still has a weak and sickly little daughter, but he still loves it the most, and he just turned 5 years old this year. It's not a trivial matter for a child to get sick. You see, the 3 fools in our team, that is, when he was a child, he had a fever and burned his head, and this matter is not sloppy. The more Wang Dagong thought about it, the more he was right, and the more anxious he became, and he was ready to go back in advance to take his daughter to the town first. Dr. Zhu is really a quack doctor, he can't even cure a small fever. If the old bag is still there, why is it like this? He complained and was already preparing to go down the mountain and rush back. Yang Xiaoshen remembered something, isn't Qin Jiang's daughter-in-law able to see a doctor? Otherwise, you can hold it for her to see? Wang Dagang still remembered Shenmo. I heard that the little girl didn't work as a veterinarian? Why do you still see a doctor for others? Captain, have you forgotten who her master is? Isn't it just an old bag? Wang Dagang reacted and shouted happily, yes, why did I forget about this? Turning his head and asking Lu Qingyang, Xiao Lu, let's go, you go back with me first, and let your daughter-in-law show my daughter, it's really not good, I have to take her to the commune hospital. When I went down the mountain, I happened to meet Shen Mo delivering the cow back. Shen family girl, there is something I want to ask you for help. Shen Mo looked at Lu Qingyang on the side suspiciously, Captain Wang, what kind of animal disease is at home? It's not that the animal is sick, it's my daughter who is sick, go and help take a look. Let's go over together. Shen Mo picked up the medicine box and followed behind, then I'll follow and take a look. Wang Dagon was in a hurry, so Lu Qingyang pulled Shen Mo onto the horse, let's go, let's ride over. On the way, Lu Qingyang also made it clear to Wang Dagong, since you want Shen Mo to treat her illness, you must trust her completely, and if your sister-in-law is distressed at that time, you'll have to take a good look and persuade her. Okay, you put 100 hearts. As soon as he arrived at the door of Wang's house, Wang Dagong hurried to the house, daughter-in-law, how is our Xiao Wan? It's still like that, my body is very hot, the fever hasn't subsided, you can still drink some rice soup before you leave, and now you can't drink a sip of soup. The sister-in-law of the Wang family had messy hair and red eyes, obviously she had just cried. Doggone, why don't we hurry to the commune? Knowing that Dr. Zhu is a quack doctor, they shouldn't have wasted time. As soon as Shen Mo entered the house, she touched the little girl's forehead, which was very hot. Lu Qingyang at least has a little modern common sense, knowing that the child has been with a high fever, it is very likely to get meningitis, and it will really be too late. When Shen Mo was still looking at the smell and asking, Lu Qingyang had already begun to calculate that if it really didn't work, he would use up the health value in the space. After long-term verification, he found that although health value cannot completely cure diseases, it can hang people's lives at critical moments. At this moment, Shen Mo had already taken out the sterilized silver needle, and first stabbed it towards the location of Ziajuan's cookie point. Xiaowan felt a tingling pain in her elbow, and she began to cry because she was already uncomfortable. Mother, where are you, mother, it hurts. Chapter 242. Tell me, this is not a big deal. Don't be afraid, my mother is here, I'll accompany you. When Shen Mo was about to get the second injection, Wang's sister-in-law was distressed and nervous. Will this break the child? Shen Mo shook her head, I am not completely sure, how dare I prick her with a needle, don't worry. Wang Dagong was afraid that his daughter-in-law would affect Shen Mo's needle here, so he quickly pulled her out. The sister-in-law of the Wang family asked cryingly, why did you pull me out? I know you're worried about Xiao Wan, but you've already invited the Shen family girl to see a doctor, so don't make a fuss next to her to treat her illness. Can I not be in a hurry? The child is like this, you didn't see it just now, the lips are white. Wang Dagon looked away and sighed, do you think I'm not in a hurry? Shen Mo is Lao Bao's apprentice anyway. Wang's sister-in-law walked around the door, feeling very uneasy. Lu Qingyang saw that she was in a hurry like this, so he gave her a task, sister-in-law, you have taken these medicines to fry first, and the child will drink them later. Hey, I'll go now. Lu Qingyang patted Wang Dagong on the shoulder, there will be no problem. He has added the health value, at least to ensure that the child's life is worry-free. The rest depends on Shen Mo's operation. Shen Mo seriously pricked several of Ziajuan's acupuncture points. The child has never experienced this, and he is clamoring to find his mother. Shen Mo took out colorful fruit candies from her pocket. I heard that your name is Xiaowan. As long as you are obedient, my sister will give you these candies. Xia Juan's eyes widened. She had never seen such candy. Shen Mo patiently coaxed her. If you cry, your parents will be distressed and sad, but if you don't cry, the disease will be cured, and your parents will be happy, and you can have candy to eat. Can you endure it? Xiaowan nodded weakly. Sister, I won't cry anymore. She closed her eyes, with an expression of seeing death as home, and Shen Mo continued to prick needles. After tying it, he stuffed a piece of sugar into Xia Juan's mouth. The child is easy to coax, a candy goes down, and the frowning brows just now immediately relaxed. It's so sweet, and there is a fragrant orange flavor, it's so delicious. Taking advantage of this time, Shen Mo had already begun to pull out the needle. Wang Dagong heard that there was no crying inside, but he became even more worried, but he didn't dare to go in, so he could only pace back and forth at the door. It wasn't until he saw Lu Qingyang coming out with a basin of water that he greeted him nervously. What's wrong? It's much better. Wang's sister-in-law also came over with the medicine, and when she heard 3 words better, she finally put a smile on her face. I'll go in first and take a look. Seeing her daughter who was dying just now, she actually sat up at this moment, and there were colorful candies by her pillow. Where did this come from? My sister gave it to me. It's so sweet, mother, you can taste it too. When the sister-in-law of the Wang family saw that the child had improved a lot, the big stone in her heart finally landed. Xiaowan is much better, let her take the medicine first. Xiaowan smelled the medicine and wanted to turn her head, but when she saw her mother's earnest eyes, she still picked it up and drank it. Then he picked up a candy and ate it. You kid, you can't eat other people's things casually. No, mother, I want to eat. Shen Mo explained this was originally for her, and she will be allowed to eat a piece of candy after drinking medicine in the future. Sister-in-law Wang looked a little cramped. I'm sorry, I didn't. Just now. Shen Mo had already picked up the medicine box. It's okay, I'll leave. Come to me to pick up a few pieces of medicine when it's convenient for you, and remember to fry a pear for your children every day. Okay, thank you so much. The sister-in-law of the Wang family thanked her repeatedly, her eyes full of gratitude. But Shen Mo could see that the sister-in-law of the Wang family was not in a very good state, so she asked with concern, I heard that you gave birth not long ago, why don't I take a pulse too? The Wang sister-in-law shook her head. I don't need it, I'm not uncomfortable. Shen Mo held her wrist reluctantly, and her brows gradually furrowed. This is qi deficiency, you have to replenish your body, otherwise you will have problems for a long time. Wang's sister-in-law sighed. Dagong has worked hard enough, bring back anything delicious to replenish my body, but there are many children at home. Shen Mo looked at the children playing in the yard. All of them were very strong and looked healthy. The children are strong and solid. You have to think more about yourself. If you collapse, what will happen to the children? If there is a good one, leave more for yourself to eat. You are good, and the child can be good. I listened to the eldest sister. Wang Dagong walked in nervously and touched Xia Juan's forehead. Retreat, finally retreat. Dad, I'm fine. When I'm better, can you take me to the forest to play? Wang Dagong smiled lovingly. Okay, the weather should be warm at that time. Daddy will take your brothers and sisters. Let's go together. Xia Juan's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Can you collect fungi? I want to pick mushrooms. Of course you can. On the side, Shen Mo looked at this scene quietly, with mixed feelings in her heart. She once felt the warmth of maternal love deeply, but she was always blank about the appearance of fatherly love. An inexplicable loss suddenly surged in my heart. I'll leave first, drink more water, and I'm so anxious to eat some eggs and mare's milk to replenish my body. Lu Qingyang had already been waiting for her to come out outside the door. You did a good job, you were really courageous when you treated your illness. Shen Mo was stunned. Captain Wang usually looks so fierce, but when he talks to her daughter, his tone is so gentle. Why do you like your daughter too? Let's have a daughter in the future. No, let's have 2, so that they can have a companion. Lu Qingyang's teasing words made Shen Mo temporarily forget the sadness just now. Just waved his hand and hammered Lu Qingyang a few times. We haven't gotten married yet. Isn't this fast? Shen Mo raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. Maybe the regret on her could be made up for in the 2 children, because she felt that Lu Qingyang could definitely be a good father. You go back first, I'll be back later, and I have something to say to Captain Wang. Well, I'll go back and get busy first. But Shen Mo always had a doubt in her heart. No matter how good her medical skills were, this child's condition was getting better too quickly. Was it really a mistake? Lu Qingyang looked at Shen Mo's back as she left, and couldn't help but sigh. This temperament is much gentler than before. Wang Dagong and Lu Qingyang were talking in a corner of the yard. Captain Wang, this is how Dr. Zhu usually treats diseases. Don't talk about him. I'm angry when I talk about him. My daughter was almost killed by him, and my mother, who used to be strong, but the quack doctor prescribed the wrong medicine to her, and after taking it, she fell into the root of the disease, and now her hands are shaking all the time. Lu Qingyang echoed. Tell me, this is not a thing. Chapter 243 The reactionaries should be overthrown. You ask, are there still few people in our production team who have been damaged by him? We have no power or power. If I hadn't had this ability to hunt, I wouldn't have been the captain of the hunting party. Besides, they are anxious when this matter falls on themselves, and they can't meet it, and they wish they could stay away from right and wrong. What Wang Dagong said actually made sense, and Lu Qingyang also understood. I also found several victim villagers in private to learn about the situation. The implication is that Dr. Zhu is hateful, but they don't want to stand up, and the end of offending people is even worse. What's the difference between this and the village bully? It is estimated that no one can cure him. Lu Qingyang pretended to sigh and sighed. How could there be such a coincidence? Your mother was cured, and you almost killed your daughter, creating evil. Wang Dagong suddenly realized something and stood up suddenly. Zhu Mao, you bastard. It won't be that I was looking for him before, but this time I deliberately ruined my daughter. This dog thing. It's really tired of being alive. Wang Dagong rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was itching with hatred. Lu Qingyang snorted, Zhu Mao? Everyone is Dr. Zhu, Dr. Zhu's call. Is he knowing his full name for the first time? I have made trouble several times before because of my mother's affairs, but I didn't have a saying, but I didn't expect him Zhu Mao to want to cheat my child. Lu Qingyang held back his smile. No, is his name really Zhu Mao? Isn't it? He, like that old Go, hates other people's names the most. Zhu Mao Zhu Mao. I think he should change his name to Pig Dung. Lu Qinjiang's words just now really had an effect. Wang Dagong was really angry, rolled up his sleeves and was about to go to the team to complain. Xiao Lu, you go with me, the person who bullies me Wang Dagong, I won't make it easy for him. Wang Dagong began to scold Zhu Mao all the way, from the whole family to the 18th generation of his ancestors. My grandson of the grass Gigi is Zhu Mao, and I almost killed my daughter. I don't settle accounts with him today, and I won't be surnamed Wang in the future. Captain Wu and Go Zizai were still discussing things, and the door was kicked open with a bang. Captain, you have to make the decision for me. Captain Wu looked confused, and he didn't know what was going on at all. What's going on? What's wrong with you? What else? My daughter is sick, take her to Zhu Mao for treatment, and he almost cured my daughter. I'm going to ask for an explanation now. Go Zizai was originally on Dr. Zhu's side, and immediately began to defend him. What you said, Dr. Zhu is willing to come to a place like ours, he is condescended. What rumors are you making? People are educated and skilled doctors, you know what you know, hurry up and get out, I can tell you not to cause trouble here. Captain Wu stopped Go Zizai. Why do you talk? If you can't say it, say a few words. He pulled Wang Dagong aside and asked in a low voice, what's wrong with your girl? You okay? If it weren't for the veterinarian in our production team, my daughter would still be. Wang Dagong's forehead was almost wrinkled into a Sichuan character. I know about this, I'll go to your house to see her later. Captain Wu had secretly used his daughter-in-law's relationship, and he didn't want such a bad thing to exist in the brigade. Go Zizai is in the same group as that Zhu Mao, so naturally he has to carry him on his back. No, Captain, just give me such an answer, I want an explanation. Lu Qingyang understood the meaning of Captain Wu's words and pulled Wang Dagong back. Let's go back first, the captain said to come to us to talk about things later. Wang Dagong gave up, glanced at him at ease, and then left deflated. On the way, passing by the health room, the more I thought about it, the more angry I became. Xiao Lu, wait for me for a while, I'll go to Mokeng. Before Lu Qingyang could hold him, he had already left menacingly. After a while, I heard a sound of glass breaking. Ouch, who shot me? Let me catch you, I can't spare you. Then Wang Dagong came back as if nothing had happened. Okay, let's go. Zhu Mao looked at the broken glass, and a hole was smashed on his head, and he was furious. Today, you still want to make an appointment with a woman? How can he see people like this? As soon as the two arrived on the front foot, Captain Wu came on the back foot. He didn't grind and said straight to the point. I also know what kind of virtuous person Zhu Mao is, and I have already found a way to transfer him away. It's not a thing to be a person here with us, don't worry, at most next year, he will definitely leave here. Wang Dagong sounded quite comfortable at first, but when he heard that he would be able to drive him away next year. Captain, this can't be done, I've long seen him unpleasant, why don't I just beat him away? Teach a lesson. Let's see if his mouth is hard or my fists are hard. If you beat him, you will be unlucky. Look at your family, you are the pillar. Without you, what will your children and daughters-in-law do? Wang Dagong was silent. Indeed, this family is supported by him. Although the eldest daughter can do some work, she looks at the 5 or 6 children playing in the doll that the old lady is still holding in her arms. Wang Dagong knew that it was not enough, or far from enough, and he really had to think twice about doing things. I have a way to make him unlucky. Lu Qingyang interjected appropriately. By the way, I almost forgot that you were still here. Why are you here to join in the fun again? You have to intervene in everything. I have a way to make Zhu Mao unlucky, you don't have to waste any effort. Wang Dagong's originally gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. What's the way? Tell me about it. Captain Wu had a bad premonition. and he still remembered Lu Qingjiang's many ghost ideas. Do you know who Zhu Mao is most afraid of? Captain Wu had a bit of insider hidden in his heart, and when he thought of himself, he couldn't help but cough softly and dryly, afraid of daughter-in-law. That's right. His little authority is not stained with the light of his daughter-in-law, and even his sister-in-law gives him a little thin face. Just imagine, if his family knows that he has another sister-in-law outside. Speaking of this, Lu Qingyang deliberately lengthened his tone. Is there anyone outside Zhu Mao? Wang Dagong was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know about it at all. It's simple, but how to operate this matter is still a problem. Lu Qingyang stared at Captain Wu. Then it depends on you, Captain. Me? Zhu Mao's daughter-in-law and I are not familiar with each other. You are not familiar with it, but our aunt knows it. Captain Wu was strange. He didn't know these things, but Lu Qingyang knew it clearly. You kid, where did you find out so much information, like an underground organization? Lu Qingyang touched his head embarrassedly. You can see that you think highly of me. How can I compare with those old-timers? But Zhu Mao, a reactionary, should be defeated. Chapter 244. It turns out that she is not his cousin, but his lover. Captain Wu slapped his thigh. In order to completely eliminate this hidden danger, he really had to make some action. Okay, let's go find your aunt. Aunt Wu was cooking at home, and when she saw Lu Qingyang coming, she enthusiastically asked him to stay and eat. Don't go, you can stay here and take a bite, and I'll scramble 2 more eggs for you to eat. It can be seen how much Aunt Wu admires Lu Qingyang. She is still wearing the jacket he gave to Captain Wu when he gave her an idea before. Okay, but my Shen Mo hasn't eaten yet, and my grandfather is still at home, so I have to go back and prepare for them. It's not over yet, you just think about that grandfather and grandson all day long. Lu Qingyang grinned. Isn't this 8 or 9 inseparable from 10? Looking at this April, do you know what to prepare? Do you want your aunt to tell you? Look at your family, there is no sensible person. Lu Qingyang scratched his head. I really don't know the customs here. Now the country advocates simplicity, and the same is true in our team. Simply prepare some candy, melon seeds, peanuts, red dates, red eggs, etc. Find a closer relationship to eat casually, and it will pass. Lu Qingyang wrote it down. Okay, I've remembered everything. Aunt Wu said cheerfully, melon seeds, peanuts, red dates, you don't have to spend money, I'll take care of it for you. How can this be done? This is my marriage. What are you polite to your aunt? If you don't eat here, just take these eggs back. Aunt Wu stuffed a few eggs for him, which made Lu Qingyang feel embarrassed. He said that in fact, he had meat at home. Then thank you for your kindness, I'll send you some salted fish that I pickled later. You kid, you can also pickle salted fish, you can do much better than those kids from the city. It's a pity. It's a pity that he couldn't get his niece to marry him. Captain Wu has 5 daughters in his family, commonly known as the 5 golden flowers. When Aunt Wu was pregnant with her first child, she fell when she was 5 or 6 months old, and the child was gone, and she was a boy, which always made her haunted. So he desperately wanted to have a son, but now that he was older, it became a delusion to have another one. Every time Aunt Wu saw Lu Qingyang, she hoped to give birth to a son like him. Coupled with his likable personality, he likes to take extra care of him. Lu Qingyang looked at Captain Wu and expected him to speak, but he pretended not to see and looked at the sky. There was no way. Lu Qingyang had to speak first. Aunt Wu, I want to trouble you with something. Aunt Wu agreed. What's the matter? As long as I can help. Do you know Dr. Zhu's daughter-in-law? Aunt Wu thought about it carefully. Acquaintance, but only 1 or 2 meetings. What are you asking this for? Lu Qingyang lowered his voice. I heard about it. What's the matter? Tell me. The women in the team are usually idle, and their favorite thing is gossip, and they immediately perked up their ears when they heard this. After Lu Qingyang told what he had seen and heard, Aunt Wu showed a sudden expression of enlightenment. No wonder you have to do everything you can to stuff a little slut in. It turns out that it is not his cousin, it is his good friend. That's right. Aunt Wu felt strange again. Xiao Lu, you are not such a gossipy person. Do you want to report that there is a problem with his style? It's easy to report him. I want Aunt Wu to spread this matter. Aunt Wu was happy. This is not simple. Change Minger. As soon as I talk to the broken mouth, the entire production team knows. Lu Qingyang continued with a smile. The most important thing is to let Dr. Zhu's daughter-in-law know. Aunt Wu was also a smart person and immediately understood what he meant. It's also a coincidence, although I'm not familiar with her, but I know her hair is small. Lu Qingyang told Aunt Wu the information he had investigated before. Every Monday, Zhu Mao would go to the commune to find a concubine, but I didn't find a specific address. This kind of thing, leave it to your aunt and I will arrange it. I already know what you mean. Then thank you, Aunt Wu. After talking with Aunt Wu, Lu Qingyang found that Captain Wu was still standing at the door, and he poked his head in from time to time to take a look. I said, Uncle Wu, why did you hide at the critical moment? The effect you said is much better than mine. I am a reasonable arrangement. Captain Wu snorted coldly. Okay, I understand. After Zhu Mao leaves, have you thought about the candidate for the village hygienist? Lu Qingyang's tone was casual, but Captain Wu knew that he must have thought of this sentence when he asked this sentence. What? Do you want Shen Mo to go? Lu Qingyang reminded, isn't there still a candidate for this? Who? Lao Bao. He has been treating the people in the village for so many years, there is no merit in hard work. When he comes back, that position will be left to him. Don't apply with the top first. Remember what I said, uncle. I'll go back to cook first. Lu Qingyang waved his hand, and before Captain Wu could speak, he ran away. Hey, this kid, it's all arranged. Am I the captain or is he the captain? Isn't it just right for him to arrange it? You see that Xiao Lu has a vision. If you are as flexible as him, why have you endured it until now? Aunt Wu turned around and picked up the steamed corn steamed buns in the pot. I'm going to the commune's parents' house tomorrow to do something. If you don't have time to cook, you can heat up the steamed buns and fry a dish for the children. Don't forget to HA. Captain Wu responded, I know. By the way, continue at night. Captain Wu already had back pain. Daughter-in-law, why don't you forget it? You said that we are all a lot old, and it is not bad to have 5 daughters. Why do you have to have a son? Aunt Wu's face immediately darkened. I want that child to come back. He is our first son. If it weren't for my carelessness, how could there be no? You are cruel. I can't be ruthless. Let me tell you, I just want to find a way to give birth to a son. If you don't give birth to me, I will find someone else to give birth to. Captain Wu naturally knew that what she said was angry. You dare. Why are you going to break my leg? No, daughter-in-law. Okay, I'll rely on you. After Lu Qingyang went back, he took out his pickled salted fish and the sausage he had made before. I made a plate of salted fish stuffed with sausages and steamed a few sausages. Shen Mo ate 6 or 7 steamed buns with these meals. It's so fragrant. It's so delicious, even better than the sausages I've had before. This salted fish is also more fragrant the more you chew. Eat more, like to eat, and do more in the future. Shen Mo saw that Lu Qingyang hung up 2 salted fish and wrapped 3 sausages, and asked curiously, why, do you want to give it away? Chapter 245 Grandpa, I think I can see it. Yes, send it to the captain and let them help with something. Shen Mo stuffed another piece of sausage into her mouth. What's the matter? It's nothing, this is not planning for your master. By the way, I ask you, how do you feel when you are a veterinarian in the team now? Are you used to it? It's pretty good, I'm almost used to it, at least until now. I haven't killed animals. Lu Qingyang touched his chin. How much salary can I get in that month? The team is to give 12 yuan a month and add 10 pounds of corn flour. Shen Mo said truthfully, it's a little less, and for me, these grains are really not enough. Lu Qingyang calculated Shen Mo's food for a month, and she would eat more than a pound of flour a day. Staple food alone is not enough, meat is also needed. Fortunately, he has more food hoarding in his space, and there is a lot of harvest in the space, and he often has meat when he hunts, which is enough to feed her. Seeing that he was calculating seriously, Shen Mo took the initiative to mention, I know, I have a big appetite, and your pressure is definitely not small, and I will hand over my salary to you every month in the future. You can keep it for yourself, you can buy whatever you want. Lu Qingyang is not short of money, and he can fully bear the family's expenses. After all, men are meant to support their families, and this is responsibility and responsibility. Shen Mo curled her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she still didn't speak. After eating, Lu Qingyang went to the captain's house with his things. The 5 golden flowers of their family were hiding in the window and secretly looking at him. You're really here. Lu Qingyang directly put down the salted fish and sausages, perhaps just ordinary things in modern times, not worth a few dollars. But at this time, sausages and salted fish are also rare. Aunt Wu hurriedly waved her hand and declined, take it back, we won't accept these. This is specially used for you to try, and you can also use it as a favor, so you can always use it in the future. You sausage, just smell it, look at you, you are so polite. Aunt Wu said, but she had already turned around and took out a basket from the house. As for the things, I will accept them first, but you have to take these dozen eggs back, and when we save more eggs, I will let my family send them to you. Aunt Wu is also a sensible person, and she just doesn't want to take advantage of Lu Qingyang. You don't accept it, and I don't want your things. Okay, then I'll take it first. As soon as Lu Qingyang went back, he found that Yang Xiaotang had come and also sent a basket of eggs, counting more than a dozen. Shen Mo squatted and looked at these eggs. I'm tired of eating boiled eggs and brown sugar eggs, and I always feel tasteless in my mouth recently. Are you tired of eating? Lu Qingyang was helpless. It seemed that she was really raised too well. It was difficult to eat eggs every day outside. Shen Mo was good, and she was tired of eating directly. He thought for a moment, otherwise, I'll make you tea eggs to eat. Tea eggs? Sure. Shen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. It's rare for her to eat tea eggs. The last time she ate them was when she went to town. Lu Qingyang said to do it. In fact, he also missed tea eggs. When he was in college, it was meat buns with tea eggs and a cup of soy milk. Little Jasmine, help me wash all the eggs. Okay, I'll go wash. Eggs will inevitably be stained with some chicken feces, so they must be washed clean. Lu Qingyang took out salt, soy sauce, peppercorns, and star anise, and suddenly found that the tea he had brought before had been eaten. Then he turned to ask Shen Mo, who was still washing eggs seriously, "Is there still tea at home?" "Tea? It seems that there is, I'll go find it." Shen Mo began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, and finally found a bag of tea from the cabinet. Usually Grandpa hides it well. Lu Qingyang smelled it. "This is black tea, just right to cook tea eggs. Will Grandpa feel sorry for us for using his tea?" "No, tea is for drinking, and it's the same for making tea eggs." He boiled the egg first and then took it out and cracked the shell. Shen Mo wondered, "Why did you break the shell?" "This will add more flavor, wait and see. Keep it delicious." He asked Shen Mo to put the prepared seasoning in, but Lu Qingyang turned around and found that Shen Mo had poured half a bag of tea. "Oh, no need to do so much." Shen Moyi looked like she had done something wrong. "My hands are shaking. Grandpa will definitely say you if he knows." "Then don't let him find out." Shen Mo looked confident. "I don't usually see him drinking tea." Not long after, a unique fragrance of tea floated out of the pot, which permeated the entire space. Shen Mo sniffed. "I don't usually like to drink tea, but this smell is so fragrant." Uncle Shen hadn't slept yet, and he could smell the fragrance that filled the house. "What's going on, Xiao Mo? Why does it smell like black tea?" Shen Mo was slightly cramped. "I just made tea." "Did you make tea? When did you know how to drink tea?" "Just right, pour me a cup too. This is my treasured tea, you can't find it outside." Shen Mo felt guilty. She had just poured half a pack into it to boil tea eggs, and suddenly felt a little guilty, but more of a panic. Although her grandfather would not blame her even if he knew, she felt uncomfortable. Uncle Shen groped and suddenly said oops. This shock almost frightened Shen Mo. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I didn't drink tea just now, but I used your tea leaves to make tea eggs, and I used a lot of." Uncle Shen didn't care about this matter at all, and his tone was full of joy. "No, Xiao Mo, I think I can take a look." He was alone in the room just now and couldn't see it normally, so he didn't light an oil lamp. "Now I actually saw a little light in my eyes, and I didn't even care about the tea that Shen Mo said." "Grandpa, what did you see?" Uncle Shen slowly walked towards the lantern that was swaying with a faint light, and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. "Here, there's light, right?" Shen Mo asked in surprise. "Yes, Grandpa, can you really see it?" "I can see a glimmer of light. I'll go out and take a look tomorrow during the day." Lu Qingyang knew that this was his method working, and according to this progress, within a few months, Uncle Shen should be able to see things completely. In addition to being happy, Uncle Shen also forgot to be angry, but there was a hint of worry. He wouldn't be a reflection of himself, right? Could it be that his death is not long in coming? "Xiao Mo, go to the cellar and bring the box I hid." "I know, I'll go get it." Uncle Shen was afraid of any accidents, so he might as well take advantage of the good condition now and explain it in advance. He waved again, signaling Lu Qingyang to come closer. "What's wrong, Grandpa? Is there anything to say? Do you see the old tree in our yard? If something happens to me, cut down the tree and make a coffin for me." "Lu Qingyang, what are you thinking? I see your bones, very tough. Don't think about some things that are not there." Chapter 246. Mr. Shen regains his sight. Uncle Shen touched his beard. "No, I have to cut it now, and it will be too late to rebuild it then." Lu Qingyang knew that Uncle Shen felt that he might have returned to the light. At this moment, Shen Mo had already taken out the box according to Uncle Shen's instructions. "Grandpa, box." Uncle Shen took out a mottled copper key, handed it to Shen Mo, and motioned for her to open the box. "As soon as you open the box, you will be greeted by a smell of age. This is the dowry I prepared for Xiao Mo, just in case, I'll take it out first." Lu Qingyang leaned over and took a look. "Good guy, a box of copper coins. It's just that it's not from this era. There are the Republic of China period, the Qing dynasty period, and the preservation is quite good." Shen Mo exclaimed, "Wow, so much." Guangxu Tanbao has the most types, followed by Qianlong Tanbao and Jiaqing Tanbao. Lu Qingyang took a closer look and found an unexpected thing. "This is Yuan Deitu?" Lu Qingyang was slightly surprised. Uncle Shen smiled. "Boy, your eyesight is good. I remember that there should be more than one, you can look for it again." Lu Qingyang looked for it in the coins again, and there were a total of 6 or 7 yuan data in it. In addition to the ordinary version, there is also a plus version of the word, which is the most valuable. "It's not something valuable, Xiao Mo, these will be your dowry, and Grandpa has saved some money here, and I will bring it to you when the time comes." Lu Qingyang looked at this yuan data with the word added. "This is a good thing. I don't know how much it can be sold for in the future, although it can only be said to be worthless now." Shen Mo felt inexplicable. "Grandpa, what are you doing with these things for me now? 80 years old, don't be on guard, in case one day it." Shen Mo stomped her foot angrily. "What nonsense. Okay, let's not say anything." Shen Mo turned around, squatted in front of Rhubarb's kennel, and touched Rhubarb's back. After a few days of conditioning, Rhubarb is now alive. Not only that, but it also led a group of dogs to encircle Chen's CAI to take revenge and bite his ass several times, but now it is very majestic. Perhaps sensing that the owner was not in a good mood, it rubbed Shen Mo's hand. Xiao Mo, Grandpa is wrong, don't be angry. Shen Mo didn't look over, I'm not frightened. Uncle Shen shook his head silently, and asked Lu Qingyang to follow him into the room. You open the middle drawer with the key and take out a few photos inside. Lu Qingyang naturally did so, and there was a photo of a young woman holding a child, which looked like Shen Mo and her mother. There are also photos of men in military uniforms and their families, which should be Shen Mo's uncle. Uncle Shen sighed, sometimes I wonder if I live too long and rob the children of their blessings, which is why they died early. This is all nonsense, as the saying goes, if there is an old man in the family, if there is a treasure, don't think about it. He rubbed the photo, and a fleeting happy smile appeared on his face. If I could keep them alive, I'd rather not live. Lu Qingyang naturally understood how painful it was for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person. Qingyang, I can't see it. There is a photo inside that is a single photo of a man, and there is writing on the back, and that is Shen Mo's father. Lu Qingyang found the photo, which was a handsome man. There are words at the back, but due to the age, the handwriting is blurred, and it is only vaguely visible that the address should be in a certain alley in the capital. This is Xiao Mo's father. She actually wants to know what kind of person her father is, but I don't want to tell her, when I am gone. You are going back to the capital, take her back and give her this photo, and get rid of the obsession in her heart. Lu Qingyang felt more and more that Uncle Shen was explaining the aftermath. Why don't you say these words? You should say it to her in person. I'm afraid. I can't hold on to that time. How come? Seeing his slightly frowning, Lu Qingyang changed the subject. Today is just going to apply medicine again, I'll go prepare it for you. Lu Qingyang turned around and went to boil the medicinal herbs with spiritual spring water, and asked Shen Mo to go in and help Uncle Shen apply it. Now that Grandpa can see the light, if he persists for a while, he should be able to see it completely. Shen Mo took the basin. I know, I'll go. The next day, as soon as Uncle Shen opened his eyes, he saw the beams, he rubbed his eyes, feeling incredible. Could this be an illusion? How can it be seen suddenly? In order to verify the authenticity of all this, Uncle Shen gently closed his eyes again, and then opened them suddenly. Slowly raise your hands in front of you, the texture of your fingertips, the lines of your palms, everything is incredibly clear. I can see it. I can see it. He shouted excitedly. He hurriedly put on his shoes, put on his clothes and walked out. The dogs heard the movement and all gathered around. Uncle Shen looked at the dogs in surprise. 1, 2, 3. There are 6 dogs in total. I really saw it clearly. He had been blind for 6 or 7 years, and suddenly he could see and almost fainted with excitement. A stumbling stumble and suddenly fell to the ground, but suddenly began to laugh loudly. Shen Mo just woke up from her sleep, rubbed her eyes sleepily, and saw her grandfather sitting on the ground, crying and laughing. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? She hurriedly stepped forward and carefully helped her grandfather up. Uncle Shen looked at his granddaughter in front of him in a daze. In her memory, she was still a child, and in the blink of an eye, she had become slim and became a big girl. Xiao Mo has really grown up. Uncle Shen was full of emotion. Shen Mo was confused, but found that Uncle Shen was looking in his direction. Could it be? Grandpa, can you really see it? I can see it clearly, I can see you clearly, and the rhubarb at our house. Shen Mo was so excited that she almost jumped, and she shouted incoherently, Lu Qingyang, come out quickly. Grandpa can really see it. Even a group of dogs around him wagged their tails happily. Of course, Lu Qingyang was not surprised, but happy from the bottom of his heart. Let me tell you, Grandpa will get better, look at it now. Uncle Shen touched the table, touched the chair, and began to look at the bricks on the wall again. After staying in the dark for a long time, it was still difficult to accept the light outside at first glance. He was really content to see the newborn son again before he died of old age. And the fact that Uncle Shen was able to restore his eyesight naturally quickly spread throughout the production team. It's really God, have you heard, that blind old man Shen has been blind for almost 10 years, and now he can see it when he says he can see it. I heard that his granddaughter is now a veterinarian in the team, and she is very powerful, even Mrs. Chen has been cleaned up. This can cure animals, but can it also cure people? Aren't beasts and humans similar? Beasts can't speak at most. Chapter 247 Calling him brother-in-law is really flattering him. The villagers chatted, tell me, a little girl's medical skills are so good, even the blind can be cured. I heard that she also helps treat people in private, which is much more reliable than Dr. Zhu. Zhu Mao heard a group of people talking from a distance, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. This girl from the Shen family took his place. Now it seems that there is a tendency to take his place. But if you think about it carefully, it should be impossible. There are people above him, and no one dares to move his position easily. It's good to go to that little girl for treatment. It's not his responsibility to cure her anyway. He can still save snacks and don't care about those messy things. Zhu Mao whistled and checked the medicine on the cabinet. At the beginning of each month, he would go to the commune to pick up some essential medicines used by the production team. Seeing that it was almost April, he happened to go to the commune and sell the hoarded medicines. Although he looked down on this job in the Liexi brigade, he could privately drop the medicine, that is, exchange the expired drugs that should be disposed of with the medicines he received from the commune hospital. In this way, he can have an extra amount of money on hand, which can be used to support his outside sister-in-law. So over the years, the daughter-in-law at home has never found out that there are other women outside him. Anyway, even if something happens in the team, he can't find his head. Some time ago, Go Zizi found him and told someone to go to the team to complain. He stuffed another cigarette for Go Wei and asked him to take care of it. Wouldn't anyone come to find trouble? The profit inside is relatively large, and a cigarette is just a trivial matter for him. Zhu Mao yawned, took out a copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook and began to pretend to look at it again. Looking at it, I started to feel sleepy again, so I fell asleep on my stomach for a while. When a villager came to see a doctor, he rubbed his eyes. Seeing that the other party is 70 or 80 years old, one leg is about to go into the coffin, is it still necessary to see a doctor? So he casually fooled around and sent the old man away. After a noon break, Shen Mo saw Shen Mo, who was inspecting the piglet, and snorted coldly. Thinking that he desperately fought for this position, but made a wedding dress for someone else, maybe there was her handwriting in it, and he would look back and find a way to fix her. Just when Zhu Mao had such an idea in his heart, Anwu had already gone to her parents' house in Baiyun Commune. As soon as he came back, he went to find Zhang Jiang's hair and inquired about Zhu Mao's daughter-in-law. You said Xiajuan, she and I work in the same factory, and I are very familiar with her. Why did you suddenly mention her? Anwu pretended to be deep. It's okay, isn't her family a doctor in our production team? I'm just curious to ask. Xiajuan is honest, she can speak well, but she is amazing. Anwu continued mysteriously, I heard something, you can listen to it as a joke. What's going on? It's so mysterious. In this era of very little entertainment life, gossip is the most interesting entertainment. Anwu lowered her voice and said a few words in Fa Xiao's ear, and Fa Xiao showed a thoughtful look. Oh my god, is he that kind of person? Anwu knew what kind of person Fa Xiao was, and she couldn't hold it back at all, and it wouldn't be long before this matter would reach Zhu Mao's daughter-in-law's ears. It's really interesting, talk to me again. After the two finished chatting, Anwu took out the salted fish and sausages that Lu Qingyang gave her and left some for Fa Xiao. Fa Xiao Qian's thanks, you are so polite, bring me these, you wait for me, I still have a few clothes at home, the colors are relatively bright, not suitable for me to wear at my age, you take them back to your daughter. Although Fa Xiao broke his mouth, his heart was not bad, and Anwu declined and accepted it. I said, you said that this Xiajuan is so honest, and she is bent on thinking about her family, how can that person surnamed Zhu do such a thing? Fa Xiao stopped tidying up the clothes in his hand, then Xiajuan is really unlucky, if there is no Xiajuan surnamed Zhu, it is really bullshit. The two chattered a few more words, and then Anwu said goodbye and left. Back at her parents' house, Anwu exchanged a few pleasantries with her sister-in-law. Coincidentally, the sister-in-law actually knew Li Xiajuan's sister Li Ziyufang, who was Zhu Mao's sister-in-law who married a good family. Recently, the commune has been vigorously carrying out a literacy campaign, and the two happened to be in the same study class, and they became acquainted with each other. Anwu thought secretly in her heart, so she quietly entrusted her sister-in-law with one thing, hoping that she could reveal Zhu Mao's things to Li Ziyufang. This matter is true, it's still a rumor. How can it be a rumor? I just can't stand it anymore, so I reminded myself, sister-in-law, don't you want to have a good relationship with her? Isn't this an opportunity? After hearing this, the sister-in-law hesitated for a while, but nodded in agreement. But she is a doer, and after a private investigation, she told Li Ziyufang about it. As soon as he went to work in the factory, he couldn't hold it back and began to gossip with the female workers in the factory. Within 2 days, the incident reached Li Xiajuan's ears. She originally listened to the workers talking behind her back, and thought it was something, but after inquiring clearly, her face turned pale. The addresses of the characters in these so-called rumors are clearly stated, and it is difficult not to be suspicious. Li Xiajuan is gentle by nature and is used to burying grievances deep in her heart, and at first she planned to endure it silently and calm down as usual. Who knew that when I got home from get off work, I found that my sister had taken the initiative to come to the door. Li Ziyufang was originally a hot temper. I said, sister, have you heard, my good brother-in-law, there are other good friends outside, call him brother-in-law and really promote him. This Zhu Mao really ate the heart of a bear and a leopard, dared to bully our surname Li. Don't worry, your brother-in-law will not spare him. Li Xiajuan said submissively, Ziyufang, otherwise this matter will be over. Your brother-in-law is definitely not such a person. Isn't that the kind of person? If it weren't for your face, Zhu Mao would have had nothing long ago, and now the big guys know about it. Didn't I just want you to live a more comfortable life to help him? Now that he has slapped me in the face, even if you let him go, I can't let him go. Such a man can't stay, and staying is also a stain on your brother-in-law, and he is now at a critical moment. Li Xiajuan's expression loosened, and Li Ziyufang said with great force, "My good sister, you are soft-hearted now, but he is not soft-hearted. Why don't I take you to see with my own eyes tomorrow what Zhu Mao has done?" Chapter 248 Solved Dr. Zhu. After that, Lu Qingyang also heard about those things from Aunt Wu. "You didn't see that scene, good guy, just start fighting." The two of them were chased and fled on the street, and the scene was so funny that my stomach hurt when I laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhu Mao's mother-in-law, oh no, it's time to call Wu Xiajuan. She was dragged to divorce by her sister on the spot, and she completely cut off her relationship with that side. Lu Qingyang smiled humbly, where, thanks to Aunt Wu's wide network, if it weren't for your help, how could it be so smooth? Before Zhu Mao made a move, he was completely eliminated. You can also vacate the position of a village doctor. Aunt Wu saw the cotters and the commune coming from a distance and called Captain Wu over to ask some questions. He said with some concern, "What's going on? Why are there cotters coming down? This matter is still quite serious." "Don't worry, Uncle Wu didn't do anything wrong, just tell the truth." Captain Wu went out in the morning and came back in the afternoon, and as soon as he came back, Aunt Wu asked eagerly, "What happened? Why did I come to ask you?" "This Zhu Mao is really not a thing. He secretly packed the medicine assigned by the team. This is not after the accident. The above received a report again, came here to investigate, left me there for a long time to ask. All the investigation was clear. Zhu Mao is going to be unlucky." Aunt Wu crossed her waist and was angry. "I just said, why is the medicine he prescribed useless? And the co-authorship is to harm us. I have already said that such a person cannot stay in our production team. This matter, you have to thank Xiao Lu for calling him and Shen Mo to dinner at night. By the way, call Lao Shen too." Since Uncle Shen recovered, sometimes he was happy, and sometimes he had a bitter face, and Shen Mo couldn't figure out what was wrong with his grandfather. At this moment, the cheerful voice of Captain Wu's eldest daughter Wu Dewa came from outside the house. "Excuse me, is there anyone at home?" Shen Mo leaned out, but unexpectedly Wu Dewa was so frightened that Wu Dewa took a few steps back and exclaimed, "Oh, you are at home. My parents asked me to invite you to our house for dinner, and don't forget Brother Qingyang." "Oh yes, and your grandfather has to bring it too." "Oh, I know." After saying that, Wu Dewa ran away. Lu Qingyang happened to come back from repairing the house and saw the back of Dewa leaving. Lu Qingyang put down the tool and patted the dust on his body. "What's wrong with this? Is the captain looking for me for something? Find us to eat. You can't go." Lu Qingyang thought for a while and said with a smile, "You invited me last time. I didn't go. This time I have to give the captain face. Let's go." Shen Mo looked at the potatoes that were still stewing in the pot and reluctantly said, "Can I eat enough when I go there? Why don't I bring this pot of potatoes? It's done." Uncle Shen slowly followed behind them, walking all the way and carefully looking at the changes around him, and the production team has changed a lot in recent years. Until he came to Captain Wu's house, Aunt Wu greeted him warmly. "Oh, Xiao Lu and the others are here, Lao Shen, I heard that you can see it, congratulations. You see, since your girl and Xiao Lu got married, your family has been happy events." Aunt Wu greeted warmly. Come on, don't stand, come into the house and sit down, let's eat while it's hot," she said as she spoke. "Don't think about it this way, it's true. First of all, Shen Mo got a job in the team. Although she was just a veterinarian, she also had a fixed salary. Look at Lao Shen again, as soon as these eyes are good, the whole person's spirit is renewed. Speaking of which, Lu Qingyang, this kid, is really a bit of a real talent. Lao Shen's vision, it is as vicious as ever, and he didn't pick the wrong person." During the meal, Lu Qingyang specially asked about today's situation. Did the cotters above embarrass Uncle Wu? How can this be? I have reported it to my head several times before, but it's gone, and I can't find it on my head. Don't worry, come and eat food. Shen Mo brought the pot herself and put the potatoes on the table. I happened to stew potatoes at home, so I brought them to eat together. The 5 golden flowers of the Wu family were obviously very afraid of Shen Mo. She has a bad reputation, and when she sees a child who is not pleasing to the eye, she likes to beat her up, and she even ran to Wu's house to make trouble before. Shen Mo obviously saw their uneasiness, and explained with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't beat you up if you haven't done anything wrong." Several people hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Aunt Wu really put a lot of effort into it. There were braised rabbits and steamed sausages on the table, and she usually couldn't eat such a good dish even during the Chinese New Year. The children's eyes widened, saliva swirling around the corners of their mouths. While they were eating in full swing, Zhang Wanwan was still losing his temper at home. Zhang Wanwan looked disgusted. "Why is it a vegetable porridge again? Can you cook something flavorful to eat?" "Wanwan, if you endure it a little longer, we will be able to eat good food in a few days." Since separating from Aunt Lu and his eldest brother, Lu Fang still had food stamps at first, and he didn't know how to be frugal every day, and within a few days, the family's food reserves were gone, so he could only barely cook some to eat. Zhang Wanwan is a picky master again, and he still needs Lu Fang to serve him at home. Every time Lu Fang was tired and had back pain, she couldn't eat a hot meal when she came back, and she had to take care of her. But this is the daughter-in-law he has been thinking about. He doesn't feel aggrieved, but he enjoys it. Zhang Wanwan likes to emphasize every time, I marry you, but I have nothing, so I have this dilapidated house, you have to be nice to me. I'll definitely be good to you. After that, he was about to touch Zhang Wanwan's belly, which was giving birth to their common little life. Zhang Wanwan slapped his hand away. Your hands are too cold, don't touch me, don't scare the child. Lu Fang retracted his hand flatteringly, I won't touch you. Zhang Wanwan is not satisfied, but what can be done if she is not satisfied? For the sake of the child and the belly, bear it. I heard the sound of cooking in Aunt Liu's yard again, and smelled the fragrance. I really want to eat some hot stew. The vegetable porridge has no taste in my mouth. Lu Fang was embarrassed to ask Aunt Lu where she wanted it again. After all, she swore last time that she would separate the family, so wouldn't it be a slap in the face to go now? I'll learn to fry you tomorrow. Just at your level, come on. Lu Fang had cooked a dish before, and all the dishes in the pot were fried. I'm a big man, so you can take care of it more. Zhang Wanwan didn't give him any face, and his face was dissatisfied. Even if I don't eat, our child will eat it. He needs nutrition. You go to your mother to borrow a few eggs to replenish my body. While still hesitating, the two heard the sound of scolding the street outside. Zhang Wanwan, you shameless bitch. Are you embarrassed to live a peaceful life? Chapter 249, Give the cow a baby. As soon as Zhang Wanwan heard the sound outside, she stood up and closed the door. Since breaking up with Lu Chunyua, she has to come to the door from time to scold her. At first, she was really worried, but over time, Lu Fang didn't care, and she turned a deaf ear. Zhang Wanwan probed uncertainly, you really don't care about what Lu Chunyua said? Didn't you say it? She is jealous of you and deliberately smears you, so I don't care. I believe you. After that, he opened the door and walked out, scolding Lu Chunyua. Are you embarrassed to say that our family is late? I don't look in the mirror to see what virtue you have, and I don't want to worry about you. You're arrogant. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Lu Chunyua was angry and picked up the stone and smashed it towards the window. I really misjudged you. It turns out that you and Zhang Wanwan are a natural couple. Bio-Z with dogs, I wish you a long life. Lu Chunyua kicked the door a few times before she relieved her anger, and then returned to the Educated Youth Institute. She is now the object of ridicule in the Educated Youth Academy, and has been backstabbed by her best friend and partner. Xu Xia is almost healed from her injuries, and her family has sent someone to pick her up, and she will leave the Liaxi Brigade the day after tomorrow. I've been here for so long, and I haven't been able to take a good turn in this mountain. Xu Xia felt a little regretful. The fat girl stretched out her hand, there's nothing on the mountain, we're logging every day, look at my hands, I'm calloused when I work. Xu Xia doesn't have to worry, but they all need to earn work points, and without work points, a month's ration will be gone. But the snow on the mountain has melted recently, and you can see the red pine when you go up, it's beautiful. If you want to go, let Shen Mo take you to see, she is familiar with this place. The skills are okay, we can't compare to her. Okay, I'll go find her. Shen Mo happened to be free. I also think, I'll take you to the mountain for a walk. Who knew that Zhang Zongwen hurriedly came over, girl, go and take a look, the cow is dystocia, I'm afraid that if I slow down, I'll suffocate to death. Hey, I'll go now. Shen Mo turned around and explained to Xu Xia, I'll go deliver the yak and take you there when I'm busy. Xu Xia took the initiative to follow her, I'll go with you, I haven't seen a cow delivering a baby yet, just to have a long experience. Then you have to be mentally prepared. When Xu Xia saw this scene, her teeth clenched, and she quickly hid outside. Shen Mo checked the cow's belly and found that the calf was stuck in it, so she could only use unnecessary means. She stroked the cow's head and kept comforting her mouth, don't be afraid, bear with it, your cow doll will come out soon. By the time the calf was pulled out, she was already sweating profusely. As soon as the calf landed, it was not used to walking on its feet, and it took a while to stand up. Zhang Zongwen has been praising from the side, before the cow had a difficult birth and several cows died, you have made a great contribution. This is my job. Shen Mo didn't have the slightest disgust on her face, thinking that she had to take a good shower today. The cow licked the calf and showed a loving gaze. Niu's personality is already very friendly, and Shen Mo also saved her life. Shen Mo changed into clean clothes and said to Xu Xia, who was hiding on the side, let's go, take you up the mountain. Shen Mo said to the captain, carrying an old shotgun on his back, and took Xu Xia up the mountain. The two went around the path, and Xu Xia was so tired that she couldn't climb up as she walked, but Shen Mo pulled her. It's just ahead, it's almost there. Halfway through, Xu Xia gasped, it's really not good, I can't walk anymore. Shen Mo stretched out her hand and pulled her up, I'm holding you. Before she could react, Xu Xia was pulled over by a huge force. With Shen Mo dragging, the two quickly reached halfway up the mountain. There are places here that are excellent places to see the red pine forest. Shen Mo's tone was excited. She hadn't been up the mountain for a long time, so she took this opportunity to go to the mountain for a walk. Xu Xia looked down the mountain and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful, it's the first time I've seen such a situation. If it weren't for that scumbag, she might not have come here and wouldn't have seen such a magnificent scenery." Shen Mo had already begun to look for dead branches and leaves, and began to start a fire and burn hot water, eat while looking at the scenery. It really consumed a lot of her physical strength just now, and now she is hungry and can't stand it. Lu Qingyang prepared 3 lunchboxes for her, one full of tea eggs, the other with chili fried pork, and one with a few tortillas. Shen Mo heated it up and asked Xu Xia to eat with her. "This, you did it all?" Xu Xia felt incredible. Shen Mo scratched her head embarrassedly. "No, this is what Lu Qingyang did for me." A big man goes back to cook every day? Well, I didn't cook well, let me cook, I almost burned the house, and since then he won't let me do it, now he cooks, and besides, he cooks deliciously. Try it." Shen Mo's face was full of pride. Xu Xia wondered how delicious it can be. Could there be delicious food in a state-run restaurant? After she took a bite of the chili fried pork, she opened her mouth wide and was surprised. "What's going on? It's so delicious. It was the first time I had such a delicious chili stir-fried pork. And usually she eats a lot of vegetarian dishes, and the meat is rare, but it is not as nourishing as she lives in the city. But Shen Mo's lunchbox is full of meat. Lu Qingyang, he spoils you quite a bit." Xu Xia couldn't help but feel a wave of envy in her heart. Recalling that he had been coaxed by Hu Shengli, if he hadn't finally seen his true face, I am afraid that he would still be in the dark and stupidly giving everything for him. But her reputation in the capital has also been affected, and it will be really difficult to find a good in-laws in the future. She was holding a tortilla and rolling the meat, her eyes swept over the beautiful scenery not far away, and the sorrow in her heart was slightly relaxed. Shen Mo chewed the food in her mouth and comforted her vaguely. "In our land, there are more loyal and honest men. If you see which one, I will match you up. Don't joke with me." She smiled bitterly in response, knowing that she would have to go home obediently after all, and obey her parents' arrangements. Xu Xia stopped tasting it and was full after eating one, but she watched Shen Mo sweep away the food in the lunchbox. Shen Mo explained seriously, "You can't waste food." Suddenly, she stood up vigilantly and raised her shotgun in the direction of Xu Xia. Chapter 250 Famous Dish Dragon and Phoenix Fight. Everyone who eats it will like it. Xu Xia stood up nervously, and heard Shen Mo remind, "There is a snake behind you. Cover your ears." Xu Xia covered her ears, and after a bang, she turned her head tremblingly, found that Shen Mo had already picked up a thick snake. Xu Xia was startled, her legs weakened. How can there be such a big snake? The weather is warm, the hibernating snakes are awake, this snake is big enough, and I don't know what it tastes like. Shen Mo thought about how to eat everything. Thinking of the snake soup made by Lu Qingyang before, she was already looking forward to it. "You still eat snakes? This is very delicious. You call the fat girl to try it at night. I don't dare to do this." "Forget it." Xu Xia was already startled. Just looking at these corpses, she felt that she couldn't walk anymore, and she really couldn't think of eating a snake into her stomach. Lu Qingyang and the others heard gunshots coming from the mountains, so they rushed in this direction. I saw Shen Mo squatting on the ground, poking a person who was shot in the head. Lu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. "We rushed over when we heard the gunshots, and I thought something was wrong. With me here, what can happen? Xu Xia wants to see the red pine forest, so I will take her to take a look, and I happened to meet this snake." Shen Mo grinned. Wang Dagang leaned over and took a look. "This snake is not poisonous. Since you hunted it, let Shen Mo take it back. Do you have any objections?" How dare others have an opinion? No opinion. Xu Xia had lingering fears and was about to stand up, but her legs were weak and she couldn't stand up straight at all. This mountain is indeed beautiful, but it is also full of dangers. Lu Qingyang took the initiative to mention, "Since you are here, let's go down the mountain together later." "Okay." Wang Dagang walked all the way and said, "All the way, the weather is also warm, spring is about to be busy, our hunting party can be temporarily disbanded in half a month, and we have to be busy with things in the fields." Lu Qingyang also thought about it. When he first came here, team leader Han gave them a small piece of land. That small piece of land is indeed small and pitiful, and he can grow some local vegetables in his plan. In addition, there is also a piece of land in Shen Mo's backyard, which also needs to be turned over. Shen Mo saw that he was thinking seriously. "Lu Qingyang, you don't have to worry, I have my land in our family. Yes, with the help of you, a strongman, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort." But Lu Qingyang had other thoughts. He occupied a wasteland behind the old house, and no one had cultivated it for the time being. It's better to occupy it now, and when it comes to field reform, it will naturally be distributed to him, who will dislike it more if there is land. Sun Qian continued to ask, Captain Wang, you mean that our hunting party is about to be disbanded? Then can we still go up the mountain to hunt? You have to have that energy, of course. There are a lot of good things on the mountain in spring, and you can find them if you have the ability. But there is a lot of work in this field. After going down the mountain, Lu Qingyang and Shen Mo went to build a house again. The wedding date of the two is getting closer and closer, and next month is a busy spring, and the people in the team will be very busy at that time, and they must speed up and quickly renovate the house. The structure was almost finished, and Lu Qingyang wrote another application to the team, and then went to transport some bricks over in a few days. Lu Dong and his wife are very reliable, not only enduring hardships and hard work by themselves, but also taking the supervisor. Lu Qingyang doesn't have to spend much energy. And the magic is that he just drew the drawings and roughly taught them how to build them, and the couple actually figured it out. Sure enough, the infrastructure capabilities of Chinese people are in their genes. Lu Dong was amazed by this design. Brother Qingyang, your house has been renovated really well. Next time my house is renovated, it will be like this. Ma Hengxia pushed him. Our family hasn't just been renovated a few years ago. Where is the extra money? Just think about it in your dreams. Dreams always have to be there, if they come true. In order not to be noticeable, Lu Qinjiang's plan is that the outside of the house is as dilapidated as possible, but the decoration inside, he must come in person. How comfortable and how to come. Naturally, the furniture in the house had to be built by Zhou Jian again, but first, he had to choose some high-quality wood first. Fortunately, there is a natural wood factory in this mountain, and when the time comes, he can pick a few trees and bring them back, and say hello to Captain Wu. As soon as she went back, Shen Mo was ready to start dealing with the snake. If it were another girl, it was estimated that she would have to jump, but her eyes were full of red light, and she thought about how to eat. She neatly beheaded, skinned the snake, cleaned it and put it in hot water and boiled it for 20 minutes, then took it out and removed the bones. Lu Qingyang, I've already dealt with the snake, what do you think we should eat? Lu Qingyang looked at the only old hen in the family and moved his mind. Have you ever eaten a dragon and phoenix fight? Dragon and phoenix fight? What is that? The dragon is snake meat, the phoenix is naturally a chicken, that is, we lack an old hen. Lu Qingyang smiled slyly. The eyes of the two couldn't help but fall on the old hen. Shen Mo raised the cold kitchen knife. I'll catch it. By the time Uncle Shen found out, the old hen had already been stripped of its feathers and entered the pot. You too. If we kill the old hen at home, we will have no eggs to eat in the future. The production team stipulates that every household can only raise 2 or 3 chickens. Killing this one, there is only one hen left in the family, which makes Uncle Shen angry. Grandpa, this old hen is old and doesn't lay eggs, so it can be used for us to nourish our bodies. This killing has been killed. Why are you still telling me this? And the tea I hid is also more than half missing. You kid is really a prodigal. As he spoke, Uncle Shen had a smile on his face. Lu Qingyang has already begun to fight dragons and phoenixes. The snake meat needs to be cooked and disassembled into thin strips, and the chicken is cut into pieces, soaked in some sun-dried mushrooms, and then put in and stewed together. Simmer over high heat for a while, and then simmer slowly over low heat, and when he lifts the lid of the pot, Shen Mo's already greedy saliva is about to flow out. She also invited the fat girl and Xu Xia to come over for dinner, and Lu Qingyang fried 2 more vegetables casually, waiting for the two to come to the door. When Xu Xia came, she was actually very responsive in her heart. After all, she had never eaten a snake, and the picture was so bloody. But she couldn't resist Shen Mo's invitation, and it was even more touching to see that in order to invite her to dinner, she also caught an old hen. You guys, I really don't know what to say. You are really my good sister. Even the chicken was killed. Xu Xia's tears were about to fall out. Shen Mo didn't know why, because she just wanted to eat it, and she didn't mean to kill the chicken. If you go to the capital in the future, just look for me if you have anything. Xu Xia, don't say anything else, I still know how to repay kindness. Chapter 251. Xu Xia returns to the capital. Lu Qingyang was unceremonious, and responded directly, this is what you said, when the time comes, I will ask you for help, don't push back. Xu Xia promised, of course not. Shen Mo politely served her a bowl of soup and looked at her eagerly, do you want to try it? Xu Xia was silent, people were so polite, if she didn't drink, it would be rude. But this was a soup stewed with snakes, and she had lingering fears when she thought of the snake's death. Fat girls are welcome, they can eat a little meat in the countryside. She picked up the bowl directly, took a bite, and her brows immediately relaxed. The eyebrows are about to fall off, it's so delicious. Xu Xia, try it. Can this really be drunk? It won't be poisoned, right? Xu Xia asked again uncertainly. We all drank it, and if we want to poison it, let's poison it first. Give it a try. Okay. Xu Xia looked at the bowl of clear soup, with a few pieces of white meat in it, and couldn't tell whether it was snake meat or chicken. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he closed his eyes and took a sip as if he were at home. The unacceptable taste did not appear, but felt a sweetness. This is snake soup. This is a dragon and phoenix fight, dragon and phoenix, how auspicious it is to drink. The taste was so beautiful that her acceptance was greatly improved. This is really delicious, if only the food in the canteen could be so delicious. The fat girl shook her head. What do you think? The canteen in the factory is a big pot of rice, and some of them are good to eat. Shen Mo immersed herself in hard work and drank several bowls in one go. Not only that, she did not shy away from eating those meats. He said vaguely, you can't ask for good things that nourish you. Uncle Shen also politely asked them to drink more. I think at the beginning, when there was a famine, we had gnawed all the bark, there were no grass roots left, and we couldn't find any prey in the mountains, so we could only eat guanyin soil. Is there such a thing? What is guanyin soil? Can the soil still be eaten? Lu Qingyang explained, it is a kind of kaolin, which contains some nutrients that can temporarily relieve hunger, but it is not easy to digest, and people often die of bloating after eating it. Xu Xia lives in the capital, and her family conditions are good, so naturally she has never felt such hardship. Speaking of this, everyone felt that the food they were holding in their hands was even more valuable. Xiaomo was just 4 or 5 years old at that time. Her mother was hungry and yellow and thin, and any food was left for us to eat, and the root of the disease fell at that time. Uncle Shen's words couldn't help but be a little more melancholy. At that time, the conditions were really difficult, and the family was about to lose their lives. Uncle Shen really had no choice at that time, and wrote several letters to the heartless man in a row, and asked for someone to find someone, but the man had no news. In a flash, more than 10 years have passed, and he still can't let go for a long time. While chatting, the soup in the pot was almost finished. Xu Xia also knew a little about Shen Mo's life experience, but she didn't expect it to be so miserable. After cleaning up, she quietly pulled Shen Mo aside. Otherwise, I will go back to the capital to help you find your father. Since he is from the capital, the condition should be better than here. Besides, the person who abandons his wife and daughter is the most immoral. I must find him and scold him well. Shen Mo sighed. I know he is in the capital, his name is not clear, and I don't know what he looks like, where he lives, and how to find him. Xu Xia couldn't help but start to pity this little girl. Such a family background, if it wasn't powerful, how could she survive in the mountains? Lu Qingyang had already heard the conversation between the two. Thinking of the address behind the photo, he decided to ask Xu Xia to help find out first. When Shen Mo was chopping wood, he asked Xu Xia for something. I think you're going back, there's something to ask you for. What's the matter? Yu said. When I return to the capital, can you help me go to number 36 Yantai Xie Street to help inquire? Xu Xia was curious. What's wrong? You also want to find relatives? In a sense, it is indeed a search for relatives. Lu Qingyang added, almost. You can help inquire, don't alarm the family. If you have any news, write a letter when the time comes. Chang, it's all a small thing, I'll inquire for you, just wait for the news. Early the next morning, Xu Xia was about to go to the train station, and her family sent someone to pick her up at the train station. They are the only ones in the whole production team who have bicycles, and this heavy responsibility is placed on Shen Mo. Before leaving, Xu Xia cried, you have to take care of everything, I will come back to see you if I have a chance. The fat girl said boldly, why are you crying? We have to go back sooner or later, my family is also in the capital. Xu Xia rubbed her eyes, then I'll wait for you to come over. When the time comes, I will introduce you to a good job. Then I'll wait. Lu Qingyang went to the mountains and forests as usual. He sat next to the Emerald Lake, looking at the melted ice. I remembered that the task in the previous space had not been completed, and I needed to find some small shrimp and put them in the spacefish pond. Now that the weather is getting warmer, I don't know if there are any wild craps in this Emerald Lake. Xiaoshan, do you know where to catch crapheads? Yang Xiaoshan stretched out his head and looked. Are you greedy for crickets? I really don't know this, but you don't want to catch it in this lake. There is a stream not far away, and there may be one there. Lu Qingyang's eyes lit up, and he was about to sneak over to see the situation. Captain Wang, I want to go over there to see if there is any prey. Which way? Wang Dagang had just asked, and Lu Qingyang's figure had disappeared into the mountains and forests. This kid, why do you say he will leave? Can he do it alone? Don't worry about him. Yang Xiaoshan shrugged his shoulders, knowing what Lu Qingyang was running for. As soon as Lu Qingyang left the team, several small animals ran out behind him. The sable climbed onto his shoulder, and Lu Qingyang touched the sable's little head. Do you know where the stream is? The sable immediately climbed off his shoulder and jumped in the east direction, and Lu Qingyang also quickly followed by a wolf and a dog running wildly. I don't know how long he followed. Lu Qingyang gasped and finally arrived at the small stream. The water in the stream was crystal clear, and Lu Qingyang was not sure if he could catch a cricket in it. He observed the stream for a while and picked up a few beautiful stones. Under the dappled sunlight, the stone emitted a peculiar light, and he picked the two most beautiful pieces and stuffed them into his pocket. He continued to move the stones again, and the crickets began to snag everywhere. I heard that the requirements for water quality of the cicadas are very high, and now the mountains and forests have not suffered large-scale pollution, so they should be able to be found. Chapter 252 Catching Crickets and Hazel Grouse. There was no one around, so he took out the small shovel in the space and began to dig up the sand in the stream. I searched for a long time, but I didn't find a single cricket. I thought that if I really couldn't find it, I would have to use the luck point later, and I should be able to find it. Little Huiwai learned to land Qin Jiang's appearance, pulling the sand with his paws. Until a strange thing was pulled, the thing suddenly pinched Xiao Huiwai's hungry mouth, and it whined in pain. Wanting to shake off this strange thing but not being able to get rid of it, Xiao Huiwai shook his head desperately. Or Lu Qingyang found something wrong with it, and when he looked closely, it turned out to be a cicada that had been looking for a long time in its mouth. Little Huiwai, you are so powerful, I found it for you. Lu Qingyang carefully picked up the crappa, and Xiao Huiwai whimpered in a low voice. It's just that the hungry body of this crap is still very small, and the crap is mature around September. But for him, it doesn't matter if he has meat or not, he just wants to complete the task. Lu Qingyang took the crepe cricket and put it into the fish pond of the space, and with just such a cricket, the task could be completed, and the space immediately sounded a prompt sound. The host fish pond task has been completed, rewarding one-click planting, one-click aquaculture function, now open the space farm. The host can farm the animal in space. Lu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. Originally space planting needed to be manual, but now it can finally be done with one click, which greatly improves his efficiency. As for the fish and shrimp in the fish pond, it would be a good thing if they could be farmed more. As for this farm, it should be a good thing to think about it. If he breeds too many wild animals, he will inevitably be jealous. Now with a farm, it is possible to place these animals on the farm. When he goes back, he will study it carefully. One cricket was obviously not enough. Lu Qingyang searched for a while, but still didn't find more numbers. In the end, I used my luck points to find more than a dozen from under a large rock. Not only that, but also found a lot of willow root fry, all of which were packed directly into the space fish pond. According to the breeding speed of the fish pond, the crayfish can mature in a few days, and a lot can be reproduced in a few days. Lu Qingyang saw that Xiao Huiwai was aggrieved on the side, pulled the position of the wound, and quickly applied a little wound medicine to it. At the beginning of the application, there will definitely be some pain. Lu Qingyang comforted, it won't hurt soon. Sure enough, after a while, the pain gradually disappeared from the hot position just now, and Xiao Huiwai returned to his lively appearance. It doesn't hurt anymore, let's go back quickly. Suddenly, the steamed bun stopped, its front paws hovered, its tail erected straight like a flagpole, and a low whine rolled out of its throat. Under the hillside 10 steps away, a cloud of gray shadow suddenly exploded. The flowertail is like a folding fan, which is a flower-tailed hazel chicken with black and white horizontal spots on its body. The steamed bun pounced on it, but only tore off a feather. The flower-tailed hazel grouse had already taken cover from the bushes and glided behind the fur 30 meters away. Lu Qingyang wanted to live, so he shouted at Xiao Huiwai and the steamed buns who continued to chase out. Little Huiwai, steamed buns, it's up to you, remember, I want to live hazel chicken. After a wolf and a dog rushed out, he found a nest of flower-tailed hazel grouse in the bush, with 3 eggs in it. What a coincidence! Lu Qingyang directly put all the eggs in the nest into the space, and this flower-tailed hazel grouse will be the first animal to live on the farm. Little Gray Ash and the steamed buns followed the flower-tailed hazel chicken directly into the bushes. Xiao Huiwai blocked the way in front, and the steamed buns pounced directly on the hazel chicken, and for a while, the chickens flew and the dogs jumped, so lively. The steamed bun always kept Lu Qingyang's instructions in mind, and did not dare to pounce on the hazel chicken vigorously, so he could only drive it in front of Lu Qingyang. Saying that it was too late and fast, just when the hazel chicken flew up because of fright, it directly pounced on Lu Qingyang. He directly used it to receive it into the space. In the past, if you put a live animal into the space would remind you that you could not put a live animal, but now the hazel chicken went in smoothly. After doing it, Lu Qingyang rewarded the steamed buns and Xiao Huiwai with jerky. A wolf and a dog, now they are more and more skilled in hunting. Good job, the harvest is not small. The hunting team couldn't return empty-handed, so he caught 2 snow rabbits and went back to cross. As soon as Wang Dagang saw it, he began to be long-winded. Where have you gone? It is very dangerous to act alone in the mountains and forests. It's okay, isn't this back? You can't leave the team alone in the future, you are in danger, I can't explain. Wang Dagang reprimanded him on the surface, but his tone was extremely gentle. Gee, Ernie couldn't help but sigh. Captain Wang, when you trained us, you were not gentle. I have been gentle with you, you are going to make mistakes again, and she is a master disciple, do you understand? Lu Qingyang was his daughter's savior, how could he use too heavy a tone? However, the people of the hunting team were not surprised, and everyone had no objections, so they went back to talk and laugh. Before parting, Lu Qingyang also asked Wang Xiaowan about her situation. Is the medicine taken on time? Is the condition better? Wang Dagang smiled happily. Thank you for thinking about it, now you are alive. I ate a lot yesterday, I really scared me to death last time, thanks to your daughter-in-law, and of course you. Thank you, you're welcome. Also, your trick is really powerful, completely solved Zhu Mao, even Lao Bao, I don't know when he will come back. Wang Dagong sighed in his heart, and at the same time understood Lao Bao. My own daughter was sold by her nephew at home, and the taste was really sad. He is also a girl who loves his daughter, and Lao Bao only has one daughter, so he must love him even more. I hope he can find it soon. It will be. As soon as he went back, Lu Qingyang couldn't wait to lock himself in the room. After his consciousness entered the space, he came to the fish pond, sprinkled some corn kernels into it, and fed the fish inside. I was also afraid that the crabhops would be eaten by the fish, but I didn't expect that dozens of crabs were swimming happily in the fish pond, and the fish were not interested at all. He went to check the farm with confidence. The farm in the space is on the side of the farmland, about the size of 7 or 8 acres of land, but it is still bare. He was going to make it look like a mountain forest, so that these wild animals could grow here. As soon as Lu Qingyang looked up, he found the task strip. You need to collect various types of animals in the mountain, and after successfully collecting them, the next upgrade will be opened. Chapter 253 Lao Bao returns and becomes a village doctor. After the space is upgraded, he will not have to plant manually in the future. As long as you use your idea, you can complete all the planting tasks. Lu Qingyang transplanted all the larch and sylvestris pine that were previously planted in the space to the farm area. He planned to take some time and go to the mountains and forests to plant some small saplings in it. After the hazel chicken came to the space, it was not used to it. Lu Qingyang sprinkled some corn kernels on it, and it pondered the letter suspiciously a few times, and soon ate it happily. It also saw the nest that had just disappeared in the bushes, and the eggs inside were still intact. After eating and drinking, they immediately started incubating eggs again. Lu Qingyang was very satisfied with this, the aura in the space was very sufficient, and the little hazel chicken would be able to hatch soon. I went to check the situation of the cabin again, and there were already a lot of vegetables and grains stored in it, and he found that this log cabin seemed to be dissatisfied, and it was reasonable to suspect that it could be loaded with unlimited supplies here. It wasn't until he heard someone calling his name outside that Lu Qingyang hurriedly came out of the space. Shen Mo knocked on the door outside and called him. Lu Qingyang, come out quickly, master is back. Lu Qingyang is excited, the old bag is back? That's not just right, he just left a good position for Lao Bao. When Lao Bao went out to find his daughter, he quietly added luck points to him, and he didn't know if he had found his biological daughter. I'll be right here. Lao Bao came back in a dusty manner, and Lu Qingyang looked at him, empty. Will the lucky value also go wrong? He quickly asked, what's the situation? Is there a landing? Lao Bao sighed, his eyebrows full of sorrow. The person is looking for it, but it's a pity that she doesn't want to come back. Why can't you come back? Lao Bao slowly took off the old hat on his head, and said in a heavy tone, my daughter became a child bride, and she had 2 children at a young age. When I saw her, she was carrying one on her back, holding one in her hand, and she had to serve tea and water for the family. I wanted her to come back, but she was reluctant to have children. When Shen Mo heard this, her brows furrowed. Just snatch my sister back directly, and bring the child back. How can it be that easy? She was still young at that time, and the family lied to her that she was her biological parents and sold her, and now she doesn't recognize me, and she complains about me in her heart. Lao Bao said and rubbed his eyes. Obviously the child has been found, but those lost times can never come back. My family is in such conditions, destitute and nothing. Shen Mo didn't know how to comfort her. Master, don't be sad, go see my sister often in the future, she will understand. It's easy to talk about, it's easy to talk about. Lu Qingyang didn't mention this again. Lao Bao, I found you a good position in the team. Lao Bao was still puzzled. What position? Just like me, what position can I get? Zhu Mao was driven away, the position of the village doctor of the production team was vacant. I recommended you to the captain, and he nodded in agreement. Of course, in order to convince the public, the team had to go through the motions to vote. Village doctor. A hint of surprise flashed in the old bag's eyes, something he had never thought of. Although his medical skills are good, he only dares to secretly treat people. Didn't you also see a doctor for many people in our production team before? Everyone remembers it in their hearts. This time I became a village doctor, and I can be regarded as eating public food, and in the days to come, it will be stable. But what are your concerns? In case your daughter comes back, you also have the ability to help her. If it weren't for wanting to watch Bao Xiangxiang live a good life and see her 2 children, Lao Bao wouldn't be able to hold on no matter what. But Lu Qinjiang's words woke him up. You're right, Lao Bao nodded slowly, I should thank you properly. When he came back this time, the old bag was a little less sharp, a little more vicissitudes, and it was visible to the naked eye that he was a little older. Count it up, I'm also your apprentice's son-in-law, so I don't need to see the outside. When did you become so kind-hearted? It's not that you don't know, I have always respected the old and loved the young. You kid. Lu Qinjiang's remarks made him feel a little better, and he had a stable income in the future, so he could help his daughter. Presumably, in the future, she will slowly understand herself. When Lao Bao returned home, he looked at the empty medicine cabinet and kept scolding in his heart. Stinky boy, no wonder you are so good to me, you have taken all the herbs here. Lu Qingyang planned to go to Captain Wu to ask how the situation was. Captain Wu patted his chest. Everyone knows Lao Bao's medical skills, and it is definitely no problem to be a village doctor. Most of the village doctors equipped with the production team are original barefoot doctors, and only a few have gone to college. Besides, the college entrance examination has disappeared in recent years, and medical schools have not been able to recruit students, and talents are scarce. There are even fewer doctors willing to go to the countryside, and this position should have been reserved for Lao Bao, but it was only occupied by Zhu Mao before. Lu Qingyang asked quietly again, is there any movement over there? What kind of storm can he make? He has been punished before, and he can be in peace for a few days. Lu Qingyang felt sorry that he did not succeed in letting Go Zi step down directly from the thin mud. I was afraid that he would wait for an opportunity, and I didn't know when something would happen to him again. Lu Qingyang planned to find an opportunity when to take away the dog's freedom in this deflated 3, saving him from being uncomfortable for himself. The next day, the team began to vote, and Lao Bao became the village doctor in the team without suspense. The happiest thing is naturally the villagers, who no longer have to be scolded by Zhu Mao. Lao Bao's report on going to the clinic on the first day almost flattened the threshold. But he is the way of old Chinese medicine, and he still needs to learn more about Western medicine, but it does not hinder the enthusiasm of the villagers in the slightest. Lao Bao, I always cough at night. Lao Bao, my legs have been hurting a lot lately, please help me take a look. In this way, Lao Bao was completely busy, but he didn't have time to be sad about his daughter's affairs, and he was busy every day. At the same time, Shen Mo also got her first salary since she became a veterinarian. He originally wanted to hand it over to Lu Qingyang, but he insisted on not wanting it. You can distribute your own money, I won't interfere. Shen Mo wanted to buy some delicious candies and biscuits at first, but when he saw Lu Qingyang's worn trouser legs, he had other thoughts. She rummaged through the boxes and took out the watch Lu Qingyang had bought for her before. After bringing it for a few days, she never dared to bring it again because she often had to work and was afraid of breaking it. The things Lu Qingyang gave her were too precious, and she didn't seem to have any gifts to take. Chapter 254, Picking Wild Matsutake Mushrooms. It just so happened that Uncle Shen told her, Xiao Mo, Lu Qingyang is ready for everything, we can't be rude, you have to prepare what you should prepare. Grandpa writes you a note, and you buy it according to the above. Yes, you also have to buy a red dress, the more festive the better. Buy Lu Qingyang a set of tunics. I see that there are fashionable clothes like this in the city, wearing righteousness. Hey, I know. Grandpa still has some savings here, you can take it and buy it. Shen Mo curled her lips, I have money, look. She took out a handful of change and put together exactly a dozen pieces. I'm afraid a dozen yuan is not enough, Grandpa still has some here, you have them all. Shen Mo had a whim. Grandpa, why don't you go with me, you buy yours, I buy mine. You child, I haven't been to the supply and marketing cooperative for many years, I'm not familiar with it, and I'm still going to join in the fun at an older age, and I can't move my body. Uncle Shen waved his hand and sat down with his waist on his back. How can you not walk? She had just seen her grandfather carrying a bundle of firewood, like an old man with no strength, and his legs and feet were more flexible than her. Uncle Shen stuffed the money into Shen Mo's pocket. Take it, you young and fashionable things, just buy some back, don't save it, I can't bring this money into the coffin. Shen Mo couldn't help but glance at her grandfather. I haven't had a good word in my mouth all day long. Then I'll go with the fat girl tomorrow. In order to surprise Lu Qingyang, she decided not to tell him about it. Lu Qingyang has been keen on finding all kinds of prey in the mountains these days, but he doesn't want to kill these things, he just puts them in the space to raise. Previously, he picked up a litter of little rabbits and arranged them directly into the space farm. According to the space, he has to collect 100 kinds of animals, which is really a long way to go. Fortunately, in this mountain, there are rich resources, and as long as you work hard to find it, it shouldn't take many days. In addition, it is now spring, and the hibernating animals have woken up, making it easier to complete the task. Ernia felt that Lu Qingyang began to slacken. Obviously he had hit 100 shots before, but now he was keen on catching all kinds of living creatures. Wang Dagong was still caught by him at will. For very strange reasons, hunting was boring, and it was good to have some fun. The moss was the first to emerald the tide, and in the shadow of the fallen trees, the tender grass buds pierced the brown carpet laid with old pine needles. The birch forest has shed its gray winter clothes, and the newly drawn leaf buds are like green bells adorning the branches, and the cold fragrance of melting snow is shaken off when the wind passes. The mountain stream is wrapped in broken ice, and the sing and rhododendrons on both sides of the river have bloomed flower bones. In a few days, it will spread all over the mountain spirits, and what catches your eye at the time will be a rose red. Lu Qingyang picked and dug a few plants and put them in the basket, and Sun Qian still felt strange. What's wrong, isn't this everywhere? Take it back and give it to Shen Mo, she will definitely like it. Sun Qian was stunned for a moment. Why don't I have such a mind as you? I will also pick some and take it back. In this way, others followed suit and began to pick them up. Although these rhododendrons can be seen everywhere, I want to show my daughter-in-law the first flowers that bloom in spring. In addition to picking rhododendrons, Lu Qingyang was also observing other plants in the mountains and forests. No way, occupational disease offenders. In winter, the entire mountain forest is covered with snow, and there is no fame at all, but now you can observe it carefully. It was found that the seedlings of several herbs also grew, but they were too small to distinguish, and Lu Qingyang planned to observe them for a few days before bringing them back. The steamed buns and the little gray ashes were scattered behind him, and Lu Qingyang caught a few live squirrels, which could be put into the space farm to make up the numbers. For those who don't know these plants, they are just some wild herbs and wild vegetables, but for Lu Qingyang, these are all good things worth studying. Qingyang, come and see. Here's the good stuff. What a good thing. Ji Ernia squatted next to a big tree. Look, there are a lot of mushrooms here. Lu Qingyang observed carefully. The colorful ones must not be edible, and the tan ones can be eaten. This should be matsutake mushrooms. Lu Qingyang picked all the matsutake mushrooms on the side of the tree. This thing is delicious whether it is fried or stewed. Sun Qian picked a white mushroom. This doesn't look bright, can you eat it? Hurry up and throw it away. This is a hairy milk mushroom, eat it and keep it and you won't see the sun tomorrow. It's scary. Sun Qian hurriedly threw the mushroom in his hand out. Red umbrella and white pole, lie down immediately after eating. You can't eat this kind of thing, it's best not to smell it. What Sun Qian said had a shadow in his heart. Wang Dagang said with a smile, don't eat the mushrooms you don't know, it's dangerous. A few people picked some mushrooms out, and Lu Qingyang picked and chose again, in case he ate poisonous mushrooms. It was really no joke. Next to the stream, wash the matsutake mushrooms, good luck, enough for a meal. Ji Ernia looked at him eagerly, otherwise, let's eat this at noon, there happens to be a pheasant. It's done. You deal with the pheasant first. Got the order. After a while, the aroma of pheasant stewed matsutake mushrooms began to waft. Sun Qian couldn't help but reach out to get it, but was slapped by Lu Qingyang. Stew for a while before eating. He has only eaten farmed mushrooms, and he has not eaten wild matsutake mushrooms, so he doesn't know what the difference will be in taste. When it was almost stewed, Lu Qingyang greeted them to eat together. Come on, it's stewed, try it while it's hot. Sun Qian showed off while praising again and again. No wonder everyone likes to eat mushrooms, this is delicious. Lu Qingyang also found that the taste of farmed matsutake mushrooms is not as good as 1% of the wild ones at all, and it is unsatisfactory to eat. No wonder some people become addicted to eating mushrooms, and even he can't escape this law. Several people shared the food quickly, and a pot of soup immediately bottomed out, but everyone was still unsatisfied. Uncle Tai cleared his throat. I know there is a place where a lot of fungus should be emerging now. Wang Dagang reminded, don't forget what we are here for, we are here to hunt, not to pick mushrooms. Besides, after today, we will be temporarily disbanded tomorrow. Everyone, be serious. Then let's go pick it after we finish playing. Will it work? That's it, whatever you do when you complete the task. Because of the incentive of the fungus, the hunting team is full of energy, and the efficiency of hunting is much higher. Wang Dagang looked at the prey on horseback. It's almost over. The task has been successfully completed. Let's go, pick mushrooms. Chapter 255, Continue Picking Hericium. Uncle Tai led a group of people to a dead tree. There are a lot of dead branches and leaves here. The temperature and humidity are more suitable. The big trees block the sun, and the sun cannot shine all year round, which is a good place for fungi to grow. Lu Qingyang observed the environment here, thinking about finding a place to cultivate spores in the space. As soon as they saw the mushrooms under the tree, everyone began to pick them. There are not only matsutake mushrooms here, but also hazelnut mushrooms, and the mushrooms in the famous northeast dish chicken stewed mushrooms are this variety. So much, enough for a meal. Even Wang Dagang smiled and began to pick. Uncle Tai saw that everyone was busy and waved to Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang leaned over suspiciously. Uncle Tai, what's wrong? They picked theirs, you come with me, I'll take you to a good place. Uncle Tai quietly took him across the stream and said as if asking for credit, what do you think is here? Lu Qingyang took a closer look and saw that the trunk was full of a pale yellow mushroom. It looks furry, shaped like a monkey's head, and he immediately realized that it was a lion's mane mushroom. Lion's mane mushroom? Yes, specially left for you, you can pick it. Hazel mushrooms are everywhere, and lion's mane mushrooms are hard to find. Uncle Tai sat aside like this, happily watching Lu Qingyang pick mushrooms. Lion's mane mushrooms are not only delicious, but also have high medicinal value, which can nourish the stomach, strengthen the spleen, enhance resistance, and are most suitable for the elderly and children. In modern times, there is a kind of lion's mane mushroom biscuit, which was quite popular before Lu Qingyang crossed over. He also picked wild lion's mane mushrooms for the first time. There is also a pale yellow mushroom next to it, densely growing together, which should be the specialty of this mushroom. Lu Qingyang picked it for a while, the basket was full, and the ground hadn't been picked up yet. It's almost over, let's go meet them. As soon as Sun Qianqian saw him, he leaned up. I didn't see where you went just now, I'm afraid you didn't pick it, I'll give you half. Lu Qingyang wanted to refuse, but Sun Qianqian didn't let him. They are all brothers, what are you polite about, take it away. When he returned home, he not only carried a basket of mushrooms, but also a snow rabbit. You have a blessing tonight. There are so many of these mushrooms that you can't enjoy them all. Lu Qingyang picked some, and the others were ready to be brought into the space for cultivation. The remaining part is ready to be dried and preserved. The mushrooms preserved after drying the water will make the stew more delicious. Shen Mo took the initiative to chop the rabbit meat. Dispose of the fur neatly. The fur of the snow rabbit is soft and good looking. Shen Mo is reluctant to throw it away, put it aside, and prepare to make a scarf when it comes. Subsequently, she carefully cut the rabbit meat into pieces, washed the mushrooms one by one, cut them into uniform slices, and the preparations were well organized. When everything was ready, Shen Mo sat peacefully by the stove, waiting for Lu Qingyang to take charge. You are like this, but you are like a child waiting for the meal to start. Uncle Shen couldn't be idle for a moment, and he was still chopping wood in the yard. I don't know how much he had cut, and the woodshed was already full. Until the smoke rises, the fragrance begins to gradually permeate the whole room. Let's eat. Before Lu Qingyang finished speaking, Shen Mo had already eaten it in a hurry. Lu Qingyang cooked a large pot, specially served a bowl, and asked Shen Mo to bring it to Aunt Lu next door. Shen Mo went to Aunt Liu's house, and there was Lu Fang, who had already separated, so he naturally noticed Shen Mo passing by. The fragrance passed through the tip of his nose, causing him to almost drool. I used to live with Aunt Lu, and at least I could eat a few meals of meat. Since the separation, I have eaten a few meals at the beginning, because I didn't plan well, and now the meat foam is difficult to eat. Hey, Shen Mo, you're having a good life. I even have the leisure to help my eldest brother in them. Shen Mo rolled his eyes. Your eldest brother built a house for my family Lu Qingyang, and it was only completed in the past few days. Lu Fang's hand had already stretched out involuntarily. Shen Mo dodged, far away from him, and glared at him in disgust. It's too dirty, stay away from me. What do you mean? It's literal, I want to eat and work hard. Shen Mo went directly to Aunt Liu's house with the bowl and ignored Lu Fang again. She hated Lu Fang very much. Originally he and Aunt Liu's family, Shen Mo had to be scrupulous about face. Now that the family is separated, there is no need to give face, and when he is upset, he will beat him up again. Lu Fang you for a long time, clenched his fists and loosened them again, turned his head and ruined the house, but he heard Zhang Wanwan's instructions. There is no taste in my mouth, I also want to eat mushrooms. Tomorrow you go to the mountains to find some fresh ones. Lu Fang could only agree, okay, I know. Also, there is still a basin of clothes there, you can wash it. I'm tired and want to take a break. Lu Fang was silent, but he could only sit down and rub his clothes. Zhang Wanwan looked at him, still muttering, your clothes, if you don't wash them clean, you have to rub them more, and hurry to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a piece of soap tomorrow, so that it will be clean when washed, and the smell will be fragrant. She yawned and continued, following you, it's all a hard life, if you don't fight hard, what kind of work, child? Lu Fang felt a little bored for the first time, and replied perfunctorily, I know, you go and rest. It was such a sentence that ignited Zhang Wanwan's anger. What's wrong with you? I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you talking to me like this? Let's get married. You said you didn't save anything. I didn't ask you for anything. It's already aggrieved enough. If you don't treat me well, what do I want to do when I get married? Okay, didn't I say everything? Am I working hard? You still yell at me, Lu Fang. You are really not a thing. I don't even want to eat a mouthful of meat. I have to work when I have a body, and you have to perfunctory me. She shed tears silently. Lu Fang ate this set the most, thinking that this was the daughter-in-law he had worked so hard for. He could only endure it. Okay, it's my fault. You go rest quickly, don't get angry and affect the child. Zhang Wanwan wiped her tears. You know the child finally coaxed my aunt well, he had to wash clothes and dishes again. It is very different from the days before the separation. But you can still hear a voice from the courtyard next door. Ouch, it's really amazing, it's too polite. Miss Shen, don't leave yet, I can't get anything. These are the shoes I gave you, you take them back and wear them first. Lu Fang's heart was unbalanced again, and his own son had no new shoes to wear. His mother made shoes for Shen Mo's family. What is this? He was so angry that his brain hurt. Chapter 256. Don't do thankless tasks. When he finished his work and was about to go to the Kong to hug his daughter-in-law for comfort, Zhang Wanwan was unhappy again, covering his nose. What do you smell on your body? It's dirty, hurry up. Lu Fang, wash it before going to bed, don't get the sheets dirty. Daughter-in-law, it's cold. Zhang Wanwan ignored his appeal at all. Don't come up, the weather is starting to warm up. so you can sleep on the ground and lay the floor. Freeze to death. After a tiring day, he had to cook when he came back, and now he couldn't even get on the con, and the more Lu Fang thought about it, the more angry he became. He had a trace of regret, regretting that he had separated early, otherwise how could he have lived such a hard life? Completely different from Lu Fang's family, Shen Mo went to help build a house after eating enough. Carrying a piece of wood, Lu Qingyang was afraid that she would flash her waist. He persuaded with concern, "You are also working hard during the day, go back and rest early." Shen Mo shook her head indifferently and said with a smile, "I have strength all over my body, and I just ate my fill again. During the day, I just showed those little animals sick, and I was very relaxed and didn't feel tired at all. If I help more at night, we can build this house sooner." After saying that, she quickly dragged 2 more pieces of wood over. He also took the initiative to assist Zhou Jianxi in fixing the wood steadily, and then picked up the saw and began to cut it skillfully. Zhou Jianxi smiled and praised, "Qingyang, your daughter-in-law is really caring." At first, he didn't understand why Lu Qingyang, who felt that he was excellent in all aspects, wanted to marry a yellow-haired girl. Now he can be regarded as understanding. Although he is young, he thinks about Lu Qingyang everywhere, and he can work, so he can worry about it. Lu Qingyang took out the design drawings he had drawn overnight. "You see, I want to make such a cabinet." Zhou Jianxi wiped his hands and glanced at the drawings. "This workmanship is complicated, it will take some time." "It's okay, it's hard for us to spend the night here. There is no TV here, and usually couples can only spend time by having children at night. The educated youths are even more bored, either reading books or chatting and playing cards." "Chang, I'll fight this. I guarantee to get it for you. It's such a good-looking cabinet. You have to find some good wood, otherwise it will be wasted." Lu Qingyang agreed, "That's no problem. There is nothing else here, more is wood. I'll go to the forest to find the best root for you." Everyone was in full swing, and Hans Haiqian happened to come to Lu Qingyang for something. "Qingyang, come here, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Qingyang put down the work in his hand. "Okay, wait for me." The two came to the tree behind the Educated Youth Institute, and Hans Haiqian went straight to the point. "Qingyang, you also know, I'm going back to the city, I'm leaving, and the position of the team leader will naturally be vacant. I want you to be in charge of the educated youths in these yards." Lu Qingyang didn't think about it, and directly refused, "But team leader Han, you know, I am going to marry Shen Mo, and I want to build a house, and I am weak. Besides, I have been busy in the hunting party, and I don't have time to mingle with that group of educated youths and let me lead them, they will definitely not be convinced. Regardless of these educated youths, they really have no future and have to work hard, and Lu Qingyang really doesn't want to do this thankless job. The most important thing is that within a few years, the educated youth will return to the city, and this position will be in vain. There is no formal position, just some subsidies for the production team, but he is not short of these subsidies at all. You are the candidate I like, and this position was deliberately reserved for you. There are many capable people in the Educated Youth Institute, you just look for them. If you want to talk about management ability, I think Zhou Jianxi is quite good." Hans Haiqian didn't expect that Lu Qingyang would refuse without even thinking about it. Hans Haiqian didn't expect that Lu Qingyang would refuse without even thinking about it. Hans Haiqian shook his head helplessly. "You can still get an extra 20 pounds of food stamps, but you are simply neat and push it directly. You know my current situation." Lu Qingyang scratched his head embarrassedly. Hans Haiqian patted him on the shoulder, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. "Okay, then I'll go back to Zhou Jianxi and ask." Zhou Jianxi's family conditions are poor, and it would be a good thing if there was a subsidy of 20 more caddies of grain. After all, when he and son Xiangqian were in the hunting party, they also made a lot of benefits. On the second day, Lu Qingyang also temporarily bid farewell to the hunting team, returned to the educated youth team, and began to prepare for spring planting. The main crops grown here are soybeans, wheat, and corn. In addition to the land that the original prophet Qing was responsible for, there was also a piece of land that needed to be reclaimed, and the task was heavy. Of course, Lu Qingyang prefers hunting to farming, but farming is now a trivial matter for him. After so many days of tempering in space, the spiritual spring water has improved its physique. As long as he is bored, he should be able to do the work of 3 adult men. But he controls it, and if he doesn't do the most, he just works and does an average. After doing the amount of the day, the shadow immediately disappeared. He has to find time to go up the mountain to find something good. Lu Qingyang took the 2 dogs to walk around the forest, and now he was the only one here, and he could pick any plant he wanted. "First, I found some dead leaves with edible mushrooms and stuffed them directly into the space." He began to pull out the tender grass on the ground again, saying that it was tender grass, but in fact it was a bracken, but it was picked away by him before it grew up. Bracken can be fried with meat or cold, even if it is an extra mountain village game. There is also a viburnum fern, the leaves can be used as vegetables, and the rhizome can also be used as medicine, and there are many in the mountains. Lu Qingyang sniffed and smelled the smell of celery. This is a kind of old celery, the leaves can be used for seasoning, and the stems can also be used to stir fry and eat. Until he walked under a big tree, he raised his head and took a closer look. It was a walnut tree, which happened to be taken back to make furniture. In order to develop the sustainable development of resources, he planted these walnut catalpa saplings next to him directly in the space. He picked a few more fir trees and took them back. At the same time, Shen Mo made an appointment with the fat girl in advance, went to the town, and is now picking up things in the supply and marketing cooperative. I want to buy some things according to the list my grandfather gave me, and I also want to buy a gift for Lu Qingyang. The fat girl smiled and said, "You silly girl, you are quite real." Shen Mo looked serious, "Because Lu Qingyang is good to me, I will be good to him." This is indeed the truth, and the fat girl agrees. When can I meet a decent object? Chapter 257, Lie to her? No way. Shen Mo stood in front of the counter and looked at the red fabric inside. The fat girl kept saying on the side, "The piece of red fabric is good looking, used to make a red shirt, it is just right to wear it in June, and this is popular in the city." Really? Shen Mo pressed her face to the glass and observed carefully, then raised her head and asked the salesperson, "Can you take it out and take a look?" "Of course, who are you going to get married? Look at this fabric, how comfortable it feels to the touch. It's really comfortable." Her eyes drifted back to the tunic behind the salesperson. Imagine what Lu Qingyang looks like on his body, he must be tall and handsome. The fat girl coaxed on the side, "Just want this piece of fabric." Shen Mo thought about buying the tunic, but she looked at the cloth ticket in her hand, and the cloth ticket she brought this time was not enough to exchange for two pieces at once. The fat girl persuaded, "Why don't you buy this piece of fabric first, and you have to make it yourself when you go back, which is time consuming." Shen Mo shook her head, "No, I want to change into this tunic first. This trip was originally to buy things for Lu Qingyang." "You girl, why are you so dead-minded?" The fat girl couldn't help but sigh. But if you think about it carefully, maybe it is because of this dead-eye that she and Lu Qingyang are so compatible. It wasn't until she took this set of clothes in her hand that Shen Mo felt at ease. If you come late, it won't be good to snatch it away by others, you can only feel at ease if you buy it. Subsequently, she bought some quilt covers and other bedding according to what her grandfather wrote on the paper. Until she came to the radio counter, she turned back. This can actually make a sound inside. Seeing her strange appearance, the fat girl explained, "You can also tune the channel. Speaking of which, our production team, I haven't seen anyone have a radio at home, and it seems that someone brought one there from the male-educated youth, and it was also broken before." Radios these days are still quite rare in rural areas. Shen Mo stared at the radio enviously, but unfortunately the radio also needed to be exchanged for industrial tickets. Let's get married in the city, but the man needs to find a way to buy it. But Shen Mo didn't have such an idea, she just wanted to buy one for Lu Qingyang as a gift. She lowered her head regretfully, "It's a pity, I don't have an industrial ticket. If I do, I can exchange it." When the two came out of the supply and marketing cooperative, suddenly a man with a rat head jumped out, walked up to them, and asked in a low voice, "Do you want industrial tickets? I can sell it to you." The fat girl just wanted to say that the black market dealer was too bold and actually ran to the door of the supply and marketing cooperative to sell it. But Shen Mo was very surprised when she heard this. "Really? Can you change the radio?" "Of course, you can, but the radio requires 2 industrial tickets, and the price is not cheap." "No problem, it doesn't matter how much it costs." The other party took out an industrial ticket, stuffed it back into his pocket, and said thievingly, "Then let's go up to the side. It's too dangerous here." The fat girl also wanted to remind Shen Mo, "It's better not to trade with strangers casually, it's too dangerous." "It doesn't matter, if he is lying, we don't still have fists." When she followed the man to the alley, the fat girl felt more and more that something was wrong. Why was this place so remote? The ominous premonition in my heart became stronger and stronger. Sure enough, 3 or 4 men suddenly jumped out of the depths of the alley. "Oh, this time I found 2 little girls to come over. Where is the money? Take it out quickly." Shen Mo was neither humble nor arrogant. "Yes, I want to buy 2 industrial tickets. Do you have them?" "Yes, of course we have. Are you ready for the money?" Shen Mo took out the money directly from her pocket. "Ready, what about the ticket?" The people looked at each other and showed meaningful smiles, but they didn't expect that there was really a big wrong person taking the bait. The man at the head directly took out 2 tickets, but Shen Mo glanced at them and knew that only one of them was true, and the other was made up. "Little girl, bring the money, this ticket is yours. I just want to buy one now." The man's tone was a little more aggravated. "Didn't you say you wanted 2? I have to buy 2, I won't sell this one." "Good guy, this is taking advantage of the fact that there is no one around, ready to buy and sell." The fat girl was frightened, but she still shouted in her throat, "You guys, you are sinning." The other party smiled obscenely. "What crime? No one sees it here, even if you shout your throat, no one will hear it." Shen Mo put down the quilt on her back, and her smiling expression became serious. "Are you serious about selling me one, or do you want to buy and sell by force?" "Oh, you little girl is quite bold." The man was about to reach out and snatch Shen Mo's small satchel, but Shen Mo grabbed his wrist all at once. The other party pulled it. Originally a little girl should be easy to deal with, but he found that he couldn't pull out his hand, and the strength of a little girl was amazing. The man thought he had an illusion, so he worked hard, but he didn't expect that the whole person was pulled over by Shen Mo. Shen Mo directly threw him over his shoulder and threw him to the ground. Oh, your little girl is still quite strong, let's go together, all her money is in the satchel, let's take it directly, no one hears the sound here. The fat girl became more and more worried. Why don't we run away and report to the public security first? Shen Mo pressed her fingers and made a crunching sound. It's just right, I haven't moved my muscles and bones for a long time, take this opportunity to move. 4 or 5 big men all rushed up, and Shen Mo asked the fat girl to hide on the side first. The fat girl puffed out her chest, I'm not afraid, I have a lot of strength, I'll go up with you. Shen Mo nodded appreciatively, and the two rushed forward together. The fat girl showed an expression that looked like death, thinking that it would be better to break the jade than to destroy it. I only heard a few sounds, ouch, ouch, it hurts me to death. There was a scream, and a few pops of something rolling down. The fat girl slowly opened her eyes, only to find that 4 or 5 big men were already lying on the ground. Shen Mo was clapping her hands, really, why is there so much mud here? Help! Someone hit someone. The man who had just sworn to teach them a good lesson was already lying on the ground with a painful expression. Shen Mo laughed happily, what you said, this place is relatively remote, and no one can hear you shouting through your throat. Then she saw the industrial ticket that fell to the ground and picked it up directly. You are really excessive, this ticket should be regarded as compensation for me. The fat girl stared at all this with wide eyes, and Shen Mo actually did it all by herself. Chapter 258 Radio. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, amazing, really amazing. Shen Mo picked up the quilt and clothes, and said to the people on the ground complainingly, I almost got my clothes dirty, but if I get dirty, I will compensate. Let's go. Leave them alone. The man behind him was still boasting, you wait for me. I'll definitely find you, we'll see. Shen Mo didn't reply, even if I come to find it, I'm not afraid. She looked at an industrial ticket in her hand, but one is not enough to change a radio. Let's go back and think of a way, and we'll change it next time, why be so anxious? But this is a gift that Shen Mo wants to give to Lu Qingyang, I can't buy it today, and I don't know when I will be here next time. Shen Mo scratched her ears and cheeks and thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a person. He had followed Lu Qingyang to the black market before, and also went to Kong Laoliu's house, and she also remembered the route clearly. And Kong Laoliu also said that if there is any difficulty in the future, you can ask him for help. Shen Mo was not polite and ran directly towards Kong Laoliu's house. Kong Laoliu was about to go out when the door was kicked over, and when he looked closely, it turned out to be Lu Qingyang's little daughter-in-law. I said, Qingyang daughter-in-law, what are you doing here with such menacing momentum? Shen Mo took out all the money she was carrying and slapped it on the table, which made Kong Laoliu's forehead sweaty. What is this? Do you have industrial tickets here? I want to buy one? Kong Laoliu breathed a sigh of relief. What did he think? It turns out that you want to change to an industrial ticket? What? Did Brother Qingyang ask you to come? Does he want to change anything? It's not him, it's me. Kong Laoliu glanced at the money on the table, and it was definitely not enough to exchange for another industrial ticket. But due to the identity of the little girl, he would definitely change her. Shen Mo had a righteous face, if it's not enough, I'll come back to you next time. Kong Laoliu replied repeatedly, enough, enough. How could it not be enough? You little girl, are you going to get married? Do you want to buy something big? Shen Mo didn't make a sound, just looked at him eagerly. I'm not in this kind of ticket business, but it just so happens that there is one here, I'll take it to you. The expression on Shen Mo's face relaxed significantly. Kong Laoliu went back to the back room to get the industrial ticket, and asked again, the things sent last time are gone, let Brother Qingyang send some good goods as soon as possible. I know. Shen Mo squeezed the industrial ticket, turned around and left Kong Laoliu's house. The fat girl was still waiting for her outside, and when she saw that Shen Mo came back safe and sound, she wanted to ask a few questions. Shen Mo was afraid that the supply and marketing cooperative was going to close, so she hurriedly took her hand and rushed over. Fortunately, I changed to the radio before closing. Shen Mo held it in her hand and looked at it over and over for a long time, but she didn't understand it. The fat girl found the switch, and as soon as she turned it on, there was a sizzling sound of current. Rotate this again and you can transfer it to the stage. Until a straight man's voice came from inside, Shen Mo showed a surprised expression. Okay, you're amazing. Ouch, isn't this a matter of raising your hand? Shen Mo took out her pocket, took out a delicate headband, and said with a smile, this is for you. The fat girl pointed at herself, give it to me. No, I happened to come out to buy something today, and it was all convenient. Shen Mo directly stuffed the headband into her hand, you wear it, it looks good. The fat girl just wants to cry, who else can have such a caring girl? And she has always thought about others, and no one has thought about her yet. This headband is really heavy. Where am I good looking? Look at me like this. No matter how hard I work, I can't lose weight. People call me a fat man. Who said that? It's beautiful. The fat girl is her best friend in the Liuxi brigade. Because of their arrival, Shen Mo has love, as well as friendship. What an incredible thing, and now she feels very happy. When he returned to the Liuxi brigade, Lu Qingyang had not yet returned. Shen Mo put the radio in a conspicuous position in his room as if nothing had happened, so that he could see it at a glance. When Uncle Shen saw her coming back, he asked, "What's wrong, are you ready?" "Ready, you see, this is a happy quilt, this is. And this is the clothes I bought for Lu Qingyang. Isn't it good looking?" Uncle Shen nodded incessantly. "Yes, it's really upright. Grandpa, I also bought you a tunic, and you have to dress up on my wedding day." "I'm an old man, what are you dressing up?" "Grandpa, you are my only relative." Shen Mo pretended to be lonely and lowered her eyes. When Uncle Shen was blind, he didn't care so much. Now I can see it, and I can't bear to see my granddaughter so aggrieved. "Got it, I'll just wear it, so why don't you pull the red cloth for yourself?" "Did you pull it?" Shen Mo deliberately sighed. "I forgot." Uncle Shen frowned angrily. "You girl, you got married, you have to wear it on the day of the wedding, how can you forget it? Look at what you usually do, what to do after you get married. What's the matter? When the time comes, I'll go to someone's house to borrow a red cloth." "It doesn't matter." Lu Qingyang happened to come back with a hoe. "What's wrong? What did you say?" Shen Mo immediately greeted him. "It's nothing, I'm waiting for you to come back." "Why do you look expectant? I didn't bring back meat today, I only brought back some wild vegetables. The tofu I made last time is left, and it can be used to mix tofu and eat. It's very fresh." Shen Mo blinked her eyes and looked at him expectantly. "Look, is there anything extra in your room?" Lu Qingyang put down the basket, reminisced about what Shen Mo said, walked into the room and took a look. In fact, he saw the conspicuous radio at a glance. But he still pretended to rub his eyes. "What, I didn't see anything." Shen Mo was anxious. "Oh, open your eyes and take a look, such a big one." Seeing that she was amused, Lu Qingyang finally was happy. "I saw it, radio, but this thing is not cheap, where did you get it?" "I got my first salary and wanted to give you a gift." Shen Mo's salary definitely can't be exchanged for a radio, and it's still brand new. Fat girl said, "You people in the city like this the most, quickly tune up a station, let's listen to the radio inside." Lu Qingyang turned on the radio, and some news was being broadcast inside. It's a pity that it's relatively remote and can only be transferred to one station. In the town, you can obviously transfer several stations. Shen Mo's expression was lost. Chapter 259, Fern Stir-Fried Bacon. "What does it matter, this can also relieve boredom, I like it very much." "How do you know? I'm missing this." Shen Mo burst into tears and laughed. "I'm just afraid that you are usually bored. There are a lot of fun things in the city, how can it be like us here?" "There are a lot of fun things here." Lu Qingyang knew that a radio was not cheap, and 10 yuan was definitely not enough. I don't know where Shen Mo got the industrial vouchers, no matter what, it must not be simple. It was difficult for her to think about it. Lu Qingyang naturally had to put away the radio. "Well, since you bought this, you must use it, otherwise it will be wasted." Lu Qingyang said with a smile, "I know, in order to reward you for making delicious food for you today." Thinking of this, Shen Mo couldn't help but pout. "I think you will bring back some wild vegetables. What delicious food do you want to burn? Keep it and you still want to eat it. Go cut off a piece of bacon, and I'll fry it for you to eat." Shen Mo had eaten this kind of bracken, but it was autumn, it was old and unpalatable, and she didn't know what it would taste like in Lu Qingyang's hands. She cut a piece of bacon and cut it into thin slices according to Lu Qingyang's instructions. Lu Qingyang stir-fried bracken and bacon together, and the whole house was fragrant. The leaves of wild celery, he prepared to dry them as a seasoning, and the stalks could be fried and eaten directly. Then he cut a handful of shallots from the field and came back, ready to make a cold tofu. It's just a pity that there is no preserved egg. If there is a preserved egg, shallot tofu mixed with preserved egg, it is a good dish to go with alcohol. After everything was ready, Shen Mo sniffed the taste. Can it really be delicious? But when I think about the skills of both her and her grandfather, they are very poor. She carefully picked up her chopsticks, gently twisted a few strands of vegetables and put them in her mouth, and involuntarily praised, "It's not very old, it's really delicious." Lu Qingyang explained, "You picked autumn bracken, many of them are old, I picked the most tender, of course they are delicious." Uncle Shen ate the delicious dish and couldn't help but sigh. "Xiao Mo, I can." Shen Mo refused. "No, you must not drink." Uncle Shen could only put down the cup helplessly. "If you don't drink, don't drink." This fear of the appearance of his granddaughter was funny even to Lu Qingyang. "Actually, I want to have a drink too. Today's plate of bracken and tofu is simply made for drinking." "You can't either." Shen Mo sternly refused. "I'm not very old, and I'm very tired from work, why can't I drink?" Shen Mo immediately blushed and hid the wine bottle. If you don't allow it, you eat vegetables, eat steamed buns, eat more. Lu Qingyang knew that this was Xiao Jasmine starting to be shy again. After getting drunk that night, I still remember what happened. Uncle Shen originally wanted to say a few words to Shen Mo, but found Lu Qingyang looking happy with it. Couldn't help but shake his head and smiled thoughtfully. As soon as he finished eating, the dog baby came to the door. He took a vegetable basket and placed it on the table at Shen Mo's house. My grandma asked me to come, saying that these duck eggs are for you. Why are they eggs again these days? But many people have sent eggs. You must accept it. As soon as Uncle Shen saw the dog baby, he greeted him warmly. This is a dog baby. He is not small. He looks like your father. Eggs are not needed, and your family also needs to replenish their bodies. This is what my grandma must send me. The dog baby looked embarrassed. Shen Mo directly grabbed a handful of candy and stuffed it into his pocket. Then this is for you. And these hazel mushrooms are also brought over. Lu Qingyang stepped back in the mountains, but it was fresh. No need to. 10 minutes later, the dog baby had already returned with hazel mushrooms. Aunt Lu wiped her hands, and when she saw so many hazelnut mushrooms, I asked you to send a duck egg. Why did you take someone else's thing? They insisted on me bringing it back, and I can't help it. The dog baby touched the candy in his pocket, and this temptation was still greater. Look at Lao Shen's family, it's a little cheap and refuses to take it. This hazel mushroom is really good, just fried for you to eat. Mother, there are already dishes, so don't bother with it. Add a dish. Aunt Lu smiled and turned around and made another fried mushroom. This hazel mushroom is eaten with corn tortillas, it's fragrant. Next to the wall next door, Zhang Wanwan was pressing against the wall and heard the movement. She looked dissatisfied. Lu Fang, did you hear that? Your mother, this eccentric actually gave the egg to Shen Mo's family. You are her son. What is she? Shen Mo? I can't even eat eggs. I don't care, I want to eat eggs to replenish my body. You have to find a way. Didn't you separate before? My mother was still angry. I talked to her, she ignored me. What can I do? Lu Fang was already full of resentment in his heart, and Zhang Wanwan didn't mention it. Which pot did he mention? She was the one who broke up the family at the beginning, and now she is also the one who complains. When Lu Fang was working in the field today, he heard about Zhang Wanwan's previous affairs again. I always feel that those who talk about it seem to be telling his jokes. As soon as he came back, Zhang Wanwan didn't have a smile on his face, so he began to order him to work. Now that it's okay, I'm starting to complain about not being able to eat duck eggs again. How did I know? Your mother is so cruel. They are all children born out of the womb. You see, the treatment of you and your eldest brother is simply one in the sky and one on the ground. Are you your own? Or rather, you actually adopted it. She said these words in her throat. Not only Lu Fang could hear it, but also the neighbors. As soon as Aunt Lu served the food, she heard Zhang Wanwan shouting there. Uncle Lu couldn't stop looking around. Damn it, the palms and backs of your hands are all meat, otherwise you will. No, absolutely not. He was the one who wanted to separate the family in the first place, and it wasn't so easy to come back, so we should grind against him. Children are ignorant. It's all more than 20 people, you should understand what you should understand. You see that there are unmarried pregnancies, what else can he not do? Dongzi, eldest daughter-in-law, come here, the hazelnut mushrooms are fried, they are fragrant, try your mother's craftsmanship. Since the separation of the family, she has also figured out a lot of things. Since this is Lu Fang's own choice, let him ask for trouble. As the saying goes, if you eat a trench and grow a wisdom, it is time for him to pay the price he deserves. Before Lu Fang knelt down in front of her family in tears and begged for forgiveness, she would never compromise. How is it? Is it fragrant or not? Is it delicious? Delicious. Mother, your craftsmanship is good. Lu Dong said loudly deliberately. The fragrance floated to the next door, making Zhang Wanwan irritable. Chapter 260 Lu Qingyang, I'll allow you to kiss me secretly later. Look, Lu Fang, look at your mother and your eldest brother, deliberately angry with us. This time, no matter how Zhang Wanwan made trouble, Lu Fang was always expressionless. Thinking of having to do so much work when I came back, I had to sleep on the ground at night with a sore back. When you go to work every day, you have to endure the ridicule of others. Enough! He suddenly shouted. Zhang Wanwan saw him so hideous for the first time, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What's wrong? It was I who said a little more fiercely just now, but I was also for your own good, and also for our children. Zhang Wanwan knew that he was benevolent and powerful, thinking that these days, he was indeed too cold to treat Lu Fang, and he should indeed give him a taste of sweetness. Her tone softened. I'm sorry, since I was pregnant with a child, I don't know what my temper. Don't be angry, you should go to the Kang to sleep at night, let's sleep together. How about I pinch your shoulders? Lu Fang really loosened. The past is over, I don't care about you, and you don't always shout, which makes everyone unhappy. With the change of Zhang Wanwan's attitude, Lu Fang gradually fell into her gentle hometown. Across a wall, Shen Mo naturally heard the sound of the quarrel on the opposite side. Lu Qingyang turned on the radio, and the broadcast inside immediately diverted Shenmo's attention. Don't listen to their nonsense, let's talk about us. I just think it's funny, Zhang Wanwan is not a good stubble. It's definitely not a good stubble, the child in her belly. You can only expect it to be unspeakable, and you will know when the time comes. The reason why Lu Qingyang didn't care about Zhang Wanwan and hooked up with Lu Fang with her was to wait for another result. When the child was born, Lu Fang knew that the child was not his? What kind of expression will it be? This time, if there is no wrong boss to help Zhang Wanwan raise a child, what will happen to her? Lu Qingyang was looking forward to seeing the scene of chickens flying and dogs jumping. Shen Mo looked at those duck eggs, plus a duck raised at home. There were already more than a dozen. Why don't you make these duck eggs into pine eggs? Wow, wow. At this time, there was a lack of resources, and there were a few eggs at home, which were already delicious to eat and fry, and there was no extra money to make pine eggs. But Lu Qingyang is here to eat the troublesome person he least dislikes. Lu Qingyang, can you even make pine eggs? It shouldn't be difficult. Salt, tea, are ready made at home, and pine and cypress branches can be seen everywhere here. You go outside to pick pine and cypress branches and come back. Shen Mo immediately responded, okay, I'll go right away. Lu Qingyang pulled some plant ash from the stove, put some soda ash, added some boiling water and stirred, and cooled there first. Shen Mo came back with pine and cypress branches after a while. I picked it. Lu Qingyang stewed duck eggs with salt, tea leaves and pine and cypress branches together. Pour in the grass ash water together and soak the duck eggs in it. This is when I watched short videos before, I saw the production process of bloggers. It also says that it is a necessary skill for people who have traveled through time. Lu Qingyang didn't take it seriously at that time, but he didn't expect it to be able to be used now. You can take it out in 8 or 9 days. Shen Mo looked disappointed, it will take so long. Lu Qingyang flicked her forehead lightly, some of them are good to eat, and they are picky and disgusting for a long time. Have you ever heard of being anxious and can't eat hot tofu? I don't like hot tofu, I like to eat cold tofu. Poor mouth. Shen Mo suddenly remembered something. By the way, you try on clothes. What clothes? Lu Qingyang was curious, are you hiding from me to go to the supply and marketing cooperative? It's clothes and radio. On weekdays, he took Shen Mo there, and in order to buy things for herself, she ran over by herself. The fat girl went with me. Look at the clothes I bought for you, you can try it, can you wear it? Lu Qingyang was also wondering what kind of clothes Shen Mo would buy him, so he saw a tunic. See if the size is right? This is what we are going to wear on our wedding day. I will buy it for you in advance, or it is not suitable, and I can ask Aunt Lu to help change it. Shen Mo enthusiastically took the clothes and drew a stroke for him, still muttering in her mouth. It should be about the same size. Lu Qingyang put on his clothes directly, and Shen Mo's eyes immediately widened. It's so beautiful. It looks like you are very upright. This dress is not cheap, why are you buying it randomly? Lu Qingyang complained on his lips, but smiled on his face. It's so good looking, I'll allow you to kiss me secretly later. You are poor. The clothes given to you, how can you call buying randomly? And this is designated by my grandfather. He said that you must be magnificent when you wear this, and it is true. The wedding clothes are ready, so what about your own wedding dress? What kind of thing did you buy? Show me. Shen Mo hesitated. That. There were not enough tickets, so I didn't buy them. Lu Qingyang was stunned for a moment, thinking that this was indeed something Shen Mo would do, and at the same time felt a wave of warmth in his heart. On the day of marriage, of course, the bride should wear beautiful clothes. She was good, she forgot about herself. Don't be sneaky next time, and I still have cloth tickets here, you go and pick the best one. No, Grandpa said this is a custom and the woman should buy it. Lu Qingyang didn't care, the rules are dead, people are alive, and our money and tickets are so clear about what to do, let you buy it. Shen Mo replied with a smile, okay. Lu Qingyang took out a stack of money, more than a dozen cloth tickets, and stuffed them into her hand, domineering, remember to buy the best looking one. I took a fancy to a piece of fabric, I just want to come back to cut, and I can't make clothes, so let Aunt Lu help me when the time comes. She can make clothes. Only then did Lu Qingyang remember that the sewing machine he bought before was still lying quietly in the space, and he never had time to take it out. It seems that I have to find a reason and secretly take it out. But looking at this, Shen Mo should not use a sewing machine. Although it won't, but there must be. Lu Qingyang got married, and there was no less one in 3 turns, but now they are all together. Shen Mo straightened his clothes again. Oh, it's not good, the sleeves are long, I really have to change it. Don't rush. The next day, Lu Qingyang completed the work he should do in advance, said hello to Captain Wu, and slipped back. Taking advantage of Uncle Shen's efforts in the field, he moved the sewing machine out of the space. There are also colorful sewing machine threads set up, just waiting for Shen Mo to come back and see it at a glance. He had not yet started dealing with the land he had been assigned before, and an idea popped up in Lu Qingyang's heart. If you transplant the vegetables in the space to the outside world, what kind of reaction will you have? you can just do an experiment on that land. Chapter 261 Being Blackmailed. In the past few days, they have started to rush to work whenever they have time. Lu Dong also knew that this house was for marriage, and he and his daughter-in-law worked hard to complete it before Lu Qingjiang's wedding date arrived. One of the workers found someone he knew to replace him because he had something to do at home. Because of his anxiety, Lu Dong did not take a closer look at this person's character. Who knew that this guy named Lao Niu was not an honest person and liked to talk casually behind others? Look at these two couples, working desperately. Isn't this doing all of us? Don't say that. The head of the family wants to use a new house to get married, so naturally he is a little anxious. The other honest men said, if we finish it one day later, we can get one more day's wages, and they work so hard, we don't know how many days less. There is so much work, and you can get your wages early if you finish it early. Lao Niu is an opportunistic person who finds that his own remarks cannot affect others. I just felt that it was boring, but I had other thoughts in my heart. Ma Hengxia touched Lu Dong with her elbow. That new job is not very neat. I promised him to help for the sake of others' face before, otherwise you should persuade him to leave. Lu Dong raised his head and glanced at Lao Niu. Yes, I'll talk about it later. He was going to do the work in his hand first, and then go and talk to Lao Niu about it. Unexpectedly, after hesitating for a while, something happened to the old cow. There was a wall on the old cow's side that fell, and he shouted ouch for a long time, and he deliberately broke his head. Oh, this is amazing, I almost got smashed to death. Look at the wound on my head, and this leg is probably lame. Lu Qingyang happened to come over, and at a glance he saw Lu Dong standing there at a loss. Ma Hengxia wanted to theologize, but the old cow was not a vegetarian, so she lay directly on the brick and splashed. I'm afraid I'll be useless for the rest of my life. This was not enough. I don't know where a woman came out of nowhere, threw herself on the old cow and cried. What can I do? We still have several mouths waiting to eat. Old cow, you must not be fine. The woman stood up again and pointed at everyone. The old cow has an accident with you, you must compensate. Lu Qingyang understood. This is a dragon's blackmail. Ma Hengxia was still arguing with the woman. What nonsense, obviously he was careless when he was working. Whoa, old cow, you are so miserable. You came to help repair the house with kindness, and it turned out to be like this. Lu Qingyang walked directly to Lao Niu, squatted down and took a look. It looks like the injury is quite serious. Don't worry, see a doctor first. Let's talk about compensation after seeing a doctor. Otherwise, someone will die. Since they wanted to act, Lu Qingyang accompanied them to act in this play. The old cow and his wife looked at each other. All they wanted was Lu Qingyang to lose money, where to treat what wound. But so many pairs of eyes are staring, so naturally they have to act like a little bit. No, you lose money to us, and we will see it ourselves. How can this be? It just so happens that my fiancée can see a doctor, so I asked her to help you take a look. The more Lu Qingyang said, the more exaggerated he became. I'm afraid this leg is broken, you have to connect the bones, otherwise it will be useless. Don't worry, no matter what you do, I will be responsible to the end. Ma Hengxia saw that Lu Qingyang was so nervous, so she pulled him aside and reminded him in a low voice. Ma Hengxia looked at Lu Qingyang's serious appearance, muttered secretly in her heart, quietly dragged him aside, and warned softly, this person is 80% trying to blackmail, don't fall for him easily. Don't be afraid. I know it in my heart. Lu Qingyang replied, then turned around and began to deal with Lao Niu. The old cow's daughter-in-law whispered in the old cow's ear, wait a little longer, I heard that his daughter-in-law is a veterinarian, you don't have to be afraid. The old cow is not afraid, after all, he has done this several times. After all, some people would rather spend money to eliminate disasters than make a fuss. After Shen Mo came, she found a group of people gathered there, and when she leaned over, she saw a man with a bleeding head lying there. Lu Qingyang asked her to come over and see what the wound of the man on the ground looked like. Shen Mo was puzzled, but found his smiling eyes, and instantly understood. Where is the injury? Let me see. The old cow daughter-in-law immediately stood in front of her. Are you a veterinarian who can treat people? Shen Mo was about to refute, but a hoarse voice came from behind her. She can't, can I? When Lu Qingyang saw that it was Lao Bao, he became even happier in his heart. Yes, Lao Bao is the village doctor of our production team, let him help you check. You don't have to be afraid? When Lao Niu heard this, how could he not be afraid? He was even more afraid. Lao Bao carried the medicine box on his back, raised his head involuntarily, and checked it carefully up and down. Besides the head, where else is there an injury? Lu Qingyang replied, he said he still has a leg injury. The corner of the old bag's mouth tugged up a slight smile, and he asked calmly, left leg or right leg? On the right. The old cow suddenly had an ominous premonition, but it was too late. Lao Bao had already started, and directly tore off the pants on his legs, while explaining, the legs in your hands can't move around, you can only do this. The old cow only felt that his heart was bleeding, and his pants were torn. Lao Bao pinched Lao Niu's acupuncture points hard and asked, how does it feel, does it still hurt? The old cow felt that his legs were about to become unconscious, as if his right leg had been amputated, and cold sweat began to break out between his foreheads. "Can you stand up and walk around?" Lao Bao asked calmly. Unable to refuse the old cow, Lu Dong and Lu Qingyang were already left and right, and they helped him up without saying anything. He was surprised to find that he pretended to have injured his right leg and really couldn't stand up. "My legs, what happened to my legs?" Lao Bao sighed and shook his head. "What else can you do? It's useless. Do you feel like you can't walk now?" The old cow was about to cry. He was just pretending just now. Who would have thought that he really couldn't walk now? "The injury on the top of your head is fine, but it's just some flesh and blood. But this leg, alas, I'm afraid it's really useless." Lao Niu became anxious. "Doctor, you must think of a way. Can this leg still be saved?" The old cow's daughter-in-law is still wondering why he pretends to be so similar. The old cow tried to take 2 more steps, but he couldn't use his strength at all. "If you want to heal this leg, you have to tell the truth, how you hurt and how this wall fell." Lao Niu felt guilty, and his eyes flashed. "I was injured while working here. What do you want me to admit?" "You are trying to force me. In that case, I can't cure it, just be lame." Chapter 262, Being too clever may lead to mistakes. Lao Bao was about to leave, but Lu Qingyang looked at this scene meaningfully. He knew that Lao Bao must have done something just now. "Xiao Lu, I can't help you anymore. This person is completely lame. You can pay as much as you want." He patted Lu Qingyang on the shoulder. The old cow was already pale with fright. Only his daughter-in-law had a smile on his face, thinking in his heart that he could get money again. Unexpectedly, his face turned pale with fright. "Wrong, absolutely wrong. His legs have always been fine, and he was pretending just now. Maybe it's just that I can't go for a while, but I can recover quickly after a break," and the old cow still has a trace of luck in his heart. "My legs are useless, you have to compensate me. Coupled with these injuries to the head, you have to compensate me for 10 great unity. Not a single point can be missing." When everyone heard this, didn't the lion open his mouth? The man who was building the wall together took the initiative to stand up and said, "I saw it all just now. You were sneaky, and you fell inexplicably." "Yes, I've been working for 2 days, I've been lazy, and now something happened again." Lu Qingyang was not annoyed, but said with a smile, "I have 2 ways. One is that I will cure this leg for you, but I will not pay a penny for the money, or I will directly compensate you, but no matter what happens in the future, I will not be responsible." The old cow's daughter-in-law agreed. "If you want money, we want money. I don't have so much money on me now. I want to find a way. You can come and pick it up tomorrow night." Everyone was not convinced, and they didn't know why Lu Qingyang agreed directly. When the old cow's daughter-in-law heard this, she felt regretful. She knew that she should have cheated more money, but who knew that this person would agree so readily? She said stubbornly, "No, who knows if you will run away? I can run away from the monk, but I can't run to the temple, so where can I go?" The old cow's daughter-in-law was suspicious, seeing how many people they were, and finally agreed. "If you don't compensate, I'll go to the brigade and make trouble. Let you be ruined." Lu Qingyang was even happier. How could he be afraid of this? He was purely just playing with them. On the way back, Shen Mo was still wondering, "Why did you agree to them so easily? Even I could see that this was a lie." "You don't believe me? You still don't believe your master?" Shen Mo thought about it carefully, and suddenly realized, "You mean, master has done something? Otherwise, why can't that old man walk? Do you think he's pretending?" Shen Mo also laughed. "Don't say it, I really thought he was pretending." The old cow limped back to the door of the house, and the sweat on his head flowed down. His daughter-in-law spread her hands. "Okay, it's all home. What are you pretending to be? You performed well today." The old cow sighed. "What kind of bullshit? My legs are really lame." "What?" The old cow's daughter-in-law didn't believe it at all. "What are you pretending? How can you really be lame? You're fine when you go out in the morning. Stop pretending, there's no one here." Lao Nia looked frustrated. "I really don't pretend, I really can't walk. Hey, let's see how the situation will be tomorrow." That night, the pain in his leg was dead, like a needle prick, and he didn't sleep all night. The old cow's daughter-in-law was so excited that she didn't fall asleep because she cheated the money. "If we get this money, our son will have money to marry a daughter-in-law." The next morning, when the old cow looked at his leg, it was swollen like an oversized sausage, and compared with the other leg, it had obviously changed. "My legs! How did my legs become like this?" The old cow was shocked. "What are you arguing about?" When the old cow's daughter-in-law saw this situation, she was also shocked. "How did you become this virtuous?" Not only was it swollen, but he couldn't move his right leg even a step, and it looked even worse than before. "No, I have to find that doctor." "Don't go." The old cow's daughter-in-law was still thinking about the 100 yuan in her heart. "I mean, with money, let's find a doctor to treat it ourselves. Don't listen to them fooling people. Here, except for the one surnamed Bao, where is there a serious doctor? Get out of the way, I'm going to go to him for treatment. If I am crippled, our family will not think about it. If he really had a lame leg, he would really have no way to survive, and the pain would be so painful that he would die of pain all night. Seeing the arrival of Lao Niu, Lao Bao was not surprised. Lu Qingyang had long expected this person to come, and he had already taken Captain Wu to guard here. Captain Wu was originally strange. Lu Qingyang inexplicably pulled himself over to experience some acupuncture. Although it is a set, it is indeed very comfortable. At this time, he finally realized that he was asked to be a witness. The old cow knelt down on the ground with a pop. "Doctor, please, save me. I can't bear it." Lao Bao didn't raise his eyes to look at him at all. "Didn't you say that you would rather ask for money than legs?" "I chose to treat my legs. I don't want any money, I don't want a penny." "Empty words, you husband and wife have no credibility in the first place. Who would believe you? Unless you make a note." The old cow wanted to cry without tears, but we are all illiterate. Lu Qingyang took out the note he had prepared a long time ago. "It's okay, just press your handprint. You see, the captain is also here, he can prove it." Lao Niu instantly understood. They had already thought that they would come, and these things had been prepared a long time ago. I heard Captain Wu say again, "Yes. I've seen them all, no problem." The old cow was still hesitating, but the pain in his leg reminded him all the time. I'll press it immediately." Lu Qingyang put the font in front of him. "Press it." Lao Niu's daughter-in-law also hurried over. "Lao Niu, you must not press it, they are trying to trick us." "What a pit, I'm going to die." Lu Qingyang said seductively on the side, "I can guarantee that as long as you press it, I will guarantee to cure your leg." The old cow gritted his teeth and pressed the handprint directly. "Hurry up and help me heal my legs. If it's too late, it's really going to be useless." Lao Bao stood up slowly and took out the silver needle. "You guys go out first, I want to treat you." Lu Qingyang took the note with satisfaction and stuffed it into his bag. Done. As for how Lao Bao will be treated in the future, he can't control it. Anyway, the proof has arrived. He only promised to heal his legs. As for the rest of the, but I can't control it. Chapter 263. Xiao Huiwai's father has brought prey. After Lu Dong saw Lu Qingyang coming back, he immediately asked him how he was doing. "It's okay, you're busy with you, just pay attention to safety, don't rush like this." The couple worked very hard, and sometimes Lu Qingyang even felt that they were not working for others, but building their own houses. "Aren't we trying to let you live in a newly built house before you get married? Newcomers should live in a new house." They thanked Shen Mo for saving his life before and wanted to repay Lu Qingyang for these thanks. Lu Dong scratched his head in annoyance. "Blame me, because it was introduced by an acquaintance. I didn't check this old cow properly, and I thought he was as loyal and honest as he looked, but I didn't expect to have such a mind." Lu Qingyang patted him on the shoulder, knowing that he was just unintentional. "Just pay attention in the future. I really don't feel sorry for this, otherwise, you don't have to give us this wages." Lu Qingyang hurriedly waved his hand. "Things can't be calculated like this. You should get the compensation you deserve for your work, those are all trivial things. In Lu Qingyang's place, as long as it can be solved, it is a small thing." Within a few days, Lu Qingyang heard that the old cow's leg was healed, but his arm began to hurt again. He knew in his heart that this must be Lao Bao's masterpiece. Originally, Shen Mo had 2 chickens at home, and last time she ate 1 stewed mushrooms, and the remaining 1 accidentally fell into the river, and when the 2 found it, it had become a dead chicken. "It looks like I have to go outside to catch a few chicks." The production team has regulations that if there are a few people in the family, they can only raise a few chickens. Like their current situation, they should be able to raise 3. Only the only hen died, and now no hens hatch chicks. Lu Qingyang had an idea. There was also a flying dragon, hazel grouse, in his space, which happened to be incubating eggs. It would be better to secretly put a few eggs in and let the flying dragon hatch the chicks out by the way. "This matter is on me." Lu Qingyang immediately took the job. The eggs for hatching chicks must also be exquisite. They must be incubated with fertilized eggs, and those that are not fertilized can only hatch rotten eggs. All the eggs in their house were eaten, and Lu Qingyang went to Yang Xiaoshen's house to exchange a few eggs and came back. They have roosters at home, which should be guaranteed to be fertilized eggs. When it was time to rest at night, Lu Qingyang quietly put the eggs in the flying dragon's nest. "Anyway, you also want to hatch eggs, so help me by the way." The flower-tailed hazel chicken looked at the few large eggs that suddenly came out of the nest, but hesitated for 3 seconds, didn't think much about it, and sat down again. The temperature in the space is suitable, there is food and drink, there are no natural enemies, and the days here are simply great. And Lu Qingyang took it to the pond to take a look, and suddenly found that the little cicadas in the pond had grown a lot. This growth rate is too fast. These days, my mouth just has no taste, so I grabbed some and made a spicy cricket. Crickets look very similar to crayfish, but there is a big difference between the two. Crickets have high requirements for water quality, but crayfish are creatures that like to survive in dirty water. In Lu Qingyang's view, crabfish are very suitable for food, but they are more difficult to raise. But with him, there is no problem at all. The water in the space pond is enough for the cicadas to survive. He pulled out some cucumbers, tomatoes, and cabbage seedlings, ready to plant them until they were distributed on the wasteland. All the weeds on the wasteland had been burned clean before, but Lu Qingyang simply hoed the ground and planted the seedlings. Just in case, he also poured some spiritual spring water to ensure that these vegetables could grow to the greatest extent. While it was not yet dark, Lu Qingyang took the steamed buns and Xiao Huiwai to the mountains and forests. It just so happened that Xiao Huiwai's father was sniffing the smell of Xiao Huiwai in the jungle, and Lu Qingyang called it Dawai for the time being. Generally, when there are other people, the big ash will not appear. If you just smell only Lu Qingyang, it will appear. Big Gray bit a prey in his mouth, put it directly in front of Lu Qingyang, and then took a few steps back. Lu Qingyang then carefully walked up to check, calling out in his mouth, "Little Huiwai, come here." Xiao Huiwai immediately ran forward affectionately and started playing with Dawei. Lu Qingyang studied the animal on the ground, and if he was not mistaken, it should be a proto-musk deer. It's a pity that this original musk deer has obviously died, and if one can be caught alive, there will be another animal in the space farm. Little Huiwai and Dawei were playing on the side, while Lu Qingyang was seriously looking at the wild vegetables on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, those should be wild leeks, not to mention, he really misses leek cakes. There is also Artemisia willow, a plant of the Asteraceae family, which looks like the leaves of chrysanthemums. However, Artemisia willow buds do have the effect of clearing heat and cooling blood, lowering lipids and lowering blood pressure, and there is a record in the Compendium of Materia Medica that reassures qi, nourishes the spleen and stomach, eliminates phlegm and drinks, and benefits the stomach and intestines. Lu Qingyang dug out all the vegetables with a knife and put them directly into the space. As soon as I looked up, I found that the sun had set, so I planned to leave here quickly, and I had already gained a lot in the basket. Xiao Huiwai reluctantly said goodbye to Dawei, while Lu Qingyang put the original musk directly into the space. Lest people with intention see it and talk nonsense, and only bring some wild vegetables that are stipulated to be picked outside to hide people's eyes. Before leaving, he asked Dawei, "Where does the original musk deer hunt? Can you help me bring a live one next time?" Big Gray, this human demand is really excessive. It is difficult to catch those who live, and they even have to live. But seeing the round little gray ash raised on the side, the Big Gray nodded humanely. Lu Qingyang picked up Xiao Huiwai with satisfaction and waved his hand. As soon as he came back, he found that Shen Mo had already taken care of the land next to their house, even more neatly than he had cleaned up. Lu Qingyang poured out all the wild leeks and prepared to make a leek cake. So many wild leeks, this thing is delicious to eat. I'm just going to make leek cakes for you to try. Lu Qingyang's hometown used to have a leek cake shop, and the leek cakes made in it were very delicious, and the business was very hot. Later, my father bought a piece and came back, thinking about how to make the recipe. It really made that taste for him, and Lu Qingyang also remembered that method. The most crucial step is to add some minced meat to this cake to enhance the flavor. Now that the weather is gradually warming up, meat can no longer be frozen and preserved as before. Now he hunted his prey and put it directly in the space to preserve. Fortunately, Shen Mo went to town before and brought back a piece of pork belly. Lu Qingyang cut a piece, chopped it, mixed it with wild leeks, and added chopped green onion, minced ginger, salt, and allspice. Chapter 264. The leek meat pie is so delicious. Uncle Shen is also the first time he has seen such a way of eating. They are relatively simple here, that is, wild leeks and flour mixed with pancakes, but it is the first time they have seen such an extravagant practice. After Lu Qingyang adjusted the filling, he began to knead the dough again. Now his hands are much stronger than before, and he doesn't feel tired when he kneads the dough. Let the kneaded dough rise up a little, and then cut it into pieces. Shen Mo stared intently at all that Lu Qingyang had done. I don't know why, she thinks that Lu Qingyang is the best looking. Lu Qingyang reminded, "You see that you are staring from the side, can't you come over and help?" Shen Mo rubbed her hands. "My hands are stupid, you know. Wash your hands, I'll teach you how to make leek cakes, and if I'm not there, you have to learn some basic practices." Who would have thought that Shen Mo was not so thin because she was starving, but because she couldn't cook at all? Got it. Shen Mo brought a basin of hot water and washed her hands. Is that so? I saw him skillfully pressing a piece of dough into a round cake shape, filling it with filling, and then sealing it. The movements flowed smoothly, the excess dough was removed by him, and a perfect embryo was presented in front of him. It feels like making dumplings. There is still a difference from making dumplings. Lu Qingyang explained gently. The movement in his hand did not stop, and finally pressed gently, it became a cake. Then brush both sides with oil and fry in a pan. Don't be too hot, otherwise the cake will be burnt. Got it. After Uncle Shen washed his hands, he also volunteered, "Let me try it too." "Grandpa, don't add to the chaos." Shen Mo tried to make one just now, and it was crooked, and the filling was exposed. "You girl, don't underestimate Grandpa." What Uncle Shen did was comparable to Lu Qingyang's. "Look, how are you doing? Grandpa, do you still have this ability?" Uncle Shen responded happily. In the past, when your grandma was alive, she didn't like to cook at all, but in our family, men can also cook. Don't say it, Qingyang is also this excellent tradition. Shen Mo forgot that her grandfather had been blind for many years. Before he was blind, he was also an expert at work, although he is not far behind now. The firewood in the woodshed was all chopped by Uncle Shen at home. Originally, he wanted to go to the brigade to earn work points, but he was also stopped by Lu Qingyang. Don't be so desperate, the two of us are enough to feed you. The family cooperates and works quickly, and after a while, all the fillings are wrapped. Lu Qingyang was baking leek cakes while asking Shen Mo to pay attention to the heat. Golden on both sides, the leek cake is ready to come out of the pot. Due to the addition of minced meat and the unique aroma of wild leeks, there is a feeling of being full of juice. Shen Mo ignored the hot hand and directly picked up one. It's so hot. I bite into the gravy. She was burned to her tongue, but she still didn't give up, and swallowed it directly. While eating, she was still thinking in her mouth. You can't waste food, this is too delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Uncle Shen also took a bite and stretched out his thumb. Who taught you the craft of this? Amazing. Lu Qingyang felt sad for a moment. As if he had discovered his abnormality, Uncle Shen remembered that Lu Qingyang's parents had died. I'm sorry. Lu Qingyang shook his head. I'm not sorry, this is what my father taught me. He really didn't lie, this is the craft that his modern father taught him. If he has the opportunity in the future, he is still ready to open a small restaurant. Of course, there are many ways to make money in the future, he is just for a thought. Shen Mo looked at a lot more. This is more, I'll give some to Uncle Tai and the others. Jin Feng will definitely like to eat it too. Go ahead, be careful, don't let anyone see you. Lu Qingyang reminded. Don't worry, I know. As soon as Shen Mo left, there was a noise next door as usual. In the past few days, Zhang Wanwan and Lu Fang have quarreled every day, either because of the work at home, or because of the food, which is in stark contrast to Shen Mo's house. The poor couple is sad about everything, and it is about the two of them. Moreover, Lu Fang liked Zhang Wanwan at first because of her appearance. Appearance is only one aspect, and the most important thing in choosing a wife is character. How can anyone be as lucky as him? Shen Mo is both good-looking and hardworking. Lu Qingyang glanced at the radio next to him, and thought of giving gifts to himself. After eating and drinking, Uncle Shen lay on the rocking chair and listened to the radio on the radio. I didn't expect that. In just a few years, there have been earth-shaking changes outside. Originally, he was afraid of returning to the light, but after these days, he felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. I gradually dispelled that idea and lived a peaceful life. There will be more changes in the future, just wait and see. Lu Qingyang has already begun to prepare to deal with the original musk deer, which is also known as the fragrant roe deer. Male roe deer have a sachet between the navel and genitals, which can secrete and store musk. Musk is an extremely valuable Chinese medicinal material, which has the effect of eliminating all diseases since ancient times. It can wake up the mind, improve sleep quality, and enhance the body's ability to resist hypoxia. Lu Qingyang found that the original musk deer that was bitten to death by the big ash was a male, and it happened to be hanging a bag. He couldn't help but sigh again. It's a pity, how nice it would be to be alive. He hunted in the forest so many times and never saw it. The original musk deer is very rare. As long as there is a male and a female, Lu Qingyang guarantees that he can cultivate a lot of heads, so that the musk is not easy to catch. Thinking like this, Lu Qingyang's hand had already begun to cut neatly. The musk is naturally meant to be kept, and as for this meat, there is also a small gray portion, so it is naturally impossible for him to monopolize it. But steamed buns and xiaohuiwai were used to eating cooked meat, so Lu Qingyang still cut off a piece of leg and cooked. Add a meal to you two today. After roasting it a little, the original musk leg was divided into two small ones. Sables, snowflakes, lynxes, and dogs at home have all been given some meat. Xiaohuiwai ate while eating, and a whining sound came out of his mouth. But as long as Lu Qingyang wiped its head, it stopped roaring, but glanced at Lu Qingyang with watery eyes. You didn't look at steamed buns with this look just now. The steamed bun was a little closer to Xiaohuiwai just now, and was almost bitten by it on the tail, and now it was far away from Xiaohuiwai, gnawing on a bone. Uncle Shen couldn't help but sigh. You are too used to them. Dogs are born for a short time, so let them live a more moist life. Moreover, this original musk deer was originally a blessing for Xiaohuiwai. Chapter 265 Production Instructor. Outsiders must be moved when they see it. The dog in this house is better than the people outside. Lu Qingyang didn't care about these anyway. After all, these animals were more or less helpful to him. Shen Mo went to deliver leek patties, and Uncle Tai asked her to bring back some soybeans. Uncle Tai asked me to bring it here. Said that the tofu you made last time was delicious. Let you make it next time. Bring him a piece too. He misses the tofu you made, and Jin Feng also wants to eat it. Small things, I'll send them to you tomorrow. Not to mention Uncle Tai, he wanted to eat it himself, and he almost finished the tofu he had made. Shen Mo swallowed again. I want to eat the mapo tofu you made. After eating it once, she has never forgotten it. Lu Qingyang pointed to the remaining meat. You see that there is still some musk meat left here. How do you want to make it delicious? Shen Mo replied with a smile, this kind of thing, it's better to leave it to you, I'll just wait to eat. Lu Qingyang saw that she was still wearing her old clothes, and she obviously felt a little smaller. Next time I remember to buy red cloth, buy a few more pieces of fabric you like, you should make a few more clothes. Got it. Lu Qingyang has been very busy lately, and he has to go to work in the fields early in the morning, although it is not tiring for him, but he felt that most of his time was wasted in the fields, which was really not a problem. When I was chatting with Captain Wu, I learned that the original technician in the production team thought it was too hard here and had run away. Lu Qingyang volunteered, Uncle, look at me, I want to be a technician to ensure that you exceed the task. He had never heard of Lu Qingyang having this kind of ability, although his ability was indeed not small. I know you can make medicine and hunt, but this production instructor really needs skills. Lu Qingyang didn't blame him, after all, Captain Wu didn't know that the soul of a doctor of botany lived in his soul. How about doubling production this year? Captain Wu thought he had heard it wrong. What? Double? We have to be realistic, and we have started to investigate. You see that there are so many people working in this field, one more and one less me, isn't there no difference? But if you choose me as a technical instructor, there is a chance that you can double the yield per mu. Captain Wu laughed, I see, your mouth is the best. He had heard of doubling the yield per mu, but it was a special period. Now that the above investigation is strict and pays attention to seeking truth from facts, he does not dare to take this risk. Ed will listen to the conversation between the two and was unhappy. You just let Xiao Lu try it. What he said is right. You see, so many people are busy reclaiming wasteland. What is it to have one less of him and one more of him? Lu Qingyang was not annoyed. There is no evidence to say it. I know that if I say this, you won't believe it. Let me try. If I can't do it, you are applying to the upper level and find a professional to come. This hit Captain Wu's mind, because he just couldn't apply, and no one wanted to come. Okay, you do it first, but I declare first, it won't work. Don't come blindly. Then how can it be? Just wait and see. Captain Wu just hoped that Lu Qingyang would not add to the chaos. Anyway, with their relationship, there should be no problem in applying for him to be a technical instructor. But this incident made Go Zizi uncomfortable again. He originally had a problem with Lu Qingyang, but now Captain Wu asked him to be a technical instructor. Isn't this a slap in the face? Captain, anyone with a discerning eye can see that you have a better relationship with this Lu's hiking, but you can't go through the back door openly. What do you think of the rest of my team? How do you say it? Captain Wu didn't care what others said, but the one who was most unqualified to say this was this guy. He turned around and rolled his eyes. There is no instructor in our team, and Lu's hiking said that there is no need to calculate salary or anything, and there is no additional expenditure after the results are achieved. Go Zizi thought in his heart, this kid is really quite a chicken thief, and he came up with such a method. Okay, you don't need to say it, let Lu's hiking try it first. If it doesn't succeed, let him go back to open up wasteland. What are you afraid of? Captain Wu waved his hand impatiently. Go Zizi said, yes. But he was not convinced at all in his heart. He wanted to see what Lu Qingyang was capable of. He was not a fool either, because he found that as long as he opposed Lu Qingyang, none of them would end well. This kid specifies what ability he has on his body, he must be careful everywhere, and now he should wait and see what happens. The next day, Lu Qingyang became a temporary technical instructor in the production team. Now that he doesn't have to work in the fields all the time, he has more free time. You only need to walk twice on the ridge and check it a little, and the task is almost over. It is still in the stage of reclamation, and it will start sowing in 2 days. The educated youths in the Educated Youth Academy are all envious. Why don't you say that Lu Qingyang's kid has a good life? He can take advantage of everything, and now he has become our instructor. You have the ability to flatter you too, can you? After talking about gossip, the two laughed. Lu Qingyang could naturally hear that the two of them were blaming him for yin and yang. What is said is false, and the most important thing is to do it. Of course, in private, Lu Qingyang still found a way to squeeze the two of them and let them do twice as much work as usual. Who made Zhou Ji and she already have to be the team leader, and the relationship between the two was already good. Hans Haiqian will also leave tomorrow, and a farewell party was held in the Educated Youth Institute. This is the place where he has been for 7 or 8 years, and Hans Haiqian is really reluctant. It was said that it was a party, and everyone put together what they usually ate. I'm leaving here tomorrow, and I hope everyone can continue to stay here and contribute to the development and construction of the motherland. Hans Haiqian swept around, but sure enough, he didn't see Lu Qingyang coming. Strictly speaking, he no longer belongs to the Educated Youth Institute, nor is it managed by him. But he was still a little disappointed. After all, he was also the person he wanted to remind. After everyone dispersed, Hans Haiqian instructed Zhou Ji and she a few more words. Everyone is young people. If something happens, speak well, don't be too grumpy, and avoid disputes. I understand, team leader Han. Hans Haiqiang was stunned. Now you are the leader, not me. Patted him on the shoulder again and encouraged, young man, do a good job. As soon as Zhou Jianxi was sent away, Lu Qingyang came with a bag of things. Chapter 266, Picking Herbs in the Mountains. You kids still remember me. Why don't you remember, Team Leader Han, you're going back. I'm not polite. You take this bag of things to eat on the road, and there are a few packs of herbs in it, so that you need it in time. Lu Qinjiang's instruction made Hans Haiqian's eyes sour. Team Leader Han, are you afraid that I won't come? I just don't like the hustle and bustle, so I avoid those people. Moreover, there were many people, and he didn't want to deal with those people. Just remember me, although this Liexi Brigade is a small place, some people you need to be more careful. I don't have many places to help you, you will be here on your own in the future. Don't worry, I have it all. I can't ask for these things, you can take them. Hans Haiqiang also knew that life here was hard, and although Lu Qingyang had the ability, he couldn't accept other people's things in vain. Nothing valuable, just some food on the road, put it away. Hans Haiqiang hesitated slightly, slowly took out a pen from his pocket, and handed it to Lu Qingyang. This, you take it. Lu Qingyang was resolute and refused, I can't ask for this. If that's the case, I won't take any of your things, take it, and take it when you tell me to take it. Hans Haiqiang couldn't help but say, forcefully stuffed the pen into Lu Qinjiang's hand, and then nodded with satisfaction. Back in the capital, if you need help with anything, you can come to me directly. Lu Qingyang smiled and said, then I'm welcome. At dawn the next day, when the morning light began to appear on the horizon, Hans Haiqiang had already carried his bags on his shoulders and quietly left the familiar Liexi Brigade. Before taking the last few steps, he couldn't help but look back again, staring at the land where he had lived for many years, with mixed feelings in his heart. Then, he got into the carriage and slowly drove away from this place full of memories in the face of the brilliant morning glow. In the future, most of the chores of the Educated Youth Institute were handed over to Zhou Jianxi to handle. Zhou Jianxi also takes time to help Lu Qingyang make furniture every day. I don't know when Lu Qingyang dragged back the high-quality fir and cherry wood from the forest. This wood is good, it won't be mouthed, and the texture is beautiful, so I guarantee to help you make the most beautiful bookcase. Don't worry, you can just take your time. Lu Qingyang found that other people may really work for the sake of work, but Zhou Jianxi is different. He really loves woodworking, even if he doesn't usually have work, he likes to pour some wood. With free days, Lu Qingyang usually picks herbs in the mountains at other times except for wandering around the village, and picks some wild vegetables by the way. It just so happened that Shen Mo had nothing to do today, so Lu Qingyang planned to take her to the mountains to get to know the medicinal materials. Shen Mo rode on horseback, and Lu Qingyang led the horse to walk in the mountains and forests. There were 3 or 4 dogs behind, and this time, Lu Qingyang also led the reindeer over. The little reindeer has grown up, much bigger than when he was a child, and after Lu Qinjiang's training, he is also very friendly. The most important thing is to take it out to familiarize yourself with the mountains and forests, so that you can find some valuable medicinal materials for him in the future. Animals are inherently better than humans in finding medicinal herbs. Reindeer can even find reishi and ginseng. Lu Qingyang found a smooth 5-leaf plant, and he immediately stopped. Little Jasmine, come and see what this is? Shen Mo jumped off the horse and squatted down. What is this? Isn't it common to see it in the forest? She knew sun-dried herbs, but she really couldn't recognize these fresh leaves. This is called Eleutherococcus. Eleutherococcus. I know, it's also called a crawl stick and a tiger slush, right? I have a good memory. This is also a good medicinal material. You can make wine, make medicinal wine, and pick more. Not only that, the root bark can also dispel rheumatism and strengthen muscles and bones. Okay. Shen Mo was full of energy and began to dig up Eleutherococcus. Lu Qingyang was silently on the other side, digging and collecting into the space. After digging for a while, Shen Mo suddenly stared at him seriously, startling Lu Qingyang, thinking that she had discovered some secret. Shen Mo shouted righteously. What are you doing? You are lazy. You see, I've picked a lot more, but you don't have much in your basket. Lu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief, and had to admit that he was indeed lazy. You're right, I'm a little tired, not as good as your physical strength. After that, he lay down directly on the grass and began to rot. If you close your eyes, you can still smell the intertwined scent of earth and flowers. Shen Mo took his hand, shook it with a bit of coquettishness, and urged repeatedly, get up quickly, don't lie down like this. Get up and work, you have to teach me about herbs. Lu Qingyang knew that she didn't use any strength, so he laughed secretly in his heart, and with a gentle effort, he pulled her towards him. Shen Mo was caught off guard and stumbled and sat on his body. The two looked at each other in an extremely ambiguous posture. Until she found that Shen Mo's ears began to turn red, Lu Qingyang had already leaned in and kissed her on the lips. Then, with the little knowledge left in his mind, he began to act. The steamed bun on the side asked Xiao Hui why, what do you think the master is doing? How did the two lick and lick each other? Don't make it. Xiao Huiwei looked confused. The forest horse, which was wagging its tail and grazing on the side, raised its head. Don't you smell estrus? Spring is here and it is indeed time to mate. Rhubarb stood silently in front of a wolf and a dog and blocked their sight. Children, don't meddle in your own business. Lu Qingyang hugged Shen Mo and kissed her for a while, until she struggled and didn't let go. Bastard! Ignore you! She stood up, carried the basket on her back and walked into the mountains and forests. Lu Qingyang had no choice but to lead the horse and follow her with the reindeer. Wait for me. The cuckoos all over the mountains. Shen Mo had already run to the flowers. Lu Qingyang saw that she was not really angry, so he squatted down and made a wreath. I apologize to you, this is for you. Lu Qingyang put the wreath on Shen Mo's head. Shen Mo turned his face away. If this happens suddenly in the future, I will ignore you. No, no, how dare you? Saying this, he has already begun to plan the next time. What are you still laughing at inexplicably? Laugh at you so beautiful, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful, fragrant and soft. The two fought all the way, talking and laughing, and Rhubarb couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed helplessly. Humans, it's really tired and crooked. The reindeer suddenly stopped, sniffed left and right, let out a cry, and refused to move again. Lu Qingyang noticed something was wrong and checked it where it smelled. Little Jasmine, come and take a look, there's something good here. Chapter 267, Finding Ganoderma lucidum and Bitter White Hoof. Shen Mo immediately leaned over. What's wrong? What good things have you found? The reindeer called and asked them to look down at the tree, and Lu Qingyang followed the sound and found a plant that looked like a mushroom. He took it off and smelled it. This should be Ganoderma lucidum. There are many such small Ganoderma lucidums in the mountains, but the big Ganoderma lucidum is more difficult to find. Shen Mo originally thought it was something strange, but it turned out to be just a Ganoderma lucidum. I know there is a place where there are many such Ganoderma lucidum. This one is too small, and the wild Ganoderma lucidum that has grown for many years has long been removed, and everyone cherishes it. Lu Qingyang scratched his head. Little Ganoderma lucidum is also fine. Do you know where it is? Take me to find it. Okay, no problem. Shen Mo took the lead in front, and Lu Qingyang followed. Along the way, Lu Qingyang also found yellow cabbage, but the flowering period was in July, and it has not yet bloomed. But he still happily picked a lot of roots. Shen Mo felt strange. This hasn't bloomed yet? Why do you want to pick it? We can also plant it when we go back, and we will come to the mountains to pick it when the time comes. Shen Mo thought about it carefully. It makes sense. After the daylilies are dried, they are usually cooked daylilies, which are used to stir-fry and stew soup, which are quite delicious. It also has medical effects, such as stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation and clearing heat. It can be said that it is a specialty of this mountain forest. Ganoderma lucidum mainly grows in the humid environment of alpine forests, and Shen Mo took Lu Qingyang to a place not far from Emerald Lake. Look here, there are a lot of small Ganoderma lucidum. It just rained a few days ago. These Ganoderma lucidums are still too small. It will take a few months to grow. Lu Qingyang looked at the Ganoderma lucidum like a small mushroom under his feet, which was indeed very small. But what he wants is this kind of small Ganoderma lucidum, which is cultivated in the space. Vegetables can be placed in the space to absorb spiritual energy to speed up growth, and can also add value. Presumably, these herbs have the same effect when put in, and they can also cultivate herbs with greater and better medicinal effects. The reindeer also lowered their heads and looked at these Ganoderma lucidums excitedly. Usually, reindeer love to eat Ganoderma lucidum. Lu Qingyang was not stingy, and directly picked two and fed them to the reindeer. The reindeer narrowed its eyes and let out a happy cry from its mouth. There were about a dozen Ganoderma lucidum, and Lu Qingyang picked them all. Shen Mo was not surprised by his behavior. After all, when he saw some rare plants, his eyes lit up. At the same time, Shen Mo also discovered Lu Qingyang's hobbies, and she didn't see what he liked. It turned out that she liked to collect these flowers and plants. Lu Qingyang picked some lion's mane mushrooms from the rotten wood next to him, and it seems that he will also have a blessing tonight. The two walked along the gurgling stream on the shore of the Emerald Lake. Shen Mo's eyes swept over the water from time to time, and suddenly stopped, shouting in surprise. Lu Qingyang, look, there are tadpoles. And small fish. If you like it, just fish some and raise it. Shen Mo shook her head. No, it's good to let them be free in the mountains, but bringing them back will bind them. Hey, look, where is a big fish? Wait for me to catch it. Lu Qingyang was just about to step forward when he found that Shen Mo had already picked up the branch next to him and went towards the harpoon. Look, I caught it, and it looks like 5 or 6 pounds. Shen Mo smiled sweetly. How to make it delicious? Then barbecue on the spot? Shen Mo immediately nodded. Okay, I'm just hungry. Lu Qingyang found a few stones and some dry firewood, cleaned the fish by the stream, and skewered it with wooden sticks. Shen Mo continued to be by the stream, quietly waiting for whether there were any fish. There are still loaches here. Shen Mo went to catch the loach with her bare hands, but unfortunately it was too slippery and didn't catch it, and watched it break free. My loach ran away. Next time we bring the cage to catch it, we will definitely catch it. Okay. Shen Mo showed a disappointed expression, but as the grilled fish emitted its aroma, she quickly put these unpleasantnesses behind her and began to eat the grilled fish happily. It's still the best fish you grill. After eating, the two continued to walk around the forest. During this period, the reindeer also took them to find the bitter white hoof, which is a medicinal fungus similar to Ganoderma lucidum, which generally likes to grow on pine trees. Lu Qingyang introduced, this is a bitter white hoof, which can be used to relieve cough and asthma, dispel wind and dampness, reduce swelling and pain, good things. Lao Bao will definitely like it when he sees it. They only found one for the time being, and he was going to take it back to Lao Bao, and he didn't know how happy he would be when he saw it. The two of them didn't come back until the sun was about to set, already bringing back a basket full of herbs. Shen Mo went to call Lao Bao to come to the house for dinner, and Lu Qingyang prepared some dishes first. The preserved egg I made last time should be almost edible today. He used the ancient method to make preserved eggs, and the first time he made it was quite successful. Another pickled rabbit meat was taken down and stewed. Lion's mane mushrooms are washed and used for braising. The leek cake last time was not finished and was used as a staple food. Lu Qingyang had just finished his work, and Lao Bao happened to arrive. His eyes kept wandering, and he couldn't wait to ask. My apprentice said, "You have found a lot of good things from the mountains. What are you? Show me." Of course there is. Look, what did I find? Lu Qingyang took out the bitter white hoof. See if this is a good thing. Yes, definitely yes. When can you find 10-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and century-old ginseng? It will be really amazing. I can't find these yet, but this bitter white hoof is for you. I used so many medicinal materials from you before, so I regarded it as an amendment. Lao Bao laughed, you kid. Since he became a village doctor, although he was busy, his condition has become better and better. It's just that his hair is white, but it makes him look more authoritative. Not only does the Lushi Brigade like to see a doctor, but the outside brigade will also come to find him. The two picked and chose in the basket, and the old man picked a lot of herbs. Some herbs need to be treated before they can be used, so leave them to Lao Bao, a professional. When the time comes, Lu Qingyang will go pick up some bargains and come back. As soon as Lao Bao saw Uncle Shen's eyes, he immediately leaned over again and checked his eyes. This is really a miracle. I thought about so many ways at the beginning, but I couldn't cure it. Shen Mo was cured with a few stitches. Shen Mo curled her lips. Master, this credit is not mine, it is Lu Qingyang's home remedy. Home remedies? Show me, what home remedies are so effective? Chapter 268. Watch the show. There's another quarrel next door. There are many reasons why Grandpa's eyes can be cured, not just because of folk remedies. Lao Bao still insisted on seeing the prescription, so Lu Qingyang wrote him a prescription. This is indeed a clear prescription, no problem. Lao Bao still had doubts in his heart, and wanted to ask further, but was greeted by Lu Qingyang at the table. Hurry up and eat, the food is cold, this is all mountain treasure. It's very nourishing. The old bag was also attracted by the fragrance. What good things do I see? Ouch, this is a lion's mane mushroom, this is a good thing, I want to eat more. Come on, you're welcome, eat more. Lu Qingyang cut a few preserved eggs and added some ingredients mixed with vinegar sauce, sugar, and garlic. Shen Mo picked up a piece of preserved egg, swallowed it, and showed a satisfied smile. Delicious. At the same time, a big quarrel finally broke out between Zhang Wanwan and Lu Fang next door. People are not pregnant, they can eat meat every day, why can't you? Can't go out hunting? The long-standing repression finally broke out. Is the daughter-in-law still hardworking and capable? What about you? Pregnant is not a big lady, why is she so squeamish that she can't even rub a single piece of clothing? You, what are you talking about? Don't you like the way I looked when I was at the beginning? Lu Fang was so angry that he threw the clothes in his hand. Wash it yourself. He ran out of the house depressed, took out his pocket, and couldn't even take out a cigarette. Suddenly began to miss the days before there was no separation. At this time, he saw Shen Mo washing clothes in his yard, wrung them out and handed them to Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang is tall, just enough to hang up his clothes, and turn around and talk and laugh with Shen Mo. Lu Fang suddenly felt that this was the married life in his dreams, and the two worked together instead of all the burdens on him. And now Shen Mo seems to have grown up, in terms of beauty, maybe she is better than Zhang Wanwan. Why did he blindly reject that marriage at the beginning? Otherwise such a daughter-in-law should be on her own, so it would not be Lu Qingyang's turn. Taking a deep breath, he was going to go to Aunt Liu's place to take a soft breath first, at least life would be better. Lu Fang was cheeky and knocked on the door of Aunt Liu's house. Go Wa stretched out a small head, and when he saw that it was Lu Fang, he knew that this guy must regret it. But this lesson is still far from deep enough. The second uncle definitely doesn't realize where he is wrong, but his life is not satisfactory. What's wrong, second uncle, didn't you separate from us? Grandma said that when she saw you knocking on the door, she would close the door immediately and not allow you to come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the dog baby closed the door with a bang. Lu Fang was left alone in the wind. Mother, open the door. It's me, Lu Fang. Aunt Lu was busy and didn't hear the sound outside clearly at all. Only asked the dog baby, who was making noise outside. Go Wa explained, oh, it's the village guard, shouting and shouting outside. I've already given him 2 nests. Good boy, really sensible. Without Lu Fang, she has fewer things to worry about at home. She followed Shen Mo's previous instructions and ignored her worries, but now her mental health has improved. Ma Hongxia also held a grudge. In fact, she had already heard Lu Fang's voice, but she pretended not to hear it, that is, she didn't open the door. Lu Fang made trouble outside for a while, and when he saw that there was no response in the room, he could only go back angrily. However, his house was also locked. Zhang Wanwan couldn't get angry, so he locked the door. Looking in the mirror, looking at my face, which was starting to swell more and more because of pregnancy, I suddenly became disgusted. She made the wrong decision again, originally thinking that Lu Fang was protecting herself, but she didn't expect it to be the same as those stinky men. When he was angry, he heard Lu Fang shouting weakly outside. Daughter-in-law, open the door. I know I was wrong and shouldn't be angry with you. After all, life still has to go on, and if you don't give in, you won't even have a place to sleep. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wanwan didn't appreciate it at all, so she directly locked him out of the door, and climbed into bed early to sleep. Lu Fang was so angry that he slammed the door hard. Zhang Wanwan, I am your husband, that is my home, you can't lock me outside. Zhang Wanwan hid directly in the bed, pretending not to hear it. Anyway, now that the temperature has risen, even if he is outside all night, Lu Fang will not freeze to death. He should suffer, who made him so fierce to himself. Such a movement in the middle of the night was naturally noticed by Uncle Lu. What's going on? How did I hear Lu Fang's voice? It must be that the couple quarreled. Let them go. Didn't Lu Fang say that he won't let us take care of his affairs? Uncle Lu wanted to get up, but was still pressed back by Aunt Lu. Sleep, don't fix it, the stinky boy should be taught a lesson. Uncle Lu sighed, turned over, and could only continue to close his eyes. The sounds outside gradually began to disappear, and Lu Fang only felt that he had failed and sat at the door all night. Until the rooster crowed in the morning, Zhang Wanwan opened the door and saw Lu Fang curled up at the door and slept all night. Not only did he not feel distressed, but he said strangely, do you know that you are wrong? Lu Fang suddenly woke up, and when he heard such a sentence, his heart was half cold, and he stood up in silence. His whole body was cold, his legs were numb, and he fell directly. And his good daughter-in-law, when she saw this scene, she did not feel distressed, but laughed. I really deserve it. Lu Fang's forehead was oozing blood, and he asked with a cold face, it's just so funny? You hate me so much that you have to torture me? If you don't like me, you can tell me directly, or you cannot choose to marry me. Why are you torturing me like this? I just want you to admit your mistake. Zhang Wanwan looked like a matter of course. The quarrel attracted the villagers from all sides, naturally Shen Mo and Lu Qingyang. Shen Mo was not surprised. Why are these two quarreling again, quarreling every day, and it's not too tiring? It just so happened that a villager saw Shen Mo and pulled her to go to the house to see a doctor for the rooster. Miss Shen, my rooster won't crow, go to my house and take a look. I'll go right away if I know, Lu Qingyang, I'm going to work. Lu Qingyang held his arms and stood aside, watching the two couples quarrel. Lu Fang was silent at first, thinking that the other party was a pregnant woman and did not return his hand. Until Zhang Wanwan's pushing force became stronger and bigger, and his resentment grew bigger and bigger. Do you think I will follow you and live a good day? You have the face to blame me, who is not a man in charge. Chapter 269 Bravely Fighting the Big Rooster. I see, you just don't have the ability. You left your parents and eldest brother, you are nothing, you can't even support yourself, and you want to support me and my children. Lu Fang was already angry, and with Zhang Wanwan's insult, the anger in his heart finally broke out. He didn't care about the onlookers around him, so he slapped her directly. If you don't have a young lady's life, don't always think about capitalism. I am a countryman, not as good as a city person. You have a kind of arrogance back to the city. Aunt Lu pushed aside the crowd and found that the young couple who were still in love in front of her were arguing fiercely. He had long seen that these two people were not a good match, so she tried her best to prevent her son from marrying Zhang Wanwan at that time. Within a few months, conflicts began to arise. She stood here, but her steps were unusually heavy, until her eldest daughter-in-law Ma Hongxia pulled her. Mother, don't forget, we agreed before, if you go now, you will give them a step. Aunt Lu decisively withdrew her foot and ignored it. You're right, I can't take care of their affairs. Seeing that the two were about to fight, it was the women's director who rushed over to dissuade the matter. What's going on? Your daughter-in-law is pregnant, how can you beat your daughter-in-law? Let go of it. Lu Fang gritted his teeth, and then realized that there were all people watching the excitement, including his own father and mother. At this moment, his cheeks were hot, he was extremely ashamed, stomped his foot and turned back into the house. Zhang Wanwan, who was still crying, and the women's director who comforted her. Lu Qingyang seemed to have expected the result. In the previous life, the original owner's situation was probably worse than this, which can be described as a ninja turtle. As the crowd dispersed, he stopped watching the excitement and turned around to go about his own business. First, I went to my own field to check the situation in the field, and the vegetables transplanted from the space did grow larger than the average ones. It seems that these improved vegetables can also adapt to the outside environment. Now the wasteland has been almost reclaimed, and the main crops grown here are soybeans, wheat, corn, and potatoes. Lu Qingyang will be ready to sow seeds in the space at that time, which will greatly increase the yield per mu. He dropped all the seeds prepared in the granary, and then went to the ridge with satisfaction. When I came back in the evening, I heard Shen Mo gobbling up steamed buns and saying, "Aunt Cai's chicken doesn't crow, I really can't cure it, I can't talk to the chicken, and it doesn't show any discomfort." Lu Qingyang was interested. "You can take me to see it later, maybe I can cure it." "Can I, a veterinarian, cure you? Just go and take a look." As soon as the two went to Aunt Cai's house, she began to nag. "The rooster used to crow every day, but now it doesn't crow, and the old man and I don't know when to get up, which delays the work. What's the use of a rooster that doesn't scream, and it's reluctant to stew it?" Lu Qingyang was unhurried. "Don't worry, take me to take a look." Aunt Cai's Li family has a total of 5 people, raising 1 rooster and 4 hens. The big rooster looks quite spirited, but whenever he sees a new face, he flaps his wings and wants to fly, as if he vows to peck it away. It was full of inexplicable energy, and it couldn't see anything wrong at all. Shen Mo ran in front of Lu Qingyang and fought directly with the big rooster. "I think this chicken might as well be slaughtered." Shen Mo grabbed the wings of the big rooster with a quick stride, and clamped it steadily with both hands, unable to move. "Tell you to peck again. Stewed you. Let you see what fireworks are in the world." Lu Qingyang also found that no matter how active the rooster was, he never crowed. In this way, he could not understand the situation of the rooster through the language of the beast. He decided to start with the environment to see if the environment here had any impact. Aunt Cai's house built a small chicken coop, and the layout was quite warm, and it looked like there was no problem. Lu Qingyang asked again, "What do these chickens usually eat?" Aunt Cai replied with a smile, "Now that the weather is getting warmer, I don't feed them on purpose, let them run freely outside the house, and eat whatever they find." "Yo, this is still an authentic mountain chicken. Where do they usually find food?" Aunt Cai frowned. "The hen is still well behaved, only wandering around the yard. Only these roosters prefer to drill into the mountains. I have to go out to look for it every time, it's really a lot of work." Lu Qingyang probably understood the reason, and followed the direction Aunt Cai pointed out, circled around the nearby forest, pulling something in the grass. Shen Mo followed him curiously. "What are you looking for?" "Let me see what this rooster has eaten." "Found it. Look at this." Lu Qingyang pointed to a plant. "The rooster ate this plant, so it won't crow." Shen Mo studied for a long time, but didn't see what kind of plant it was. "Why haven't I seen it in the medical book?" "Because it is not yet ripe, it will not bear fruit until autumn," called Shisandra. "People can replenish dirty qi when they eat it, and chickens will be dumb after eating it. Besides, this rooster ate a lot." Shen Mo nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder I can't recognize it. The paper is finely shallow, and you know that this matter must be practiced, and the knowledge in the book is good to combine with reality. This is the truth, understand?" "Got it, Teacher Lu." After knowing the reason, Lu Qingyang and Shen Mo originally planned to explain it to Aunt Cai. Unexpectedly, a good intention arrived, but I saw that the poor rooster in the courtyard was already in a different place. "Hey, this rooster, don't you plan to raise it anymore, or catch a docile hen? At least you can add some eggs." Aunt Cai sighed as she cleaned up. Shen Mo and Lu Qingyang looked at each other, and the two of them were busy for a long time, and finally they were busy in vain. "Forget it, who told that chicken to peck you, it deserves it." In the evening, Lu Qingyang entered the space and checked the Ganoderma lucidum that was directly collected into the space. It was found that these Ganoderma lucidums had only passed for a day and a night, and they were twice as large as before. Grow faster than any plant in space. It's really rare. Lu Qingyang picked a Ganoderma lucidum and approached the tip of his nose, and a fresh and elegant mushroom fragrance penetrated into his heart and spleen, which was refreshing. While he was observing Ganoderma lucidum, he suddenly heard the sound of a rooster crowing from the farm. When I leaned over, it turned out that it was the chick that had hatched before broke out of its shell. The flower-tailed hazel chicken looked at a few yellow chicks depressedly. Lu Qingyang sprinkled a little corn kernels on it. "You help raise it for 2 more days, and I'll take it out in a few days." Chapter 270. Chu Xia helps find her father. At the same time, Chu Xia, who had returned to the capital for a while, under the arrangement of his father, he has been on a blind date several times, without exception, and has not succeeded for various reasons. She finally found a free day and came to the address Lu Qingyang gave her. This is an old city, and Xu Xia also went around several corners to find this address. Knocked on the door for a long time without responding, until the neighbor next to him poked his head out. "Little girl, who are you looking for?" "That's right, someone asked me to deliver something. Isn't this family there?" "I haven't been back for several years. I heard that I went abroad. Look at the yard is dilapidated." Xu Xia looked through the window, and sure enough, the yard was very messy, and no one should live there for a while. She sighed in disappointment. "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome, I didn't help you with anything." But the gossip aunt continued to ask, "Who are you in this family?" "That's right, I know a friend, and the address her father left before is here, let me see it." As smart as an ant, she has already guessed some problems. "You mean? This man abandoned his wife and children in the countryside when he was an educated youth and returned to the city?" Xu Xia didn't expect that this ant was so powerful that she even guessed these. "That's not what I said. There are more things like this, you don't have to avoid it. My son has also gone to the countryside, and he came back to tell me about these things, which is normal, but he has pity the child." The ant thought about it carefully, and then said, "You give me the contact address, and if this family comes back when the time comes, I will find a way to contact you." "Auntie, you are so warm-hearted. I just can't get used to this kind of behavior. Don't worry, my aunt won't lie to you." "Then I'm sorry to trouble you. If you have any news, just contact me locally, or you can call. Is there a number on it?" "No problem." At this time, many places in the capital had already communicated on the phone. Before Xu Xia left, she glanced at this place again before slowly turning around and leaving. Unexpectedly, just over an hour after leaving, a tall middle-aged man came back with his luggage, accompanied by his wife and a son and a daughter. The older girls look like they are 20 years old, and the younger boys look like they are teenagers. "This is the house my parents bought for me in the capital, and I can live in it when I clean it up." The middle-aged woman next to her looked disgusted. "Doesn't your unit allocate a house? Stay here? It is still quite a distance from the office. Isn't it my turn yet? You also know that there are many colleagues in the unit, so there must be a first come, first served basis. It's hard to return to China, and it's the same treatment." The girl next to her saw her mother like this, and quickly took her hand. "Mom, this yard is also quite big, I like it very much, just clean it up, don't be angry." "It's still my daughter, well behaved." The little boy next to him also came over. "Mom, I'm also very sensible, and I don't dislike it here." The seemingly happy family happily walked into the yard. Neighbor Aunt Zhang looked at it for a long time, muttering, "Look, this is really unfortunate. The little girl just left, and the family came back." And it seemed that it was still a family of 4. Aunt Zhang hesitated for a long time, did not dare to go to find the family, and hurriedly borrowed the phone next door. As soon as Xu Xia arrived home, the phone rang, and she picked it up and heard the voice on the other side. "The good news is that people should be back. The bad news is that more than one person came back. It was a family." Xu Xia hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to write down all the facts and send the letter to Lu Qingyang first to see if he was ready to deal with the matter. Xu's mother found that her daughter was secretly writing a letter, and asked suspiciously, "You write letters, why are you still sneaky? Is there still a connection with that Hu Shenli?" Xu Xia was speechless. "What, people have been arrested and sent to labor camp, maybe they have all been shot, and you still tell me this? Then what are you secretly writing from us? What's wrong, can't you be upright?" Xu Xia sighed lightly, and had no intention of hiding it from her mother. "I met a girl there, her father is an educated youth who went to the countryside, her fiancé asked me to help inquire about her father's recent situation. I learned some things today, so I am ready to write to tell them that there is nothing hidden, if you don't believe me." Xu Xia handed the letter directly, and Xu's mother read it again before she was relieved. "But the girl you mentioned is also quite pitiful, where is her mother?" "It's gone." Xu's mother shook her head. "There are more such situations, basically abandoned children, those people will not recognize them. You don't be entangled with those people in remote places, worry less unnecessary, when you have time, plan more for yourself, go on a blind date seriously, find a safe and reliable person to marry, it's a serious thing." "Mom, what are you talking about? They are my good friends, why can't I contact them? I'm not nosy, I'm repaying the favor, okay? I hurt my leg here, it was the girl who changed my dressing, she is so beautiful and powerful, and her fiancé is also here with us, maybe she will come back when she will come." Xu's mother was undeniable. There are only two choices for educated youths who go to the countryside to get married: abandon their wives and children and come back, or stay there as a countryman. No matter what, those people are not worth your association. Xu Xia was unwilling to pay attention to her mother. "I won't tell you, I believe you have read it, you should be relieved, get out quickly." After driving away her mother, Xu Xia found 2 new sets of brogy dresses from the room, one small size and the other large size. It was a set she prepared for Shen Mo and Fat Girl, and she also found some lipsticks that were popular in the capital and prepared to send them. Unfortunately, she never found the alabaster paste that Shen Mo used, and the effect was really good. At the same time, in a family in the military compound, an 80-year-old lady with glasses was packing old newspapers with her daughter-in-law. Look at those useless, clean them all up, your father will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. The middle-aged woman responded, got it. He continued to pack up the newspaper. Suddenly, he found a report in an inconspicuous corner of last year's newspaper. There was also a very small photo attached to it, but the woman still saw the clues above. Mom, come and see, this little young man above looks really similar to our Zhuanggaiyun. At first glance I thought it was him. The old lady's hand suddenly shook. What did you say? Chapter 271, Wild Honey. Look at this young man, he looks like he's about 20 years old. The old lady hurriedly stretched out her hand to take the handed newspaper and examined it carefully, like, it's so similar. A touch of solemnity appeared on her face, and then she carefully folded the newspaper and put it away. You said how could there be such a similar person in the world, as if they were father and son? This kind of thing can't be nonsense. Ding Peinyun shook his head gently and sighed, you're right, we all know Zhuanggaiyun's character, how could he leave an illegitimate son outside? She and Fang Zhuanggaiyun have been married for more than 20 years, and they once had a child, but they were gone as soon as they were born. Since then, the two have never had children again, and Fang Zhuanggaiyun has not abandoned the idea of her remarrying. She has always felt ashamed of her husband, even if he has other children outside, she probably won't blame him. It is rare to see two people so similar. Ding Peinyun still has an eye. She was originally a female soldier of the art troupe, and she had a wide range of connections, and she also remembered the content of the newspaper just now. I plan to find someone to contact me later, maybe it was really Fang Zhuanggaiyun's illegitimate son outside. The family went to pick up Mr. Fang again in the afternoon and went home, recuperated in the hospital for more than a month, and his health improved, so he immediately rushed back. As soon as I came back, I found that Mrs. Fang looked worried. Wife, what's wrong with you? Looks like a soulless person, are you unhappy when I come back? Mrs. Fang reluctantly tugged at the corners of her mouth. If that's the case, I can still be unhappy when you come back. Mr. Fang's eyes were sharp. How could he not see the reluctance behind the smile? In your heart, I'm afraid there is something hidden that can't be said. This matter was in her heart alone, and she also felt bitter, so she quietly took out the newspaper. Mr. Fang picked up the newspaper. Isn't this last year's newspaper? Show me what to do with this? Take a closer look. Mr. Fang looked carefully from top to bottom, from left to right. Finally, I saw a photo on the report, which was very small, with a photo that looked very similar to his son Fang Zhuanggaiyun when he was young. How can this look the same as Zhuanggaiyun when he was a child? When I saw it, I thought so, and today I was accidentally glimpsed by Peinyun. I'm afraid she will have doubts. Mrs. Shen's words revealed a hint of worry. Mr. Fang's face became wrong. Do you think it will be our Zhuanggaiyun's child? How could it be? You see that people are so far away, but we are in the capital. There are more people going to the countryside in the capital to the northeast. What if it is really our grandson? Zhuanggaiyun doesn't have a child, and we're sorry for our daughter-in-law. Mr. Fang was originally sitting leaning on it, but when he heard this, he straightened up suddenly. No, I have to see it myself. Hey, where are you going? People who have just been discharged from the hospital. I have to go to the Daxing'an Mountains and find my grandson. Mr. Fang's tone was firm. Mrs. Fang gave him a blank look and said angrily, just save it. Look at your current body bones, you have to fall apart before you get there. Let's stay honest, I'll think about this. However, they didn't know that their daughter-in-law Ding Peinyun already had their own plans behind it. At the same time, the Liaxi Brigade. The weather was sunny and cloudless, and the mountain flowers bloomed all over the mountains, and even the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Lu Qingyang took the reindeer up the mountain again to find good things. A wolf and a dog ran happily around him, chasing and playing around. Lu Qingyang was originally here to find wild ginseng and more wild Ganoderma, but he never expected that he would find a blind bear in the depths of the mountains and forests. In winter, he hunted 2 blind bears. Could it be that this was the third one? He hurriedly hid, observing the black blind man's every move, and found that the blind bear was a female bear, and a round bear cub rolled out of the bushes next to it. He put away his shotgun. He would not hunt such a blind bear. After all, he still had a bear cub with him. The black blind man was trying to shake a tree, and Lu Qingyang found that there was a beehive on the tree. It turned out that the blind female bear was looking for honey to eat. The nectar of spring is a temptation that no bear can refuse. Even if the stung nose is full of bags, they will not give up. It was the first time Lu Qingyang saw such a scene, so he hid aside and watched the excitement for a while. The female bear was blind and couldn't climb the tree, and the bear cub was barking next to her, trying to help her mother, but unfortunately it was too small. Lu Qingyang looked at the crossbow arrow he was carrying, which was originally used just in case. He quietly shot a crossbow arrow out, and coincidentally, it hit the beehive and fell directly. But unfortunately, it fell directly on the head of the female bear. The female bear was a little confused, and finally found that the deliciousness was in front of her own eyes. The hungry one didn't care about the bee's sting, so he licked it directly with his tongue, and the bear next to him was so anxious that he was spinning around. The mother bear took out a paw of honey and placed it in front of the bear, and the mother and son ate it with relish. Lu Qingyang quietly continued to approach, not knowing if the two bears were willing to go into his space. The female bear seemed to hear the movement and immediately grabbed the beehive with one hand and the bear cub with the other, jumped across the stream, and ran far. Lu Qingyang could only smile helplessly. After all, he didn't come here to hunt, he needed live animals, and it was not easy to shoot. In addition to this tree, there is also a huge beehive on a tree not far away. Lu Qingyang naturally knows the deliciousness of this wild honey. 100-flower nectar has the effect of nourishing the middle and urgent, moistening the lungs and relieving cough, and moistening the intestines and laxatives. Just now, the bear was covered in hair and was not afraid of being stung by honey, but Lu Qingyang was afraid. After thinking about it, he thought of a way to sprinkle the spiritual spring water on the nearby flowers, so that the honey would also be stained with the spiritual spring water while collecting honey. Coupled with spiritual spring water, it originally has the effect of attracting animals. Soon the nearby bees were attracted by the flowers stained with the spiritual spring, so they were contaminated with spiritual energy, so that they could understand Lu Qingyang's words. When Lu Qingyang went to get honey again, these bees took the initiative to avoid him and let him act. Lu Qingyang took a bite of natural wild honey, and sure enough, it tasted different from the counterfeit and shoddy products he had eaten before, and it had an evocative sweetness. The reindeer on the side saw it and came over curiously, but the honey didn't buy it and attacked it directly. Don't do it, it's not malicious, it just wants to taste honey. Chapter 272 How about we make a bet? The magic is that the bees seem to understand and immediately stop attacking the reindeer. But the baby reindeer's nose still suffered and became swollen in an instant. Lu Qingyang saw its funny appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He looked around the ground again, grabbed a handful of herbs, mastered them with stones, added some spiritual spring water, and applied them to the reindeer's nose. Only then did the little reindeer feel that the pain was relieved a little, and then ran and jumped up in the mountains and forests. Lu Qingyang looked at these bees and had some thoughts in his heart. Since they can all be driven, why not just build a few beehives and get honey directly? Why bother to find wild ones? Just now, the black bear took the hive directly, and there was a group of homeless honey around it. Thinking of this, he immediately took action. Some waste wood and tools were found in the space, and they began to be upside down. This carpentry job is indeed not simple, but fortunately, he naturally understood a little bit next to Zhou Jianxi and made a simple beehive. You will live here in the future, and I will bring a few finished beehives over in a few days, and you will barely stay for a few days. He knew that what he was doing was too simple, so he still had to let Zhou Jianxi make a few more exquisite ones. Lu Qingyang packed up and was about to go home first. I heard a sudden roar of a black bear from the depths of the forest, followed by a gunshot. He immediately reacted. This was someone who came here to hunt. It is normal for the hunters of the Liaxi Brigade to hunt in the mountains and forests if they are fine. Lu Qingyang guessed that they had hit the female bear, and thought that doing so was really not conducive to the sustainable development of resources. I wanted to see who broke the rules in this mountain, so I hid in the bushes and took a look. It was found that it was not from the Liaxi Brigade at all, but from the advance brigade next door. It's good, how could they come to this forest to hunt? Lu Qingyang could still hear their conversation clearly. Boss, if you shoot on someone else's territory, they will hear it, right? Don't be afraid, they have been busy with spring planting lately and don't have time to go into the mountains to hunt. You go and make up for 2 shots for that bear, and then drag it back to avoid accidents. Its body went underground, and a small black dot ran out. Seeing that the tall man was about to shoot, Lu Qingyang decisively shot at his feet. The tall man roared, "Who is so uneven?" Lu Qingyang walked out slowly. "I'm sorry, my gun went off, but if you hunt bears in Qingshan Forest Farm, you have to ask the Liaxi Brigade if you agree." He took the opportunity to take a look at the bear and was shot, and the condition was already quite bad. You're blind, what if you hit someone? What to do? Consider yourself unlucky. Lu Qingyang spread his hands, and the person had already stopped in front of the black bear. "This is what we hit, let me tell you, stinky boy, I have already let you go once last time, this time, I won't let you go, we will take away what we hit." There were 3 or 4 people on the other side, and Lu Qingyang only had one, and it was precisely because of this that they were so arrogant. Fang Siming looked at him meaningfully, without making a sound, obviously preparing to watch the excitement. "Let's do it. I have a suggestion, why don't I compare marksmanship with your captain? Whoever wins, who will let this bear take away?" "Ha ha ha, laugh to death, you and our captain Fang compare marksmanship, and why should I compare with you?" Fang Siming's eyes changed. "Wait a minute, you said you want to compete with me in marksmanship." This is probably the funniest joke he has heard recently. After all, his Fang Siming's marksmanship is one of the best in the entire Liaxi Brigade, and the only thing that can be compared is the former veteran. Yes, could it be that Captain Fang's marksmanship is very rubbish, embarrassed to compete with me? Lu Qingyang's move was to provoke the general. He knew that Fang Siming's temperament was arrogant, and if he talked to him well, he would definitely not be able to provoke him. Fang Siming's face really had a little anger. You want to provoke me? Do I need to provoke you? Of course Fang Siming knew Lu Qingyang, and he also knew about his hunting deeds. But how can a young man who has been in the mountains for less than a year have his own experience? I don't compete with you in marksmanship, I will compete with you in another one. Let's compete who can hunt more prey in an hour, whoever wins, and this bear belongs to whom? Lu Qingyang glanced at the dying bear. In an hour, I'm afraid the bear will be cold. Okay, no problem. The tall man laughed. You little thing, I'm afraid you haven't suffered any losses, my boss means, but a few of us hunt together, you are alone, what do you compare with us? Lu Qingyang was not in a hurry. Yes, I promise, I will hunt alone, and the four of you are better than me. The outcome of this game looks clear. You stinky boy, it's quite arrogant. Since that's the case, I still have a rule, whoever wins, the prey of both sides belongs to that person, including this bear. Lu Qingyang nodded. Okay, I agreed. Then you boy, just wait to lose. Ha ha ha. The mood of the tall man instantly became beautiful. Who knew Fang Siming's words? The others followed me to hunt, and in an hour, we will gather here. Old turtle, you are here to watch this bear. The tall man pointed at himself. I'm staying here. Won't I go with you? Someone always has to watch the prey. Fang Siming looked at Lu Qingyang again. The competition will start immediately, let's gather here in an hour. Fang Siming glanced at the time on his watch. Start now. A few of them turned around and got into the jungle. Lu Qingyang didn't leave, and squatted here looking at the black bear on the ground. The old turtle asked depressedly, boy, why don't you go yet? That's right, no matter how fast you are, how can you catch up with them? It's better to be lazy. I just want to feed this blind bear some water, do you have any objections? The old turtle only thought it was funny. Feed it water, it almost bit me to death just now. Lu Qingyang held the water and slowly approached the blind bear. It raised its head and glanced at Lu Qingyang weakly. Don't be afraid, drink some water first. After hearing this, the female bear magically licked a mouthful of water. The old turtle was stunned. This bear won't attack you. After feeding the female bear and drinking the spiritual spring water, Lu Qingyang was relieved. He should be able to survive for a while, and then he left with a gun. The old turtle quietly approached the female bear, and the female bear almost threw a paw on him. If the boss hadn't told me not to kill you directly, I would have done it long ago. But why don't you attack that kid? The old turtle felt very strange. Chapter 273. The prey has piled up into a small mountain. After Lu Qingyang walked away, he began to hunt with luck points. As expected, after adding 50 luck points for hunting, there is no pressure on all kinds of prey along the way. The two rabbits hit the tree directly, and Lu Qingyang picked them up directly. A pheasant flew directly to his feet, and he reached out and grabbed it. The silly roe deer rushed directly to his feet and fainted. Lu Qingyang squatted down. Tisk tisk, the silly roe deer is quite fat. He was not dead, he was directly stuffed into the space farm, and the dead one was hung on horseback. Along the way, he could also pick up owls falling from the sky, and Lu Qingyang was really speechless. There was movement ahead, and Lu Qingyang hid directly in the bushes. Two male sika deer were found dueling, and one of them crashed into the other. The antlers of the two sika deer were entangled together, and no one let the other, and they were deadlocked there. When Lu Qingyang was discovered, the sika deer was frightened and wanted to escape, and fell to the ground together, unable to escape. Lu Qingyang was helpless. It's not that you are unlucky, but that my luck is too good, don't blame me. Leave a living one and put it in the space, and the dead one is used to cross. When he passed by the Emerald Lake, all the fish in the lake jumped out by themselves. Lu Qingyang picked them up one by one. It's a pity, the fish are not included in the hunting range. After a while, the horses were already loaded with all kinds of dead prey. Lu Qingyang, who couldn't take it, put it directly into the space. On the other side, Fang Siming led people everywhere to look for prey. Strangely, there are very few prey in this forest, and although his marksmanship is very good, it is in vain to have no prey. It's strange, it's spring now, why don't there any animals? Boss, it's okay, haven't we caught a few hares too? That kid's appearance is definitely not as much as we caught. That's not necessarily, I heard that he is very good at hunting in the Liaxi brigade, don't underestimate him, work hard, and show him our strength. They were looking for something here, while Lu Qingyang was wandering around slowly. Not far from the destination, something was moving in the grass. Lu Qingyang saw the round black butt at a glance. Xiao Huiwei had already rushed up and bit the buttocks. Before Lu Qingyang could stop it, he heard a scream. It turned out that the black bear cub was hiding in the bushes. The small one, slightly larger than the dog's size, looks round and has pitiful eyes. Little Huiwei, talk about it. Lu Qingyang stuffed it directly into the space so as not to be discovered by others. Only then did he lead the horse to the agreed place as if nothing had happened. And he came early, and the old turtle was shocked to see him come back with so much prey. You hit so much by yourself? Why not? The old turtle was also bottomless, and he didn't know if the boss could bring him a little surprise. Still stubborn, our boss can definitely. Before he finished speaking, the three of them came back. The old turtle hurriedly greeted him. "Boss, what's wrong?" Fang Siming originally thought that he should have a chance to win, but when he saw the prey piled up like a hill in front of him, he was directly dumbfounded. "What is this?" "This is what I hunted. What about yours?" Fang Siming frowned. The three of them only hunted some rabbits and squirrels. Today's luck in this hour was very poor, and I couldn't find any prey at all. The old turtle stepped forward and turned over Lu Qinjiang's prey, and there was more visible to the naked eye than on their side. "How? Can you see who won?" The old turtle was not convinced. "That's the boss. You didn't take me. I will definitely hunt a lot for you with me, and you kid, cheating. How could there be so much prey? Especially the eye-catching sika deer. There are even owls, birds that come out day and night. I am willing to gamble and lose. Do you understand this truth?" Fang Siming didn't speak, and the little brother beside him couldn't sit still. "Don't bet with him, boss, he's alone. Let's take the blind bear directly." Fang Siming waved his hand. "If we lose, we will lose. All these things are left to you. Let's go." The people around him were still shouting, "Boss, this won't work. Speaking has to count. It's because we don't have the ability." Who knows what kind of yin method that kid used. Just as the stalemate was reaching, the woods suddenly made a wolf howl, and there was more than one wolf's voice. "There is a wolf? Don't worry about him, let's go." Fang Siming hurriedly left with people. Lu Qingyang looked at their distant backs before letting go of the gun he was clenched. If he really started to do it, he had a way to rectify that group of people. But now, first look at the female bear in this hand. There was no one around, and Lu Qingyang directly put it into the space. Then the prey was also taken into the space, preserved, and could be eaten for a while. There are also 4 or 5 new animal breeds in the space farm, which is not a loss. As for the wolf cry just now, Lu Qingyang suspected that De Hui was helping, because Xiao Huiwei almost howled along. Today's receipt was good, and after Lu Qingyang went back, he asked Zhou Jianxi to build a few beehives. "Beehive? I haven't done this." Lu Qingyang borrowed an old beehive from the fellow villagers in the brigade. "Just do this, there is still a lot of waste wood." "Okay, I'll study it, it should be ready in a few days." Zhou Jianxi originally liked to do carpentry, not to mention that he could get wages, and he was even more happy to do it. Lu Qingyang went to the space farm at night. The bear was just bitten on the buttocks, and the female bear was shot and is still bleeding. He was not completely sure that he would be cured, so he could only find a way to soothe the female bear while cutting the wound with a sharp knife. Fortunately, as soon as the female bear saw the bear cub, the whole bear fell silent. The bullet was not very deep, so Lu Qingyang quickly sewed it up with thread, applied medicine to it, fed it spiritual spring water, and took the rabbit's corpse and put it next to its mouth. The bear was still pulling at her chest, wanting to drink milk. Whether it can survive depends on its own creation. It didn't take long to make a few beehives for the research and let Lu Qingyang accept it. "Look at how this is done. Is it suitable?" Lu Qingyang felt quite appropriate. "Okay, good." Zhou Jianxi was recognized, and he touched his head embarrassedly. "Your furniture is almost finished. This house is almost built, and it is time to do some interior decorations." On the surface of the house, Lu Qingyang deliberately made it tattered and inconspicuous, just afraid that people with intentions would have opinions. But he has to clean up inside. How comfortable it is. Just make a modern minimalist style, simple, clean and not eye-catching. The most important thing is to get a good bathroom, so you don't have to go outside to go to the toilet from now on. Just do it. Lu Qingyang didn't go to the mountains these days, and Lu Dong and his wife were engaged in house construction. Chapter 274, Busy Spring Planting. At the end of the busy day, Lu Qingyang returned home and found that Shen Mo was asleep. In the past few days, she has compared the herbs collected from the mountains with the books, desperately memorized the names, and fell asleep after remembering them. Lu Qingyang squatted aside, looking at her sleeping face, like a kitten. He picked her up directly and hugged Shen Mo on his own kong. Shen Mo was in a daze, her face felt itchy, and she thought that Rhubarb was licking her. He muttered, "Rhubarb, don't make trouble." Lu Qingyang saw her so cute appearance. After all, he lowered his head and kissed her, and today he will be a rhubarb. Shen Mo frowned, still not waking up. "It's so itchy." Lu Qingyang took the opportunity to kiss a few more times, one on the forehead and 2 kisses on the lips. "Seeing that you are asleep, I won't take advantage of you." Tucked the quilt for her, and then quietly exited the room. 3 chicks were taken out of the space, and some rice bran was sprinkled on the ground, and the chicks pecked happily. They all looked quite lively, perhaps because they were born in the space. They looked more fluffy and cute than ordinary chicks, and Lu Qingyang drove them into the chicken coop. After freshening up himself, he lay down directly on the kong and entered the space. I checked the situation of the female bear for the first time. The female bear's vitality is relatively tenacious, and he checked it, and there should be no danger to his life. The food placed next to it has also been eaten, but the farm here is still too small for the bears. And if the bear mother and son live here, the resources here are still too few, and if they can have the same ecological environment as in the mountains and forests, it is barely possible. Lu Qingyang plans to go to the mountains and forests to find more plants to arrange here, and also strive to complete the task quickly and unlock more functions. Now there are hares, hedgehogs, sika deer, flying dragons, etc. in the farm, and now there are black bear mothers and children, just like a small biosphere. Since it is a biosphere, there is a weak and the strong, and there is a cycle. As there are more animals, more resources are needed. The little black bear cub was quite cute, and as soon as he saw Lu Qingyang coming, he went around to his feet. Lu Qingyang lifted it up, and the female bear was not angry, but just watched quietly, perhaps knowing that Lu Qingyang would not hurt them. You bear cub, but you are quite fat, like a black dog. Go Xiang Guzaying, indeed worthy of its name, it did look like a dog when I was a child. Lu Qingyang put it down, and the bear cub immediately got into his mother's arms and acted coquettishly. The female bear was already awake, and Lu Qingyang didn't dare to give it medicine directly, so he put some spiritual spring water and herbs in front of it. The female bear also understood what he meant and took medicine herself. You stay here, but you can't hurt the small animals here, I will prepare food and water for you. The female bear nodded as if she understood, and Lu Qingyang left with peace of mind. The next day, most of the people in the Liaxi brigade were busy with spring and sowing. Lu Qingyang watched the seeds he had prepared being scattered into the farmland, and felt that this year's harvest would be good. Due to the weather, it is harvested once a year, waiting for a bumper harvest in autumn. Except for those handed over to the commune, the remaining brigades can be divided by themselves, and they will not starve. Now there are only a few people in the brigade who can eat enough, and Lu Qingyang is naturally one of them. Not only can he be full, he can also eat meat every day. The seeds that come out of the space are drought and disaster resistant, and the yield is still high. After sowing, everyone sat on the ridge and rested. Ernia's blisters on his hands have been rubbed out in the past few days, after being busy for a while. Can we go hunting again in the future? This is so tiring. Wang Dagong wiped his sweat. Look at you, you are all young men, you just started to complain and get tired after just a few days of work. Look at me. How can you compare to you? Live to a green old age. It's still more important in the fields, after all, we are counting on these harvests this year, but the grain handed over last year is not enough. Wang Dagong sighed and began to worry again. His family has a large population, and although he occasionally has extra money from hunting, he is still barely able to support his family, so he naturally hopes that the harvest will be better and he can harvest more food. By the way, didn't Xiao Lu mix with the technical instructor? You give us guidance to increase this year's production. Don't worry. With me, this year's output will not be less. The brigade received relatively little agricultural fertilizer, and most of it was snatched away by Go Shi. He couldn't get used to the method proposed by Lu Qingyang, and insisted on opening up a piece of land and using the old method to farm, so that those fertilizers would not be scattered on that land. Lu Qingyang also did whatever he wanted. Anyway, the seeds of that land were still used as original. No matter how much fertilizer there is, can there be a high seed yield in his space? It just so happens that he can use it to make a comparison and see how much difference it can make compared to normal output. After sowing, they have to be busy weeding and watering, and the land here is sparsely populated, and the educated youth are busy enough. Logging can still be lazy, and working in the farmland is really impossible to steal at all. At noon, Lu Qingyang quietly hid and opened the lunchbox. There are many people, and when someone sees him eating so well, their hearts should be sour. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to avoid some people. His aluminum lunchbox has braised pork underneath, brown sugar steamed buns and corn tortillas on top. Just as he was about to start, Sun Xiangqian suddenly appeared. Qingyang, you're eating too bitter, why don't you even have vegetables? He knew that Lu Qingyang had been building a house recently, which would cost a lot of money. I have it here, Xiao Tang made it by himself, I'll give it to you. This is a fried egg, and this shepherd's purse cake, it's delicious, try it. This made Lu Qingyang stingy. You eat, I have it. You just eat these dry ones, can they be delicious? I also have the chili sauce you sent, which is just right for this. Sun Xiangqian gave him a few more bottles before, and he put some roe deer meat and boiled it into roe deer meat chili sauce, which had more meat than chili peppers. Sun Xiangqian didn't see it, he just felt that he was saving money. You say you just use Shen Mo's house at once, why do you have to re-expand the old house? Of course he didn't know the routine inside, this was Lu Qingyang's attempt to occupy more land. Hey, aren't you going to get married too, and then you will also apply to build a house on the land in the back? Lu Qingyang reminded. Sun Xiangqian waved his hand again and again. No, the money in your pocket is not enough to build a house. By the way, don't forget in a few days, Xiao Tang and I are going to have a happy event. You remember to come to dinner, but don't bring gifts, I won't accept you, I will throw it back for you if you give it to me. Lu Qingyang grinned. Do you need to be so exaggerated? Sun Xianqian's affirmative tone. Speaking of which, you are still our matchmaker. The matchmaker should be regarded as a distinguished guest. You are still Xiaotang's benefactor, and you are also my benefactor. Lu Qingyang patted him on the shoulder. Okay, don't be so numb, I'll go rub the meal. As he spoke, he took a bite of the shepherd's purse cake in his hand, and his taste buds were instantly conquered by the fresh and beautiful taste. This shepherd's purse cake tastes really good. Shepherd's purse can relieve night blindness, promote digestion, lower blood pressure, and anticoagulant. Where did your daughter-in-law find this shepherd's purse? It's on the hillside over there, all over the mountains. If you like to eat, I'll cut it off for you. I'll just go buy myself. I'm about to get married, and there are many busy things, so prepare well. He remembered the shepherd's purse wontons in his previous life, the filling of shepherd's purse and pork, and the ingot-like wontons wrapped in them, one bite at a time. That was called a delicious one. He was really greedy, and he was going to dig shepherd's purse and come back later. There are ready-made ones in the pork space, and you can make shepherd's purse wontons to eat when you go back. Sun Xiangqian took a sip of chili sauce and actually ate a piece of meat. Did you put meat in it? Yes, if you don't eat meat, where can you have the strength to work? And thank you for your honey chili sauce. This bottle is not finished yet, leave it to you. The afterglow of the sunset was shining, and as soon as the whistle sounded, Lu Qingyang couldn't wait to call Shen Mo to dig shepherd's purse in the field. As soon as Shen Mo saw this, her eyes immediately lit up. Shepherd's purse egg dumplings, they taste beautiful. Are you wrapping dumplings with shepherd's purse and eggs? Yes, I love to eat it the most. Shen Mo immediately showed a nostalgic expression. Lu Qingyang promised, when I go back tonight, I will give you a meal with my own hands. Lu Qingyang has already begun to cut it, because shepherd's purse is very similar to another wild vegetable, so you have to be extremely careful when cutting vegetables. He moved quickly, and soon he dug up the basket full of shepherd's purse. As soon as he turned his head and his eyes fell on the side of the mountain, Zhang Zongwen was herding a cow, and the cow lowered its head to gnaw on the green grass. Brother Lu, why are you here too? Are you digging shepherd's purse? I also dug some and prepared to make do with a little to eat in the evening. I happened to meet you, I have some things, please help me bring them to Yuxiu. Zhang Zongwen took out a bag of things and a letter from his bag. Okay, no problem, sister-in-law has been doing well recently, people have gained weight, the old couple is good to her, as if they are their own daughters. You relax, I will think of a way. Zhang Zongwen waved his hand. Stop, you have helped us enough, my days in the cowshed are much better than before, you don't have to worry about it, you helped my daughter-in-law and children, I am already very grateful to you, if anything happens in the future, I should help you. Zhang Zongwen didn't dare to have more contact with them, looked around, and carefully led the cow out of here. After returning home, Shen Mo began to clean the shepherd's purse, while Lu Qingyang kneaded the dough on the side. Wonton wrappers and dumpling wrappers actually have similarities, except that the dumpling wrappers are round and thicker, and the wonton wrappers are trapezoidal and slightly thinner. Lu Qingyang is also the first time to roll out wonton wrappers by hand, and it is barely okay. After washing the shepherd's purse, it has to be watered and then chopped. These Shen Mo dry very quickly. Lu Qingyang doesn't have to worry. He mixed two fillings, one was shepherd's purse pork and the other was shepherd's purse egg. Shen Mo was curious, is this kind of square also dumpling skin? This is called wonton skin. Chaos? Shen Mo showed a confused expression. Lu Qingyang knew that she didn't understand this meaning. The name of the wonton is homophonic with the word chaos, symbolizing the state of the unopened state of eating wontons, which means breaking chaos and opening up the world. Understand? I understand half of it. Shen Mo heard it and understood it. In the face of this food, the depth of understanding is not so important, delicious is the last word. Lu Qingyang taught her how to make wontons one by one. Do you think this is like a little ingot? It's really similar. Uncle Shen also saw such food for the first time. This is quite novel, taste it when the time comes. Lu Qingyang was already boiling water on the side, and Shen Mo was still seriously wrapping them one by one. When the water boils, the first pot can be cooked. Lu Qingyang first cooked dumplings, and then cooked a pot of wontons. Shen Mo looked at the two plates in front of her, and first took a bite of shepherd's purse egg dumplings, which still tasted the same. I took another bite of the wontons, and sure enough, the skin was thinner, and it had a different texture, and the umami was more prominent. It's all delicious. Lu Qingyang served a bowl of soup wontons, added some ingredients to it, and sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions. The first sip was a sip of soup. This tastes amazing. Uncle Shen also praised again and again, for an old man like them who have bad teeth, this kind of food is the most suitable. The family ate a delicious meal, and even the small animals in the family, each of them was assigned a special one, without seasoning. The package was clean, and there was nothing left. Now it's good, I wanted to bring lunch tomorrow, but I ate it all. Shen Mo apologetically touched her round belly. I ate too much, I will definitely control it next time. Moderation what? Even though you eat openly, you can eat as much as you like. If it's gone, just do it again, but this is the only thing you eat, you must be satisfied. Uncle Shen was on the side, smiling and looking at the young man who was talking and laughing, full of love. Shen Mo only felt warm in her heart. When the spring planting is over, you can accompany me to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy red cloth. No problem, I just have something to do. It's time to replenish some goods for Kon Laoliu. The more money you make, who will dislike the lack of money? Moreover, the money in his hand is to save some original funds after the reform and opening up, paving the way for future great development. Money is not omnipotent, but it must not be without. After eating, Shen Mo was washing clothes in the yard when she suddenly found a few fluffy chicks in the courtyard. Where did this come from? Did you catch Lu Qingyang? Why didn't I find out? Uncle Shen replied with a smile, I saw these chickens in the chicken coop in the morning. Aren't you thinking about catching chicks? Just caught it for you and keep it well. Of course I will raise it well. She is also going to raise eggs and stew hen soup to drink later. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I want to eat it before I grow up. Shen Mo smiled, you can see this. She suddenly felt an itch, scratched her face, and scratched her neck again, and Lu Qingyang realized that her neck was full of red rashes. Chapter 275 How about you sleep with me tonight? As soon as spring comes, my body itches and it is really uncomfortable. Because Uncle Shen was there, Lu Qingyang didn't dare to observe carefully, and after Uncle Shen fell asleep, he dared to sneak into Shen Mo's room. Shen Mo was scratching her head and ears, and as soon as she saw Lu Qingyang coming, she immediately unbuttoned it. It's just right, I'm itchy, help me scratch it. She showed her slender neck, and her originally fair skin was now stained with a few blushes. My neck is itchy, and my back is uncomfortable. Lu Qingyang can be considered to understand, she should be allergic, these are like pollen allergies. It's just that Shen Mo took off all her clothes and exposed her back. At first, Lu Qingyang coughed lightly, but when she saw the dense rash, she realized that it should still be a serious allergy. That little beautiful thought disappeared at once. What's going on with you? When did it happen? I don't know. My body has been itching for the past few days, and even my neck is starting to itch today. That shouldn't be a problem with the shepherd's purse eaten. The most likely thing should be pollen. Is it like this every spring? Shen Mo's body was itchy, and her eyes were full of tears. I used to itch, but it wasn't so serious. This time I don't know what's going on, help me scratch it again. Lu Qingyang could only help her grab her back. After scratching for a while, Shen Mo cried and sad, I also itch in front of me. Realizing where it was, Lu Qingyang's face turned red all of a sudden, and he swallowed his saliva. Then do you want to help you catch it? Yes. Shen Mo can't care about so much anymore. Anyway, the two of them will be husband and wife sooner or later. Lu Qingyang slowly grabbed the front part for her, which felt very soft and seemed to be slightly older than before. The little brother began to react again, and Lu Qingyang quickly turned around. Shen Mo grabbed him, it's still itchy, and I have to scratch it. This is not a solution, think about it, is there any way to relieve itching? But the movements of his subordinates did not stop, and they could only continue to tickle her. I think about it, it seems that there is a prescription that says that it can relieve itching, and it needs kochia, bitter ginseng, and yellow cypress, but there seems to be no bitter ginseng there, master. It's okay, I'll go to the mountains for you tomorrow to find it. But Lu Qingyang understood that this was just to relieve itching, and she still had to know what she was allergic to. I'll go with you. The mountains are full of flowers. What if you are allergic to pollen? You can only pay attention to your recent diet and not eat highly sensitive foods. Shen Mo has never heard of what an allergy is. Allergy? It's just some food, or pollen, or something, that can give you this rash. Lu Qingyang explained this, and the movements under his hands suddenly became heavy, and Shen Mo muttered, it hurts. Lu Qingyang immediately withdrew his hand. I was talking to you just now, and I didn't pay attention. But the soft touch in the hand is uncoming for a long time. Shen Mo bit her lip and suggested cautiously, otherwise, will you sleep with me tonight? Can you help me scratch my itch? Although in the eyes of outsiders, the two are almost like husband and wife, even if Lu Qingyang lives here, there is no big problem. Besides, Shen Mo is like this, and he can't take advantage of others' dangers. I'll coax you to sleep here before leaving. Shen Mo leaned on his shoulder and nodded, okay. Lu Qingyang, can you sing me a song of jasmine? Of course. Lu Qingyang hummed jasmine and continued to scratch Shen Mo's back, and before he knew it, Shen Mo closed his eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to leave, but found Shen Mo holding her hand tightly and refusing to let go. So how dependent she is on herself, she refuses to let go even when she falls asleep. Lu Qingyang could only slowly take her hand away, turn around and go to the kitchen to boil some hot water with spiritual spring water, and then wipe Shen Mo's body with a towel. Her clothes were half open, and the spring light was exposed in front of her, with white skin with red spots. The moonlight shines through the cracks of the clouds, and it is even more emotional to be half covered and half covered. Under the dim candlelight, he could hold that small piece of soft waste with both hands, but the sleeping Shen Mo still had tears in the corners of his eyes, and he couldn't bear it. Lu Qingyang wiped it while muttering something in his mouth. Calm down and wait until she gets better. Next is the shoulder, neck. He wiped his chest, abdomen, and arms one by one, until he hesitated for a moment and wanted to do it, but found Shen Mo turning over. The originally furrowed brows began to relax, and the itching on the body should have eased, and the red rash on the body had faded a little. He decided not to continue. Shen Mo fell asleep comfortably. He was sweating profusely. He was really tired than working. Lu Qingyang stuffed her into the quilt and went back to his room. After washing up, he lay down on the kang, recalling the scene just now, and ended himself. Early the next morning, he went up the mountain to find bitter ginseng. Bitter ginseng can help improve damp heat, diarrhea, itchy skin, eczema. It generally grows in the dunes and bushes of the lower river valley, and reindeer should know this medicine. Lu Qingyang asked the reindeer to lead the way, looking for bitter ginseng everywhere. The reindeer kept burrowing into the bushes, and Lu Qingyang could only follow it, until it pulled out a large piece of whiskers-like thing, which looked ugly. But Lu Qingyang knew that this was undoubtedly bitter ginseng, and such a big one could make a lot of medicine. I wanted to rush back like this, but the reindeer refused to leave and was still digging the soil. Why, what good things did you find? Until the reindeer dragged another thing out of the soil, but it didn't look like bitter ginseng. Lu Qingyang then realized, this is ginseng, it looks like it has been growing for decades, otherwise it would not be so big. Chapter 276 1 meter long ginseng. It seems to be less than a meter long, and the roots are densely spread, with a unique taste of earth and ginseng. The reindeer originally wanted to eat and replenish their bodies, but were stopped by Lu Qingyang. Give it to me, exchange the spiritual spring water for you. The reindeer then pouted. The temptation of the spiritual spring water to animals was so great that the reindeer threw the ginseng to Lu Qingyang, waiting eagerly for his spiritual spring water. Lu Qingyang is not sure how many years of ginseng this is, and he has to ask Lao Bao. He is professional in this matter. By the way, I went to him to ask for herbs and prepared an anti-itch ointment. Non-stop to find Lao Bao, who was seeing a doctor for the villagers. The villagers muttered something in their mouths. Dr. Bao, my leg hurts, it hurts so much, could it be broken? I can't walk. This person Lu Qingyang knew. He was an elderly man in the brigade, and he often felt that he was about to die, so he came to Lao Bao for treatment. Lao Bao glanced at his leg, knocked again, pinched the bone, and left a sentence. Your legs are fine, they should be numb and there is no big problem, so go back quickly. Lao Bao meant to drive people away, but the old man was reluctant. But my legs can't walk. Seeing this, Lao Bao directly took out the silver needle. In that case, it won't hurt if you prick a few stitches. He directly inserted the needle and pierced several painful acupuncture points, and the old man in pain immediately jumped up and shouted, I'm sentient, I'm sentient. It wasn't until several patients left that Lu Qingyang pulled Lao Bao inside. Why are you free to come here to find me today? There is something good for you to help see. Lu Qingyang took out the huge ginseng from the basket. Look at how old this is. Lao Bao froze in place. It is estimated that there should be 70 or 80 years. It has grown really big. Good thing, you dug it from the mountains? Yes, 70 or 80 years? I thought it was 100 years. 100 years of roots are more and denser than this, and 70 or 80 years are already rare. Not bad. Don't be too greedy, you kid. Lao Bao can't put it down. Lu Qingyang smiled and took it back from his hand. It's just for you to appreciate, but I can't give it to you. Lend me a root beard. This is always okay, right? How much medicine did you use me at the beginning? Of course. Lao Bao happily cut 2 ginseng whiskers. Didn't you say a good one? He said cheekily, the 2 are the same. You promised me to give me ginseng. Lu Qingyang kept this ginseng plant in order to cultivate more ginseng in the space spiritual field. Was said by Lao Bao, no more, there will be none. I only need 2. The old bag treasure hid these ginseng roots. By the way, Shen Mo's body is itchy. I just came back from digging bitter ginseng from the mountain. Leave this to me. Lao Bao looked confident, and was startled when he saw the fresh bitter ginseng. Your luck is really good. I will dispense medicine for her immediately. The best way to relieve itching with this medicinal herb is to soak in a medicinal bath, boil for a few hours, let her soak for half an hour. Try it first. Our traditional Chinese medicine theoretically, this is the lack of righteousness, the dysfunction of the internal organs and the external evil qi, and it also needs to be adjusted internally. I will prescribe a prescription later. Lao Bao grabbed some more medicine and asked Lu Qingyang to fry it for her to take internally. Okay, I know, I'll leave first, you're busy. Lu Qingyang left with the medicine, and after going back, Shen Mo had already gone to help the villagers treat the big white goose and was not at home. He could only put down the medicine first and went around the fields again. Men, women, and children greeted him along the way, and an ant ran over panting, Xiao Lu, help me take a look, I don't know why all the vegetables in the field have withered. Let's go up to that land and take a look. Since he is a production instructor, he must help the villagers solve practical problems. Come and see, look at my dishes, they were fine a few days ago, but they have become like this in the past few days. The ant asked anxiously. Lu Qingyang squatted down, and all the vegetables in this field were wilted. On the contrary, the other fields are lush. No matter how you look at it, it is not normal. The vegetables grown in the field used to be normal? Normal, not only normal, but also very good looking. You say this. Hey, there is less food, and the vegetables are gone, what do we eat? Lu Qingyang grabbed a handful of soil and smelled it, which should be caused by human causes. Have you quarreled with any family recently? The ant thought about it carefully. Yes, isn't this the Go family next to it going to expand the house? They want to build on this land, but after so long, I have been growing vegetables. I am definitely not happy. This is not a quarrel with the vice captain's mother-in-law a few days ago. That's right, don't eat this dish. You have sprinkled too many pesticides, you can't eat it. At this time, the most to grow vegetables at home is to sprinkle some farm fertilizer. I didn't spray pesticides either. The ant wanted to cry without tears, and suddenly understood. You mean? Lu Qingyang gently patted the mud stains on his hands, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, since their family ruined your dishes, you can ask them to compensate. Although the land is owned by the production team, the rules have been set since the beginning that whoever grows vegetables on which piece of land will eat them. I don't have that guts. The ant responded timidly. You dare to quarrel with them, why are you afraid of compensation? And they are at fault first, and it is not you who is wrong, you are the ant who cares. That's what I said, but... The ant thought about it. Anyway, she had quarreled with them before, and she had already offended, but they also ate it. Go Zizai's family is going to cut off her family's way of life. You're right. Lu Qingyang smiled mysteriously. Let me teach you a method. She muttered to her ant for a long time, and she nodded thoughtfully. Does this method really work? The ant's words were still a little uncertain. Lu Qingyang promised. Why not? You just need to find an excuse later and make a fuss so that your neighbors know. The ant nodded thoughtfully. But there was still a doubt in her heart. Is this really okay? Guarantee it's okay. The breath in the ant's heart finally couldn't be swallowed, and she gritted her teeth and said decisively, okay, I will use your method. Soon, Lu Qingyang saw her lying at the door of Go's house, and a large number of people gathered around. Sister-in-law of the Yu family, what's wrong with you? Ouch, what can I do? I am eating badly. Everyone also knows that it is not easy for us to be full, and Go Zizi relied on himself as the vice captain to forcibly occupy my house to grow vegetables here to build a house. I didn't agree, he wanted to poison our whole family. Is there such a thing? This is too unreasonable. That is, since he is the vice captain, he should seek blessings for us. How can this be bullying himself? You don't know, he was not from our village in the first place, he moved here later, and of course he won't think about us. Everyone was noisy, and there were already many people at the door of Go Zi's house. Lu Qingyang took the opportunity to find Captain Wu again. Uncle, go take a look, the vice captain is making trouble. What's the situation, how did it happen? Captain Wu pretended to be surprised, but in fact he smiled in his heart. I am afraid that Lu Qingyang started to make things happen again. When Go Zizai heard this, he was anxious. What? Someone in my family has made a fuss, what's the matter? Lu Qingyang's tone was exaggerated. What can happen? I heard that there was a fatality. Chapter 277 Gold Coins Burst. Human life? How can it be? Go Zizai hurriedly prepared to run home. Lu Qingyang winked at Captain Wu. Let's go take a look. The things in the team must be taken care of. Walk. As soon as Go Zizai's front foot arrived, they followed behind him. The door of Go's house was very lively, and Anchu just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Ouch, my stomach hurts so much, you guys are really cruel. In order to occupy the land, they actually sprayed pesticides on the vegetables, and now I'm poisoned after eating it. Ouch, it hurts me to death. As soon as Go Zizai's daughter-in-law saw this posture, she rolled up her sleeves. You are poisoned and still have the strength to quarrel with us. I think you are pretending, and what evidence do you have to prove that my family sprayed pesticides on your vegetables? Pesticides are also very expensive, okay? Is my family doing such a thing? Go Zizai hurriedly stopped his daughter-in-law, winked and said, what are you doing? Why are you arguing? So many people. You're back, isn't someone deliberately here to find fault? You see, lying in front of our house and pretending to be dead. Anchu found the right time, and according to Lu Qingyang's prompt, she suddenly began to convulse, foaming at the mouth, and rolling her eyes. It's really poisoned, look at Ziyufang like this, it's really poisoned. Anchu grabbed Go Zi's leg while twitching. It's you. Even if you want to harm me, I will not let you go even if I die. In fact, if this happened in private, Go Zizi would definitely be able to fool the past. But now it's too big, I don't know how many people in the brigade have seen it, and they can't cover other people's mouths. Captain was stood aside and watched all this, and stood up at the right time. Look at what you do. Hurry up and take her to Dr. Bao to have a look. Go Zizi wanted to cry without tears, he really didn't know about this. A few days ago, he also found out that his daughter-in-law had taken pesticides, and he didn't know what she had done secretly. Soon everyone carried Anchu to the infirmary. Aunt Yu was still shouting, "You will be retributed, you will be retributed." When she was really carried to the infirmary, Lu Qingyang saw that the others had gone away, so he reminded, "Okay, Auntie, no need to pretend, just wait, your compensation will only be more and not less." Aunt Yu spat out the soapy water in her mouth. Bah, this thing is so astringent. Can this really be done? Isn't this a lie? Don't worry. On the other side, Go Zizi was so angry at home that he said, "I said you, what good things have you done?" The comfortable daughter-in-law replied coweringly, "I didn't, I really didn't." Or Go's mother took the initiative to say, "Don't blame your daughter-in-law, I did this, I can't get used to that woman for a long time. I told her, well, our family is going to expand the house, the brigade has agreed, she is occupying and refusing to let go, she should be poisoned." 2. My good mother, you don't need this method to fix people, so blatant, so many pairs of eyes in the production team are watching. How do you let your son behave? Comfortable, you have so many skills, what is such a small thing? Then the woman must be pretending, it will be fine, isn't it just some pesticides? Eat the dead. You still say. Go Zize watched people move over with his own eyes, so he was naturally very scared. Just now, Captain Wu saw it with his own eyes, he used to do immoral things, and he always avoided it. Now that he was poked out, he naturally panicked. Was about to go to the infirmary to check the situation, but was pulled over by Captain Wu again. You say you, what's the situation, why is it like this? Really sprayed pesticides? No, listen to my explanation. Captain Wu's face was heavy, regardless of whether you explain it or not, this matter is like this, something happened in front of so many people, and everyone on the left and right thought that your family did it, so hurry up and appease your family. Go Zizi took some money, took a food stamp, and hurried to the health room. I hope there is a little room for return before the situation becomes too serious. Who knew that the people of the Yu family had already started crying at the door of the infirmary? This is not only to occupy the land, but also to save my family's life. Go family, I want your life. Aunt Yu heard the movement outside, but she still couldn't pretend to be there after all, and looked out the window worriedly. What should I do? My family really thinks something is wrong with me. It's true that this is the case, Auntie, you don't have to be afraid, isn't this me still standing here? Listening to the noise outside, Go Zize finally secretly stuffed the money and tickets into Lao Yu's arms. It's my responsibility, I won't shirk a point, don't make trouble if the matter is not investigated clearly, you buy some good ones for Ziyufen, give her a body, and there will be no accident. Aunt Yu looked at everything that was happening outside and widened her eyes. Really? You really paid compensation, your method really worked. Of course, you lie down and don't move. Pretend to be a patient. Lu Qingyang reminded. Aunt Yu lay on the only hospital bed, closed her eyes and stopped talking. Go Zizi talked for a long time, so to speak. He came in and took a look at Aunt Yu, and he was afraid that the person was really gone, and it was really going to make a big fuss. Aunt Yu's face was pale, her lips were purple, and there was white foam around her mouth. He asked Lao Bao worriedly, Lao Bao, what do you say? What do you think of her? Lao Bao shook his head and sighed. Go Zizi suddenly felt bad, you must cure her. Suddenly I heard the screams of Aunt Yu's daughter in my ears, my mother is out of breath. Go Zize's heart was raised to his throat, and he quickly thought about countermeasures. If a person dies, compensation is definitely indispensable, it is best to be private, and they cannot be allowed to make trouble. In that case, he would not only lose his position here, but also face the risk of going to jail. Lao Yu was so angry that he was going to go up and beat Go Zizi up, and now he had an upright reason no matter how he fought. After receiving a few punches, he didn't dare to say a word, and kept exploding gold coins outside. I will compensate, no matter how much compensation you make. What's the use of giving compensation? No one is gone, I'm going to beat you to death. The people around him pulled the frame, persuaded and persuaded, so lively. Aunt Yu sat on the bed and devoured the nest egg just sent by her daughter. I'm hungry pretending. I said, Xiao Lu, when will this matter end? Lu Qingyang smiled, it's fast, you don't have to worry. Chapter 278. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. Go Zizi was beaten, and was stopped by Captain Wu. Since the person is gone, you should think about what will happen after that. You still have a few children, it must be more cost-effective to compensate. Stop arguing. Sit down and negotiate. Yes, our captain is right. Captain Wu thought in his heart, he wanted to spit out all the oil and water you had eaten into your stomach over the years. I'm going to sue the commune and say that you are full of dogs and people. It's indeed a dog fight, but this dog is talking about being comfortable. Captain Wu was also talking to the mud. You can see how much you can lose to the maximum, and make them satisfied. Otherwise, this is really stabbing into the commune. Tell me about you. Go Zize is also yellow, he is usually shrewd, he doesn't notice many details, just thinks about how to get out. As long as I can bear it, we can all discuss it well. Lao Yu was angry, but he didn't want to agree at all, so he still had to negotiate. In the end, he asked Go Zizi for a suitable price, thinking that the daughter-in-law here would not die unjustly. at least he got so many benefits. Who knows, all of this was seen by Aunt Yu, dead old woman, really old and immortal. I still have to calculate me when I die. The only good thing is that her husband has a good conscience towards her. Aunt Yu was also anxious, they thought they were dead. What should we do? The money and tickets are in hand, you can cheat the corpse later. When the compensation over there is in place, Go Zi's heart is bleeding, but thinking that as long as the position was kept, the money could be earned again in the future, so he gritted his teeth and took it out. His mother and daughter-in-law cried at home, your ticket, money, all giveaway, how will our family live in the future, how to build a house? Still building a house, my life will not be saved, can you be sober? I don't have a position here, can you live so comfortably? It only caused chaos for me, and it also caused human lives, look at me. He pointed to the black green on his face, I've been beaten like this, you're good, hide at home and don't come forward, the stick can't hit you, you don't hurt, right? I hope that you will be poisoned by pesticides now. As soon as Go Zi's money was handed over, Lu Qingyang asked Aunt Yu, who was lying in the coffin, to get up. It's almost there, it's here, you can fake the corpse. It's really suffocating me. A person who has died suddenly jumps out of the coffin, and anyone will be afraid. Except for the youngest daughter who knew about it, everyone else was a fraudulent corpse in the future. Lao Yu stepped forward and hugged his daughter-in-law Ziyufen, you must be dead, don't worry, labor and management must have stabbed that old dog with a knife. Give you justice. Who died? I can't breathe when you hold me. Didn't you choke up just now? Don't worry, Ziyufen, you can go with peace of mind, I will take good care of the child. Aunt Yu pushed Lao Yu away, my mother is still alive, you touch my hand, it's still hot, can the dead be hot? Lao Yu touched his daughter-in-law's hand and found that it was really warm. After looking at the shadow and the sun again, he instantly reacted. Are you alive again? Yes, I'm alive again, probably because Prince Hell refuses to accept me. Soon this strange incident broke out. The compensation has been received, and the person has come to life, which makes Go Zizi open his mouth wide in surprise. People are alive again. He had mixed feelings in his heart. The good thing is that there is no death, the worry is how to give money on the front foot, and the person on the back foot will live, how to think and what is wrong. Could it be that this is not the way of others? But in any case, it was too late, the money was in the hands of the Yu family, and it was impossible to come back. The only thing he can comfort himself is that he has broken his money and avoided disaster, and the only thing he is annoyed about is his own family. Lu Qingyang came back with the medicine and hummed a little song. Shen Mo naturally heard about what happened in the team, but fortunately, she was curious. Do you think this is strange? How can a dead person come back to life? Lu Qingyang replied with a smile, the world is big, there are no wonders, anyway, the ending is good, so isn't everyone happy? That's also the reason. Lu Qingyang took out the medicine, you see, I also found the bitter ginseng for you, turn around, boil it into a medicinal bath for you, and soak it for half an hour. I'm feeling much better now. In a daze last night, she felt a chill in her body. At the thought of what might have happened, she blushed, you hate it. Where do I hate it? I worked hard to go up the mountain to collect herbs for you. I won't tell you. Lu Qingyang stewed the medicinal materials for her, then put them in the bathtub, and let Shen Mo take a medicinal bath. After the medicinal bath, the red rash on her body had completely disappeared. But in the next few days, we must always pay attention to find out what her allergen is. Before going to bed, Lu Qingyang entered the space, pulled out a few roots of ginseng, and planted them in the spiritual field. He buried the whole ginseng in the soil and let it absorb some spiritual energy, and maybe it could really grow into the quality of 100-year-old ginseng. Today can be regarded as a good lesson for being comfortable, and he won't be able to jump up in the future. The next day, Lu Qingyang followed Shen Mo to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy red cloth. It's just a pity that the style that Shen Mo liked last time has been bought. It's a pity, the fat girl and I watched it for a long time before we took a fancy. Lu Qingyang said sweetly, it's okay, this style is also good looking, and everything you wear looks good, I like it all. The two of them chose another piece and picked a piece of good quality. Lu Qingyang bought her a few more fashionable skirts. Shen Mo said nothing, what a waste, I can't wear it normally. Why can't you wear it? Young girls should dress up beautifully and pleasing to the eye. In this way, he saw his beautiful daughter-in-law by himself, and he was extremely happy in his heart. Besides, it's spring now, so you should wear such a color. Usually, there are fewer people who wear brightly colored clothes, not because they don't want to wear them, but because the fabrics are more expensive, so there is no choice. Since he has money and tickets, why can't he let his daughter-in-law dress up more beautifully? Then I'll wear it for you at home. Shen Mo looked at the style of the dress, which she had never worn before, and felt a little joy in her heart. Until the two bought some things they needed and came out after visiting the supply and marketing cooperative, Shen Mo saw a familiar man standing on the side of the road, peddling industrial tickets again. As soon as the man saw Shen Mo, his face turned pale with fright, and he turned around and ran away. Shen Mo naturally recognized the man who was beaten by her severely last time. Lu Qingyang was also curious, what's going on? Why did that person run away when he saw you? Do you know? Shen Mo didn't want him to worry. No, I don't know him. Lu Qingyang felt that his little daughter-in-law had learned badly, and there must be something to hide from him. Chapter 279. Lu Qingyang, are you hiding something from me? When Lu Qingyang delivered to Kong Laoliu, he understood what was happening. It was still when Shen Mo was not there that he dared to say quietly, your daughter-in-law is amazing, she is already famous on this street. Lu Qingyang looked confused. Xiao Mo, what did she do? Tisk tisk, it's amazing, let me tell you quietly, last time, she came to me to buy industrial tickets. Lu Qingyang frowned, knowing in his heart that he should have bought a radio last time. And then? You should sell it to her, right? The little girl took all the money on her body, how could I not sell it to her if I didn't collect the money? She refused to take it, but... Kong Laoliu paused. But what? Kong Laoliu couldn't hold back his laughter when he thought about it. I only sold her one industrial ticket, do you know how the other one came from? Lu Qingyang shook his head, and then remembered the man he had seen before, and suddenly had an idea. Did you grab it? You guessed it right, Brother Lu, I said you, the daughters-in-law you married are so special, and now everyone in this area knows that there is a little girl, she is thin and small, she can be a dozen or 5 big men, it's simply amazing. Although Lu Qingyang also thought she was very powerful, he felt more afraid. Shen Mo actually hid this matter from him. She's really bold. I just think she's awesome. By the way, don't tell her about this, I told you, I promised her. Lu Qingyang. Shen Mo saw Lu Qingyang looking at her, and immediately turned around with a bright smile and waved at him. By the way, you have taken the payment this time, and every time you bring something over, it is not enough to sell, because the effect is good, and the demand has become larger and larger. Lu Qingyang smiled, there are many, but you can't sell at any price, these are enough for you to sell, you just need to maintain your customers, after all, this risk is high, in case you were caught, the gain outweighs the loss, I heard that the market is quite strict recently, you yourself should be careful. He didn't want his business partner to be arrested, and he would have to find his own connections in the future, taking risks, which was too troublesome. Don't worry, you still don't believe me? But did you really not sell that jade finger to my sister last time? She said she could find a way to help you sell it for a high price. I really don't need it, I'll keep it for generations. That's not impossible, we're going to have a happy event next month, if the 6th brother is free, come and have a wedding wine? Kong Laoliu originally wanted to agree, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. I was too abrupt in the past, don't worry, the gift money will not be less than you, but I won't go. Lu Qingyang also understood his thoughts, okay. After eating, the two went to the post office to pick up the letter, and Lu Qingyang received a letter from Chu Xia and Zhou Fang from Beijing. Because Zhou Fang married a good daughter-in-law, he has now mixed in a good position. It was Chu Xia's letter, he didn't plan to open it in front of Shen Mo, so let's read it after I went back. Chu Xia also mailed the package, I don't know what's inside. Shen Mo looked excited. Let's go back and take a look. Lu Qingyang rode a bicycle and carried Shen Mo back to the Liuxi brigade quickly. After returning home, Shen Mo couldn't wait to open the package. Finding a lot of Beijing specialties, dragon beard candy, pastries and so on, Shen Mo was full of joy. There's another bag here. Shen Mo opened it and saw that it was a very fashionable skirt of 2 styles. Wow, it's so beautiful, what kind of skirt is this? Lu Qingyang glanced at the style, is this a brogy dress, or a foreign style? This is a skirt that came from Russia, with a simple style and a slightly slim fit, so it is very popular in the country, especially in the capital. It's so beautiful, this bigger one must be for the fat girl, I'll send it to her. Lu Qingyang reminded, you call her. I know. Shen Mo ran out excitedly, and Lu Qingyang took out the letter and finished reading it with a heavy face. The letter learned that although the person at the address had been found, he already had a new family. Lu Qingyang's face instantly became heavy, since this is the case. It's okay not to tell Shen Mo, telling her is also adding to the trouble. He still told Uncle Shen about it, Grandpa, I want to. There was no need to let Shen Mo know the news of her father. What do you say? He already has a new family. Uncle Shen's fist clenched instantly, and suddenly relaxed again, looking weak. I knew that he was not a good thing. Lied to my daughter was killed by him. Lu Qingyang comforted, anyway, I didn't expect him to do anything. I originally thought he had some difficulties, but it seems that he likes the new and hates the old, and he likes the poor and the rich. It was not wrong to scold him before. Grandpa, don't mention that person in the future, just pretend it doesn't exist, and we can also live a prosperous life. Uncle Shen nodded lonely, perhaps thinking of his daughter's miserable life. Listen to you. Lu Qingyang wrote another reply to Chu Xia, asking her to investigate the matter more clearly. But in any case, after Shen Mo's father went back, he remarried his wife and gave birth to a child, which is undoubtedly a fact. Now Lu Qingyang just wants Chu Xia to confirm it again. As soon as he finished writing the letter and pretending it, Shen Mo had already brought the fat girl over. Why did you bring me here in a hurry? Shen Mo took out her dress. Come and see, it was Chu Xia who sent it to you, one for each of us. Do you think it looks good? Good looking. The fat girl's eyes were immediately attracted. This skirt is not cheap, Chu Xia is really willing. Shen Mo took out all the food again. Look here, there are so many delicious foods, you can choose whatever you want. It's not convenient for me there, it's crowded, forget it, when I want to eat, come to you to eat. It's done. The two chatted happily, not noticing that Lu Qingyang was staring at the two with his arms crossed. Did you hide something from me last time you went out? The two were suddenly startled and looked at each other. Shen Mo smiled and shook her head. How can I hide anything from you? But she has never lied, and you can see from her expression that what she said must be a lie. Lu Qingyang turned to look at the fat girl. Tell me. The fat girl couldn't stand Lu Qingyang's forced confession, so she could only admit, that's it. I accidentally got into a fight with someone, but I won the fight and was not injured. Shen Mo thought to herself, it's over, just confess like this, and I'm going to be punished by Lu Qingyang again. Still, fat girl, you are honest. Look at Shen Mo, she looks honest, and now she has learned to fool me. Chapter 280 Ways to Lose Weight. I didn't fool you, I'm just afraid that you would worry. I just accidentally got into a fight, and those people are still unreasonable. If someone bullies you, of course you should fight back and beat you hard. But, Lu Qingyang deliberately lengthened his voice, you can't hide it from me. If you hide it from me, you are lying to me, understand? Shen Mo nodded obediently. I know. Only the fat girl feels that she is a superfluous existence. However, Lu Qingyang also left with interest, leaving the two to chat together. After Lu Qingyang left, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He scared me to death, he is really scary. You are going to get married in the future, and you actually think he is terrible. The fat girl felt inexplicably funny. However, I don't think anyone can control you except him. I don't want him to take care of the East and West. Shen Mo stubbornly retorted, but her heart was happy. As soon as the topic changed, she said briskly, don't talk about this, come on, try this dress quickly, put it on and see how it works. The fat girl looked at the clothes in her hand, her eyes hesitated, and then she waved her hand and smiled. I'm afraid it's nondescript to wear my body. Forget it, I appreciate her kindness. This skirt is good looking, and I think you've lost a lot of weight recently, try it. Shen Mo pushed her into the room, and the fat girl looked at the dress hesitantly, gritted her teeth, and still put it on. I'll just say, it's beautiful when you wear it. Shen Mo sincerely admired. The fat girl looked at herself in the mirror and seemed to have lost a little weight. Then you can try it too. Shen Mo readily agreed, elegantly put on the brogy dress, gently adjusted the neckline, turned around and asked, how is it? Is it still suitable? It's so suitable, it's just a beautiful girl with a slim appearance. The fat girl praised sincerely, and then added a little self-deprecatingly, look at me, there is still a little fat on my stomach. What are you afraid of? I'll take you to lose weight, as long as you're willing to endure hardship. The fat girl nodded in surprise, of course I do, but... I remembered that I had used many methods before, but they were useless, and now I feel hopeless. But it is very difficult for me to lose weight. If I can lose weight, I have already lost weight. How hard it was to cut down trees before, and how tiring it is to open up wasteland now, there is no effect at all. Shen Mo remembered a prescription she had seen in a medical book before. I remember that in traditional Chinese medicine, there are also prescriptions for weight loss. When I prescribe a pair for you to try, and then with a reasonable diet and exercise, it should be possible. She took out a book and flipped through a recipe. Weight loss is phlegm and dampness deficiency. If you want to lose weight, first adjust the root, drink more water, and then drink yinling dampness tea. What do you think? Let's try it. Okay, just try. Having made a good plan, the fat girl planned to start losing weight with Shen Mo tomorrow. Shen Mo took out the red cloth she bought. It's good looking, but I don't know how to do it. Doesn't Aunt Lu know how to make clothes? Go ask her? That's right, but, will Aunt Lu agree? Shen Mo was not sure. I definitely agree. There is no need for Shen Mo to come to the door to say, Aunt Lu came to the door the next day. Shen girl is about to get married, I'm thinking about it, I definitely need to help, I don't have any other skills, it's okay to make clothes, otherwise I'll help you make wedding dresses. Aunt Lu asked tentatively. Shen Mo didn't know how to speak, is this okay? No problem. Shen Mo took out the goose yellow raggy dress, I want to make this style of red skirt. Aunt Lu studied it for a while and smiled, that's definitely no problem, I will definitely help you do it well. There are also dragon and phoenix quilts or something, you can also hand them over to me. When I got married, I embroidered them myself, and they are still very well preserved. Okay, I'm sorry for you, Aunt Lu. What's the trouble with this? I treat you like my own daughter. At the beginning, I thought about marrying her to my son, but now that I think about it, fortunately I didn't marry Lu Fang, otherwise such a good girl would be ruined. What kind of evil obstacle did he create? And he actually gave birth to Lu Fang's son. When Aunt Lu thought of this, her heart felt uncomfortable. As soon as I got home, I saw that Lu Fang had turned over from the other side of the yard and was sitting awkwardly on the wall. What are you doing? Are you going to be a thief? No, I know it's wrong, I really know it's wrong, I was ignorant before, so please forgive me. Seeing that his son's face has lost a lot of weight, he must have been tortured by that woman. Then you know it's wrong, you leave this woman now, and I'll treat you as my son. Lu Fang hesitated and said embarrassedly, Mother, Wanwan is pregnant, she still has your grandson in her belly, I can't just abandon her like this, she is now your daughter-in-law. What daughter-in-law? You're not ashamed, I'm still caring about this old face. Aunt Lu was furious, waved the bamboo pole in her hand, and almost poked Lu Fang in front of her. Wasn't that embarrassing enough last time? You still don't understand what kind of woman she is? Let's go and live your days with her. Don't step through this door again. When she saw Lu Fang, she felt pain all over her body. You don't know that you are wrong, you feel bitter. Only after eating the bitter fruit do you know that your home is good, and there is no good thing that both ends occupy. Lu Fang fell, wanting to cry without tears, but his mother refused to accept him. But the child in Zhang Wanwan's belly couldn't give up, and Lu Fang was in a dilemma. The wife who finally got it can't be said to be gone. Aunt Lu couldn't control him anymore, so she could only say loudly to Lu Dong, Dongzi, when will you reinforce this wall? Don't let thieves come in at home. Got it, mother. At the same time, Ding Peinyun also specially investigated Lu Qinjiang's life background. His family is very simple, his parents are gone, leaving only his uncle and grandmother at home. But that family was not a good thing, and the thief who stole and messed with the relationship between men and women was also shot. Now there is only an elderly grandmother, an eldest aunt, and a little cousin left at home. She asked people to ask several times, but she didn't ask a single reason for coming. The man replied, there is no one in this family to get along with. As soon as I heard Lu Qingyang, I started to jump and curse. It seems that the relationship between their family is not very good. Then I'm sorry to trouble you. Both parents died? That's really hard to investigate. Ding Peinyun was disappointed and called his comrades in arms in the art troupe again. Lao Ju, I heard that you are going to the northeast to perform condolences, and I want to ask you for a favor. Chapter 281 Sun Xiangqian's Wedding. This day was the day Sun Xiangqian got married, and there was no happy event in the brigade for a long time, and the whole thing was lively. Of course, the happy events in the countryside are definitely not comparable to those in the city. Lu Qingyang was still invited to the scene as a matchmaker. Come on, the bride is coming, let's go see the bride. After a lively sound of firecrackers, a group of children hurried to see the bride. People from the Educated Youth Institute got married, and many educated youths came. Because Sun Xiangqian was originally from the city, the two got married in the Yang family, and a room was divided into a wedding room. The groom is so blessed, look at how beautiful the Yang girl is. Oh, look, her legs are not lame, it's amazing, it seems that this groom has taken advantage. Sun Xiangqian was not angry when he heard this, after all, what they said was the truth. If he really didn't know what kind of crooked melon and split dates to marry in the city, Yang Xiaotang could marry him, which already made him very content. Lu Qingyang also just happened to see what the custom of getting married here was, and he could just learn the process. The one who picked up the bride was Lu Qinjiang's bicycle, and there was a big red flower hanging in front of the car, which looked very festive. Sun Xiangqian rode his bicycle and shouted to his brother-in-law, Brother, I'm here to pick up Xiaotang. It's so easy to get a bride, you must pass our level. Several female educated youths began to coax, and some questions began to embarrass the man. Shen Mo and Lu Qingyang were also crowded in the line of snatching relatives by the crowd, and the two looked at each other and smiled. The woman's relatives over there blocked the door and did not allow the man to enter the door to pick up the bride. Everyone shouted outside, 1, 2, 3, let's push this door open. Shen Mo volunteered, let me come. Everyone consciously gave up a road, because they all knew that Shen Mo alone was worth several. Sure enough, Shen Mo pushed hard, and the few people inside couldn't support it, and the door was pushed open all of a sudden. Yang Xiaotang was sitting on the edge of the bed, smiling foolishly. As soon as Sun Xiangqian saw his daughter-in-law, his soul was hooked. Ouch, the bride is so beautiful. Sun Xiangqian ignored it and directly stepped forward to carry Yang Xiaotang out. After a while, the bride also received it smoothly, and they symbolically rode their bicycles around the brigade and returned here. After the simple ceremony, Sun Xiangqian took Yang Xiaotang to toast his relatives at home. When he walked up to Lu Qingyang, his tone was sincere. I was able to successfully marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law, thanks to my good brother Lu Qingyang. He is our matchmaker and Xiaotang's savior, so I want to drink a few more glasses. Come on, do it. Lu Qingyang directly declined, this is your wedding day, you should drink less, and save some strength in the bridal chamber. Good brother, you still think about me, but I definitely want to drink this wine today. Sun Xiangqian took a glass in one go. The people around were coaxing, okay. Well done. In a lively atmosphere, Lu Qingyang also began to look forward to his wedding. If he has the opportunity to go back to the city in the future, he will definitely have to do it again. If they get married in the countryside, they will stay here by default. If you want to go back, you must have to work hard. In the end, Sun Xiangqian staggered, and was helped into the house by everyone with a flushed face, still muttering to himself, "I can have another drink, I'm really not drunk." "Okay, look at what you look like now." The person next to him quipped. Marriage is naturally indispensable for bridal chambers, and there is this custom everywhere. Lu Qingyang looked at a group of children calling at the door, and felt quite lively. It was a few ill-intentioned men wandering around the door of the new house, making him feel very uncomfortable. On people's big day, what are you wandering around here, what should you do? Lu Qingyang frowned and unceremoniously drove the group away. Zhou Jianxi looked at all this enviously. "I don't know, when will I be able to marry my daughter-in-law? As long as you are hardworking and capable, with your skills, you can do it easily. You know, my burden is heavy. After all, there are old people on top and a few younger siblings below, and even if they go back, life will not be much better. There are many opportunities in the future." Lu Qingyang was also poured a lot of wine, his steps were vain, and he walked slowly with Shen Mo on the way back. "What's wrong, do you think it's lively to see them getting married today?" "It's lively, but Sister Xiaotang's family has so many relatives." "How lively, my family? We know a lot of people, and it will be lively when the time comes. You have to talk about relatives. My parents are gone, the family is full of some of the best, even worse than that, you still have a grandfather who loves you, and I am by your side, is this the truth?" Shen Mo's emotions also rose. "Well, you're right. Sun Xiangqian got married and took a few days off, but Lu Qingyang still went around the fields as usual. As soon as several villagers saw him, they said, 'Xiao Lu, it's amazing, why do you see the seedlings in this field getting up early?' Only Lu Qingyang knew that this was the function of the seeds in the spiritual field, so he reminded, 'This is a new variety of seeds, let me tell you, even if the seedlings are too dense, you don't have to pull them out, just let him go. Do you understand? Can wheat really grow well like this?' Everyone couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. After all, this was related to the issue of rations in the future. "Don't worry, this variety is like this, you don't need to use any pesticides, just use farm fertilizer, listen to me, that's right." In the field where Lu Qingyang grew vegetables before, a lot of green vegetables have grown. It was big and dense, and he didn't take the time to take care of it at all. After going back, he picked a few vegetables, ready to try whether the taste was the same as in the space. "In the evening, I fried a garlic lettuce, a hot and sour cabbage, and steamed bacon, and ate some simple. Although these vegetables do not add any value, the taste is better than that of ordinary ones grown in the field, and the survival rate is also high, and now it seems that this variety can be vigorously promoted here." Shen Mo ate a few large bowls of rice on these dishes. "Rice is rare here, usually pasta. What is this dish called?" Shen Mo asked while cooking. "Lettuce. I also want to order a variety of this dish, it tastes really good." "It tastes good when used to wrap meat." Yes. Perilla leaf wrapped meat is also delicious." "I want to eat yakiniku, hee." Shen Mo remembered the charcoal grilled meat he had eaten before. If he wrapped it in lettuce, it would definitely be very boring. Chapter 282 Eat enough wild honey. Shen Mo thought about what to eat all day long, and the fat girl was miserable. Not only was Shen Mo forced to pour Yinling wet tea every day to control her diet. After Lu Qingyang learned about it, he also asked Shen Mo to teach her some strange movements, saying that she could lose weight and strengthen her physique. Not long after finishing the boiled vegetables, she was called over by Shen Mo for training. Fortunately, there was nothing to eat here, and I could survive it. Lu Qingyang said this is called yoga, which is more suitable for people like you who don't like to exercise very much. Shen Mo concentrated on teaching the fat girl, and don't forget to drink this cup of tea. I also spent a lot of effort researching. As soon as the fat girl smelled this smell, the whole person almost fainted. "Is this tea? How does it taste the same as medicine?" Shen Mo explained, "Isn't it just tea made from traditional Chinese medicine? There are yunling, zexia, mulberry white bark, and ginger in it. Anyway, it is definitely harmless to drink more. Hurry up, I'll watch you drink it." The fat girl could only pinch her nose and drink it in one go, with an indescribable smell in her mouth. "Look, I will keep an eye on you in the future, you will definitely lose weight." The fat girl only felt that her face was about to turn into a bitter gourd, and what yoga she did on her body hurt to death. But after a few days, I didn't expect it to really work. She actually felt that her body was much lighter, and her waist circumference visible to the naked eye was smaller. So she happily went to Shen Mo and told her the good news, but she didn't expect her family to be eating barbecue. "You guys, surprisingly. Fat girl, you came just in time, did you drink the tea? Have you had dinner?" The fat girl smelled the smell of barbecue intoxicated, and shook her head. "I didn't eat it. It's just right, this is for you to eat." The fat girl thought that Shen Mo was going to give her some rewards, but she didn't expect her to bring a pot of lettuce and garlic in front of her. The grilled meat, Shen Mo wrapped it in lettuce, dipped it in some sauce, and swallowed it in one bite. Seeing that the fat girl was still hesitating, "What's wrong? Eat, let go of your stomach and eat." The fat girl excitedly prepared to pick up the barbecue, but was beaten by Lu Qingyang with chopsticks. "Didn't you say, lose weight? This pot of vegetables is yours, and the meat is ours. I just eat vegetables." The chubby girl opened her mouth wide. "The food is also delicious." Shen Mo stuffed the lettuce wrapped in garlic slices into her mouth. The fat girl chewed in disgust, and a strange expression appeared on her face. "Delicious. Why are ordinary dishes so delicious?" Lu Qingyang cleared his throat. "Then this pot of vegetables is your dinner, you can eat as much as you want." The fat girl began to show off the lettuce frantically, and tears welled up in her eyes while eating. Lu Qingyang was free and brought the finished beehive to the previous place. The simple beehive he made was already full of bees and accumulated a lot of honey. Then put these brand new beehives in place, so that the honey will not worry in the future. And he started to get honey, and these honeys invariably acquiesced to him, basically treating him as a kind of person. Lu Qingyang took a sip of natural honey, which tasted very sweet, and could also taste a faint floral fragrance. "Take a jar and pack all the honey, collect it and put it into the space. By the way, I glanced at the bear mother and son, the mother bear is completely healed, and the bear cub has grown up. Because the farm ecology in the space has not yet been fully completed, Lu Qingyang plans to release them back into the mountains and forests for a period of time. Otherwise, they at the top of the food chain would have destroyed all his farms." When the black bear mother and son were released, Lu Qingyang instructed them, "You must not steal my honey here, on the contrary, if other animals come to steal, you must drive them away. I will reward you with honey after you do a good job." The female bear naturally understood his words, and after these days of getting along, her feelings became much deeper. It nodded and agreed to Lu Qingyang's proposal. The bear next to him rolled over in the haystack and rolled down the hillside. The female bear hurriedly followed, and the big and small quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. Lu Qingyang plans to start recreating the environment in the mountains and forests, and is inspired to make the farm look like this. Now he doesn't have to do the work himself, he only needs his mind, and the farm work in the space can be done. As he walked, he collected all the rare trees and plants into the space forest farm. There will be logging that will last for several years, and with the delay of time, many rare animals and plants will become extinct. Since people are not aware of this problem now, it is better for him to improve it now. For example, rare irises, commonly known as old or's garlic, toad 7, as well as dazik siang and thick plums, rare ash, poplar, bellwood and walnut catalpa, among others. Lu Qingyang even dug up some of the mud here and put it into the space. After walking around for a long time, I almost went bald half of the hillside, but the space farm was much richer. As the climate gradually warms, insects are gradually increasing, and they are also part of the ecology, and there are many types of insects. Lu Qingyang put the insects and the grass into the farm and collected a lot of animals. Although I didn't bring back any prey today, the harvest on the farm was huge. Shen Mo was chopping wood in the yard, and as soon as she saw Lu Qingyang coming back, she greeted him with a smile. "What good things did you bring back today? How do you know that I will definitely bring something back?" "That's customary." Lu Qingyang took out a jar of honey from the basket. "Wild honey. I like this. Sweet honey is the most popular among girls, and Shen Mo is no exception. Just right, make a honey chicken cake for you to try." Shen Mo first soaked a cup of honey water with honey, drank it deliciously, and exclaimed, "Delicious. But this is to save some and drink, it's hard to do." She has also suffered losses. She used to climb trees to steal honey, and almost didn't sting into a pig's head. Lu Qingyang smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. "How was the persimmon you planted last time?" "The little persimmons are all out. The tomatoes here are called persimmons," and Lu Qingyang took out the seedlings in the space before and let Shen Mo plant them in the vegetable garden. "In 10 days and a half a month, you can eat it. I want to eat persimmons mixed with sugar. Put a layer of sugar on top of the cut persimmons to remove the sourness of the persimmons, making it more delicious. This kind of persimmon is delicious without sugar." "Isn't that the same as fruit?" "There is a blue, small fruit in the forest, but it is delicious, but it will take a few months to have it." Shen Mo showed a nostalgic expression. Lu Qingyang probably guessed what she was talking about. It should be blueberries. Chapter 283. The new house is completed. Due to the season, the blueberries produced in the Xing'an Mountains are very sweet. If you like to eat, let's plant some on purpose, and you can eat them directly when the season comes. "But," Shen Mo hesitated, "everyone grows vegetables, and our family grows fruits, isn't that strange?" Lu Qingyang understands her concerns. Now there is a lack of resources. People are busy making a living, growing vegetables that can usually fill their stomachs, and fruits are considered luxuries. "It's okay, let's plant a few trees in the yard of the new house, which are beautiful, and you can pick fruits to eat in the future. Isn't it the best of both worlds?" That's good. How could I not have thought of it? Their new home is about to be completed, and the new house has been expanded a lot, with 4 more rooms. It looks tattered on the surface, but it has a world inside. Although the decoration inside is simple, there is no shortage of everything. Lu Qingyang also specially renovated the cellar, and there was a secret study with a huge bookcase. But in the eyes of outsiders, it is just a random repair of the house and the expansion of some areas. Some others pointed out, this house has been repaired for several months, why haven't I seen any changes? Lu Qingyang was not annoyed, what he wanted was such an effect. He said casually, oh, I'm not going to get married, I must repair it at will, and I will stay here in the future, so I must have a place to live. The man smiled, yes, not bad. Lu Qingyang understands the psychology of others, if the appearance of his house is too good, it will cause criticism. Now it is so inconspicuous, and the appearance of the public is the best. After the house is completed, he naturally has to treat his friends to a meal. It is essential to enter the house and see what the interior looks like. Captain Wu and his wife came first and gave him a red envelope. Lu Qingyang declined, you can just have a lively life, no need for red envelopes. And Wu explained with a smile, it's not much money, it's just to add a touch of luck to you. Sun Xiangqian brought a killed old hen, I don't have anything else, this chicken is brought over to stew a soup. Knowing that the live chicken Lu Qingyang might not necessarily accept it, he killed it directly and brought it over, and it was good to add a dish. Trouble, the old hen still has to keep the eggs to replenish your daughter-in-law's body, why did you kill it? Don't you feel distressed, don't you eat here? Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu also came, and Lu Dong and Ma Hengxia naturally came, bringing some fresh vegetables and stuffing Lu Qingyang with a red envelope. Less is a little less, but you must keep it. Lu Qingyang didn't want to accept it, so Aunt Lu secretly put it in Shen Mo's pocket. Wang Dagong also came, his family was burdened, and he didn't know what to give, so he sent a new cotton quilt. It's not as good as what others gave it, but this quilt is made by my daughter-in-law's own hands, the cotton inside is very sufficient, and it can't be bought outside, and the sheets over the years are also embroidered by hand, you see that this pattern is beautiful. Lu Qingyang looked like it was indeed thick, it doesn't matter if you don't. So many people in my family come to eat, why are you embarrassed to come here empty-handed? Wang Xiaowan lifted a basket, Brother Lu, you see this is the tune I picked, and these eggs, you can also add a dish. Xiaowan, you are really caring, are you feeling better? Wang Xiaowan raised her head with a smile, my health has been fine a long time ago, thank you Brother Lu for your concern. As he spoke, he jumped up and down to find Shen Mo. Uncle Tai also came with Jin Fang, and he secretly sent Lu Qingyang a golden toad from a townhouse. Don't let outsiders see it, this is also a thing I've been hiding for a long time. Lu Qingyang only took a look and knew that this was a good thing. It's so precious, it's not appropriate to give it to me. Uncle Tai pretended to be angry, why is it inappropriate, it is not suitable for me, I am old. Some things can't be protected, and you and half of my son are no different, so I'll give it to you, take it. Lu Qingyang knew his kindness, then I will reluctantly accept it. A group of people came to the house, and Captain Wu was dumbfounded. Qingyang, hasn't your house been decorated yet? Is it a lack of money? And tell your uncle that you can't get married after only half of it. In terms of current aesthetics, it is true that he wants nothing, but what he wants is such a simple effect. No, that's it, you look simple, but we all have what we should have, and it's not easy for everyone to live now, so I'm very satisfied with this. Captain Wu patted him on the shoulder, okay, you can. Aunt Wu also looked around, who said it's not good here, it's not very good, you look at this table, it looks simple, it's quite comfortable to sit on, and you see that there is no shortage of anything, it's much better than our family. Aunt Wu, don't make fun of me, it's all in the countryside, so just do it at will, as long as it's clean. Uncle Shen turned around with satisfaction, I think it's pretty good. Shen Mo took Uncle Shen to the brand new room. Grandpa, look, this is specially prepared for you, the lighting is good, you like to sleep on the Kong, this Kong is newly built, our family is aging, and it almost burned last time. There is not only a Kong, but also a desk and a wardrobe, everything is complete. Uncle Shen nodded in satisfaction, it's good, but it's... He has now regained his eyesight, and originally thought that he would live in the old house and not disturb the life of the young couple. But what, Lu Qingyang said he would move in after a while. I'm an old man, it's good to live there, or don't. Lu Qingyang interrupted him, no. You have to live with us, you see that the room is ready, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't come? Have you ever heard a saying, there is a treasure at home, if there is a treasure, you must sit at home well. Hearing this, it was false to say that he was unhappy, and at the same time, he still felt sour in his heart. Xiao Mo is married. She is from your Lu family, I am here, it is not appropriate. What are you talking about? I don't have any relatives in my family, you are also my grandfather. Needless to say, that's it. The old bag came late, and he handed Lu Qingyang a bag, this is for you, put it away, and open it when people leave. Everyone sat at the table, eating and chatting. Several children were even more crazy grabbing the food on the table. Obviously they are all simple ingredients, and they have never tasted so delicious. After it was over, there was no residue left on the table. Chapter 284 Iris and Blueberry Tree. Captain Wu burped with satisfaction. When you get married, I will come to eat. I have never eaten such a delicious banquet. The ingredients are common in the mountains and in the ground, but what he makes is much more delicious than the usual. Aunt was secretly leaned next to him. When the time comes, teach your aunt how to do it. You say you, whoever marries you will not enjoy the blessings of your life. Shen Yetu is a blessed person. Lu Qingyang waved his hand humbly. Shen Mo also helped a lot. She washed the dishes, and she also lit the fire, and she worked very hard. Okay, what a rare young man. No one can praise them when they see it. After sending the guests away, Lu Qingyang saw Shen Mo sitting aside with a sad face. Are you not full? Shen Mo complained sadly. They are too good at eating. I already knew. Look at the pot inside. What else did I leave for you? Shen Mo opened the lid of the pot and looked. It's chicken soup, and there is still chicken soup? It's the old hen that came forward. I stewed half of it in the pot in advance, and added some mushrooms, leaving it for you to drink. Try it quickly. The chicken soup has a layer of yellow chicken fat floating on top, and the aroma is strong. It must be delicious. She couldn't wait to serve a bowl, and the umami of chicken soup and mushrooms blended together, which was a rare delicacy in the world. Shen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes I feel that the days after meeting you are like the days of a god. Lu Qingyang sneered. You haven't lived a good life. How convenient modern life is. Everything is definitely not comparable to today's days. However, there are still many years left before Shen Mo. Why haven't I lived a good life? Now I can eat and drink. You see that I am still wearing such beautiful clothes, living in a new house, and meeting you. I really feel very satisfied. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but stretch out his hand and rub the little girl's head. The contented person is always happy. She is such a person, so there are few troubles. It's right to be happy. Do you have to live happily? It's best to have no worries. Shen Mo looked melancholic. I also have troubles. Tomorrow I will check whether the sow is pregnant. Then do you think you like this job? Shen Mo thought about it seriously and said solemnly, I like it very much. You know, I don't like to deal with people. Now as long as I deal with animals, as long as I am friendly to them, the animals will be friendly to me. I think this feeling is very pure. Lu Qingyang also deeply felt that this girl had also begun to transform unconsciously, which was also a good thing. That's fine, work hard. The only bad thing is that she is not so easy to deceive, but fortunately, she is about to become her own family. Steamed buns and rhubarb sat next to Shen Mo, smelling the chicken soup, and drooling unconsciously flowed out of their mouths. Look at the dogs are greedy too. Lu Qingyang soaked chicken soup with steamed buns and put it in front of the dogs. The dogs began to waggy their tails happily and eat them. Except for the little gray, it is the gene of the wild wolf after all, and it doesn't like to eat this kind of food very much, but it still likes to eat meat. Lying at Shen Mo's feet, he raised his head and looked at her pitifully. Shen Mo didn't hold back and touched Xiao Huiwai's head. Our Huiwai is really cute. Come and leave this chicken wing for you. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Xiao Huiwai went to the corner with chicken wings in his mouth. The little lynx that was originally picked up grew bigger than a dog, and it was also a good hand at catching mice. Anyway, there have been no more rats in Lu Qingyang's house, but the lynx has become more and more eye-catching, and can only hide in the shed and cannot go out at will. Lu Qingyang wanted to ask the lynx if he would like to stay in the space farm, or if he could let it go free. The lynx only hesitated for half a second, and immediately agreed to go to the space farm. For Lu Qingyang, this may be the confinement of these wild animals. He doesn't know that animals can also get the aura of space on the farm. These aura can make the animal's body healthier and also extend its lifespan. In layman's terms, they have the opportunity to become masters. Lu Qingyang naturally didn't know the doorway, and he also asked for the opinions of those small animals. As a result, they agreed to live in a space farm. Even the sable and the grown sable baby are scrambling to live in. It's okay, since you all want to go, let's live on the farm for a while. If you're not satisfied, you can be released at any time, but I haven't arranged it yet, and when the ecological environment is ready, it's not too late for you to go in. These days, the frequency of Lu Qingyang's climbing of the mountain has become higher and higher. When I have time, I take reindeer, steamed buns, and little gray ashes to wander around the forest. The little reindeer also lived up to expectations and brought into a thicket of thorns at one time. Don't lie to me, there are really good things in it. The reindeer nodded. I've taken you to find how many good things you have, there must be some in it. Lu Qingyang took out a sickle and cut off all these thorns, and the steamed buns and Xiao Huiwai immediately got in, and after a while, they came out with something in their mouths. He was very surprised. Such a big wild Ganoderma lucidum? The last time I found it was all small Ganoderma, but this time Ganoderma lucidum is the size of a dog's head. Not bad, it's a lot of gain. A total of 6 large Ganoderma lucidums were found, perhaps because they were relatively hidden and had not been discovered, and they had only grown for so many years. Lu Qingyang put them all in the spiritual field first. The ginseng roots and whiskers planted before had grown a lot, and the little Ganoderma lucidum had also grown a lot, and he looked at all this with satisfaction. After walking through the narrow mountain road, it suddenly opened up in front of me. In front of me was a cluster of irises, purple flowers like stars, densely covered with mountains and fields. They swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a faint fragrance. Iris can treat rheumatic bone pain, nameless swelling and poison, bruises and swelling pain, and has both appreciation value and medicinal value. He had only found a few plants before, but he didn't expect there to be so many here. He felt a burst of joy in his heart and unceremoniously picked it up. Some of the irises were carefully planted into his carry-on space, and some were placed in baskets and brought to the old bag. After walking a few more steps, I saw a familiar sapling. It takes no effort to get it. Isn't this a blueberry tree? Lu Qingyang was secretly happy in his heart, and when he looked up, he saw several stronger plants of the same kind standing next to him, with thick branches and lush leaves, which were just right for planting in his yard. Chapter 285. The breeding pig is exhausted. At the moment, there was no hesitation, and all of them were put into the space, leaving only a small one, which was carried on his shoulders and brought back. At night, I dug a hole and planted it in the yard of my new home. Shen Mo watched him dig a hole. What kind of tree is this? Isn't this the fruit tree you mentioned? I saw it in the forest, so I dug it up for you, fertilized it with some fertilizer, and kept it strong. Shen Mo measured the height of the small tree. However, the sapling only reaches my neck. Can it really bear fruit in autumn? Believe me, it's right. Just wait to eat. Shen Mo didn't have much expectation. Anyway, there are many on the mountain. Even if they can't grow here, they can be found everywhere on the mountain. The taste of the fruit was sweet and sour, and she secreted her saliva from the hungry. Lu Qingyang took out a fruit candy from his pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. I don't have to eat now. Eat some candy to satisfy my cravings. If you look more in the forest, you should be able to find more fruit trees. He poured out all the irises in the basket again. So many irises? This part is planted in the yard, and the other part is sent to your master. Got it. Shen Mo immediately agreed. Lu Qingyang divided a small area in the yard, all of which were used to grow this medicinal flower, which was both beautiful and practical. Shen Mo trotted back all the way. Master was very happy to see the flowers, and asked me, "Have you seen what you gave you?" Only then did he remember that Lao Bao had left him a bag before, but he hadn't opened it yet. Not yet. Master, let you open it and see what's inside. Lu Qingyang opened the bag and saw that there were some seeds inside, but even he couldn't recognize what kind of seeds they were. It can only be seen that this is a seed. There are flower species and tree species in it, and there should be several kinds of plants that are used as medicine. What does the old bag do for me with these things? Master said, maybe you can do what he can't do. I don't know where Lao Bao found so many seeds. Lu Qingyang thought, anyway, there is still a free space in the space, so sprinkle these seeds in the ground. As for whether they can be found or not, it depends on the creation of these seeds. After building the house, they were a little more relaxed at night, and they didn't have to work overtime to build the house. Lu Qingyang was about to lock the door and leave, but found a woman standing outside the door looking around. He took a closer look. Wasn't it Aunt Yu from last time? Aunt Yu? You came here to find me on purpose. Definitely, it must be looking for you. I want to thank you for that last time. Aunt Yu looked a lot more energetic. Last time you helped me get justice, and the Go family lost money to me. Shouldn't I thank you? No thanks, it's your family's reasoning. Lu Qingyang was originally just to cure a comfortable and convenient thing. Why, what did their family do? That's not it. I heard that you built a new house and are going to get married. This is the vegetables grown by my family, not sprinkled with pesticides, but on another piece of land. I'm not thinking about sending you some. And these, it is my bacon. I have not been willing to eat it. By the way, there are these. Our kid also likes to go to the mountains, pick these weeds and come back, saying that it can also cure diseases. Lu Qingyang saw that she took several baskets of things, Chinese cabbage, etc. The other basket is indeed herbs, schisandra, red peony, and astragalus. There are some that even Lu Qingyang didn't find. So many herbs. Are you all picked from the mountains? Yes, the baby at home goes to the mountains to dig wild vegetables and look for mountain goods when he has nothing to do. Aunt Yu looked at him expectantly. Can these herbs be used? Yes, but I can't take you for nothing. Aunt Yu hurriedly shook her head. What is for nothing? These are for you. We don't want anything. She put down her things, turned her head and quickened her pace and disappeared into the night. Hey! Lu Qingyang couldn't stop her even if he called her, but these things should be the best things they could come up with. In particular, this basket of herbs should be very useful. He picked some and put them in the space, and left the rest for Lao Bao to dry and make traditional Chinese medicine. Shen Mo saw that he had carried back several baskets, and couldn't help but be surprised. How did you bring so many herbs back? Lu Qingyang said truthfully, it was given by Aunt Yu, saying that it was as a thank you. It's not easy to pick so much. No, it's also a waste of thought. Shenmo's eyes suddenly lit up, and she picked up a handful of tender green tune leaves from the basket. Lu Qingyang, look, there are tunes in it. The last time you scrambled eggs with tunes, they were delicious. Got it, I'll eat it soon. While the three of them were eating dinner, the breeder trotted over all the way. Xiao Shen, are you here? Come with me to the pigsty to take a look. That breeding pig is wrong. Which end? That wild boar? Shenmo's mouth was stuffed with steamed buns. Yes, I see that he is listless, he can't eat, and the whole pig is still convulsing, so he won't get swine fever, right? Shenmo and Lu Qingyang looked at each other. If they really got swine fever, it would be amazing. The two hurriedly swallowed the food in their mouths and rushed to the pigsty. I saw the male boar dying in the corner, and the sows next to him were quite energetic. A sow also arched next to it, but the male boar still did not react at all. Look at him like this, I feed him food, and he doesn't eat it. Shenmo immediately checked the boar's body. This wild boar is usually quite irritable, except for Lu Qingyang, who likes to bump into people when he sees them. Now that he was lying there obediently, Shenmo didn't respond even when he pinched his abdomen. Just raised his head and glanced at Shenmo, and fell down again. It doesn't look like swine fever, it's more like a lack of strength. Lu Qingyang muttered, and touched the boar's head. The male boar hummed, I'm tired, I'm going to be tired to death, these sows are really hard to satisfy, they have been tossing me for several days. Lu Qingyang immediately reacted, it shouldn't be swine fever, you're right, you should be tired. The breeder still doesn't believe it. Tired? Have you kept it with the sow these days? The sow is going into heat, it must be locked together, don't forget that the purpose of our stay is to keep the seeds. Lu Qingyang touched his nose and held back his smile, isn't this right? It has been working with this group of sows for a few days, can it not be tired? Let's break up quickly. Pigs also need rest. Chapter 286. I haven't touched a sewing machine yet. The male boar glanced at Lu Qingyang and showed a look that only you understand me. It was really comfortable to be locked up in a pigsty, without starvation, but unfortunately lost freedom. On the mountain, it was all it was running after the sow, and this was the first time that 3 sows ran after it and asked him to take turns working. I worked for 3 days and 3 nights, and I was not tired of them, and I was exhausted. These pigs looked white and tender, but they didn't expect the offensive to be so fierce. Even the breeder was confused, is there such a thing? On the other side, the boar, who had been suffering from illness, sighed helplessly, now you know, what kind of life have I lived all these years, and my body has been deficient. People will be empty, let alone pigs? You're not married yet, are you? The breeder replied embarrassedly, no, but there is an object. Lu Qingyang casually took out the pill from his satchel, just grind this into powder and put it in the feed to eat, but I look at it like this, it is estimated that it will languish for a few days, it's okay, it's not swine fever, you don't have to worry, in a few months, there will be a few litters of piglets. So powerful? Is it really fake? It must be true, fidelity. People are tired from work, so give it something good. The breeder scratched his head and looked at the backs of the two leaving. He took out some feed and ground the medicine into powder and put it in. You should hurry up and take these medicines, so that the body can get better. The male boar saw that the medicine was taken out of Lu Qingyang's bag, but he still reluctantly raised his head and ate up the feed in the basin. It didn't take long for me to feel that my empty body just now was a little stronger, at least I could stand up. When the breeder saw it, he felt relieved. It seems that it is really not swine fever, it is up to you this year, you must be competitive. Still fighting? Now it sees the sow, its legs shaking. Shenmo also felt strange, can boars also have kidney failure? This pig has a kidney, so it will naturally have a deficit, isn't this normal? If you don't say it, I really haven't reacted. Shenmo's cheeks were red, probably thinking of Lu Qingyang. Seeing that the wedding date of the two is approaching, it must be false to say that they are not nervous. Shenmo blushed and changed the topic, I'll go to Aunt Liu's house to see if the clothes are ready. Okay. Lu Qingyang saw that she was shy and stopped joking with her. Shenmo came to Aunt Liu's house and found Aunt Lu and Ma Hengxia cutting clothes. Shen Yetu is here, the fabric of this dress is really good, I'm really afraid that it will be cut off. It's okay, I'm not afraid if it's broken. Shenmo sat aside and watched the two of them busy working, and Aunt Lu also took the time to grab some peanuts for her, eat this, just fried. Because of Lu Qingyang's relationship, they have extra wages and their lives have improved slightly. I heard that there is that kind of sewing machine in the city, which is convenient to make clothes, much faster than our end of work. Shenmo originally stuffed peanuts into her mouth, but suddenly she was stunned and remembered that she did have a sewing machine at home. At that time, she was very strange when she saw it for the first time, but Lu Qingyang said that this was a must-have for people in the city to get married. Aunt Lu, the sewing machine you mentioned, I seem to have it at home, why don't I take it to your home to use? She was embarrassed to mention it. Miss Shen, sewing machines are not bought by ordinary people, are you mistaken? Shenmo shook her head again and again, no mistake, it was bought by Lu Qingyang, He said that people in the city must have this when they get married. I don't know how he transported it back, and I won't use it, just let you use it, otherwise it will be dusty. Aunt Lu and the others were also curious. Ma Hengxia wiped her hands. Mother, let's really go take a look. I haven't touched the sewing machine yet. These days, the sewing machine that can be bought at home is already considered a big guy. The two followed Shen Mo to the room, and Shen Mo lifted the covered cloth. Look, is this a sewing machine? Yes, it's still a mirage, it's so beautiful. Aunt Lu showed an envious smile. There are so many beautiful lines. Look at Qingyang, you are really capable. Shen Yetu is blessed. At first, they didn't know how to use sewing machines, but Lu Qingyang demonstrated it to them. You have to step on the footrest below, so that the sewing machine is powered, and the thread should be aligned like this. Aunt Lu immediately understood. So that's the case, I understand. She tried to use it for a while, and said in surprise, it's really fast to make clothes like this, but the patterns on it are still handmade and beautiful. Aunt Lu, do you know how to embroider? In the past, a few of us girls didn't know how to embroider, and I was also from a big family before. Speaking of this, Aunt Lu paused, and accidentally said her previous life experience just now. It doesn't matter, it's all in the past. Seeing that Shen Mo and Lu Qingyang didn't care, he continued, I have also been a maid before, but my family is also poor, otherwise I would not have gone to other people's homes to be a maid, and I have seen some of the world, and these embroidery was learned from those people at that time. In the blink of an eye, Aunt Lu has already used the sewing machine handy. Sure enough, times are different, this is really fast. In just an hour or two, the prototype of the skirt has come out. It's just that Aunt Lu insisted on embroidering some flowers on the collar. The style is simple, even if the embroidery takes some effort. I will send it to you when it is ready. Don't worry, isn't it still a long time ago? Ma Hengxia picked up the skirt. Do you say that in the city, there is such a fashionable style? Good looking is good looking, but it's not easy to work in clothes. Aunt Lu replied, as a woman, you must always have a few good looking clothes. If you like it, daughter-in-law, I will also pull the fabric to make one for you another day. No, it's a waste. Ma Hengxia politely refused. She is always working, where is the kung fu to wear such good-looking clothes? Shen Mo suddenly remembered something. I still have extra fabric here, or I will make one. I'm wearing a skirt like this. Wasted. What is wasted and not wasted? The fabric is wasted there, and it is not wasted to wear it on people, it is to trouble Aunt Lu to make another one. It's not troublesome, but we can't take your fabric for nothing. Aunt Lu asked Ma Hengxia to go back and get a few cloth tickets back. It's not easy for everyone to live a life, and what should be given to you is still given to you. You really don't need. Shen Mo still wanted to refuse. At that time, you said, 1 yard is 1 yard, you also gave them the wages of husband and wife, and you must accept these cloth tickets. Shen Mo didn't refuse too much, so she could only accept it. The big guy was busy talking, but he heard a scream coming from next door. Chapter 287 Fatty loses weight successfully. What was that sound just now? It seems that a woman is calling, and it comes from next door. Aunt Lu frowned slightly, leaned gently next to the mottled corner, listened carefully to the movement coming from next door, and felt uneasy in her heart. It seems to be the sound of a quarrel. When Ma Hengxia heard this, a trace of understanding flashed in her eyes. I think Lu Dong and his wife are arguing again. Seeing Aunt Liu's worried expression, she suggested again, otherwise, let's go next door to see the situation. Aunt Lu waved her hand, it depends. She could clearly hear the noise of the two. Lu Dong, how did you become like this now? I still have my body, how dare you hit me? Then there was Lu Fang's voice, you are talking and laughing with other men again today, you have to remember, you are a married man, how can you show such a frivolous appearance? I'm just talking to others, can't I even talk now? Zhang Wanwan covered her face and retorted unconvincedly. Don't talk to other men, I warn you, next time, I will never forgive you. If you beat a woman, are you still worthy of the word man? Believe it or not, I made trouble with the women's director and disgraced you. It's not the first time you've sued. Anyway, everyone thinks I'm beating my wife now. Aunt Liu's face was stained with solemnity, she shook her head slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Alas, in the final analysis, it is all family misfortune. Although Lu Fang was not a gentle temperament in the past, but he has never been like this. How did this child come to this point? Mother-in-law, why don't you? Aunt Lu raised her hand gently to stop her unspoken words, her eyes full of helplessness. That's it, let it all be. Looking at the two people over there, Shen Mo was studying the threads on the sewing machine, Lu Qingyang was explaining, and he taught her from time to time. Shen Mo found that Aunt Lu was looking at her. Aunt Lu, what's wrong? What's the sound next door? Aunt Lu barely squeezed out a smile and pretended to be relaxed. Don't worry, don't they often do this? Lu Fang still chose the wrong person. If her daughter-in-law was Shen Mo, how harmonious and happy their family would be. But seeing Shen Mo's smiling appearance, maybe she is the happiest now. I'll take the clothes back first, continue to embroider, and bring them to you after embroidery. Okay, then thank you Aunt Lu. Thank you for what? You're so polite. As soon as Aunt Lu left on the front foot, the fat girl on the back foot came. She covered her stomach and shouted, "Ouch, I'm dying, I'm really dying, I'm going to starve." Shen Mo helped her over. "It's just right, the persimmons planted by Lu Qingyang can be eaten faster than I planted. You will eat this tonight." "Just let me eat persimmons?" Lu Qingyang said angrily. "You are simple, eating persimmons is the best, nutritious, and low in calories, otherwise what else do you want to eat?" The fat girl's hungry eyes were shining with gold stars, and she couldn't take care of so much anymore. Directly devoured 2 persimmons, which were neither large nor small. The taste of this persimmon is different from what she ate before, it is sweeter and more watery. "Your persimmons are better than those grown by others." She praised repeatedly. "That, can I have another one? I ate too fast just now and didn't taste it." Shen Mo immediately remembered an illusion and couldn't help but laugh. "You are Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, there are only 2, nothing else." Lu Qingyang moved to the brigade and said, come on, I've lost weight for so long, I have to see how the effect is." The fat girl felt very familiar. "Isn't this for us to call pigs?" Lu Qingyang took the initiative to stand up. "Let's just do it." He stood up and was about 145 pounds, 15 pounds longer than when he first came. But these are all muscles, and with its height of 1.8 meters, it is almost just right. "This is accurate, you stand up and try." The fat girl stood up hesitantly and covered her eyes. 135, fat girl, you should be thin. The fat girl was so excited that she almost jumped up. It turned out that before she came to the Liexi brigade, she had weighed herself at home once, and at that time there were almost 150, but now it is only 135? Lose weight, really lose weight. Lu Qingyang continued to encourage. "So, as long as you persist, you will definitely lose weight." The fat girl touched her stomach and gritted her teeth. "Persistence is victory. I won't eat it, I will definitely not eat it." Originally, the production team had a lot of work, and the fat girl had no free time during the day. Lunch is for her to eat normally, and what she eats, only dinner is controlled. In such a situation where you eat less and move more, it is strange that you are not thin. Seeing that her weight has decreased, the fat girl also has the motivation to continue to persevere. In the past few days, the rest of the educated youths have also discovered that everyone is growing vegetables at the same time, but the vegetables in the field managed by Lu Qingyang grow better than those in their field. They are still green tomatoes, but the tomatoes planted by Lu Qingyang can already be eaten. "Look, why is the cabbage in Lu Qingyang's field twice as big as ours?" People must have a way, otherwise how can they become a production instructor? Isn't it because he can flatter? Following Captain Wu, busy, what strength can he have? There are so many people in the Educated Youth Institute, naturally there are people who are jealous of him, and they like to chew their tongues behind their backs, and Huang Yade is one of them. He didn't have a few vegetables in his own field, and more than half of them died. He looked down on Lu Qingyang on his mouth, but in his heart he thought that he would come over at night to steal the vegetables from his field. "There are so many tomatoes and so many cabbages, I will secretly pick some of them, and I shouldn't be discovered." While it was getting dark, he went around the field and said that he wanted to water the vegetables. In fact, while there was no one around, he came to the vegetable field and was ready to steal vegetables to eat. So many vegetables, no one must be able to see that few trees are picked, work during the day, and grow vegetables at night. Whoever has that energy, it is better to steal it directly. He was about to pick a few tomatoes when he suddenly heard a conversation not far away. "What are you doing with so many hedgehogs, and you don't have a few pounds of meat?" "I'm afraid someone will steal the vegetables, so I put a few hedgehogs in the vegetable garden." "Can the hedgehog still show you the vegetable garden?" "You're right, that's what I thought. The vegetables in other people's fields are not growing very well, and it is inevitable that someone will steal from them." There was no way he couldn't suffer a loss, so he caught a few hedgehogs from the forest and kept them in the space for a while, and the little hedgehogs were already listening to him. Shen Mo also felt strange. These gadgets can really look at the vegetable garden? Huang Yade hid in the vegetable garden and did not dare to move, but as everyone knows, his figure had already been discovered by Lu Qingyang. But Lu Qingyang didn't move, just put all the hedgehogs in the basket into the vegetable garden. "It's up to you." Chapter 288, Fighting with the Vegetable Thief. "Let's go." Shen Mo picked a tomato casually, wiped it and took a bite, and left behind Lu Qingyang. Huang Yade heard that the person had left, so he stood up and patted the dust on his body. What the hell? Hedgehog? Did he think the hedgehog had become an immortal? After that, he took advantage of the moonlight to start provoking the dishes. "Don't say it, this dish looks really good." Huang Yade was about to reach out to pick vegetables, but he felt that something was close to him. Ouch, there are really hedgehogs. This Lu Qingyang is too a chicken thief. Is it necessary? Isn't it just a few dishes? He didn't give up, and wanted to reach out to pick tomatoes, but he didn't expect to be stabbed by a hedgehog again. How many hedgehogs are there in this place? As everyone knows, these hedgehogs can understand what Lu Qingyang said, and they are here to drive away the vegetable thieves. Huang Yude stood up and was about to go to the other side to pick up a sickle and slash these things in the way. Suddenly tripped under his feet, and the whole person plunged into the ground. What's even more terrifying is that the knife is right in front of his eyes, and if he is just a little close, his head will be cut in half. Huang Yude's soul was almost gone, and he was afraid. What's the situation? As long as he wanted to pick vegetables in the field, he would be attacked by hedgehogs, and that's it, he couldn't catch these culprits at all. Until he was stabbed several times in a row, Huang Yude finally lost his patience. I could only go to the next field, steal a few cabbages at will, and then sneak away. He also scolded, "It's really evil." When he returned to the Educated Youth Institute, he found that there were still a few thorns on his body, and he screamed in pain. Of course, all this was thought of by Lu Qingyang, who wants to steal vegetables, first of all, to see if he can fight this group of hedgehogs. The next day, Lu Chunyua discovered that several vegetables were missing from her vegetable field. I worked hard to plant some cabbage, and I was reluctant to pick one, but it was stolen first. Originally, she had no vegetable growing skills, these little cabbage was wasted some effort, and the ground was bald. Could she not be angry? The fat girl touched her head. Anyway, the villagers in our team will definitely not steal, don't wrongfully wrong the good people. The vegetables grown by the villagers are better than those grown by them, and they are not dismissive at all. Lu Chunyua was not convinced. What do you mean, yin and yang are weird? I'm just reminding you. Lu Chunyua vowed to find the vegetable thief, wandered around the ground for a long time, checked the situation, and finally let her find the clue. Okay, I'll just say that someone steals vegetables. There are a few vegetables in the field, I have counted them. Look at the footprints in this field, it is definitely a man. Huang Yu hid behind the crowd with a guilty conscience. As long as he didn't admit it, no one would find out. Who stole it? I advise you to stand up quickly, don't let me find out who it is, it won't be as easy to solve as it is now. I must go to the captain and let him make the decision for me. Lu Chunyua thought that the matter was not big enough, so she shouted for everyone to gather around. A male educated youth next to him persuaded, isn't it just a few vegetables? Is this necessary? Oh, coordination is not a dish in your field, don't you feel distressed? This is my ration, don't I want to eat it? She crossed her waist and looked reluctant. Okay, what time is it now? You are still here to make trouble, hurry up and go to work, don't delay the work in the field. Zhou Jianxi is now the team leader and should take responsibility. Lu Chunyua looked depressed. Team leader Zhou, give me an idea, how should we deal with this matter? Zhou Jianxi thought, otherwise he would be a peacemaker and pick a few vegetables from his field for her. Who knew that he was stopped by Lu Qingyang, who was watching the excitement? No need, don't do such a thankless thing. Lu Chunyua, look at this person's footprints from my land to yours, but there is no shortage in the field, do you know why this is? Lu Chunyua also felt strange, the vegetables in Lu Qingyang's vegetable field were the best, why didn't she steal him, but stole them into her own field? Why? Lu Qingyang deliberately said, because we have a few hedgehogs in the field, that person must have suffered a loss from me, so he chose to steal your dishes, so, in fact, it is easy to find the vegetable thief, just look at whether he has a hedgehog wound on his body. As soon as Huang Yude heard this, he quickly hid the wound on his hand. If you have this kung fu to think about it, it's better to go to work quickly. Lu Qingyang said unhurriedly, whoever has the most guilty conscience may be him. Lu Chunyua really began to check one by one, I don't believe it, I have to find this vegetable thief. Lu Qingyang was watching the show with his arms on the side. Huang Yude saw that he was about to find out, so he quickly turned around, planning to leave here immediately. Lu Chunyua stopped him, what are you running? Do you have a weak heart? Tell me, did you steal it? Huang Yude was so frightened that he ran away, regardless of Lu Chunyua calling him from behind. 8 achievements are him, there is no ghost in his heart, what are you afraid of? Zhou Jianxi gave a thumbs up, you still have a way. If you want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it. Lu Chunyua chased after Huang Yude, she was already fierce, and she was still scolding, you thief, you run well, you steal something, you will definitely be punished, now the crime of escaping is added. Huang Yude gritted his teeth, stopped, and turned around, who told you that I stole something? I didn't steal anything from you, what did you run? Huang Yude was speechless for a while, only to feel a stuffy breath in his chest. I'm in a hurry to go to work to earn work points, who has the kung fu to talk nonsense with you? I always like to hide when I see you on weekdays, why did you change your temper today, do you think I believe your words? The atmosphere became more and more tense, and the two almost started to push and shove. Lu Chunyua saw the opportunity, pulled it suddenly, and tore open Huang Yude's sleeves, and several eye-catching scars were eye-catching. Look, what is this, isn't this a wound from a hedgehog? It's you! Lu Chunyua's strength was definitely not as good as Huang Yude's, and he was pushed to the ground by him all of a sudden. What nonsense, just a few vegetables, do you need to be so reluctant? You! Huang Yude kicked her a few times angrily, tell you to meddle in your own business. Lu Chunyua was angry, picked up the stone next to him, smashed it at his head, and hit the other party's head all at once. When Huang Yude touched it, he was bleeding and became even more angry. Chapter 289, Taking Out Eagle Eggs. Ouch, you crazy woman. How dare you smash me, see if I don't kill you. The two of you went back and forth, you and I started fighting. Lu Chunyua was not far behind, asking people to scratch their faces and kick their crotch, and do everything over again. Lu Qingyang saw that they were almost fighting, so he reminded Zhou Ji and Shi, okay, you can go persuade the fight. As you can imagine, Huan Yude was punished for stealing vegetables, deducted several days of work points, and also helped Lu Chunyua grow vegetables. Lu Chunyua was not much better, her body was beaten blue and purple, and her hair was also pulled. Looking at the laughter of the people around her, she shouted impatiently, "What are you laughing at? Aren't you annoyed when you encounter this kind of thing? At least I fought for it." Although the nose was blue and her face was swollen, Lu Chunyua still had to show off her tongue skills. One of these two people wants to steal their own dishes, and the other has been targeting themselves, so they should learn a lesson. Lu Qingyang inspected the field, and then slipped into the mountains to fish. Spring is the most suitable season for fishing, and there are many fish species in the Emerald Lake. Anchovy, fine-scaled salmon, willow rootfish and jingerfish, and fishing is also a pleasure. He upgraded his fishing rod before and made a stronger rod out of wood from the mountain. Fishing line hooks are ready-made, and having caught a hare, you can start fishing with guts. He first cast a net not far away, then sat by the lake and started fishing quietly, and soon caught a catfish. It took a little effort to pull it up. This kind of fish is suitable for marinating and then slipping, or it can be fried or stewed, and it is generally relatively large. This Lu Qingyang was raised directly in the space. Now every time he fishes, he will put a male and a female in the space, suitable for them to reproduce. There is also a species of salmon, an anadromous fish that swims from the sea to nearby freshwater lakes. It is not seen in winter, and only when the weather is warm, it will swim over to reproduce. The most famous is salmon roe, which is very popular in modern times. However, Lu Qingyang was not interested in this. He thought it would be better for these roe to be used to breed more small fish. Now is the best season to eat salmon, and the fish in this season is fat and delicious. Lu Qingyang didn't catch this kind of fish, and when he closed the net, there were several in the net. There are also quite a few willow rootfish and gagezi, a fish that they used to eat before and is very common in this place. The volume is relatively small, mainly because the number is relatively large. After fishing here for a few hours, he returned with a full load, and he put most of the fish into the space. Only a few pretenses were left in the bucket and carried back. There are really a lot of good things in the mountains and forests in spring. Lu Qingyang usually stops and goes, and when he sees useful medicinal materials, he has to pick some. At this time of year, in a slightly open position, you can see eagles hovering in the sky. Lu Qingyang didn't know what kind of eagle this was, he only knew that they were very fierce in combat, and they ran like wild rabbits on the ground, and they were dragged up by them in an instant. Therefore, he paid special attention to the safety of the steamed buns and Xiao Huiwei who followed him. Little Huiwei's father, Dawei, will still give it a few prey on the way back. Lu Qingyang also put it away unceremoniously. Anyway, at this time of year, there must be no shortage of food in the mountains. Seeing that the teeth of the two cubs began to itch and they were always biting their shoes at home, he planned to stew some meat bones and grind their teeth. Lu Qingyang, a wolf and a dog, tried to go into the mountains and forests as much as possible, so as not to covet the eagles in the sky. As I was walking, suddenly a huge unknown eagle rushed into the forest and tried to attack Xiao Huiwei. If it weren't for the trees blocking it, I am afraid that Xiao Huiwei's life would have been lost. It whined and screamed dissatisfiedly. Fortunately, the steamed buns have grown a lot, and now they are the size of an adult dog, so it is not a problem to drive away an eagle. But this eagle is a chicken thief, and it just can't catch it. Lu Qingyang also tried to fire 2 shots, but found that it was flying too fast and it was difficult to shoot it. Thinking that the eagle has no meat anyway, and it doesn't waste bullets, it can be driven away. The steamed bun suddenly wagged its tail excitedly. "Master, I found the lair of the guy flying in the sky." The steamed buns look honest, and there are still quite a lot of ghost ideas. "Okay, let's go steal eggs from its lair. I haven't eaten eagle eggs yet, and I don't know what they taste like." "Wow!" The steamed bun echoed and led the way in front. The eagle's nest is located in a relatively tall tree, and it is difficult for them to climb up to steal eggs. At this time, other small animals that can climb trees become the best helpers. Lu Qingyang whistled, and after a while, a few sables poked their heads out. "While the eagle is not in the nest, you go steal the eagle eggs. I'm here to watch." After hearing this, the sables scattered and fled, running towards the nest on the tree. After a while, 2 sables had already returned with eggs. It was about 2 to 3 times larger than an egg, and Lu Qingyang really wanted to taste what eagle eggs tasted like. Let's go home." The eagle that has been busy all day from outside returns to the nest, and the sky is about to fall, and there is not a single egg. Lu Qingyang went back with the fish and eagle eggs happily. In the evening, prepare to taste the hunger of the anchovy, which is generally very large, and this fish is estimated to be enough for 6 people to eat. Today he is going to make a braised fish fillet and try it with a different taste. Shen Mo studied the two relatively large eagle eggs. Do you think this egg is delicious when boiled, fried, or steamed? There are only two, you have to think about it. Lu Qingyang said while quickly slicing the fish. To be on the safe side, let's fry and eat. How about using it to fry tuna later? Okay, it's up to you. Lu Qingyang had already washed the cut anchovies several times, and added a little wine and ginger to remove the fishy smell. I also added an egg white to marinate it, and after a while, I could start making the braised fish fillets. Stewed another deer leg, ready to grind his teeth for the dogs at home, and then shrugged his shoes. But in the dozens of minutes of waiting, an accident suddenly occurred. Chapter 290 Training Crested Honey Buzzard. Lu Qingyang, come and see this egg. The egg, it broke by itself. Ha! This was also a situation that Lu Qingyang did not expect. He leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, he saw that the eggshell cracked. A little guy who is gray and wet from it is how ugly and ugly it is. Shen Mo sighed in disappointment. Isn't this inedible? There is another. As soon as Lu Qingyang finished speaking, another eggshell also cracked. In other words, did not eat the eagle egg and captured two eagles? Lu Qingyang also didn't know what kind of eagle it was. Then why don't you return it? Shen Mo was silent for a while. If you send it back, you'll definitely be pecked to death by a mother of eagle, so it's better to keep it here. As for whether they can survive, it depends on their own creation. She placed the two eagles next to the stove to warm them. After the feathers on their bodies dried, the furry ones were cuter than before, so Shen Mo put the two eagles into the chicken coop. Lu Qingyang felt inappropriate. Eagles are the natural enemies of chickens. Do you put them together? Shen Mo teased the two little eagles. It's so small, you can't swallow it. They can be warmer if you sleep with the chicks. Lu Qingyang was cooking fish in the pot, and he was handling some small fish, and he planned to dry these fish and make them into dried fish. As for other small animals, you can eat them without seasoning, and dried fish is also easy to preserve. As for this tuna fried eagle eggs, there is no hope today. Okay, come over and eat. If you don't come, I'll eat it all. I'll come over right away. Shen Mo tried to feed the young eagles to eat rice bran just now, but they were not interested at all. There was no way. She grabbed another handful of rice, and these young eagles just stretched their necks and didn't eat the rice at all. Shen Mo could only go to eat first, chewing the fish and asking, what are they going to eat? The young eagles should eat meat, right? Shen Mo looked at the small fish next to her and picked up one directly. Do you think they eat this? Should I eat it? Shen Mo hurriedly finished eating, and hurriedly went to see the young eagles again, and fed the small fish to them. I ate it, I really ate it. She shouted in surprise. So they eat small fish. Not only small fish, you should eat all kinds of meat. This kind of small fish has many bones. Next time you can catch some caterpillars for them to eat. Shen Mo shook her head in disgust. It's good to eat some of them. My chicks don't have worms to eat. The tip of her nose suddenly filled the air with a fragrance, and Shen Mo sniffed her nose. It's all eaten. What are you still cooking? It's dried fish. Do you want to try it? Lu Qingyang sprinkled a little salt, chili powder, cumin powder on the dried fish, and put it on a plate in front of Shen Mo. Try it. How does it taste? In the past, Shen Mo didn't eat this kind of fish that was too small to eat meat at all. She picked up a small dried fish and stuffed it into her mouth, leaving only one tail. Chewing and chewing, I really chewed out the taste. It's fragrant and crispy, and you can't eat fish bones. Delicious. It's not that there are no fish bones, but the fish bones are crispy. Lu Qingyang took a few more for the dogs to eat, and received unanimous praise. If you get bored at work in the future, you can choose some dried fish. Good idea. Although Shen Mo said that she didn't care about these young eagles, she still went out early the next morning to look for insects. Lu Qingyang was repairing the canal with the educated youth. During this time, some people were busy, and it was estimated that they could no longer sneak up the mountain. Shen Mo climbed the tree, found a lot of green worms, threw them into small bags, and prepared to take them back to the young eagles to eat. When she looked up, she found an eagle hovering overhead, and she quickly climbed down. For some reason, when she saw the eagle, she felt a little guilty. He hurriedly took the bug back home and fed the two young eagles and the 3 chickens at home. Within a few days, the young eagles grew some gray hair, even bigger than chickens, and sometimes bullied the hens at home. Shen Mo had to take them out of the chicken coop. And these young eagles have a growing appetite for food, and they catch insects every day, which makes her impatient. It happened that Uncle Tai and Jin Feng came to deliver some herbs, and Uncle Tai saw the young eagles in the yard at a glance. Where did this come from? He crouched down and looked at it carefully. Lu Qingyang brought it out of the forest, originally thinking of eating eagle eggs, but he was tortured to death by these 2 young eagles. As soon as the 2 young eagles saw a person, they would stick out their heads and open their mouths wide and wait to feed. This is called a crested bee eagle. Do you think its head looks a bit like a phoenix? Shen Mo and Jin Feng looked at it for a long time, but they didn't see anything like it. Uncle Tai explained with a smile, maybe they haven't grown up yet, and you can see it when they grow up. Since you are so big, you can continue to feed it, and after a while, you can start taming the falcon. Jin Feng's eyes were full of curiosity. Falconry? We have ethnic minorities here, they like to train eagles to help hunt. Eagles are no rivals in the air, they can catch fish, and they can also catch small animals. The ability is still quite big. When I was young, I also saved an eagle, but unfortunately, after flying away, it never came back. Uncle Tai's tone was slightly melancholic. Looking at the green worms in Shenmo's bag, he smiled again. They can also eat meat strips, they can eat them when they grow so big, so they don't have to bother looking for insects. Then you can barely raise it. When Lu Qingyang came back in the evening, Shen said about falconry. Uncle Tai said that the crested bee eagle can be trained, why not have one for each of us? Lu Qingyang really didn't expect it at first, but when he said this, he thought it was a good idea. Now he can know a lot of information in the forest through animals, but he can't fly, and if he has a trained eagle, he can know the information of higher and farther positions. Let's go! To be precise, Lu Qingyang didn't need to spend much effort to train the eagles, he only needed to give them some spiritual spring water to communicate. Who would have thought that the young eagle's mother would find this place and was hovering on the roof of Shen Mo's house? Not only that, the eagle also found a few companions, 5 or 6 crested bee eagles hovering overhead, in danger of diving and pecking at people at any time. The female eagle was so persistent that Lu Qingyang did not expect it. Shen Mo fed for a few days, and she was still a little reluctant, but, they are fed big by me. Eagles generally smell the smell of strangers on young eagles and will give up on them, but this eagle is quite strange, it is so humane. But for Lu Qingyang, it was not surprising. After all, there were more humane animals around him. He suddenly had an idea. Since Shen Mo was reluctant, it would be better to bring them back. Anyway, there are so many animals at home, and there is no less than one eagle. The key issue is to find a way to bring down the eagle in the sky. Lu Qingyang raised his head and looked at the hovering eagles. They have been flying for a long time, and they should be hungry. Chapter 291 Taming the Eagle. Sun Xiangqian saw several eagles hovering over Shen Mo's house from a distance, and took a look at the situation out of curiosity. What's going on? You have to be careful, this eagle will catch chickens. Before he finished speaking, he saw 2 young eagles in the yard. He looked at a few hovering in the sky again. No, you are. Well, these eagles are here for the 2 young eagles, but you came just in time. The mice in my house have been caught by lynxes. Help catch the 2 live rats over. How are you sure there are mice in my house? An hour later, Sun Xiangqian had found 2 fat rats under the rice tank. I'll just say how the food at home eats so fast. And Lu Qingyang still wants to live. He is not a cat, how can he be caught alive? In the end, it took a lot of effort to catch one and the other escaped. By the way, he also brought a litter of little rats with him. I've done my best. You see, the mouse also brought it to you. What do you want this mouse to do? Could it be that you want to catch an eagle? Sun Xiangqian poked his head forward and found that the eagle was still there. Yes, you guessed right. The mouse cubs were too small to use as bait, so Lu Qingyang fed them directly to the young eagles, and the 2 little ones ate with relish. He was going to use the big rat as bait. The big rat's body is stained with spiritual spring water, and once the eagle eats it, it will be enlightened, and things will be easier after that. Lu Qingyang let the big mouse out, and it disappeared into the grass as soon as it disappeared. But the eagle eyes in the sky were very good, and when he saw the mouse jumping out, an eagle flew out all of a sudden and caught the mouse. And the eagle that ate rat meat suddenly could understand human words, and coincidentally, it happened to be the mother of 2 young eagles. It's easy to do. Lu Qingyang shouted at the eagle, let your companions go back, I won't hurt your children, and besides, I want to return them to you. The eagle was shocked and stood motionless on the branch. Birds had their own language before, and for the first time she understood human speech, and it couldn't resist human words, subconsciously thinking that this human would not hurt them. The eagle flew into the sky, dismissed all its companions, and stopped at a tree not far from the young eagle. Your child can't fly yet, I can build a nest here, you can live here in the future, but there is a condition, you are not allowed to harm any other small animals here. The mother of eagle hesitated for a moment and flew slowly. If you agree to this condition, I said, you can stop at my hands now. Lu Qingyang stretched out a hand, and there was a piece of fresh meat strip in the palm of his hand. The eagle did not hesitate, flew directly to his arm, and ate all the meat. And Lu Qingyang was also fortunate to see the adult crested bee eagle up close. It has grayish-brown plumage and a long tail with horizontal stripes. Staring at Lu Qingyang curiously, he did not make the next move. Shen Mo stared at all this in surprise, it's not leaving. The crested bee eagle circled around the young eagle twice again, and then landed slowly. Lu Qingyang found a way to get some branches and leaves, and this guy began to build a nest on the roof by himself. After a few days, it was finally completed, and he also put 2 young eagles inside. It is always better to follow your mother than to follow humans, after all, they still need to learn a lot of survival skills. If you live here in the future, you can notify me at any time. Isn't this equivalent to having one more living surveillance? It's just that Xiao Huiwai and steamed buns, and the chickens at home are not very satisfied. The chickens are afraid of being eaten. A wolf and a dog were still haunted by what happened last time and were very unhappy about the arrival of the crested bee eagle. Or when Lu Qingyang asked the crested bee eagle to go out to find food, he brought some prey back to these two guys by the way. This lasted for a few days, and the crested bee eagle would bring them hares, squirrels, and the like every time, and Xiao Huiwai gradually let go of his resentment. Flying in the sky and running on the ground, several can already cooperate with hunting together, which has improved a lot of efficiency. Recently, the prey at home has been enough to eat, and Lu Qingyang has not deliberately gone out hunting. As the weather gradually warmed up, rat plagues gradually began to occur in the brigade. Originally, there was not a lot of grain stored, and this rat made the already not rich brigade even worse. Originally, there were several cats near the granary, but I don't know who poisoned them. Captain Wu thought about borrowing a few cats to catch mice. Lu Qingyang heard this and smiled relaxedly. I thought what was going on, didn't I raise a lynx? It's very good at catching mice, I brought it over to help. What you need to focus on now is not the mouse, but who is so bold that he dares to poison the cat in the brigade. I also doubted this. Cat meat is not delicious, and it is poisoned. Who dares to eat it? What is the right thing to do with the cat? Captain Wu complained. You let out the news, and found a few cats to catch mice. Let's see who is making trouble here. In the evening, Lu Qingyang took the lynx over. He touched the lynx's head. Just catch mice, don't eat anything here. The lynx licked its paws slowly. It was in Lu Qingyang, it was full every day, so why eat something outside? As for catching mice, it is the best at it. After getting into the granary, I heard a rustling sound inside. The lynx was very efficient at work, and soon caught more than a dozen mice, and as before, it still liked to line up the corpses. Captain Wu accepted the results with his hands behind his back. Good guy, so many rats, you have made great contributions. But as soon as he saw the huge lynx, he still silently stayed 3 meters away, afraid that the lynx would attack him. Don't worry, it's very gentle. Lu Qingyang has always been a big cat, but this big cat is several times larger. The lynx circled around Lu Qingyang affectionately a few times, and took the initiative to bring his head in front of him. Look, it's okay to touch him. Captain Wu waved his hand again and again. I don't dare. Obviously, all the rats in the granary had been caught, but the next day, Captain Wu found several more rats. No way, he found Lu Qingyang again. I checked it yesterday, and the rats are gone. Why are there again today? Lu Qingyang circled around the granary several times and saw some rotten meat around. Maybe poison was put in it. It's really strange, poisoning the cats in the brigade and secretly putting mice in the granary is not like something done by the people of the Liaxi brigade. Chapter 292. The traitor has been caught. Captain Wu naturally felt that it was abnormal. This is a cat eaten. If someone eats it by mistake, won't it kill someone? Our brigade's grain storage is already small, and more than half of it has been eaten away by rats, so I have to send a few people to squat here tonight to see the situation. After the lynx caught all the rats in the granary, Captain Wu asked several militiamen in the brigade to squat here. Lu Qingyang suggested, you'd better hide and don't let people with intentions find out. I suspect that there are moles here. Insider? The person who can do such a thing unknowingly must be someone in the brigade, maybe a spy? It's always right to be cautious anyway. If it makes sense, just do as you say. In the early morning, the area around the granary was quiet, with only a glimmer of light shining from the moonlight. One of the militiamen yawned and whispered, do you think anyone really does this kind of immoral thing? Will we stay all night in vain? What do you do so much? No one is the best. If someone is the best, we will catch someone. Lu Qingyang didn't come by himself, but sent a group of small animals under his command to monitor here, and if there was anything serious, he would tell him immediately. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound outside the granary. The two militiamen were still in a lethargic mood, but suddenly lifted their spirits and grabbed the shotguns in their hands. Someone is really here. To avoid startling the snake, they didn't light the lantern, just waited for the man to slowly approach. In the night, the crested bee eagle hovering above watched everything that was happening below. Eagles have different eyesight than humans, they can see everything that happens in the dark. The two militiamen couldn't hold back any longer, and suddenly stood up and shouted, who is it? Who is where? Are you here to steal food? The figure in the darkness paused, threw away the dim oil lamp in his hand, and immediately ran towards the grass next to him. Stop! Don't run! The crested bee eagle in the sky suddenly swooped down and flew towards the running figure. Towards his head, he began to dig. The black shadow let out a burst of angry curses while hiding. Where did the ghost thing come from? Get away from me! He covered his head with his hand, but the crested bee eagle attacked even more violently. There were still two militiamen chasing him behind him, and Sora had no choice but to continue running towards the darkness. Regardless of the pain on his body, he ran forward vigorously, not knowing which path he ran to. It wasn't until the militia figure behind him disappeared that he breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Yang said proudly, I just said that I ran fast and couldn't catch me. But the crested bee eagle in the sky did not stop attacking, and came to attack him from time to time. Sombra can only run towards the tall trees. As everyone knows, the militia behind him did not follow him, but watched him run into the woods. It's a big night, there are a lot of tigers, leopards, and jackals in the forest. Do you think we want to follow up? He ran in and disappeared, and we couldn't find it when we chased him, so why take this risk? But there was a sudden wolf howl in the forest. He shook his head and shook his head. Forget it, let's go, my life is important. The two turned around and left, and if they couldn't catch anyone, they would be taught a lesson at most, and they might lose their lives if they entered the forest. And the black shadow was still wandering in the forest, and there were no strange birds attacking him. He breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to light the lamp in his hand. When he looked up, he found that a pair of red eyes were staring at him in front of him. It was surrounded by trees, as if it were a place he had never been to. The man's legs trembled with fright, and there was a beast eyeing him in front of him. He slowly stepped back and suddenly ran wildly, help! The crested bee eagle had returned to the nest and told Lu Qingyang what had happened just now. Man, go to the forest, there are wolves. Although the sentence was short, Lu Qingyang already understood what it meant. The culprit was driven into the forest by it, and it saw wolves infested in the forest. It is estimated that that person will not end well. Lu Qingyang is still quite curious, who is that person, but it will be clear tomorrow. He yawned and went back to his room to continue sleeping. It wasn't until the next morning that the brigade began to make noise. I heard that there were thieves wandering around the granary yesterday. I didn't catch it. How to catch it? They all ran into the forest. The two militiamen also truthfully explained the situation to Captain Wu. That man went to the forest, and we didn't dare to run in at night. It's okay, your safety is important. In fact, Captain Wu already knew in his heart, breaking into the forest in the middle of the night only had two results: eaten by wild beasts, dead without complete corpses; bitten by a wild beast, injured and hiding. As long as you inquire, you will know who is missing in the brigade and who is injured, and you can find the culprit. He asked two militiamen to inquire about who was injured or did not return last night. The two suddenly realized, Captain, do you suspect that there is something wrong with us? Captain Wu's expression was serious. This matter is not big, it is not small, but now it can poison the cat, and it can poison people in Minger. Food is the foundation of the production team, and we must investigate the people who do this kind of thing, and we must not be confused. You're right, Captain, let's listen to you. After that, they began to inquire about the production team. Until I asked Chen Cai's neighbor. When I came out last night to relieve myself, I saw Chen Cai sneaking out. Do you think it could be him? Everyone focused on investigating Chen Cai's family and asked Chen Kanian, where is Chen Cai? Where did Chen Cai go? She hesitated and replied, what else can I do? He must have gone out. How do I know where he went? Out? Search for me to see if he is at home? You have to know that taking the initiative to confess is different from being arrested by us. Chen Cai hid in the room and shivered. He was really unlucky. It's just that I want to make extra money, but I ended up putting myself in. Last night he finally escaped from the forest, and he was bitten on his buttocks several times, and now he can't sit down. Hearing the voices of those people outside, I felt like the sky was about to fall. I wanted to climb over the wall and escape, but a big yellow dog came out of the militia and ran directly in his direction. Seeing him about to climb over the wall and escape, he bit his butt hard. Chen Cai broke out in a cold sweat in pain. Don't bite, I admit that I did it. The benefits haven't been caught yet, and now they have been caught. At first glance, the big yellow dog biting his buttocks was very familiar. Chapter 293, A Confession Under Torture. Looking back, it turned out to be the rhubarb he wanted to stew before. After rhubarb shook his butt, he also seemed to see contempt and disgust from the dog's face. Several militiamen came over and immediately took him under control. Chen Cai, I know you're a ghost, come with us. The captain has something to talk to you. Chen Cai wanted to cry without tears, until he stood in front of Captain Wu, still bowed his head and did not dare to speak. Chen Cai, you are a member of our production team. We are a big collective. The production team is out of food. Is there any benefit to you? Can you think of such an immoral method? I think you should be sent to the public security for a few years to learn a lesson. No, I'm not, and I don't want to. When he heard that he was going to the Public Security Bureau, his whole body began to get nervous. Captain Wu was angry. You don't want this? Who fed the poisonous carrion to the cat? Who put those rats? Accountant Su just checked and found that there was a lot of food missing in the granary. Even the rats couldn't eat so much. Tell me, did you steal it? Chen Cai's expression became more and more entangled. I don't say it, right? Anyway, you have also harmed the collective interests, and then add a crime of theft to you. Think about it. There are only old fathers and mothers in the family. Knowing that the son they gave birth to is such a virtue, you don't tell the truth. When the time comes, you will be honest when you transform 10 or 20 years. There are naturally some scary elements in the words. If I say it, can I make meritorious contributions? Captain Wu nodded thoughtfully. It depends on your own performance. I didn't mean to, someone asked me to do this, and I didn't want to, he gave me money and tickets to let me do this. At first I was scared, but then no one noticed. I was bold, but I really didn't mean to, I was obsessed. Chen Cai knelt on the ground crying bitterly. Captain Wu continued to ask, who made you do this? Chen Cai suddenly closed his mouth again, his eyes rolling, then you have to promise not to pursue me. Captain Wu hesitated, it was impossible not to pursue it. Where is the prestige like that? It is really shameless to be threatened by someone like Chen Cai. Chen Cai saw his hesitant expression and knew that he had grasped the other party. Otherwise, I won't tell you. You. Chen Cai is an insignificant person, mainly the person behind him. Captain Wu squinted his eyes, are you true or false? You threaten me? Chen Cai smiled happily, I didn't threaten the captain, didn't I discuss it with you? Captain Wu sneered, I'll go out and smoke a cigarette, think about it again. Leave me one too. Captain Wu was so angry that he threw one directly on the ground. There is really no way to communicate well with such a person, otherwise you can only give in to the trick. Captain Wu stood at the door, full of anger. I can't think of who came up with such a sinister trick. When Lu Qingyang heard that the person had been arrested, he wandered over to inquire about the news. I heard that person is Chen Cai? This is a prank. You even dare to negotiate terms with me. It really doesn't make sense. Lu Qingyang touched his nose. Since he is a naughty person and doesn't talk about credit, you can also talk about credit. What he says, you can agree, and in the end it's not up to you to decide. He approached and whispered, just dismiss the outsiders, no one knows. Captain Wu took his last puff of smoke, that's what I thought too. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it casually, then walked in and let a few militiamen leave first. I agreed to your terms, can you say it now? Chen Cai was still lying lazily, anyway, he was not afraid of boiling water. You agreed, that captain, I don't know if what you said is true or false, you have to write a letter of guarantee, so that I will say it, and there must be an outsider to prove it, I will believe it. Captain Wu's face was about to darken, don't take an inch. There must be a master behind Chen Cai, otherwise how could he know so much as an illiterate person? Lu Qingyang knew that this product must not be soft. This human life is also really big, and he was not bitten to death by a wolf in the forest yesterday. He sighed, it seemed that he could only let go of the trick. With a whistle, a dog and a wolf immediately ran over beside him, followed by a rhubarb. Lu Qingyang smiled and knocked on the door, and said seriously, Captain Wu, open the door. The moment Captain Wu opened the door, 2 dogs and a wolf had already jumped in. Come out, let's watch a show outside. Captain Wu was still confused, what's going on? He doesn't eat soft food, only hard food. You just give him hard food, can't you give him a trick? We didn't do it, it was he accidentally bitten by a dog in the forest. Captain Wu smiled meaningfully, you're right. The 2 stood outside the door, listening to the howls coming from inside. Ouch, my god, don't bite my ass anymore, I've been bitten several times, don't pounce on me, help, I'm dead. The 2 people at the door looked like they had nothing to do with themselves, and Captain Wu even whistled. It wasn't until Chen shouted, I said, don't let the dog bite me. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, uncle, you have to thank me. Lu Qingyang opened the door and walked out in high spirits like 2 dogs. Rhubarb can be regarded as a complete revenge for being almost eaten last time, and the resentment in his heart has been vented. Chen Cake was unlucky, he was bitten on his face, covered his face, and his nose flowed. You're great, can't I say it? Speak quickly, or let the dog come in and bite you. Yan Ke drooped her head, I knew it was the person who advanced to the brigade, and I didn't know anything else. Is there any difference between what you said and what you didn't say? Forget it, I'll continue to let the dog go. I know his name, people call him Lao Tang, I know this, he gives me money and tickets, I do things according to his method, as for the less grain, it is indeed in my cellar, I stole it. Chen Cai really didn't want to be bitten by a dog anymore, he felt that his butt was going to be bitten. Okay, as for you, how to punish and how to punish. Captain Wu thought about it, and it turned out that the people from the next brigade sent someone to do it. Then he almost knew who the culprit was. Several of their brigades will compete for a place in the forward brigade every year, and since this year, the growth of wheat and sorghum in the field has been particularly good, and it is inevitable that other brigades will be jealous. I just don't know what the other party thinks, and the idea hit the granary. This was originally a place to store grain, and before this year's grain came out, the entire brigade lived on the leftover grain from last year. But now, even if the 2 bags stolen by Chen Cai were taken back, before he knew it, there was still no food in the granary. Chapter 294, Go to the next brigade for technical exchange. It is not enough to hold on until the harvest. Captain Wu was worried about this, and he didn't know what the people of the advancing brigade were thinking. Obviously, they have enough food every year, and they secretly send people here to make trouble. After Chen Cai was taken away, he was still crying and shouting that the people in the production team abused him. Lu Qingyang spread his hands and explained, obviously he was bitten by the wolf himself, everyone saw it, and now he wants to rely on us. Can I say that he framed me? Chen Cai was so angry that his teeth trembled, and he knew who would come up with such an immoral idea. It can be seen that Lu Qingyang is a person who is even more immoral than him. He crackled and began to curse, and the dogs on the opposite side barked even more fiercely than him. Lu Qingyang could understand their language. They scolded much dirtier than Chen Cai, and they were so noisy that he couldn't hear Chen Cai's scolding words at all. Chen Cai was scolded by the police for a few words. Be honest. Scolding people again is one step further. After being frightened, he became honest. After Chen Cai was arrested, he called Lu Qingyang to express his troubles. Our production team has more than 70 households and more than 300 people, but now there is not much grain left in the granary, and it has just been planted in spring, and it will take a few months to harvest, so we're going to starve for a few months. Captain Wu, who had experienced the famine in the 60s, had lingering fears. He couldn't forget the hardships of that time. Everyone was hungry to eat soil and roots, and the animals in the forest rarely appeared. Later, although the Liaxi Brigade was not as good as it was, at least the food was enough to distribute, not to mention that it could be fed, but it could not starve to death. It can't be until he becomes the captain, and everyone will starve, right? Uncle, the rat will steal so much food from our team? It's all my fault for not being strictly guarded, and I guess I don't know how much was stolen in private. It's just that someone has been hiding it from it, so. Captain Wu never thought that such a thing would happen under his hands. For a while, the whole person was frowning. This matter is indeed quite serious. Lu Qingyang thought about it carefully. Since it was stolen, let's just tell them to spit it out. Captain Wu was distressed that there was no evidence, although Chen Cai was also arrested. But someone must have told him something, and now he took all the charges on himself. In other words, they can't find the person named Lao Tang. Captain Wu didn't care about the brigade next door, and there was no evidence to investigate, so the matter naturally had to be over. He sighed melancholy. There are too many things involved. How easy is it to talk about? Lu Qingyang didn't think so he asked Captain Wu to count the small number for him. What? You have a way. Lu Qingyang smiled mysteriously. Captain Wu, aren't you and the deputy captain of the forward brigade related to each other? Isn't there any way to do this? The water in this is very deep. I am just the captain of the production team, not a high-ranking official, so what if I have a relationship with someone? After estimating, the food of the production team can still last for about a month. Within this month, we must find a way. In fact, Lu Qingyang has a way. According to the planting speed in his current spiritual field, the hoarded grain is enough for everyone to eat for a few years. But if he took out the grain so inexplicably, it would arouse the suspicion of others, and he did not dare to take such a risk. Then the only way to solve the problem is to solve the problem from the source, and whoever takes it will get it back from whom. 1 month is enough for him to take practical action. Captain Wu was still thinking of various ways with a sad face, and Lu Qingyang had already thought of several plans. Find out who stole the food and use space to move the food back, but these must be based on the premise of his own presence. There is also a way, which is to use the small animals around them to let them bring food back. But first, he had to find out where exactly the food was stored. It just so happened that he was also going to go to the advance brigade, so he could take this opportunity to inquire about the situation there. Then don't go, I'll find a reason to go to the brigade for a few days. Captain Wu, who was still frowning just now, suddenly became energetic. It would be best if you were willing to help. You see that there are so many things in the production team for me to manage. I really can't find time to go. I can let you go in the name of technical exchanges. Suddenly he thought about it and felt something was wrong. Don't go and you won't come back. Lu Qingyang smiled indifferently. My home is still here, where can I go? Turning around, Captain Wu arranged for him to go to the forward brigade for a week in the name of technical exchanges. 7 days should be about the same, but except for my niece, who is easy to talk to, none of them are good masters. You can get along, pay attention. Of course I know this, but I can't go in vain. It's been such a big help. Lu Qingyang must be taking the opportunity to get some benefits. Captain Wu waved his hand. Of course I won't let you go in vain. You have your own benefits. You can rest assured to go over and exchange skills. Lu Qingyang was about to pack up and go to the forward brigade. Before leaving, he went to Zhang Zongwen again. Brother Zhang, I want to go to the forward brigade. Is there anything you want me to bring? Zhang Zongwen didn't have anything to take over, just asked him to carry a sentence. Help me tell Yuxiu that everything is fine, and help me see how the child is. Cheng, no problem. He was going out, and it was 7 days as soon as he went out, and the most unhappy thing was naturally Shen Mo. You're gone, what should I do? She definitely couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep well. I didn't teach you some basic methods before, and besides, there is still a grandfather at home. He can see it now, and he can do some. Shen Mo interrupted him. Grandpa's cooking is difficult to eat. I don't want it, I want you. In desperation, she hugged Lu Qinjiang's waist and began to act coquettishly. I also want to go to technical exchanges, I am also a veterinarian, and I also have technology. Next time, I will definitely take you. You are not used to the living environment there, and you don't like strangers. Don't worry, it's only 7 days. People say that Xiao Baisheng is newlyweds, and proper separation is to create more joy. Then you can't always stare at other people's beautiful girls, and remember that there is me at home. Lu Qingyang rubbed her head. I only have you in my heart, and others can't pretend it. Which girl will be beautiful with you? You are the most beautiful in my heart. Chapter 295. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Shen Mo said these words. How can I be? Where am I beautiful? She used to be like a tomboy, but now she has become a big girl, and she is naturally very happy with the praise of her lover. Lu Qingyang wanted to tease her, and deliberately said, yes, you are not beautiful anywhere, all because she is in the eyes of my lover, so in my eyes you are a little beauty, but in the eyes of others, it is not necessarily. Shen Mo snorted coldly, turned her back and ignored him again. Of course he knew that this was just a little fun. Just kidding, our little Jasmine is getting more and more beautiful, and everyone looks the same beautiful. Shen Mo helped him pack his clothes, afraid that other girls would take a fancy to him, so he deliberately picked out a few tattered old clothes. Anyway, it's also to exchange technology, so you let me wear this. Isn't it good to be hard and simple? You are here to work, not to be a butterfly. Okay, you can wear anything, listen to you. For him, everything he wears is the same. Anyway, the weather is warm now. After sorting out 2 sets of clothes, Shen Mo was worried that he had nothing to eat there and that someone would bully him. Without me by your side, what if you are bullied by strangers? The people in the forward brigade are very fierce, can you beat them? Lu Qingyang couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. I'm worried about you, but don't go out to beg for food like before. Shen Mo was embarrassed. No. Early the next morning, Lu Qingyang set off while she hadn't gotten up. I was afraid that she would wake up and see herself leaving, and she would be long-winded for a long time. In fact, Shen Mo hid by the window and watched him leave, and a sense of loneliness rose in her heart, and she finally held back. It's only 7 days, and it will pass soon. Lu Qingyang rode a bicycle. The wind in spring was warm, and there was no longer the biting bone of winter. The air is also filled with a faint scent of flowers, like going out on a spring outing. After reporting to the forward brigade, Captain Lu here arranged him to He Xianmei's father, He Lai. He Xianmei looked very enthusiastic when she saw him. They said that there was a production instructor from the brigade next door to communicate today. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be you. It just so happened that I came here. I will take you around our brigade, and when the time comes, I will meet the instructor here. She pulled He Lai again and introduced, Dad, this is the educated youth who has a good relationship with me and the person I often mentioned, and my uncle. So it's you. Now I'm busy, I won't greet you, just let Xianmei lead you. Okay. He Xianmei introduced the situation here to him and took him around the production team at will. This is our production instructor here, Xiao Cao. Xiao Cao is the instructor sent by the Liaxi production team to communicate. You should have a lot of common topics. As soon as Cao Zhenshang turned his head, he saw Lu Qingyang standing there. The whole person stood there in embarrassment, counting everything. The seemingly uneducated Lu Qingyang could still be the production instructor of the Liaxi brigade. The Liaxi production team is not productive enough every year, and there is nothing to be afraid of. He stretched out his hand and pretended to smile. Hello, my name is Cao Zhenshang. We should be the same batch of educated youths. I didn't expect you to become an instructor now. When Lu Qingyang saw that it was him, he knew Cao Zhenshang's thoughts. From the beginning when he met him on the train, he had an attitude of looking down on people. Although he was kind now, Lu Qingyang could see the contempt in his eyes. Lu Qingyang didn't stretch out his hand, but just curled up the corners of his mouth. I'm really sorry about the fishing last time. I heard that you all fell into the water. How is it? Are you not sick? It seems to be a daily inquiry and conversation, but it is filled with gunpowder. He Xianmei had no idea about the grievances between the two. You said that, a few of their educated youths said they were going fishing, but when this happened, the captain never let the educated youth go fishing on the ice again. It was too dangerous, except for human life. It was amazing. I remember that Xiao Cao was injured, and it took half a month to get better. Cao Zhenshang clenched his fists. It was really impossible to open which pot. Saying such things in front of the girl he wants to pursue will put his face on the ground. Since he came to the forward brigade, he had planned to pursue He Xianmei, but he never caught up. Now looking at He Xianmei's familiarity with him, Cao Zhenshang felt that he had no chance. This new and old grudge was added together, making him full of resentment towards Lu Qingyang. He Xianmei patiently explained the situation here to Lu Qingyang. This is the new land we have reclaimed in the past 2 years. Wheat has been planted, and last year's harvest was also good. Looking at the growth of this wheat, this year should also be possible. That land is planted with soybeans, and I don't know why, the seedlings are a little wilted. Xiao Cao is thinking of a way, right, Xiao Cao? He Xianmei suddenly mentioned herself, which made Cao Zhensheng react suddenly. Yes, I'm checking the situation of these bean seedlings, and I'll be able to find a way soon. Lu Qingyang, if you're okay, you can also discuss it with Xiao Cao. Anyway, you're also here for technical exchanges, and you're so powerful, you can definitely think of a way. He Xianmei praised without hesitation, which made Cao Zhensheng feel very uncomfortable. Xianmei, I have a way. Lu Qingyang, I also know him, he hasn't studied for a few years, he didn't read after graduating from junior high school, how much can I understand, I went to high school anyway. Lu Qingyang watched him quietly pretend. It turned out that Lu Qingyang did graduate from junior high school, but he was a doctor of botany, and if he didn't even understand this kind of problem, it was really in vain. I'll take a look at the situation first. Lu Qingyang ignored his words, but squatted down to check the situation in the field. He pulled out a bean sprout and found small reddish-brown irregular spots on the roots. It is indeed difficult for people who have not learned this kind of clues to see, at least not until the rhizome is completely necrotic. You look at the rhizome of the soybean seedling. When Xianmei heard what he said, she gathered around. What's wrong? This is soybean root rot, which will seriously affect soybean yield. So serious? Cao Zhensheng saw Xianmei looking at Lu Qingyang with a look of admiration, and he was not angry. He quickly responded, yes, I wanted to say it just now, it's this problem. Then tell me, how to treat this soybean root rot? Lu Qingyang asked deliberately. Cao Zhensheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and didn't know what to say. Of course I know. He quickly flipped through the book in his hand, trying to find some methods from it. Chapter 296 Soybean Root Rot. Unfortunately, he found nothing, and Cao Zhensheng asked unconvincedly, what you said is so powerful, do you know how to treat this problem? Xianmei looked at Lu Qingyang expectantly, wanting to hear the answer from his mouth. Unexpectedly, he left a faint sentence, I don't know. Cao Zhensheng cheered up again, let me say, isn't he much better than me? Xiao Cao, don't say that, everything must seek the truth from practice, since everyone doesn't know, let's brainstorm and ask the villagers. A group of uneducated hillbillies, what do you know? I'll go back and find a few more books to find a way. You wait. Cao Zhensheng turned his head and trotted back to find books. Finally found an opportunity, we must find a way to make a long face in front of Xianmei. Hey! Xianmei curled her lips, what are you talking about, what a hillbilly? Although Lu Qingyang had a dark belly, he also knew that the corruption of cotters had nothing to do with the people. If these dozens of acres of soybeans are infected, the consequences will be unimaginable. Let me tell you the method, you let the production team do it. Has fertilizer just been sprinkled in this land recently? Yes, I just sprinkled farm fertilizer a few days ago. That's right, this is manure maggots harming the roots, although the farm fertilizer is good, but the weather has been rising recently, and there are more maggots, which will cause such a situation. There are enough pesticides in your team, sprinkle some insect repellent next to the root system, and then get quicklime to sterilize, and it will be effective in a few days. Xianmei nodded repeatedly, and suddenly realized, so you know, then why didn't you say it just now? What I said, that Xiao Cao wants to say it again, I thought so just now, and you said it first. Xianmei couldn't help but laugh when he saw him learning from Xiao Cao. You're really funny, but you're also really powerful, you're really in the right place, I'll call someone over to try it right away. You can wander around here first, and I'll come to you later. Xianmei ran away in a hurry, and Lu Qingyang stood next to the ridge, looking at it thoughtfully. Although the wheat seedlings in the field are growing well, there is still a gap compared with the current Liexi brigade. He didn't forget what the purpose of coming here was, and wandered around several times. Unknowingly, he walked to the granary of the advance brigade. I wanted to go in and take a look, but I found that everything was locked. Xianmei ran over panting, let you wander around, you have come here, how about it, come and see our granary. Didn't you say that? Just wandering around, by the way, how was your harvest last year? I heard that the production volume is good? Hey, don't mention it. After Xianmei said a word, she suddenly stopped talking. Don't talk about this, my mother called you to my house for dinner, you didn't eat it last time, and you have been thinking about asking me to call you over. Let's go and eat. Lu Qingyang could only follow her and go back to his house. His mother was very enthusiastic. Xiao Lu is here, pour brown sugar water for others. Brown sugar water? You usually don't let me drink, why did you give him a drink as soon as Lu Qingyang came? It's simply unreasonable. Lu Qingyang was very polite, no, I can just drink boiled water. His mother stared at Lu Qingyang's face, looking like a nymphomaniac. This person, as long as he is handsome, he can't hate it no matter what, and he feels pleasing to the eye when he sees more. Lu Qingyang thought he was thick-skinned and embarrassed to be stared at. Auntie, you keep looking at me? Oh, I almost forgot, it's just that Sayame said before, you gave her snowflake cream is very useful. I also think it's magical, apply it to your face and immediately turn white. Is there any such thing? Auntie, if you like it, I can find a way to get some more. The young man is really good, he speaks politely. You have a fiancé, right? His mother still doesn't give up. Mother, how many times have you said it? People are getting married, and you still ask questions. Lu Qingyang was very sincere. I'm going to get married next month, and you will also come to drink the wedding wine then. His mother thinks about what kind of girl can be worthy of him, and her own Nizai is not blessed. How many people in your family are from the capital? Married here, do you plan to stay in the Liuxi brigade? There is no one at home, and there is no home in the capital, so I should stay here with the Liuxi brigade for the time being. There are no in-laws to serve, but it's a pity that there are no brothers. If there is a brother who is not married, you can also introduce Xianmei to meet him. Xianmei interrupted the conversation between the two. So much nonsense, mother, let's eat quickly. There are still things to do in the afternoon. Just now Lu Qingyang helped look at the soybean seedlings, and has already found a way, and everyone has to go to sprinkle medicine in the afternoon. I didn't expect that you, a young man, not only look good, but also very talented. Lu Qingyang ate the steamed buns without changing his face, listening to his mother say all kinds of compliments. After eating, his mother watched the two leave reluctantly. The efficiency in the production team was still quite high, and soon the potion was prepared, the lime powder was obtained, and the problems in the field began to be dealt with. Lu Qingyang saw Wei Yuxia's figure in the crowd. Sister-in-law, are you busy here too? Wei Yuxia's original withered and yellow face has now become much rosy, and it looks very good at first glance. Wei Yuxia looked surprised. Brother Lu, why are you here? Have you eaten? After eating, are you still used to it here? What happened to the child? The child is very good. The two old people take care of the children at home, and I earn work points in the field, which is worry-free, that is. Seeing that there were people around, she couldn't speak. Go to my house for dinner at night. Chang, I'll go over in the evening. Cao Zhensheng looked at the busy people in the field, and only felt that the sky was about to fall. Obviously he is the production instructor. Why is he the last one to know? Lu Qingyang was too nosy, which made him very angry. After work, Xianmei asked Lu Qingyang to stay at her house at night, but he politely refused. Just find a man who lives alone and let me live in it, otherwise it won't have a good impact. Hey, why do you care about those things? Why don't you live in the Educated Youth Institute? Are there still empty beds there? Lu Qingyang refused even more politely. Then I'd rather ride my bicycle back. Xianmei smiled. You are quite picky. Okay, I'll find a way to keep your place comfortable. As night fell, Lu Qingyang also went to Wei's house and told Wei Yuxiu some of the words Zhang Zongwen brought. Wei Yuxiu wiped her tears and was very reluctant. Leaving him alone should be difficult, right? Chapter 297 Red Bean and Cranberry Wine. In fact, as long as their mother and daughter are settled, Zhang Zongwen's pressure is much less. Moreover, such days will not last long, and soon the family's life will be bitter. Wei Yuxia's daughter Xiao Bao babbled and opened her hand as soon as she saw Lu Qingyang, asking him to hug her. As a man with no experience with children, he felt a little at a loss for the first time. Wei Yuxia smiled and said, Xiao Bao likes you too. The baby is now 5 or 6 months old, and it is the softest and most waxy time, and there is still a faint milky fragrance on his body. Wei Yuxia wanted to hug him over, but she wasn't happy. In Lu Qinjiang's hands, he was smiling and jubilant, but his mouth opened and he didn't have teeth yet. And Lao Wei and his wife may feel younger because of their concerns. Especially Mrs. Wei, who used to be confused, is now more sober and less sick. Lu Qingyang brought some herbs over. These medicines are often taken by your elderly to clear your mind and prolong life. Needless to say, this is a new tonic jointly developed by him and Lao Bao. It is specially for the elderly, and the medicinal effect is not bad, so I thought about bringing some to Lao Wei and his wife. Old Man Wei suggested, it's hard for you to still think about us. You have helped my family a lot. I heard that you were going to stay here for a few days, or if it is not too troublesome, you can live in our house. The brigade has already arranged a residence for me. They are all elderly children, orphans and widows, and it is really inconvenient for him to live here. Then hurry up and eat. It's simple, don't dislike it. It is said to be simple, making tune scrambled eggs and steaming some bacon, which is the highest etiquette for hospitality in this era. Xiao Lu is rare to come over and have a glass of wine with me. Dad, you're a lot old, don't drink, it's hurting your body. Wei Yuxiu couldn't help but give a few instructions. I don't know how long I haven't drunk. Now that I have hope, I always want to drink some wine. It's rare for guests to come to the house. You just let me have a drink. Okay, just drink. Old Man Wei took out some wine from the cellar. This is my own wine, taste what it tastes like. Lu Qingyang saw that the color of the wine was reddish, and asked curiously, is this fruit wine? Those who know the goods, this is orange wine. In autumn, there are a lot of red beans and huckleberries in the mountains. We pick them and use them to make wine and drink. The taste is really good. How about you try it? Lu Qingyang usually doesn't drink, but when he smelled it, he couldn't help but take a sip. Although red bean lingonberries are called oranges, the peel and flesh are red, not oranges in the popular sense, and feel more like cherries. The taste has the fragrance of some fruits, and it is more of a wine flavor. Because it is home brewed, the alcohol content is a little higher, but the taste in the mouth is still good. How is it? Old Man Wei asked expectantly. It tastes good. This is also a good wine for prolonging life. I have liked to drink it since I was young, and my son also likes to drink this wine. Speaking of this, there was a hint of sadness on his face. The past is the past, let's remember it in our hearts, and the days always have to look forward. You're right. The two drank a total of about a pound of red bean lingonberry wine, and Lu Qingyang took the opportunity to ask for the recipe. In the end, he Xiangmei found him a prey family to live in. Just that person lives alone. I think you are about the same age. Anyway, you will only stay for a few days. The conditions may be a little worse. Before she finished speaking, she had already taken Lu Qingyang to a small house. The people in the room came out enthusiastically. Old sister, is the person here? I have cleaned it up. I don't need him to squeeze with me. I sleep on the ground. He just sleeps on the kong. I heard that this instructor did a big thing as soon as he came. I have to. But when the man saw Lu Qingyang's appearance, he froze in place. Why is it you? Lu Qingyang discovered that this person turned out to be an old turtle. If I had known it was you who came, what else would I have prepared? The old turtle wanted to pick up the pick on the spot. Lu Qingyang was not polite and walked straight into the house, which was a very ordinary hunter's house with the skins of some small animals. The old turtle followed behind and shouted, "Oh, who let you in? You are quite rude. This is arranged by the brigade, don't I just live here?" He Xiangmei also instructed, "Lu Qingyang is my friend, you have to entertain him well, you can't bully others." The old turtle was even more speechless. "I bullied him." He muttered, "It would be nice if I had this ability. How can I bully him?" The last time he hunted so much prey in the forest, he still remembered the fact that he snatched a bear away. I only knew that this guy was very good at hunting, but I didn't expect him to be a production instructor. I don't know how it compares to Cao Genshin's half-hanging one. He Xiangmei heard him say something in a low voice, but didn't hear it clearly. "What did you just say?" "I didn't say anything. I know, I'll entertain him well." "Well, then I'll rest assured, I'll leave first. Lu Qingyang, see you tomorrow." After he Xiangmei left, the old turtle's face suddenly collapsed. "Why is it you?" Lu Qingyang had already fallen headlong on the kong, tired for a day, and really wanted to have a good rest. "Ouch, get up for me, you sleep on the ground." Lu Qingyang just gave him a look that didn't bother, and the old turtle immediately fell silent. You sleep. For some reason, I always feel a kind of pressure on him, which makes people feel breathless. But he is a tall man, why should he be afraid of him? After hesitating at the door for a long time, the old turtle still sighed, not daring, afraid. Lu Qingyang felt happy and comfortable, and it was good to be alone. As soon as Lu Qingyang left, Lu Fang next to him began to move. Zhang Wanwan was suspicious at home all day long, which had exhausted him. Anyway, the two quarreled a little one day and a big quarrel every 3 days. Obviously it wasn't like this before he got married, and he couldn't understand how such a beautiful girl could become annoying like a resentful woman. Shen Mo, who he has always looked down on, is capable at home. Seeing that she and Lu Qingyang's life are getting hotter and hotter, obviously she is her own child, and her mother always praises Lu Qingyang, an outsider, how good he is. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. When Lu Qingyang went out, he had the courage to talk to Shen Mo. Chapter 298 Whose bastard is the child in the belly? On this day, Shen Mo had just returned from checking the sow when she found Lu Fang secretly following him. Lu Fang blinked his eyes and found that Shen Mo had been lost, and looked around, and found that Shen Mo had gone around behind him. What is the sneaker trying to do? Lu Fang always looked at her from a distance, and when he looked closer, he found that she had grown up and looked more beautiful. I just want to send you home. Is your brain sick? Shen Mo sneered, do you think I need you to send it? I also know that you are very powerful, I just want to see you off. Shen Mo only felt as disgusting as eating flies. If you have a disease in your brain, go treat it, but don't look for me, I feel disgusting. Seeing that there were still villagers around her, she didn't do anything, just scolded the other party. Who knew that Lu Fang was not annoyed? You are still the same as before. Shen Mo felt that Lu Fang was being beaten. Could it be that he was stimulated at home? You're one step closer to me. I tell you, my fists are not long-eyed. Lu Fang took a step closer, and Shen Mo really did as she said, and directly went up with 2 fists. The beating made Lu Fang dizzy, and his head was buzzing, so he didn't continue to follow. You just owe a beating. After Shen Mo went back, she felt uncomfortable and told Uncle Shen about it. Lu Qingyang was not at home, although she was not afraid of Lu Fang. she still felt that he was inexplicable. Could it be that he was crazy? Uncle Shen hesitated again and again, but still told Aunt Lu about it. Aunt Lu was also angry when she heard this. What the hell did he think? Isn't it all as he wished? Why, do you still want to pester you? See if I don't kill him. Then there was another noise next door. This time it seemed to be a little louder, and the two fought. Zhang Wanwan was pregnant, was pushed by Lu Fang, and fell, and now her stomach began to hurt violently. Lu Fang, you enemy, you dare to beat me. If something happens to the child in your belly, I will not finish with you. Lu Fang saw that her lower body was oozing blood, and he was also anxious. I'll go find a doctor, I'll go find it right away. The village doctor is Shen Mo's master. Zhang Wanwan is of course in her heart, and she doesn't want others to know the exact month of the child in her belly. Don't look for it, I'll just take a break. Seeing that she was shedding more and more blood, Lu Fang was not calm in his heart. No, you have to let the doctor come over and take a look, otherwise the child will be gone. At this time, he began to be annoyed again about what he had just done. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it just now. Zhang Wanwan thought about her original choice, and she chose the wrong step every step. In the first place, he shouldn't have thought that Lu Fang would marry him honestly. Lu Fang knocked on the door next door again. This time Aunt Lu saw that she was going to die. She was embarrassed to ask Shen Mo to help look at it, so she could only bite the bullet and let Lao Bao come over to see the doctor. Zhang Wanwan resisted very much, but she had no strength and her lower body was still bleeding. Lao Bao is a benevolent doctor, and after taking the pulse, he found that the fetal image is still stable, but this is not like Lu Fang said, only 3 or 4 months pregnant. I am afraid it has been 5 or 6 months. But in front of Zhang Wanwan, he didn't say it. Finally, he pulled Lu Fang aside and asked carefully, are you sure it's 5.5 months? I need to know that the prescription is about the same month, and the amount of medicine must be mastered for children who are 1 month different. I'm sure. Lao Bao didn't say anything more, just nodded. I know. It seems that this silly boy himself doesn't know, and if you think about it in a bad way, maybe this child is his. I went to Aunt Lu to find out about the situation again, but Aunt Lu couldn't say why. At the beginning, Lu Fang just said that the person surnamed Zhang was pregnant, how she got pregnant, and we don't know when she was pregnant. You see, I have cut off relations with him for this matter, and this time if it weren't for the fact that he was about to die, I wouldn't want to care. Lao Bao knows in his heart, he has lived for so many years, has seen so many diseases, and has never encountered anything. The conversation between the two was heard by Lu Fang, who was hiding in the shadows. Recalling the rumors in the Educated Youth Academy before, the night when he had no memory of anything, he began to doubt more and more. Zhang Wanwan lay on the Kong and complained, you almost killed me and the child, are you satisfied with 1 corpse and 2 lives? You are really chilling to me like this. Look at Lu Qingyang next door, he has become a production instructor. What about you? You always compare me to others. What about you? What do you have to do? Is it because you are good outside, or because you are not my child in your belly? This sentence that came out of nowhere made Zhang Wanwan break out in a cold sweat. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I say, the child is yours? I don't have a trace of memory at all. Who knows if you lied to me? Seeing that Lu Fang, who was originally honest, now has angry eyes, Zhang Wanwan didn't dare to speak at all. He only knew how to cry. Seeing her reaction, Lu Fang became even more annoyed. Bitch, what if the child in your belly is not mine? How do you say? Do you dare to swear, if the child is not mine, you will go to see Prince Yama tomorrow? Don't be like this, Lu Fang, please. Lu Fang was so angry that he smashed the bowl at home, and he couldn't stay in this place for a moment. I went directly to the old place, and this time I met an acquaintance. Lu Chunyua was picking wild vegetables, and as soon as she saw Lu Fang, she began to be yin and yang. Oh, isn't this Lu Fang? How is your little life? Recently got into a fight with your wife again? Lu Fang became excited, thinking that Lu Chunyua originally had a good relationship with Zhang Wanwan. Chunyua, you are familiar with Wanwan, tell me, how many men has she had? Lu Chunyua suddenly laughed. You are really strange. When I wanted to talk to you before, you didn't pay attention to me at all, saying that it was a rumor, and I was jealous of her. Why do you want to know again now? Seeing the subtle changes in the other party's expression, Lu Chunyua felt that her guess was inseparable. Did you find that something was wrong with her stomach? That child might not be yours? Lu Fang only felt that his head was about to explode. What do you know? Tell me. I'm going to kill that adulterer. To be honest, Lu Chunyua is still quite refreshed when she sees him like this now. Although she doesn't look very good, her personality is not good. At least she is a big girl with yellow flowers. How can she be as simple as hooking up with men and drinking water like Zhang Wanwan's? I can tell you, I know who the child's biological father is. It's in our Educated Youth home, but I'm tired of digging wild vegetables now. Lu Fang took her sickle and began to dig. I'll help you dig. You can dig as much as you want, and you can tell me the truth when you dig it. Lu Chunyua hugged her arms. This is far from enough. I still hope that you will apologize to me. You know how bad you used to be to me, right? Chapter 299. Lu Fang makes trouble at the youth hostel. Since Lu Fang would think so, he must have already had doubts. In fact, she said that not all results are the same, so it is better to use him to do some work. Lu Fang began to dig wild vegetables, as if he wanted to vent all his resentment on it, and after a while, he dug up a basket. Look, it's full, can you tell me now? Don't worry, there is still something I need your help with. The Educated Youth Institute is out of water, can you help me pick some water? Seeing Lu Fang's expression change slightly, she explained in a low voice, I'll take you to the Educated Youth Institute to point out who those people are. As soon as Lu Fang heard this, he immediately became energetic. Okay, I'll go carry water for you. Following Lu Chunyua, he carried water and walked into the Educated Youth courtyard openly, filling the water tank. Lu Chunyua began to point at him, you should know that, right? The two have been together for a while. And the bearded Zara, the two seem to have been entangled, and that one seems to have two. Oh, it's really indescribable. Lu Chunyua's words are really mixed with fakes. Whoever asked Lu Fang not to want her before, she also wants to make their family unhappy. As soon as she saw Huang Yu, who had stolen her dishes before, Lu Chunyua deliberately said again, look at the one surnamed Huang, it seems that he also has a leg with Wan Wan, maybe this child is his. When Lu Fang heard this, he was completely stunned, threw the bucket directly, and rushed in the direction of Huang Yude. Is the adulterer you, shameless thing, I'll beat you to death. Hey, why are you beating people inexplicably, are you sick? Huang Yude's injury had not healed last time, and this time he was punched coldly. The problem is that this Lu Fang is really sick in his brain, not only beating him alone, but beating one when he rushes up. Soon he got into a mess with a few people, and Lu Chunyua didn't expect him to be so tough. Afraid that things would make a big deal, she had to grab Lu Fang. Calm down, what are you fighting here? It's none of your business. Lu Fang shook his hand, and Lu Chunyua was also thrown to the ground. But after all, there were many people in the Educated Youth Academy, and several male educated youths still suppressed him. Zhou Jianxi hurried over and scolded, what happened, why did you fight like this? Everyone's eyes looked at Lu Fang, who was still roaring, and Zhou Jianxi saw that this was not Zhang Wanwan's mouth. Huang Yude covered his face, who knows what this madman wants to do, he is stimulated, and he beats everyone he sees. Is there anything you can discuss properly, why bother with your hands? The three male educated youths stifled Lu Fang, and he struggled over and over again shouted, labor and capital are green, what am I afraid of? I am not afraid of anything, I will make these shameful things public. You are not afraid of shame, what am I afraid of? Then he struggled frantically, and the three of them couldn't control him, and he punched Huang Yude in the face again. Tell me, who are you, the biological father of the child in Zhang Wanwan's belly? The male educated youths looked at each other, and several of them did have contact with Zhang Wanwan, but they did not develop to the last step. Only Cao Hungbin looked entangled and embarrassed, because he knew some truth. Seeing that Lu Fang was still going crazy, Zhou Jianxi quickly called him aside, why do you beat those innocent people for this kind of thing? What innocent? Lu Chunyua told me, those people have had a relationship with Zhang Wanwan, so I did it. Lu Chunyua screamed in her heart that it was not good, and she wanted to pit him, but she also got involved herself. It's not that I mean, these people are possible, and not necessarily. It is possible that there is suspicion, and if there is suspicion, no one can be let go. Lu Fang was stimulated, and now he couldn't control his emotions completely, and seeing that he couldn't beat the other party, he had already put the knife on his neck. If you don't admit it, I'll die here. Zhou Jianxi was anxious in his heart, he had just become the team leader for a few days, and such a thing happened, and Lu Qingyang happened not yet. Suddenly, he thought of someone, and he asked Ge Ernio to quickly call Aunt Liu's family. Ge Ernio was about to go, but Aunt Lu and the others rushed over. After all, they were their own sons, and they were still worried in their hearts. Lu Fang, don't be impulsive. Tell your mother about anything, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Lu Fang was even more excited when he saw her mother. I heard everything, the child in Zhang Wanwan's belly is not mine, I was wrong, I should have listened to your arrangement in the first place, I shouldn't have married her. Although there was regret in his words, the knife never let go. The people around him are afraid of harm to themselves, and they are far away. What, you heard it wrong, Dr. Bao and I just discussed the child's situation. Lu Fang's voice was hoarse. Mother, don't coax me, I have failed too much, I must find that adulterer, I want to die with him. Aunt Lu was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, and Lu Dong and Ma Hengxia then rushed over, and there was Shen Mo behind them. Shen Mo just looked at this farce coldly and rolled her eyes. At this point, Lu Fang has no brain and is the most responsible, which is what he chose to break with his family at the beginning, who is bluffing here to commit suicide. Cao Hungbin, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, you don't have to look for that adulterer, that person is Hu Shengli, don't you know about that matter? What's the matter? What happened? The people around began to whisper. Only a few people know what really happened, and many educated youths only know gossip, and the real situation is not clear at all. At that time, you yourself said that you thought it was clear, and you didn't care about those rumors. I thought you knew that the child was Hu Shengli's, but it turned out that you thought the child was your own. Cao Hungbin was telling the truth, but he made Lu Fang very angry. Otherwise, who do you think it is? Anyway, I haven't touched her, it's definitely not mine. Ernia cleared his throat. I can testify about this, I saw it with my own eyes. Taking advantage of Lu Fang's stunned efforts, Lu Dong next to him had already controlled him and kicked off the knife in his hand. After so many years, why are you still so impulsive? When something happens, you should think about it clearly. How can you listen to the wind and rain? Come home with us, don't be ashamed. As soon as Lu Fang made a fuss, the Lu family had no face. Liu's father covered his face with his hands, and in the face of the eyes of the villagers around him, he had to turn a blind eye. Aunt Lu breathed a sigh of relief. You said you were making a fuss here, you want to find out the whole story, you can ask your daughter-in-law, who the child is, doesn't she know best? Chapter 300 Perfect Match, they are a perfect match. I'll ask. I'm going to ask. Lu Fang suddenly burst into tears, perhaps the pressure of this month was too great, and finally it was released. The farce of the Educated Youth Institute is finally over. Lu Chunyua was punished for spreading rumors and nonsense, but she still did not give up. At the beginning, Zhang Wanwan robbed Lu Fang, looking like a high mountain flower, but he was also a lowly embryo. Seeing that her life is so cold now, she finally has a hint of happiness in her heart, but this is far from enough. After Lu Fang went back, he first received a stick from Lu Dong. You are really amazing, do you see that our Lu family still has face? You have lost everything. Lu Fang was also temperamental, and he refused to be soft. We are not separated, I want you to meddle in my family's affairs. Aunt Lu slapped the table. Okay, we don't care if you go to see Prince Yan. Tell me about you, this kind of thing? And why do you still follow Shen Yetu? What the hell is your elm head thinking? When Lu Fang heard Shen Mo mentioned, the whole person finally couldn't hold back. I regret it, I really regret it. He knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. I should have listened to your arrangement in the first place. Maybe we can live a harmonious and beautiful life now. How can it be as smoky as it is now? It's useless to regret it. If you pester Shen Yetu in the future, I will beat you to death. Lu Dong also said cruel words. Lu Fang was not convinced. Brother, who is your brother? Why are you so partial? I'm not right about things. Do you think I want to take care of your little bit of bad things? Shen Yetu is kind to our family. You said don't get married. Okay, then don't get married. You found a beautiful female educated youth as a partner. Why do you regret it now? And you want to eat back grass? Is there such a good thing in the world? If you have time, take good care of your family. Lu Fang had no choice but to shed tears of remorse. Now don't think about whether you want to live or die. It's true to live a good life. You even survived the famine when you were a child, and now you can't stand it when you encounter something like this. Lu Fang suddenly remembered that when he was a child, there was nothing to eat at home. His parents and eldest brother only left a nest, and no one was willing to eat it, so they left it all to him and went into his stomach. Yes, I survived so much hardship, and there is always a way to solve the current situation. You write me a letter of guarantee. I will never commit suicide again, I will never make trouble again, and I will never pester Shen Yetu again. If you commit another offense, you will not be a member of our Liuxi brigade in the future, nor are the descendants of our Lu family. Lu Fang stood up, picked up his pen, and silently wrote a crooked letter of guarantee. Then he knelt down in front of Shen Mo solemnly. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I apologize to you, it's my way wrong, but I just want to apologize to you. You are not ugly, I was blind at the beginning, I wish you and Lu Qingyang to grow old together. Shen Mo frowned and did not answer. Lu Fang kowtowed to his parents a few more times, then put down the guarantee and turned back to deal with Zhang Wanwan's housework. Lu Qingyang sneezed, and he didn't know what happened to Shen Mo in the 2 days he was away. To be honest, he really misses his wife's cute way of eating, and he can't eat enough to think about it. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face on the back of a horse not far away. Lu Qingyang rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. Unexpectedly, what appeared in front of her was Shen Mo, who rode a horse from the Liuxi brigade to the forward brigade, and was now standing in front of him with a smile. Lu Qingyang was surprised. Little Jasmine, why are you here? You came alone. I'll come to see you after work, I'm afraid someone here will bully you. Shen Mo jumped directly off the horse, turned her back to the sunset, and walked slowly towards Lu Qingyang. At this moment, he felt that Shen Mo was the most beautiful woman in the world. The old turtle was still wondering who came to see Lu Qingyang, and it turned out to be a beautiful girl who couldn't even say adjectives. I only felt that the girl's messy hair, as long as it was matched with her face, was also extremely beautiful, the most beautiful he had ever seen in 10 miles and 8 villages. Xianmei knew Shen Mo, but she hadn't seen her in just a few months. Shen Mo was beautiful, no longer the dirty wild girl. Standing with Lu Qingyang is a perfect match, and her eyes are extremely friendly to her love for beautiful things. The old turtle stammered, who is this big girl? Xianmei rolled his eyes, who can it be? Lu Qingyang and his daughter-in-law. Don't look blindly. Lu Qinjiang's daughter-in-law? The old turtle was stunned. Why haven't I heard that he still has a daughter-in-law? Speaking of which, I'm afraid you know his daughter-in-law. you still remember when you were a teenager, the first time you followed the hunting party to the woods, you robbed the prey, a little girl slapped you, and you were such a big person, you actually ran back crying, saying that someone was bullying you. Zion-mei thought of that incident and felt funny. The old turtle stammered, "What, when are you hungry, why don't I remember?" "You don't remember, I'll help you remember." Obviously a teenager was beaten like that by a little girl, with a slap mark on his face, ha 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 ha. With Zion-mei's laughter, the old turtle finally remembered the embarrassing thing. "I also thought of the dirty and very thin little girl." His eyes widened incredulously. "You said it was that ugly girl, the big girl in front of you." "He has a name, Shen Mo, this is not specifically to see Lu Qingyang." The old turtle is envious and jealous. Who would have thought that the ugly girl would grow to such a beautiful appearance now? Seeing her and Lu Qingyang talking with a smile, when he saw himself, he suddenly looked serious. The old turtle was so frightened that he quickly covered his face. Could it be that he knew the grievances between him and Lu Qingyang, and wanted to slap himself? Who knows? Shen Mo came over menacingly, and just asked, "Can you borrow your stove? I'm hungry, I want to eat." The old turtle was frightened and nodded quickly, "Yes, use it as you like, you can use it casually. It's so good, I can eat Lu Qingyang's dishes again, and I can finally eat enough today." Lu Qingyang was not there for 2 days, she was hungry for 2 days, and today she can finally have a feast. Only the old turtle covered his face and did not dare to make a sound, and he could still feel the faint pain that he had many years ago. Intuition told him that although this girl was good looking, her personality had not changed, and she was still as savage as before. In addition, Lu Qingyang smiled on the surface, but he didn't know what kind of conspiracy he was plotting in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh, a perfect match, the two are a perfect match. Chapter 301. I say, you are quite capable, kid. Shen Mo helped to start while talking about what happened to the production team in the past 2 days. Lu Fang and Zhang Wanwan made a fuss again. You know, how can they have nothing to do with me? That is, it's Lu Fang who still comes to pester me. Lu Qingyang couldn't hear it. What did Lu Fang's pig brain think? And his expression immediately sank. What did he do? Don't worry, how can I suffer? He was beaten by me, and he was taught a lesson by Aunt Liu's family, and now he is honest, it's him. Only now did he realize that the child in Zhang Wanwan's belly was not his. Lu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Lu Fang would know about this sooner or later, but he felt that he knew a little earlier. So you came here just to be with me? So it's not because you miss me? Shen Mo curled her lips. No, of course I want you to come and see how you are. You live in this person's house. Her eyes drifted to the old turtle. At first glance, he is not a good person, and he didn't bully you? Only I bully others. How can others bully me? You can rest assured. Lu Qingyang quickly used the limited seasonings to make a hot and sour shredded potato and a stir-fried pheasant. That's it for today, just make a decision. The old turtle swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This meal is called simple? His stomach had already begun to grunt. The old turtle sat down uncomfortably, steamed a few steamed buns and put them on the table. I nibbled on the tasteless buns, but watched the two of them eat the fragrant food, and the buns in my hands didn't feel fragrant. You guys ate well, can I take a bite? Lu Qingyang pushed the plate to the middle. If you don't dislike it, you can try it. The old turtle couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick. The chicken was fried just right, the soup was very delicious, and it was the first time he had eaten such a delicious stir-fried pheasant. The whole person was stunned there, almost shedding tears. How can there be such a delicious thing in the world? Seeing that he was eating more energetically than himself, Shen Mo knocked off his chopsticks. You eat more than me. The old turtle's mouth was stuffed with food. It's delicious, it's so delicious. Don't eat it, the rest is mine. The old turtle smiled cheekily. Can you let me take another bite, just one bite? Shen Mo rolled his eyes. The last bite. The old turtle directly picked up the plate and poured it into his mouth, but Shen Mo didn't come and stop it. Didn't you say a bite? You actually lied to me? Isn't this just a bite? The old turtle jumped aside and said with a hippie smile. Shen Mo angrily picked up the broom next to him and was about to hit him. Liar, you have eaten all my dishes, compensate me. Otherwise, I won't spare you. Lu Qingyang looked at this scene helplessly, but fortunately he still had a backhand. Little Jasmine, there is still something in the pot, left for you, go eat it. Shen Mo then put down the broom. Spare your life. The old turtle looked at Lu Qingyang gratefully. Although there was still a trace of his prejudice, it was almost gone. Thank you, big brother. He nibbled on another bun. How did you deal with that bear last time? Kill it and bring it back? Bear paw tastes good, the bear paw you burned should be delicious. What does it matter to you? Eat yours. Of course he wouldn't tell the other party that the female bear was temporarily released by him. After eating and drinking, it was already dark, and Lu Qingyang would definitely not be at ease when he went back. I'll tell Zion-mei, you will make do with her house for one night today. Zion-mei, you call it quite affectionate. Lu Qingyang thought that Shen Mo's vinegar jar was knocked over, which was quite cute. Don't think about it, she is Aunt Wu's niece, she takes care of me here, and she has nothing else to do with me. Shen Mo then gave up. Got it, I'm not such a small-bellied person. After eating, the two walked on the hillside for a while. The location of the forward brigade is actually better than that of the Liuxi brigade. On the hillside, the sky can be full of stars twinkling. If you have a telescope, you can probably observe many planets. Shen Mo looked at the twinkling stars in the sky, raised her hair and exclaimed, "It's really beautiful, it's not in vain." The two lay on the grass and stared at the night sky. Shen Mo yawned and slowly moved to Lu Qinjiang's side, leaning on his shoulder. Lu Qingyang explained the situation, and Xianmei responded directly, "Okay, let's let Sister Shen sleep with me, anyway, it's just one night, is it okay?" "Sister? Okay." Xianmei looked at Shen Mo carefully, and after taking a closer look, she found that she really had a rough beauty that did not belong to northerners. If she were to use an adjective, it would be feminine, and she doesn't look tall and looks so petite. Xianmei knew her ability, and couldn't help but think, people are petite, but their temper is not small. And the old turtle's attitude towards Lu Qingyang has also improved a lot. In the evening, he even roasted a few sweet potatoes and gave one to Lu Qingyang. "I said you kid, you have a lot of skills, no wonder you can subdue that, should you say it or not, you two are really compatible, only you can control her." Lu Qingyang didn't know for a while whether he was complimentary or derogatory, but the taste of this sweet potato was indeed good. The old turtle scratched his head embarrassedly. "Can you help me cook a few more dishes next time? I'll give you the ingredients. You just have to do it." Lu Qingyang was speechless. When he was a cook, "Wait until I'm in a good mood." Early the next morning, after sending Shen Mo away, Xianmei happily came over to inform Lu Qingyang, "It's done. The bean sprouts are alive, the symptoms are really gone, your method is really useful." Lu Qingyang looked very indifferent. He knew that this method would definitely be useful. Even the old turtle looked surprised. "I thought he was talking nonsense, but I didn't expect him to have real skills." Now Lu Qinjiang's bad impression in his heart has completely disappeared. Only Cao Zhensheng felt more and more uncomfortable when he saw the bean seedlings returning to normal. "I can only comfort myself that Lu Qingyang has only stayed here for a few days and will leave soon." There were more small movements behind his back, and he kept talking bad about him in front of the captain and Fang Siming. Lu Qingyang naturally did not forget the purpose of coming here this time. Wanted to ask Xianmei, but she was also hesitant and didn't say it clearly. There was not much news from Wei Yuxiu, and Lao Wei and his wife were not clear about these things, and the two had martyr subsidies issued by the village. In the end, he could only set his sights on the old turtle. Chapter 302 Return What's Mine. "I have time today, I can cook a few dishes, I just got a bottle of orange wine from Lao Wei, let's have a drink together." The old turtle has been thinking about the last dish, and when he heard Lu Qingyang say this, his stomach began to roar. And he is a drinker, and when he hears orange wine, his eyes begin to light up. "The orange wine made by Lao Wei tastes the best, wait for me to go up the mountain today to catch a rabbit for you." In the evening, the old turtle really brought back 2 rabbits. "Look, big brother, are these 2 rabbits fat enough? It's still done, you can deal with it, what do you want to eat?" Since the death of his mother, the old turtle has not eaten a serious meal at all, and some of them are good, he doesn't pick them at all. "You can do anything, I eat them all. Don't pick." Lu Qingyang thought of the simplest way, rabbit meat hot pot. "Let's have a hot pot, I see that there are still vegetables in the ground, just pick some and eat them hot." "Chang, I'm going to pick vegetables." Taking advantage of the old turtle's efforts to pick vegetables, Lu Qingyang processed the rabbit meat, chopped it into pieces, and copied the water again, and then began to make the bottom of the pot. The bottom of the pot is also relatively simple, just add some secret seasonings and stir fry, add some chili powder, and the seasoning will do. Finally, put the rabbit meat in and cook it. The old turtle also came back at this time. "I picked some radishes and cabbage, are these ready?" "It's okay." There was already a fragrance wafting in the room, and the old turtle's soul hooked by the fragrance was gone. "It's so fragrant, big brother, where did you learn this craft? This is ancestral, you want to inquire about my craftsmanship." Of course the old turtle didn't think so. No, I just think it's really unfortunate for you to stay in our country place. Able to hunt, cook, and treat bean seedlings, such talents, why are they in the Liuxi brigade? They should come to their advance brigade. When he ate the rabbit hot pot, he couldn't even say a word. "This is life, what kind of life did I live before?" After saying that, he poured another glass of orange wine and drank it all in one gulp, happy. Lu Qingyang intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the situation here. "Are your daily crops enough to eat?" The old turtle didn't think about it carefully, and instinctively replied, "Sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not enough. It depends on whether the mountain god appreciates his face." He burped and drank half a bowl. Lu Qingyang saw that his bowl was empty, so he filled it again. "There is still a lot of rabbit meat left, drink some more." "Big brother, I used to be prejudiced against you, I apologize to you." Xianmei said what she said. That's right, you are indeed a good person. Seeing this posture, Lu Qingyang was already drunk. Then he asked with more effort, according to the scale of your opposite, if nothing else, except for the part that is handed in, self-sufficiency is indeed enough. The old turtle drank with a red face and a thick neck. What, you don't know, the most bitter thing is our people at the bottom, you and I. Tell you, don't say it. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Captain. The captain always likes to falsely report the yield. Obviously our output per mu is less than 200 caddies, he has to double it, that is, 400 caddies, this. There are too many reports of this, and we don't turn in. Isn't it too much? You think our production team is powerful, and the grain output is high every year, which is fooling people. Lu Qingyang wanted to ask a few questions, but found that the old turtle had fallen headlong and fell asleep on the table. The most important thing he wanted to ask was already answered. Many people in the forward brigade looked pale and thin, probably because they couldn't eat enough. Could it be that the people here want to steal the food of the Liaxi brigade and expand their granaries? The more Lu Qingyang thought about it, the more wrong it became, and he remembered the one Chen Cai had said before that he was called Lao Tang. Later, he inquired that there was only one person with the surname Tang in the forward brigade, and that was the accountant of their village. In the past few days, he has also stepped on it with a sable to know where accountant Tang's home is. The old turtle was already asleep anyway, so Lu Qingyang released the mole into space. You help me go around the house of the captain and accountant Tang to see if there is anything special. Several smaller moles listened to his orders and scattered and fled. The mole first slipped into the captain's house, walked around, and according to Lu Qingyang's instructions, he found a way to get into the cellar. Only then did I realize that the depths of the cellar were full of stored grain. I walked around accountant Tang's house again, and it was the same situation. After returning, he informed Lu Qingyang of this situation. Squeak! Lu Qingyang listened to the questions they described, and probably already knew them in his heart. In this case, he came up with another damaging move. How much food these two people wasted, they had to be returned. By the way, I also had to steal the account book from accountant Su, so that there would be evidence. Only now he had to figure out the approximate location of the ledger so that he could command the sable to steal it back. On the second day, the old turtle had completely forgotten what he said yesterday, and only felt that he drank and ate happily. Lu Qingyang found a reason and went to the office of the forward brigade and walked around. It is certain that accountant Su's real account book will never be placed here, it must be hidden at home. As for those rice, if he could enter the cellar, he could directly put them all into the space. If he can't get into the cellar, he can arrange for small animals to help carry it, but it takes a long time, and he still prefers the first one. The cellars of these two families are locked, and it is easy for small animals to enter, but it is difficult for people to enter. But fortunately, the locks of this era are not so complicated, and a somewhat technical person can do it with a wire. Lu Qingyang has just learned a little bit of technology in this area in modern times. In the evening, he used the same method to get the old turtle drunk. Then he ordered the sable to go to accountant Su's house to find the account book. He sneaked to the cellar, unlocked it with wire, and got inside. Looking at the bags of grain, he did not hesitate to put them into the space, leaving not a single grain for them. Since they took something that did not belong to them, they would definitely have to pay a price. He was about to go to the cellar of the captain's house again, but there was an accident. Cao Zhensheng saw Lu Qingyang sneaking in the middle of the night, and followed him. Although Lu Qingyang tried to get rid of it, according to Cao Zhensheng's small-bellied chicken intestines, he might snitch. After Lu Qingyang quickly emptied the cellar of the captain's house, he immediately came back as if nothing had happened. After a while, the sable also came back with the ledger. Chapter 303, Put the blame on someone else. Lu Qingyang knew in his heart that the grain in the cellar was embezzled, and the account book was evidence of crime, so they would not look for it blatantly, but would only look for it silently in secret. It's just that since these grains have entered his space, they don't want to get them back. As for the ledger, he had already been brought by the crested Be-Eagle to Captain Wu, and he would understand what was going on as long as he looked at it. Although the news did not spread, He Xiangmei heard the wind and reminded Lu Qingyang to be careful during this time. I just heard that our captain and accountant Tang lost something at home, but I don't know what it is. The brigade has been very strict recently. After you finish your work, don't run around, just stay at the old turtle's house. I know, don't worry. Lu Qingyang observed the situation here and found that the investigation was very strict recently. The captain led people to search every household for various reasons. Cao Zhensheng seemed to feel something too, remembering that he saw Lu Qingyang sneaky that night. Could it be him? In order to make meritorious service, he turned around and told the captain about it. The captain was also unambiguous, he would rather kill by mistake than let it go, and immediately brought someone to Lu Qingyang. At this time, Lu Qingyang was watching the growth of wheat in the field, and was surrounded by a group of people, saying that he had something to talk about with him. He knew that the time to come finally came, and Cao Zhensheng really reported him. Seeing this, He Xiangmei hurriedly helped him speak. Captain, Xiao Lu will not do such a thing, and he also helped us cure the disease caused by bean seedlings. Cao Zhensheng retorted, knowing people knows their faces and hearts. How do you know what kind of person he is behind his back? I also saw him hanging outside that night. He is not from our brigade, he must be a foreign thief. Why are you still helping outsiders talk? Today he is going to expose Lu Qinjiang's true face in front of his Yanmei. Lu Qingyang was very indifferent, this matter was within his expectations. The captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s, looking at Lu Qingyang with a serious face. Take it away and ask first. When his Yanmei saw this situation, everyone went crazy and quickly winked at her father. Unexpectedly, Dad didn't look at him at all, and followed the gang to take Lu Qingyang away. When he arrived at the interrogation room, the captain asked Cao Zhensheng again, "Are you sure you saw him that night?" "I'm sure, I came out to relieve myself, and I saw him wandering around, not sleeping at night." "What are you wandering around outside?" Lu Qingyang scratched his head. "What you said is wrong, you can come out at night to relieve yourself, can't I? I'm so panicked that I can't pee on my body, right?" Cao Zhensheng was speechless when he said this. "It's you, except for you, there is no outsider in our team." "What outsiders are not outsiders? We are all foreign educated youths, so you are also an outsider." "You!" The captain knew in his heart that there was so much grain that one person could not move at all in such a short period of time, and there was no movement at all. But the lost ledger was extremely important, and what they were looking for was that ledger. But in Lu Qinjiang's baggage, as well as all over his body, he couldn't find the ledger at all. Accountant Tang asked tentatively, "Tell me, where did you hide the stolen things? Be lenient in your confession, and be strict in your resistance." Lu Qingyang only felt funny, looking at the scenery outside the window. "Accountant Tang, you really wronged me, I really didn't steal anything. Speaking of this, don't you think Cao Zhensheng's suspicion is greater? I'm just a production instructor who has been here for a few days, how can I have such great ability? But Cao Zhensheng is different, he has been here for a while, and he must be very familiar with this place." Accountant Tang and the captain looked at each other, and what they said made a lot of sense. "I'm here, and I can't escape. You can go to Cao Zhensheng to search and see if you can get any clues, and it's not too late to interrogate me again." Seeing the two of them staring at him together, Cao Zhen was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. He was beating backwards. But in order to prove his innocence, he could only puff out his chest. "I am walking upright and sitting upright, Captain. I take the initiative to propose to search in the Educated Youth Institute. I can guarantee that I will never be a thief." "Let's go, send someone to search." They did forget about the Educated Youth Institute, where dozens of educated youths lived, and they didn't know which one stole something. Cao Zhensheng glared at Lu Qingyang. "You can wait and see, how dare you wrong me, and see how I deal with you later." Look, this kid, pretending to be harmless to humans and animals, his true face is revealed. As everyone knows, Lu Qingyang has already planned everything. When the captain led people to search around the Educated Youth Institute, they found 2 bags of grain in Cao Zhensheng's luggage. Accountant Tang looked at these rice bags familiarly, and said calmly, "It was really this kid who did it. But he is really capable." When Cao Zhensheng was still staring at Lu Qingyang, the group of people had already returned. He shouted loudly, "Let me tell you, I am walking and sitting upright, and I am not afraid of you searching." The captain squinted his eyes. "I was almost bluffed by you, kid, lock him up first." Cao Zhensheng thought he was going to lock Lu Qingyang up, but who knew that a group of people would control him? "No, you caught it wrong, not me. Put it in the review room and interrogate it well, and be sure to ask about the whereabouts of the things." At this time, Cao Zhensheng didn't use any shouting. "It's unjust, how dare I steal something, it's really not me who stole it, you caught the wrong person." No matter how much he shouted, he was carried away by the militia. "You caught the thief, shouldn't you? Put me away." The captain looked at him sideways, preferring to keep him here rather than leak the news. "Before things come to fruition, you will stay here first, and you will not be hungry." Turning around, he interrogated Cao Zhensheng with Accountant Tang. Lu Qingyang shook his head. Whether he was closed or not, in fact, it was not bad, he was still happy and clean, and he could have a good rest. His Yanmei tried her best to meet him. "You said this, you didn't do these things, why did you lock you up?" "Why, isn't it just for fear of harming their interests?" His Yanmei sighed and stuffed him with a few steamed buns. "You see that this matter is fixed, in fact, I will help you too, but my father said don't act rashly now, let me see the situation clearly. It's really not rash, I'm eating and drinking here, it's quite comfortable." After that, he turned around and lay down on the hard bed. "You are quite optimistic." It was not Lu Qingyang who was optimistic, but the ledger they were looking for, and he had already asked the crested bee-eagle to take it back to Captain Wu. He just wanted this bullet to fly a little longer and soon reach its destination. Chapter 304. A good dog doesn't block the road. Just when Cao Zhensheng was being severely interrogated, Lu Qingyang was not idle. Wander around the space and see how the space farm is going. Now that the farm is on the right track, he has moved all kinds of plants and animals from the mountains, and has formed an ecosystem, so he doesn't need to worry too much. The diet here, it can only be said, does not make people starve to death. But fortunately, Lu Qingyang doesn't eat the food sent here at all, there are many choices in the space, and he can eat whatever he wants. 4 hours after the crested bee eagle flew out, Captain Wu just returned home. Found that his youngest daughter was staring at the roof. Dad, bird, I saw the big bird. Captain Wu's youngest daughter is only 5 years old and has limited cognition. What big bird? Where did the big bird come from? Looking along her line of sight, she saw an eagle perched on the eaves of his house. When the eagle saw him, it flew several times over his head, and he didn't know where he picked up something, and threw it directly in the direction of his head. Captain Wu took a step back, and something like a ledger fell at his feet. He was very strange. What kind of thing? Coaxing the child to go back first, he squatted down and picked up the ledger. These days, the eagles are so powerful. When he opened the ledger and looked at it, his face immediately changed. Is this really a ledger? There was also a note stuck on the back. Uncle Wu, the evidence has been found, hurry up and hand it over to avoid long nights and dreams. Captain Wu was suddenly realized that when he was looking for the eagle, he found that it had flown away. This should be what Lu Qingyang found from the advance brigade. He never expected that it would be brought back by an eagle. When he confirmed the contents of the ledger, his face sank more and more. Aunt Wu saw that he was holding something mysteriously, so she asked, "What's going on? Why is your face so ugly?" "I have something to go to the commune." "What's the matter? I'm going to eat soon. It's so late today, let's go tomorrow." "It's too late if it's late." Captain Wu didn't care about anything else, so he hurriedly rode his horse and prepared to go to the commune. Hey, look at this person, he just said he was hungry, but now he is so anxious that he can't even eat. When night fell, Zhang quietly came over again. "Don't worry, my father will definitely have a way to let you out, don't worry." Lu Qingyang instructed her, "You don't have to send food over in the future, so as not to be discovered and affect you." Zhang frowned. "I'm not afraid of being implicated." "Lu Qingyang, tell me the truth, did you steal that thing?" Cao Zhenshang knew what kind of virtue he had, but he didn't have the courage at all. Lu Qingyang smiled mysteriously and did not answer her question directly. On the contrary, Shen Mo, who was at home, suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken, and her whole body was uncomfortable, and she always felt that something had happened to Lu Qingyang. Even if she was lying on the kong, she was tossing and turning. Steamed buns and little gray ashes are also restless at home, and they bark twice from time to time. "No, I'm going to go to the forward brigade, maybe someone really bullied him." Shen Mo sneaked out, did not wake up Uncle Shen, and rode a horse and a dog and ran towards the forward brigade. By the time she arrived at the forward brigade, it was already midnight. When he came to the door of Lao Turtle's house, he kicked the door directly. "Where is Lu Qingyang? Where is Lu Qingyang?" The old turtle had just fallen asleep, and was awakened all of a sudden, rubbed his eyes, and said hesitantly, He was. What's wrong with being quilted?" Sure enough, her intuition was not wrong. Lu Qingyang really had an accident. He just made a little mistake and was locked up, but Before the old turtle could finish speaking, Shen Mo pulled him up. The old turtle thought it was incredible. His weight was less than 3 times that of hers, and he was lifted up by the other party. "Where is he now? I'm going to find him." The old turtle was frightened. "I'll take you, I know where." When he took Shen Mo to the place where Lu Qingyang was imprisoned, there was only one dozing militia drowsy. Shen Mo was also unambiguous, and kicked up directly, kicking the person awake at once. Who is it?" He was about to raise the shotgun in his hand, but Shen Mo had already snatched it over. "Take me to see Lu Qingyang, otherwise I will shoot you." The man opened his mouth wide. He thought that the person who came was a powerful character, but he didn't expect it to be a little girl. "What are you kidding about, you little girl? The shotgun is not a joke, give it back to me." Shen Mo shot directly at his feet. "Hurry up and open the door, let Lu Qingyang out, I won't say it a second time." He trembled in fright, not daring to imagine what it would be like if this shot hit his leg. I'll go right away, don't worry, I'm going to open the door." Lu Qingyang was sleeping soundly, was woken up by a gunshot, rubbed his eyes, and found that the gatekeeper was trembling and unlocked. What's going on? Just when he was confused, he saw Shen Mo carrying a gun. "Lu Qingyang, are you okay?" Shen Mo rushed into his arms, and the impact almost fell. "Why are you here?" He didn't tell Shen Mo about this matter at all. He was afraid that she would worry, but he didn't expect this little girl to be quite brave and came over single-handedly. "I've always felt uncomfortable. I have a premonition that something is wrong with you. You see, I said they would bully you, and sure enough, they bullied you. Who locked you up? I will definitely teach them a good lesson." Shen Mo had already rolled up her sleeves and was ready to kill. Of course, the gunfire in the middle of the night woke up many people, including the captain and accountant Tang, who came when they heard the sound, and brought a group of people behind. "What's going on? Where did the gunshots come from?" Shen Mo looked at a group of people, not afraid, and shouted directly without fear. "I opened it, you locked up my fiancé, I'll ask him for an explanation." The captain's face was complicated, and he thought something had happened, and his heart almost raised his throat. The scene in front of him was actually caused by a yellow-haired girl making noise here for no reason. Little girl, don't mess around here. You say this is your fiancé? Don't worry, we just checked him for a routine check, and he was locked up for a few days and let him go, and he was delicious here, and no one treated him badly. Lu Qingyang shook his head. You didn't hurt me, but this is really not delicious. Look at the food here. I eat rice bran every day. What's good? I'm not a pig. Shen Mo became even more angry. I'm going to take my fiancé back now. Don't stand in the way. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Chapter 305. A big disturbance in the Kinjin production team. The captain was called a dog for the first time. You girl, what's going on? Hurry up and put down the gun. Do you know what you're doing? You are a reactionary. What is reactionary or not? I know that you bully Lu Qingyang, and I will not let you go. Shen Mo didn't talk nonsense directly. No matter whether the other party was an old man or not, he would kick up and kick the captain in a daze. 4 or 5 people surrounded Shen Mo, trying to arrest her, but she actually escaped the siege of this group of people, and didn't even let the other party touch her hair, and gave everyone a kick in the heart. In less than a minute, several big men were lying on the ground and shouting, "Where did the crazy girl come from? We can't beat a few big men." Shen Mo stretched her muscles and bones. If Lu Qingyang hadn't reminded her not to start too heavily, these people would definitely be heavier than they are now. Accountant Tang picked up the shotgun on the ground and stammered, "Don't make trouble. Don't blame the gun in your hand for misfire." Lu Qingyang was afraid of this, and silently added luck to Shen Mo in his heart. Shen Mo tilted her head and smiled at the corner of her mouth. "Don't shoot, I'll surrender." Seeing Shen Mo raise her hand, Accountant Tang felt relieved and ordered the person next to him, "Hurry up and lock her up too. I don't know where the wild girl came from, it's not yet." Before he finished speaking, Shen Mo kicked off the shotgun in his hand. Hee, now that you don't have a gun, I'm not afraid of you anymore." Accountant Tang blinked. Shen Mo had already rushed in front of him and gave him 2 slaps. "Dare to threaten me? Give me some color and take a look." Lu Qingyang looked at the man who fell to the ground, and praised with a smile on his face, "My little Jasmine has become even more powerful." The captain covered his old waist and roared angrily, "Are you going to kill someone? Do you think I'm relieved after you hit me? You can't afford the consequences." Lu Qingyang looked at the sky, and the rising sun in the east gradually began to illuminate the mountains in the distance. At this moment, Captain Wu also arrived with the people above. "I think you are the one who can't afford the consequences. Wang Zhiguo, Tang Weiming, come with us." Before the words fell, the arrogant Captain Wang Zhiguo and the accountant Tang Weiming instantly seemed to have been drained of their strength, and their expressions were sluggish. Accountant Tang staggered up from the ground, his eyes full of panic. He turned to Secretary Gao with a stern expression in front of him, and began to make an eager defense. "Secretary Gao, listen to our explanation. It's not like this. This group of children came to the brigade to make trouble. We just punished them. There is no other meaning." Secretary Gao swept over the 2 people standing aside, who didn't look very old, but they were quite agile. "You punish them, do you think you are qualified?" Secretary Gao waved his hand again and asked the people who followed him to take the person away for investigation. Last night, Captain was squatted at the door of his house, handed in the account book, and talked to him again, and only then did he realize the seriousness of the matter of the forward brigade. Immediately reported to the commune, rushed over with people, and happened to see the heroic side of the 2 young people. Captain Wu had his heart in his throat just now, but fortunately, he arrived in time. As Wang Zhiguo and Tang Weiming were taken away for investigation, the matter of the forward brigade also came to an end. When Xiao Zhensheng was found, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and several teeth had been knocked out, and the group of people arrested him and kept asking him about the whereabouts of the ledger. The problem was that he didn't know what the ledger was at all, nor did he know where it was, so he was beaten for no reason. After a day and a night, I didn't eat a sip of water or a bite of food, and I only gained pain all over my body. Shen Mo and Lu Qingyang were not punished for fighting, but were also rewarded for their bravery and fearlessness. He Xianmei's father, Lao He, also temporarily took over the position of captain, and if nothing else, he should be the new captain of the forward brigade in the future. But he also had the same trouble as Captain Wu, because the previous grain production was falsely reported. Tang accountant and the others secretly embezzled some of them, and the forward brigade looked at the scenery on the surface, but in fact it was miserable inside. "Ahem, Comrade Xianmei, can you show us a tour of your granary now?" He Xianmei smiled bitterly. "There is no food in it, nothing good looking." But Lu Qingyang insisted on going in and taking a look, and he Xianmei could only walk in with him and Shen Mo. The warehouse, which was originally empty and there were not many bags of grain left, did not know when there was a lot of food. "What's going on?" Lu Qingyang shrugged his shoulders, opened a bag and looked at it. "It's wheat, it looks good. How could there be so much more food?" He Xianmei shouted in surprise. This was secretly put in by Lu Qingyang, as long as he took away the part that belonged to the Liaxi brigade. As for the rest, it would definitely be returned to the forward brigade. Lu Qinjiang's technical exchange here was almost completed, so he was ready to go back with Shen Mo. To be honest, the old turtle is quite reluctant, and his mouth has been raised in the past few days. Big brother, when will you come again? You will still live in my house. Of course, Lu Qingyang knew his careful thoughts. However, there should be no chance in the future, and this time I came to the forward brigade to explore the situation here. But it was strange that Fang Siming was never seen. Lu Qingyang asked before leaving, "Where is your boss?" The boss went to participate in the conscription, and he should be able to come back in a few days. He definitely didn't expect that when he went out for a few days and then came back, our production team would have such a big change. Big brother, thanks to you. Only after a deep understanding will people let go of prejudice. It was only after a few days with Lu Qingyang that Lao Turtle discovered that he was not an annoying little deflated person at all, but really had the ability to do so. As soon as they returned to the Liaxi brigade, they began to move around. Uncle Shen said again, "That's the new house of your young couple. What do I say to live in it? And I really can't bear to live in the old house here. It's just a few hundred meters away, and you can come back at any time if you want. Here are the memories of my life." Finally, after negotiation, it was decided to live in the old house for half a month, and then live in the new house with them for another half month. The lively moving next door, Lu Fang and Zhang Wanwan's house was indeed deserted. The two have made trouble to the point of being uncontrollable, but the child in Zhang Wanwan's belly is too old, and the risk of abortion is too great, so they can only bite the bullet and wait for the child to be born. Lu Fang couldn't respond in his heart, and he didn't know how he was blinded by lard in the first place. After suffering, I realized how good life was at home, but the two of them definitely can't live their lives. Lu Fang spoke, "Let's divide it, it's boring to live like this." Chapter 306 Moving to a New Home. Zhang Wanwan roared like crazy, "You were going to be with me at the beginning, but now you have to divide it? Let me tell you, Lu Fang, I won't share it with you, I will consume you. You women still want to be shameless. You lied to me that the child in my belly was mine, I was responsible, I only know now, you just want me to raise the child for you, why?" Zhang Wanwan rubbed her eyes, but tears fell first. "Lu Fang, please give me another chance. I know you like me too, right? Let's start all over again, shall we? If you don't like this child, I'll find a way to get rid of it. Do you think there's any point in living like this? Even if you like it at the beginning, it will be erased by the trivial things after marriage. It's just that the two didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I'm like this now, you want to drive me away, what can I do, where do you let me go?" Lu Fang was determined this time. "What do you want? It has nothing to do with me, you lied to me first. The child in my belly is thought to be yours, wouldn't you ruin your reputation by doing this? Where do I have any reputation? Haven't I been ruined by you? You are using this kind of rhetoric to fool me now. What did you eat before?" Zhang Wanwan shook her head. I won't leave, I want to give birth here, you are the father of the child." Lu Fang left a sentence, "Whatever you want." He closed the door with a snap and left. When I married her, how determined I was, how much I regret it now. In May, the entire Great Sing'an Mountains became warmer and warmer, and the fragrance was filled everywhere. This is undoubtedly the most colorful season of the year, when everything is restored and full of vitality. The wheat planted in the field became green in a few days, and the breeze blew, and you could still smell the faint fragrance of plants in the air. After 2 days of cleaning up, the two officially moved into their new home. It's just that Shen Mo will be able to live in completely after the two get married next month. Lu Qingyang made a simple flush toilet in the house, so that he would not have to go outside to go to the toilet in the future. There is also a bathing pool in the bathroom, which is dirty and easy to take a bath after work. In addition to the room for two, there is also a compartment. The bookcase is placed in this position, which can be used as a study in the future. The Kong in Lu Qinjiang's room was even larger and wider, and it was no problem to sleep 5 or 6 Shen Mo. The interior is simple, but it has everything. A few fruit trees were also planted in the yard, and it finally looked like home. Lu Qingyang looked at all this with satisfaction. It was the result of everyone's hard work for several months. Because on the surface, it is no different from other houses in the team, and there is no one who is particularly jealous. After all, marriage always requires repairing a new house. The two of them hadn't been to town for a long time, and this time they planned to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase the items they needed in the new house. Pots and pans, toothbrushes and towels must be replaced with new ones. After buying something, Lu Qingyang went to Kong Laolia to deliver it as usual. Only this time, Kong Laolia looked embarrassed. "Brother Lu, I plan to wash my hands in the golden basin, and this, in the future." Lu Qingyang looked at the packed luggage behind him and understood that he didn't plan to stay here. "I heard that there is better development in Xiangjiang, and I am going to find a way to go there." Lu Qingyang also understood, after all, black market trading is illegal and criminal, and he definitely can't stay here long. "Brother Lu, I'm sorry." Lu Qingyang didn't mind, the two of them had always been clear of money and goods, and he didn't know him. "It's okay, each has its own development. This is the last batch of goods, I brought it to you, and I will find a way to do it myself in the future." "Done. I must have received all this batch of goods, you can bring it to me if you have any leftovers. While I am still here for the past 2 days, I have cleared them all. It's gone for the time being, you're leaving, I'm still reluctant to do it, it's good in the future, don't forget your brother. Well, I'll introduce you to a few buyers in my hand first, and you can contact and do business by yourself in the future, but the limelight is relatively tight these days, so you should keep a low profile first. Lu Qingyang nodded, although he felt melancholy, but he also knew that this was the result of inevitable development. After the last batch of goods was sold, he went back and counted the money he had saved. I don't know if this is counted, but when I counted it, there were already nearly 5,000 yuan. There is still 5,000 yuan left, and he is about to become a 10,000 yuan household. This money must exist in the space first, and there is no opportunity to spend it lavishly now, but it will depend on itself in the future. More than half of 76 years have passed, will 78 years be far away? Lu Qingyang didn't cook today, it was all a few dishes brought back from the state-run restaurant. After eating, Shen Mo touched her stomach, looking dissatisfied. There is no taste in the mouth. Isn't that milk candy? After eating it, there is a taste in your mouth. She shook her head and muttered that if she wanted to eat sweet potato maltose, it's just the kind of slimy maltose that solidifies when it cools down. My mother once made it for me, and I haven't eaten it again. Lu Qingyang sometimes misses the dishes cooked by his parents in the modern world. Maltose is not a difficult food to make, okay, this is not simple, there are still some wheat seeds left at home, let's plant the wheat first. Maltose, as the name suggests, definitely needs malt to do it. The wheat in the field has passed, and it is best to use hydroponic wheat to germinate to about 3 centimeters, which is most suitable for maltose. So he found an empty basin, poured some water, and put the wheat in it. It will germinate in a few days, and then it will be able to make sugar. Shen Mo looked at the wheat in the pot expectantly grow up quickly. Speaking of maltose, Lu Qingyang thought of the beehive placed in the forest. I don't know how much honey has been picked, and I have to go there tomorrow to see the situation of the black bear mother and son. Just as she was thinking about it, and Lu came to Shen Mo with the finished wedding dress. Try it quickly, it doesn't fit, if it doesn't fit, I have to take it to change it. Shen Mo saw the exquisite embroidery on the skirt and was immediately attracted. Why is it the same as the real thing? And these 2 new clothes, which are also made according to the size of the skirt, are some of my thoughts. You helped me make clothes, I am already very grateful, I don't need these. Shen Mo declined. It's all done, take it back and give it to whom to wear, only you can wear it properly, quickly change it and show your aunt. Chapter 307, Spring Outing and Fishing. Shen Mo couldn't refuse, so she could only take the skirt and go to the back room to change out. The red dress was cut very well, and the butterflies and flowers on the collar came to life. She turned around, and the spring color overflowed from the hem of her skirt, and even the air was a little sweeter. My God, Shen Yetu is really beautiful in this skirt, and Xiao Lu will be beautiful to death when the time comes. Shen Mo laughed, where is it so good looking? The rest of the skirts have their own beauty, and with her face, there is no one who doesn't look good. The fat girl still blocked the door to prevent Lu Qingyang from coming in and seeing, that's the skirt worn on the wedding day, isn't there no surprise if you see it in advance? Lu Qingyang had no choice but to let them mess around, anyway, he could see it sooner or later. The next day, Lu Qingyang went to the place where the beehives were placed. Pull out the nest frame, which is filled with honey and honeycombs, and you can also smell a faint floral fragrance. There are a lot of rhododendrons blooming around here, and Lu Qingyang guessed that this should be rhododendron nectar. When he was taking honey, the bees around him bypassed him, and he didn't even need to bring any protective tools. Lu Qingyang only took part of the honey, and some of it was left inside, and it was unfair to these bees to take it all. Just as I was about to go back with 10 jars of pure natural honey, I saw the grass start to move. A bear came out of it and ran towards Lu Qingyang. Walking around his legs like a dog, he should have smelled honey. It's a little bear cub, how have you been lately, where is your mother? The bear stood up on his legs and looked straight at the honey in his hand. Lu Qingyang could only take out a jar and give it some tastings. Just as it was licking happily, the female bear came out of nowhere, drooling greedily, and reached out to ask Lu Qingyang for honey. It seems that the temptation of this honey is really great. He had no choice but to give all the remaining parts of the bottle to the female bear. The female bear stood up excitedly on her legs, turned around, and ran happily with the jar, not even her own child. Hey, don't you want your bear cub? Only Lu Qingyang and the bear cub were left with big eyes and small eyes. The bear cub knew him, and after eating honey, he rubbed his legs, as if he had become a bear's leg. The steamed bun and the little gray were still playing with it, and the 3 of them were chasing around in the flowers. Lu Qingyang's mood was also much better. The female bear seemed to be deliberate, and after leaving the bear cubs, they never appeared again. She probably also knew that it was much safer to follow Lu Qingyang than to survive in the wild with her. The bear cub has just reached the age of weaning, and it is hard for Lu Qingyang not to wonder if the female bear deliberately left it. In that case, it is still arranged in a space farm. Anyway, now, the scenery outside is just right, and the educated youth academy is also rarely calm, so Zhou Jianxi proposed to go out for a spring outing on a rare rest day. Naturally, some people are willing to go, and some people feel that it is rare to have a day off, and they don't want to go out to work tired, and they just want to stay in the educated youth home to rest. Those who want to go out for an outing are also more women than men. The female educated youth began to prepare some simple food to bring on the spring outing. The fat girl saw this opportunity and wanted to take Shen Mo with her. Shen Mo was originally unwilling. I am very familiar with this mountain, and there is nothing good looking. If you go alone, it's different from a group of people. Let's go out for a walk together, and you also have to integrate into the collective. Shen Mo thought for a while, but still agreed, okay, I'll go. When she went, Lu Qingyang also followed, and as soon as Lu Qingyang went, several male educated youths wanted to follow him. Lu Qingyang knew that Shen Mo was okay when she got along with him and the fat girl, but once she got along with many people, she would become uncomfortable. Anyway, there are few things about the production team recently, and this weather is indeed suitable for spring outings, so I just go out to relax. Of course, I also have to prepare some delicious food for my daughter-in-law to take over. In addition to the ones she likes, Lu Qingyang also made some meat buns. After the dough is fermented, it is cut into pieces and then made into cakes. Then put it in the pot and bake, and you can take it out after both sides are golden brown. The most troublesome thing should be the meat filling. Lu Qingyang makes pork, which is fat and thin according to his own taste. After blanching the pork, add green onions, ginger, some aniseed, and various seasonings, and simmer for more than an hour until the meat is stewed. After letting cool, cut the meat into small pieces. Shen Mo helped tear the meat apart. It was also the first time she saw such a way of eating, and she was very curious. But when I think of what Lu Qingyang makes, there are very few things that are not delicious, and I am full of expectations. Lu Qingyang cut some more shredded cucumbers, cut the cakes from the middle, spread them with sauce, and stuffed them with meat and cucumbers. Try it. What does it taste like? Do you need to add seasonings? Shen Mo shook her head vigorously. No need to add anything, the taste is just right. Pork and cucumber shreds are eaten together, just enough to relieve greasy. She ate 5 in one go before stopping. At a glance, the meat in the bowl was empty. Shen Mo smiled embarrassedly. What should I do? No. Lu Qingyang shrugged. Anyway, it's all in your stomach, it's the same result, just eat it after eating. Early the next morning, the two followed the spring outing team up the mountain. Shen Mo was carrying a small bag, and all the food was packed into it. Everyone chose a place full of rhododendrons as their destination, and it was quite fun to talk and laugh along the way. Wow, look at this mountain, it's really beautiful. Only spring is so beautiful every year. Sit among the mountain flowers and take out the prepared food to share. Due to the large number of people, Lu Qingyang did not bring Shen Mo to conspicuous food. They were all staple foods that could fill his stomach. The only conspicuous meat bun wanted her to avoid being eaten, but it had all gone into her stomach. The fat girl took a bite of the bun. Wow, what are you made of? Why is it so delicious? Shen Mo smiled and explained, it's a wild vegetable bun. The wild vegetables are all freshly picked in the mountains. Well, that's it. As she said this, several people had already begun to dig up the wild vegetables on the ground. I always thought it was weeds, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious to make buns. A voice came not far away. Look, there are a lot of fish in this lake. If you can catch a few, you can add food. A male educated youth next to him said, it's not easy to do without tools. Lu Qingyang touched Shen Mo's arm. Do you want to catch fish? Okay, it's not easy to catch fish in winter, but it's best to catch fish in spring. Look at how good I am. Then do you want to race with me? Shen Mo shook her head decisively. If you don't compete, who can compare to you, a master of fishing? Lu Qingyang can catch a lot of fish with a fishing line. She doesn't have the patience to fish, she can only fish. Shen Mo carefully chose a thin wooden stick and walked towards the lake. The fat girl has been following her, and she has never seen Shen Mo fish. Shen Mo walked to the lake, took off her shoes, rolled up her trouser legs. The spring lake water was still a little cool, but it was acceptable to her. Chapter 308 Hallucinogenic Mushrooms. Shen Mo raised the wooden stick and quickly forked it into the water. By the time I picked it up, there was already a big fish on it. The surrounding educated youths exclaimed, wow, I really caught it, it's amazing, this fish is really big. Shen Mo forked several fish one after another. The female educated youths next to them began to deal with the fish that came up from the fork, scraped off the scales, and cleaned the internal organs. After a while, a puff of smoke had risen and the grilled fish began. Lu Qingyang saw that she had integrated into the female educated youth, but his eyes kept hanging on her and did not leave. Gee, Ernie teased, yo, look, you spoil her so much. I don't spoil my daughter-in-law, do I want you to spoil me? He took out the fishing line he brought with him, hung the fish guts on it, and put it into the lake. There are a lot of people, and it doesn't look like there is enough to eat, so I'll catch a few more. I just saw mushrooms over there, so I went to pick a few too. Lu Qingyang wanted to catch a few fish, but he was too lucky and caught 2 old turtles. As soon as Shen Mo saw the old turtle, her face became bad, probably remembering what she had been wronged before. Lu Qingyang sat next to her and comforted, now that you have so many friends, no one will wrongfully accuse you anymore. Whoever bullies me, I will ask for it back, anyway, I didn't suffer. Lu Qingyang laughed, go back and stew old turtle soup for you, a good thing to nourish yin and yang, eat both for you to eat, and relieve your anger. Okay, I want to stew soup and drink it. No problem. Several educated youths picked some mushrooms and prepared to stew a mushroom fish soup to drink. Lu Qingyang was quick-eyed and picked out a few of the colors that were wrong. These are all poisonous, you can go to the milk if you eat them, throw them away quickly, and wash the hands of the mushroom pickers several times. Is it that serious? A female educated youth still doesn't believe in evil. I've eaten this color, it's not poisonous. This kind of mushroom, called sulfur-colored mushroom, is highly toxic, and the amount is terrible. The female educated youth was so frightened that she quickly threw away the mushrooms in her hand. Is it really so scary? If you don't believe me, you can try. After that, they picked mushrooms, and they had to let Lu Qingyang identify them before they dared to use them to burn and eat. Lu Qingyang taught them to use small branches to string hazelnut mushrooms, roast them on the fire, and sprinkle some seasonings. Except for the mushrooms picked up in this forest, except for hazelnut mushrooms, you must fry the others for more than half an hour before you can eat them, otherwise. As soon as he finished saying this, the fat girl said, I just fried it for a while, and I want to taste it, but I have already eaten it in my stomach. What should I do? Will I die? Shen Mo stood up as soon as she heard this. How much did you eat just now? Just took a bite. Lu Qingyang frowned. Hurry up and vomit, spit it out. Although a little toxin is not fatal, it can cause hallucinations. He knew that the fat girl had a big heart, but he didn't expect her to be like this. The chubby girl wanted to cry but didn't cry. But I can't spit it out. Finally able to eat a delicious meal, and her body won't let her spit it out. Shen Mo was about to cut out her throat on the spot, and she had a serious face. You must vomit, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. But at this time, it was too late, and the fat girl had already begun to feel dizzy. Shen Mo, did you see it? There are a lot of little people dancing there. As soon as Lu Qingyang heard her say this, he immediately understood. Hurry up and take her back, prescribe some emetic medicine, and spit out the undigested ones. This is really poisoned. Before leaving, Lu Qingyang reminded the group of people, you have a fire in the mountains and forests, you must extinguish the fire before you can leave. Once an accident occurs, the fire is very difficult to extinguish. He remembered that in 1987, a very serious fire broke out in the Daxing'an Mountains, and the losses were heavy at that time, so he gave 1,000 instructions to this group of educated youths. Okay, when team leader Han was there, he told us several times, and we all understood. The fat girl was poisoned, and everyone had no intention of playing, so they packed up their things, put out the fire and planned to leave. The fat girl became uncontrollable, and while jumping, she took Shen Mo's hand. Xiao Imo, let's dance together. Look how good these villains dance. Wow, so colorful, so gorgeous, so beautiful. It's so beautiful here. Didn't she just eat one mushroom? How did she become like this? The chubby girl danced and danced, causing others to laugh. Let's go back quickly. Shen Mo couldn't take care of anything else, so he directly carried her on his back and ran down the mountain. After going back, she was immediately given emetic medicine, and after the fat girl vomited, she got a little better, but the symptoms did not completely disappear. Looked at the sky and smirked. Xiao Mo, are you? How could it fly? It actually flew into the sky. Although Shen Mo also likes to eat mushrooms, she only chooses safe foods and has never eaten poisonous ones. Someone in the brigade ate poisonous mushrooms before, and because she ate too much, she died the next day, so she was also afraid that the fat girl would have an accident. Let Lao Bao take her pulse again, and Lao Bao said that she was fine, but it was mildly poisoned, and Shen Mo was relieved. Thinking about how the fat girl was dancing today, she couldn't help but laugh again. Lu Qingyang carried 2 old turtles and said helplessly, it seems that one of these only needs to be left for the fat girl to replenish her body. I have no objection. The best way to stew the old turtle is to use it to stew soup, and after hollowing out the internal organs, it is stuffed with meat and used for stewing. There is a universe in this dish, and the best taste is the soup. Lu Qingyang handled both, by the way, thinking about it while dealing with it. When I was fishing today, I found something wrong in the Emerald Lake, so I will go to see it early tomorrow morning. After taking the medicine, the fat girl fell asleep groggily. When he woke up, he found that he was lying in Shen Mo's house. His brain was blank, and he couldn't think of anything. What's wrong with me? Shen Mo was relieved to see her wake up. Have you forgotten? You ate poisonous mushrooms. The fat girl shook her head in confusion. I don't have any impression at all. Shen Mo held back her smile, seeing that her pulse had calmed down, and she no longer told her the truth. Until the fat girl smelled a fragrance. What does this smell like? Why is it so fragrant? You are blessed. Lu Qingyang stewed old turtle soup. The fat girl was gurgling in her stomach, constantly clamoring, and she couldn't hold on anymore. Give me a taste. She couldn't wait to take a sip of the soup, and the umami immediately filled her mouth. It doesn't matter what weight loss or not, I drank 2 bowls of soup in one go. Shen Mo reminded her, look at what's in the old turtle's belly. Chapter 309 Discovering Menace. The fat girl picked it up with chopsticks and found that there was really a cave inside. This is pork? Well, Lu Qingyang said that the soup stewed like this tastes even more delicious. The fat girl was already moved to tears. She didn't know how long it had been since she had a good meal, and she ate a pot of old turtle soup in one go. Do you feel better now? The fat girl nodded solemnly. I'm fine, I'm completely fine. Don't eat mushrooms indiscriminately in the future, in case I say what if. The fat girl was moved for a while and didn't know what to say, except for her family. No one seemed to care about her so much. Whoa, I will definitely go through fire and water for you in the future, and I will not hesitate. The corners of Shen Mo's mouth twitched. That's not necessary, as long as you take good care of yourself, don't have any more accidents. That definitely won't happen, I'll be careful in the future. The fat girl who drank the soup finally regained her vitality and was the same as a normal person. However, as soon as she returned to the Educated Youth Institute, a group of people watched her secretly cover her mouth and laugh. The fat girl didn't know why, and she didn't know what strange things she had done. Another little sister told her, after you ate the poisonous mushroom, you talked nonsense, sang and danced. Don't say it, you danced pretty well. The fat girl suddenly felt that the sky was about to fall. You say, what did I do? Singing and dancing. How many people saw it? Everyone who went saw it. It's a shame. The fat girl covered her face full of shame. No wonder Shen Mo looked like she was hesitant to speak just now. It turned out that she had done so many stupid things after being poisoned. At this point, she really remembered it, but she thought it was just a dream, but she didn't expect everything to be true. Now the fat girl just wants to find a hole in the ground to get in. How can she see people? Lu Qingyang strolled around the fields where the production team was clearing up wasteland again, and happened to meet Captain Wu. Xiao Lu, these grains are growing well this year, thanks to you. Of course, Lu Qingyang won't tell him that the surprise is still to come. Not only good, but there should be a big harvest this year. Last time you made meritorious contributions to the forward brigade, they gave you a pennant, and they will send it to you when the time comes. What do I want these for? It's better to send a pennant than to send something real. You kid, you're really dissatisfied. These are also honors. Since you have honors, it's easy to go up. Captain Wu said vaguely, but Lu Qingyang also understood what he meant. Hey, is it possible that I can sit in your place as captain? Captain Wu thought to himself, good boy, the original target was this, but he nodded calmly. No one can say this. Is it really possible? The speaker has no intention, the listener has a heart, and Go Zizi not far away heard everything they said, and his teeth itched with anger. He has always wanted to sit in the position of captain. I originally thought that as long as Captain Wu was transferred quickly, this position would be his. Now it seems that there is no time to go, and even a competitor has appeared. This competitor has framed himself behind his back, which has made his sense of crisis heavier and heavier. We must think of a way. We must let Lu Qingyang leave this production team, and the best way is to let him make mistakes. Lu Qingyang turned around, and then turned to the field that Go Zizi was responsible for, and the grain he planted was obviously not as good as the one he was responsible for. Even, many wheat seedlings have wilted, and the prospects are definitely not good. He was not at ease, but it was a pity that the land reclaimed by the educated youth could not grow a lot of food. Xiao Lu, what do you think of the wheat seedlings here? Is it moldy? Lu Qingyang squatted down and checked carefully. It shouldn't be mold, it looks like it's infected with other fungi. The premise of mildew is rainy, but there is not much rain during this period and the soil is not very wet. Sai, you said you weren't born in the countryside, so you know a lot. Lu Qingyang smiled. I've seen it in books, but I have a better memory, I remember it. You look at the soil is not wet, and there are no lesions on the roots, but there are white spots on the top of the wheat. Go Zizi heard the two of them looking at the wheat field. They were responsible for pointing, wanting to get closer and hear more clearly, but who knew that they were tripped by the stones under their feet and knelt directly in front of Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang and Captain Wu looked at him at the same time. I said, Vice President, the feudal era has long passed, and now that the people are free, you don't have to kowtow to me, hurry up. He was so angry that he almost cursed, but he endured it. I have long seen that there is a problem with these wheats, and I will arrange for someone to sprinkle some pesticides later. Lu Qingyang scratched his head. It's best if you have a way. I have something to do, so I went to check in the field over there first. After that, he turned his head and left. Go Zizi looked at his back as he left, gritted his teeth, and turned around to find Captain was staring at him thoughtfully. I said you, take good care of the affairs in the brigade, don't fix those things that are not there. Haven't you learned a lesson from the last time? Captain, what are you talking about? It was done by my mother-in-law at home, and it has nothing to do with me, but I am wholeheartedly thinking about our production team. You see that I am also conscientious and lead people to grow food. Isn't it hard enough? It's best to do this. After Captain Wu left, Go Zizi looked at the land he was responsible for. Looking at the part Lu Qingyang was responsible for, he couldn't help but have an idea in his heart. When Lu Qingyang was fishing here a few days ago, he felt something in the water. There were too many people before, so he didn't go directly to the lake to look for it. This time he came alone just to check the chair, what was in this lake, and whether it was the same as he imagined. Just as he was about to go down to the lake, he saw some animals swimming around on the lake. If you look closely, it should be a menace. Lu Qingyang took out a fish from the space and threw it in the direction of Mrs. The water floating on the water suddenly rushed towards the fish and took it in its mouth. Lu Qingyang kept silently observing Mrs. until he saw it eat a fish. Menace licked his hands and slowly swam in the direction of Lu Qingyang. The eyes circled around him a few times, looking harmless to humans and animals. After Lu Qingyang tried to stretch it out, he stroked its head, and he could hear its voice, "I still want to eat, it's so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious fish." He took out another fish, and Mrs. took it away all at once, until he was clean, and then he floated on the water and began to doze off. Chapter 310, Transaction with Menace. Lu Qingyang felt depressed. Is this one who eats and doesn't work? On the surface of Lake Menace, he closed his eyes and dozed leisurely. Lu Qingyang shouted directly, "Xiao Mrs., do me a favor." Menace opened his eyes suspiciously, looked around, and closed his eyes again. There is no kind of person here, only a stupid human being, which should be its delusion. Lu Qingyang shouted again, "Xiao Mrs., wake up, come and help." Only then did Menace realize that it was really the two-legged beast in front of him talking. It swam to Lu Qingyang's side and stared at him curiously. Intuition told it that this two-legged beast was not a bad person, and he was given 2 fresh fish just now. It stared at the two-legged beast with watery eyes and barked twice. Lu Qingyang stretched out his hand, touched Mrs.'s head, and finally heard its voice, "Two-legged beast, what do you want to help?" He finally got a response and breathed a sigh of relief. "Can you help me see what's underwater? It's the shiny place." Menace looked along his finger and saw a shiny place. "I also want fresh fish." "Fresh fish is delicious." "That's no problem, you dive to the bottom of the water later, help me see what's going on inside, and give you 3 fresh fish." Menace thought for a while and shouted, "Gojo, I want Gojo." "That's no problem, as much as you want." In fact, Mrs. can also fish himself, but the fish in the lake are not as good as the taste Lu Qingyang gave him just now. Seeing that this two-legged beast is quite talkative, it cheekily asks for it. "Give the fish first, give the fish first." The corners of Lu Qingyang's mouth twitched, and this Mrs.'s skin was not generally thick. "Go and see first, otherwise I won't give it to you." Menace shouted chirp, expressing his dissatisfaction. "At most, I'll give you 1 first, and the rest must be completed before giving it to you." One person and one Mrs. bargained and finally negotiated the terms. Menace plunged into the water and swam to the shining place according to Lu Qingyang's request. There are many things in the water, and it doesn't know what they are. Fishing out the shiny thing from the water, it swam proudly in front of Lu Qingyang. "Found, found." Lu Qingyang took a closer look. Good guy, it looked like a gold bracelet, but he wasn't sure. It wasn't until he gave it the fish that was left behind that Menace threw the bracelet into his hand. Lu Qingyang took the wet bracelet and checked it carefully. This weight and hardness are indeed gold. If you think about it carefully, these are not some kind of funeral things, right? Then he continued to ask Menace, "What else is in the lake?" "The big square box can't be opened." "Big box? It wouldn't be a coffin, would it?" "The more I think about it, the more depressing it becomes. This gold bracelet is so heavy." Lu Qingyang is reluctant to throw it away, but he really wants to know what is in the lake. "Xiao Mrs., look at what else is below, help me bring some more, and I'll give you 5 more fish." Xiao Mrs. shook his head and burped, "I can't eat anymore, find another Mrs. to help you." After that, it plunged headlong into the water. Lu Qingyang didn't understand what it meant, and thought he was asking him to find Menace for help again. Who knew that it didn't take long for Menace to appear again, followed by a group of Menace. "Two-legged beast, find something, give the fish." "Good guy, this is the Menace family." Seeing that it was getting dark, Lu Qingyang discussed with this group of Mrs. "I'll come back tomorrow, you help find things at the bottom of the lake, the same as finding it, I'll give you 2 fish, the more you find, the more fish, how about it?" Menace, the leader, shouted loudly, 3 fish, we want 3 fish." "Okay, it's a deal, I'll come to you early tomorrow, I'll go back first today." Goodbye, two-legged beast. The next day, after finishing his business in the production team, he came to the lake early, blew a whistle, and a group of Mrs. appeared. Each Menace held something in his hand and came to exchange for fresh fish. He didn't expect that these Menace were so efficient. Don't worry, change them one by one, let me explain first, I don't want anything to fill the number." The first Mrs. brought up a silver bracelet, and Lu Qingyang exchanged it for 3 fresh fish. The second hand was holding a stone, and he passed it directly. "No, the stone is everywhere, you can't change it." The third one brought a jade hairpin, and Lu Qingyang also changed it. Now he guessed that there might really be a tomb at the bottom of this lake. Who knew that the fourth and fifth ones were all firearms, and even one had grenades? After that, there were no more antiques, only some weapons. This also confused Lu Qingyang. Why are there guns and grenades under this water? And looking at the words on it, it was still in Japanese. Could it be something left by the little devil? But these antiques are by no means the things of the little devils, they are the things of our country at first glance, and the little devils can't make any aesthetic works of art. Lu Qingyang felt that something was wrong with this matter, it was about the country, and he couldn't swallow it privately. After seeing that something was wrong, he immediately went to find out the news with Uncle Shen. Grandpa, do you think we have been stationed here before? It has indeed been here, and it has killed a lot of people. How much blood has been shed by our people here? Hey, the little devil should die. He gritted his teeth. In this way, it should not be uncommon for there to be weapons at the bottom of the lake. Lu Qingyang told Uncle Shen about this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's a Dog Days thing, but a group of Japanese troops surrendered, but they didn't find the hidden weapons and materials. I guess it's hidden there. Let's go, you go with me, let's go and talk to the captain. Captain Wu originally thought something was wrong, but when he heard this, the whole person almost jumped. I'll take a look. Lu Qingyang took out the firearm from the lake, and in order to avoid suspicion, he only said that he picked it up by accident. Captain Wu's hands were shaking. I'll go to the commune immediately, you have really made great contributions this time. Lu Qingyang took the initiative to propose, why not? I took you there on a bike? It's okay, the sooner the better. Lu Qingyang rode his bicycle and quickly pulled Captain Wu to the commune, and there happened to be a cotter on duty. He immediately explained the situation and took out his firearm. Oh, this is really a big deal, I'll call my superiors right away, you wait. This phone call lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the cotters told them not to leave yet, so they made do with a night of rest, and someone from above would come to ask them questions tomorrow. Chapter 311 Meet an Old Acquaintance. As Captain Wu said, he really found something amazing. The two of them were left here and not allowed to go. He was also arranged by this cotter to the best guesthouse in Baiyun Commune, where he was entertained with delicious food and drink. Lu Qingyang is still the first time to come to the guesthouse here, which is generally used by reception leaders, so in this barren era, the environment is already the most high-end. Even the cotters just now spoke politely. Have you two eaten? Do you want to have a casual meal in the restaurant? Lu Qingyang thought about coming back from Emerald Lake and hadn't had dinner. Captain Wu also hurriedly took him here, and both of them had empty stomachs. I didn't feel it just now, but now I feel hungry. When Captain Wu saw his superiors, he must have been conscientious, but Lu Qingyang didn't care about anything and responded directly. Yes, what dishes are here? The cotter was obviously stunned and found that the other party was looking at him with a smile. It seems that he is like a leader and a subordinate, but when he was on the phone just now, he said that he would entertain the two comrades well, and naturally he did not dare to neglect it. Okay, I'll ask the chef of the guesthouse to prepare something for you. What do you two want to eat? Captain Wu whispered to Lu Qingyang, we are here to do business, why are we eating? Uncle, don't you want to taste what the food here tastes like? I haven't eaten it, and I definitely can't let it go if I have the opportunity to try it. Captain Wu no longer knew what to say, the silly boy came to eat. Lu Qingyang spoke in another way, and it seemed that the other party was neither humble nor arrogant, nor did he have stage fright. Just a few signature dishes, after all, there are only 2 people with the captain, and it is a waste to have more. Okay, no problem. The two were soon placed in the box of the guest house. The cotter named Xiao Zhao entertained the two and asked, by the way, how did you find these things? Lu Qingyang said half-truthfully, that's right, I am the production instructor of our brigade. I usually like to go to the forest to find some wild wheat seeds, and when I happened to pass by the Emerald Lake, I found this thing, thinking that something was wrong, so I rushed over with the captain. His words were seamless, and he couldn't find the slightest mistake. Xiao Zhao echoed, this is a major discovery, we have sent people to look for it many times before, but we have not found any clues. Lu Qingyang can probably guess the importance of this matter. When the little devils invaded, they never admitted that they had been to this area, and if they wanted to admit it, they had to show evidence, which was ironclad evidence. And not only weapons, but also some secret information must be important. Lu Qingyang could also feel that there were not only weapons at the bottom of this lake, but there must be something else hidden. The meal is here, you eat first. Lu Qingyang was also unceremonious, and ate it in big gulps. To say that the food in this guest house tastes really good, much better than what I ate in the state-run restaurant before. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, tofu, braised carp, pot-wrapped pork, these common dishes, here are not only beautifully decorated, but also taste to a higher level. Captain, try it quickly, it tastes really good. Captain Wu didn't dare to be so presumptuous, but he couldn't resist the hunger, he was really hungry. After that, he also ate with Lu Qingyang with relish. After that, Xiao Zhao kept asking some detailed questions, but Captain Wu couldn't answer, but Lu Qingyang said yes. At the end of the meal, he actually sighed, the food in the guest house is different. We usually eat some sorghum cakes, corn tortillas, where have we eaten such a delicate meal? Hey, Xiao Zhao saw him sighing and understood what he meant. It's not easy, I'll ask the guest house to make a few for you to take back. Then thank you, Comrade Zhao. Xiao Zhao felt that something was wrong, but seeing the captain smiling enthusiastically, he could only smile along. After eating and drinking, the two of them were arranged to live in the guest house room. It is clean here, although the facilities are much behind now, but there is everything that should be there, and it is worthy of entertaining the leaders. Captain was suddenly felt guilty. Xiao Lu, you say this. How weird it feels, why leave us here? It shows that this matter is very important. You said it before, this is a great achievement. If my uncle is promoted, then I also need a piece of credit. Your kid. The two lived in a room, and Lu Qingyang felt tired after a busy day, so he was ready to rest after freshening up. Lying on the bed, she began to think of Shen Mo again, and she didn't have time to say anything to her. She just asked Aunt Wu to help say it. I fell asleep unconsciously, and woke up at 6 o'clock the next day. There was a timely knock on the door outside. Comrade Lu, are you awake? Wake up, wake up. Lu Qingyang opened the door, and Xiao Zhao also specially brought a set of clothes over. You wear this, the leaders are here, dress more solemnly. This is a brand new tunic. Lu Qingyang turned around and changed his clothes, and Xiao Zhao hurriedly took them to meet the leader. When he arrived at the scene, Lu Qingyang found that this was still an old acquaintance. It turned out to be Uncle Tai's old comrade in arms, Commander Yanzang, and when he saw him this time, he was a little older than before. When he saw Lu Qingyang, he was also a little stunned, and then he held his hand and said, Hello, little comrade, I heard that you found that the Japanese army left ordnance. Commander Yun, I did find that. Not only that, I suspect there is something else at the bottom of the lake. Without further ado, let's set off and take a look. At this moment, a delicate-looking little girl broke in and naturally took the arm of Captain Yun. Grandpa, I want to go too, you can take me to see it too. Nonsense, we're going to get down to business. What are you doing? It's not a child playing house. I know, I also care about this matter, and I want to see the world. Grandpa, will you agree to me? There are still outsiders here, you have to look like a girl. Yun Ruo pouted dissatisfiedly, where am I not good? Only then did I notice that Lu Qingyang and Captain Wu were coming. It didn't matter at this look, they actually saw the original savior. Yun Ruo thought he had seen it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes hard and shouted excitedly. It's you, it was you who saved me in the first place. I have been looking for you for a long time, and I have never found you. Grandpa, look, this is my savior. Even Yanzhang was surprised. The last time he saw Lu Qingyang, he didn't expect that the savior that his granddaughter was longing for turned out to be him. Chapter 312 Shen Mo, I can treat livestock and humans. If it weren't for this girl's shock, Lu Qingyang would have almost forgotten about it. When they came here by train, they did save a girl on the train, but they didn't expect her to have such a relationship with the head of Yanzang. Captain Yun also became more enthusiastic. I didn't expect it, if I'm not mistaken, I saw you at Lao Tai's house at the beginning. You young man is really extraordinary, saved my granddaughter. Did you receive a commendation? Lu Qingyang shook his head and said truthfully, no. How can it be not? Send someone to check later. Xiao Zhao bowed on the side, glad that he did not neglect Comrade Lu last night. I really didn't expect that he and Captain Yun would still have this relationship. But the main purpose of my visit this time is not for Yun Ruo, but for these weapons. Your name is Lu Qingyang, right? Can Qingyang take us to see somewhere? No problem, shall we leave now? Yun Zhang immediately stood up on crutches. Let's go now. Yun Ruo naturally followed behind his grandfather, winking at Lu Qingyang along the way. You look older than me, can I call you brother? Lu Qingyang nodded, yes. Brother Lu, I didn't have time to thank you last time. It's really thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't know where I would be sold. The little girl had 2 braids, her eyes were watery, and she stared at Lu Qingyang with a grateful face. Brother Lu, I didn't look closely last time, you are really good looking. Yun Zhang saw his granddaughter's nymphomaniac appearance, and cleared his throat. Ahem, Xiao Ruo, don't be indifferent. Yun Ruo restrained a little, but he still liked to stare at Lu Qingyang from time to time. Lu Qingyang didn't feel anything, just pretended not to see it, but Captain Wu felt sorry. After getting out of the car, he whispered to him, it's a pity, this is the granddaughter of Captain Yun, I think she is very interested in you, if your sister is engaged. It's with her. Lu Qingyang interrupted him, he knew what Captain Wu meant. Marrying a girl with a good family background is of great help to men, and a good wife helps me to achieve my ambitions. Even Captain Wu is no exception. But he didn't think so. Even if he didn't rely on these, he could still break out of the world. He wants his wife to follow him in the scenery, not with the help of the other party's light. Uncle, don't say it, let's go to the Emerald Lake first. It was also the first time that the production team saw such a scene, and several military vehicles drove over towards the Emerald Lake of Qingshan Forest Farm. Yun Ruo kept asking around Lu Qingyang, brother Lu, what kind of tree is this? Will there be a big tiger in this woods? Lu Qingyang kept an appropriate distance from him, and he would answer questions that were not excessive. Captain Yoon looked at his enthusiastic granddaughter and could only sigh. This child was really overly upside down. But look at Lu Qingyang is indeed a good young man. If he really finds those things, it can be regarded as a great contribution, and he can also find a way to give him a position. Until he came to the Emerald Lake, Lu Qingyang pointed to the lake and said, "It's here, that's where I found these firearms." Captain Yoon circled around here and asked people to test the depth of the lake. "In the past 2 days, I will arrange for professional people to come and salvage, hoping to salvage what we need." Yoon Ruo was very happy, which meant that she could stay here for a while. Captain Yoon suddenly coughed violently, as if something was stuck in his throat. Lu Qingyang remembered that when he saw him before, he felt that his face was not right, and dark clouds were entangled between his eyebrows, and this time it seemed to be even more serious. Although he can't cure diseases and save people, he has been with Shen Mo for a long time and does understand some knowledge in this area. "Commander Yoon, I think you seem to be very unwell. Do you want to find someone to see the disease?" "Thank you, Comrade Xiao Lu. I have seen all the hospitals of the military region, and I haven't found any problems, but I usually have headaches, cough when the wind blows, and I have an old problem." Lu Qingyang persuaded again, "I don't think your face is very good. Why don't you take a look? Our doctors here have very good medical skills. Maybe they can improve your symptoms." Yoon Ruo also persuaded on the side, "Grandpa, why don't you just take a look? Your old problem is not a way to go on like this, and the doctor said that you can't travel long distances, you have to come here overnight." Yoon Jong sighed lightly, "This matter means a different thing to me. I will definitely come. In that case, you have to stay here for a few days. Why don't you just take a look at the doctors here? Anyway, they are all here, they have to wait, and they don't delay." After some persuasion from Yoon Ruo, Captain Yoon finally agreed. "Then listen to you, arrange for a doctor to show me." Coincidentally, Lao Bao happened to have something to do, and now he is not in the village, and the only one who can cure the disease is Shen Mo. Lu Qingyang must believe in her medical skills. No matter how bad she is, she still has herself and spiritual springs. The team immediately arranged the best place for the old regiment commander to stay, but he only said, "I can live in the house of my old comrades in arms. If you are not used to it, let the car take you to the commune guest house." Yoon Ruo shook his head categorically, "No, I want to live here and accompany your grandfather." Saying this, his eyes had already drifted to Lu Qingyang. Yoon Jong saw her thoughts and said helplessly, "The environment here is not as good as in the city." "What's the matter? I'm not afraid of hardship." Uncle Tai sorted out the room at home for Captain Yoon to live in, but if Yoon Ruo also wanted to live here, he would have to arrange another place. Lu Qingyang had already called Shen Mo over at this time to take the pulse of the leader Yoon. Captain Yoon didn't expect that the doctor who came to see the doctor turned out to be a little girl about the same age as his granddaughter. "Little girl, I seem to have seen you before. Can you really cure diseases?" Shen Mo scratched her head. "Yes, I treat all the livestock of the production team." Regiment Commander Yoon and Xiao Zhao next to him were immediately stunned, and he quickly pulled Lu Qingyang aside. "No, I said, how did you find the veterinarian to treat the regiment leader? Go and call the serious doctor." Lu Qingyang spoke directly to Commander Yoon. "Commander, she is Dr. Bao's apprentice, and her medical skills are also very skillful. Why don't you try it first?" Shen Mo said with a serious face, "I can see a doctor for livestock, and I can also see a doctor for people. Don't worry, Master specializes in teaching me intractable diseases. It won't be a loss to try." Captain Yoon looked at her about the same age as her granddaughter, confident appearance, and stretched out his hand to let her take her pulse. "Then you can try it." Chapter 313 Shen Mo's acupuncture technique. Shen Mo took the pulse of Captain Yoon, and asked him to stretch out his tongue to see the tongue fetus. Asked with a serious face, "Grandpa Regiment Commander, what are your symptoms recently?" "Headache, often headache, sometimes dizziness, weakness, come here today, cough a few more times, but I think it's just a small problem, are you right, little girl?" Yoon Ruo took his grandfather's hand. "What is a small problem? Your physical affairs are big things." Shen Mo finally came to the conclusion, "You are a precursor to a stroke, but you have not developed the disease, and once the disease occurs, you may be hemiplegic." The doctor at the military hospital said the same, "But we don't know when we will get sick. I only pay attention to it, and I am still taking some Western medicine." Shen Mo smiled confidently, "It's just right, the acupuncture technique passed down to me by my master is very effective in treating this problem." Acupuncture? Captain Yoon must have heard of it, but he had never used this method to treat it. "Do you want to try it? After a course of treatment, you should get better." Yoon Ruo looked at the thick and long silver needles, and goosebumps all over her body. "This will hurt a lot, right?" "It won't hurt, it's like an ant biting, it won't hurt for a while." "Grandpa Regiment Leader, do you want to try it? In fact, my craftsmanship is still poor, but it's a pity that Master is not here, otherwise he can make a move, he must be better than me." As soon as he finished speaking, Commander Yoon felt numb in his arm again. "My hands are starting to go numb." Shen Mo remembered that these were all symptoms of a stroke first. Without further ado, why don't we start right away? He glanced at the people around him again. "You go out first, some people can't breathe here." In the end, Lu Qingyang and Yoon Ruo were left in the room. Yun Ruo was very curious, and when he heard what she said was so magical, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Shen Mo took out the acupuncture box and began to disinfect. First, boil it with boiling water, then disinfect it with alcohol, and then roast it over fire. Grandpa Regiment Commander, I will mainly prick needles in a few places on your head now. It may hurt a little, but it won't hurt too much, you can bear with it. Shen Mo picked up the silver needle and first stuck it in the Baihui acupoint. Captain Yun did feel a little pain, but he could bear it. Shen Mo was stuck in the 2 acupuncture points of Fengqi and Dumb Gate again. Yun Ruo looked at all this worriedly, and couldn't help but ask Lu Qingyang, is this really reliable? My grandfather won't be fine, right? Think about it, although this little girl looks powerful, she is only about the same age as herself. Don't worry, where am I in pain, she just needs to give me a few stitches, she is very powerful. Yun Ruo found that when Lu Qingyang praised her, his eyes seemed to be shining, and Shen Mo had already begun to prick the cervical vertebrae of the head of the clouds, and after the prick, a faint layer of sweat beads rose on her forehead. Okay, Grandpa Regimental Commander, are you still feeling bad? It's much better, I feel really comfortable, little girl, you are capable. But suddenly, Captain Yun began to cough violently, his throat smelled of rust, and he suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood. Yun Ruoji glared at Shen Mo and began to accuse, what's going on, didn't you say that Grandpa would be fine? Why did you vomit blood? Shen Mo hurriedly explained, don't worry, this is bruising, it's a good thing to spit it out, the few acupuncture points I pricked are all to stimulate the qi and blood in the head. Yun Ruo couldn't control so much and wanted to push Shen Mo away angrily. It's a pity that her strength is not strong enough, and she is still as stable as Mount Tai. Captain Yun stopped, enough, Xiao Ruo, I feel much more comfortable, this is indeed effective, after the blood is spit out, the chest is not blocked. Shen Mo hurriedly put away the silver needles, and after disinfecting them again, she put them all in a box and kept them carefully. This was what Lu Qingyang found for her, and she must keep it well. Yun Ruo touched her head awkwardly, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. Shen Mo just nodded at her silently, according to her previous temper, she might quarrel. But she knew the importance of the person in front of her, and the leader of the regiment who had killed the little devil would naturally not know the same as his granddaughter. I'll go make another soup to replenish the yang and return the 5 soups, and bring it to the grandfather of the regiment leader later. What is Baiyang Huanyu soup? Commander Yun asked, holding his forehead. It is a decoction made from raw astragalus, angelica tail, red peony, earth dragon, chuanxiang, safflower, and peach kernel, which is very useful. Lu Qingyang reminded, remember to use the medicine I put there before. Got it. Captain Yun's head, which was still in severe pain just now, has eased a lot, and the comfort made him squint his eyes. It's really good, I want to thank this little girl, it's more useful than being treated in the hospital. You're welcome, it's a big deal. Lu Qingyang naturally regarded Shen Mo as his own and said polite words for her. Oh, why do you say that? Lu Qingyang scratched his head embarrassedly, I forgot to say that this is my fiancé, and we are about to get married. He could vaguely feel what Yun Ruo meant, so it was better to point it out directly now, so as not to embarrass everyone if it dragged on. Ha! Yun Ruo didn't expect that in just a few months, the big brother he was longing for would have a fiancé, so soon? It's not fast, we've been together for several months, and you see her technique is good. After Captain Yun figured it out, he laughed, you young man, your fiancé is amazing, you are even more amazing, I really want to thank you very much. Lu Qingyang laughed, if you want to thank me, forget it, I can help you in the future. It would be the best. Others always hide the benefits and try their best to hint at them. The young man was cheerful and said it directly. You're right, you're right. Only Yun Ruo puffed out his face, raised his mouth, and looked unhappy. Until Lu Qingyang left, she was still looking at his back as he left. Humph, Grandpa, are you really better? It's really better, that little girl has real ability, this between people, it also depends on fate, you and Xiao Lu have no fate, this matter, you can't force it, understand? The head of the cloud said earnestly. I know. Although Yun Ruo felt uncomfortable, he also understood that he was really late. If she had found him early, perhaps, she could have a fate with Lu Qingyang, and now she could only become a regret. Let's come here, we have business, you are still young, and there will be time to talk about love in the future. Captain Yun yawned, I'm tired, rest for a while, you ask Xiao Zhao to take you around, remember to be polite to others. Chapter 314 A big pot of fried rice, all finished. After Yun Ruo took care of his grandfather and lay down, he walked out disappointed. There were still many people outside to inquire about the situation of Commander Yun, and Xiao Zhao took the lead in surrounding, what's wrong with Commander Yun? It's much better, I'm sleeping, my grandfather likes to eat light things, and I'll let someone get some porridge and side dishes later, and bring it to him when he wakes up. Of course, of course. Xiao Zhao is not a member of this production team, he must not be familiar with this place. Yun Ruo happened to see Uncle Tai's granddaughter Jin Feng, who was also a little girl, so he asked her to take her here. Big sister, you are so beautiful, we have fun here, have you eaten? I'll take you to eat later. What delicious food can be here? I have eaten northeastern cuisine in the guest house, can you have delicious food here and there? The only hardship she has suffered in her life is the days when she was abducted. Those traffickers gave her half a steamed bun every day, which could only ensure that she would not starve to death, and she never wanted to experience it again. It's delicious, there's a lot of delicious food. Jin Feng patted his chest to guarantee. Brother Qin Jiang's cooking is delicious, I love to eat the dishes he cooks the most. It's Lu Qingyang again, she also knows that he is good, but she is in her heart and mutters, what does that have to do with me? The current forest farm is the most fun time. Jin Feng took her around the place, you see it's a forest, we'd better not go over, there are beasts in it. And also, you can fish in the river here. And you see that there are a lot of rhododendrons blooming on that mountain, is it good? Yun Ruo raised his head and nodded, good looking is good looking. After walking around, she was indeed hungry, so Jin Feng took her to Shen Mo's house to eat. Shen Mo was decocting medicine, while Lu Qingyang took out the meal he brought back from the guest house and fried another meal. When he saw Jin Feng coming, he was followed by Yun Ruo. When Yun Ruo saw the two of them again, her mood was already different, and in the face of Shen Mo, she felt a hint of jealousy in her heart. But seeing that she was seriously decocting her grandfather, she felt that she was narrow-minded, and she was still treating her grandfather, so she only knew some petty loves, how embarrassing. Lu Qingyang greeted them over, oh, it's coming, come on, I just can't eat the dishes I brought from the guest house, let's eat them together. Yun Ruo stood in the yard, a chicken came running for a while, and then he heard a dog barking, and there were squeaks around, and there were a few eagles around his head, and he couldn't help but sigh, what the hell is this? But because he was hungry, he could only sit down obediently and wait for dinner. Jin Feng was very disappointed. Without the food made by Brother Qingyang, there is no food. Make do with it. Make it for you next time. It wasn't until Uncle Shen came that the table was open. Yun Ruo looked at the pot full of egg fried rice, and couldn't help but feel that the life of this production team was quite good, and he could afford to eat so much rice, and there were a lot of eggs in it, and he was really willing. After thinking about it, maybe it's because there are guests who are so polite, but Lu Qinjiang's appetite is really big. Girls eat less, a bowl of rice like her is basically enough, even if there are many people, they can't eat so much of you. Seeing Shen Mo start to serve rice, she took out a large bowl and piled up the fried rice as high as a hill in front of her. I'm sorry, this is mine. Yun Ruo's eyes widened, extremely shocked. You eat so much? Yes. Shen Mo has already started cooking, such a bowl is not enough, try it. Lu Qinjiang's fried rice is also delicious. The others looked like they were not surprised. Jin Feng had already begun to pick up food. Sister Ruo, eat quickly, aren't you hungry? Yun Ruo looked at the bowl of golden egg fried rice in front of him, and he really couldn't stand it anymore, so he took a bite. It seems to taste different from regular egg fried rice. What's different? It's all the same stir fry, don't patronize to eat, the dishes I brought back from the guest house taste good, hurry up and try it. Shen Mo then picked up a chopstick, took a bite, and frowned, I can barely eat. You have your mouth in your mouth, which is called barely able to eat. Hey, because it's not as delicious as you make. Yun Ruo also took a bite, she already felt that the taste was quite good, but because it was heated once, it was not as delicious as it had just come out of the pot, and she had begun to wonder how delicious Lu Qingyang was cooking. Although the taste of the egg fried rice in the bowl is good, it is just egg fried rice after all. She quickly ate everything in the bowl and filled it with another bowl. In this way, a pot of fried rice was dried up by several people. Hiccup, it's delicious. Satisfied. Yun Ruo looked at the surrounding environment. Although the mountain was beautiful, it was still a country place after all, and she was definitely not used to it here. And this house also looks tattered, except for being bigger, it looks inconspicuous, and I heard that it is still their newly built house. I was thinking about how to repay the favor. If I had found Lu Qingyang earlier, I would definitely build him a more beautiful house. Yun Ruo frowned, and her stomach began to hurt, but she just wanted to hold back. Because Jin Feng took her to the toilet just now, the dry toilet here almost fainted her. Shen Mo noticed that something was wrong with her face, and when she saw her covering her stomach with a discomfortful face, she thought she had a stomach ache. What's wrong with you? Sick? Let me show you. No, I'm not sick. Yun Ruo smiled awkwardly. Oh, could it be that menstruation is coming? I have that kind of supplies here, I'll get it for you. Shen Mo looked clear. No, I just want to relieve myself, but, I can't stand that smell. Shen Mo suddenly realized, then you come here, Lu Qinjiang's and I also have a separate one, very clean. Ha! It's not dirty, it's very clean, I pick flowers every day and put them in it, it's fragrant. This made Yun Ruo even more shocked? I thought Shen Mo was joking. When she arrived at the toilet, she could really see a bouquet of flowers placed on the edge of the sink, without any smell, only a faint floral fragrance, which was very friendly and hidden for people who love cleanliness. Shen Mo demonstrated to her. I didn't know how to use it at first, it was Lu Qingyang who taught me. After you finish it, just pull this bucket, and the water will be washed away, clean, convenient. 10 minutes later, Yun Ruo finally solved it. There is also soap next to the pool, which can be used to wash hands, which is more exquisite than she is in the city. She took back her thoughts just now. In fact, this place is quite good, at least it is clean, there is no shortage of anything, and there is such a powerful toilet. Lu Qingyang was tinkering with the hydroponic wheat before at this time. You are here just in time, I am just going to make sweet potato maltos, you come and try it. Chapter 315 Sweet Potato Maltos. As soon as they heard the sugar, Shen Mo and Jin Feng had already run over. Only Yun Ruo was left thinking about it, but it was just sugar, which she often ate in the city. Milk candy, fruit candy, peanut candy, whatever you want to eat, maltos has naturally been eaten. I don't know what's so strange. I saw that Lu Qingyang had washed the hydroponic wheat and asked Shen Mo to cut it. Chop this wheat with the roots, how much can it be broken, how broken? He looked at Jin Feng on the side again. If Xiao Jin Feng is free, wash these sweet potatoes and wash them cleanly. Hey, okay, brother Qingyang. Everyone has a job to do, so Yun Ruyi stood there. Is there anything I can do to help? You can just wash sweet potatoes with Jin Feng. Yun Ruo looked at Shen Mo curiously and found that she was cutting things extremely fast and tireless. I smelled a fragrance again, and it seemed that something was still boiling in the pot. Yun Ruo has never done the work of washing sweet potatoes. She was a high-ranking cotter in the capital when she was born, and her conditions have surpassed most people, and she grew up in a honey pot. She found that although the girls here were young, they were all very capable. Even if it is Jin Feng, washing sweet potatoes and cutting sweet potatoes is quite quick. Why bother with such trouble? There are not any people outside to buy. Jin Feng explained, you need to buy it outside, how expensive it is, and what you make is delicious and cheap. Lu Qingyang didn't do it for these reasons, but simply because his daughter-in-law wanted to eat it, so he didn't think it was too troublesome. Then start boiling the mash, put the chopped thin malt into the pot and boil it, and then add the cut sweet potato cubes. While boiling and stirring, the movements in his hands cannot be stopped. Lu Qingyang kept stirring, letting Shen Mo burn the fire, and when it was about to boil, he threw a few whole sweet potatoes with skin into the stove. Bake it for a while, and you will be able to eat it soon. The kitchen was already filled with a sweet smell, and Shen Mo poked her head out from time to time. When it was still hot, I wanted to pick it up with chopsticks and taste it. However, these are too viscous to pick up at all, so I can only get a little bit. Just a little bit made her squint her eyes. It's so sweet. When it is particularly viscous, it is almost ready. Put it in a basin and wait for it to solidify, and then you can cut it piece by piece. Don't say it, the sugar made by Lu Qingyang is better than the one sold by the supply and marketing cooperative. There is no special secret recipe this time, it just took some effort. Yun Ruo tasted a piece of sweet potato maltos, which was indeed tastier and sweeter than the one in the city, and ate several pieces in one go. The rest of Lu Qingyang was put in a jar so that he could eat it next time. Since there were several cans, Shen Mo divided a jar for both Jin Feng and Yun Ruo. Yun Ruo felt such a feeling for the first time, holding the jar and was about to express his gratitude. Xiao Zhao trotted all the way. Comrade Yun Ruo Xiao, the regiment commander woke up. I prepared porridge for him, but he said he couldn't drink it. Xiao Zhao was so anxious that he was originally arranged to deal with the clothing, housing, and transportation of the regiment leader, and if he didn't do a good job, there would be no hope of promotion in the future. Grandpa doesn't like to eat? He said he had no appetite. When I go over, I'll see what Grandpa wants to eat. Shen Mo looked at the medicine jar. It just so happens that the medicine is stewed, so take it with you. Lu Qingyang brought out an enamel cup, which was full of porridge, and at first glance it was still vegetable porridge, and the other small bowl was pickled dried radish. These are brought over to the regiment commander to drink, to ensure appetizing. Xiao Zhao was embarrassed. Comrade Lu, I also know that you are kind, but I have just brought it over, and the regiment commander doesn't drink it. You must have added something superfluous. Did you add meat? Xiao Zhao smiled awkwardly, afraid that the regiment leader would not be nourished, so he did add meat when stewing. Captain Yun just wants to eat light now. If you add meat, it won't be light. Listen to me, this bowl of vegetable porridge is brought over, he must have an appetite to eat. Yun Ruo thought of Lu Qingyang's previous operations and felt that his words were very credible. The ordinary egg fried rice he just fried was so delicious. Xiao Zhao was afraid what the regiment commander eats. You must pay attention, in case. Yun Ruo took the lead in taking a clean spoon and took a bite. It was obviously just vegetable porridge, but the taste of the dish was very delicious and very appetizing. I tasted the pickled radish again, which was crisp and refreshing. You see, I'm fine after eating, bring it to my grandfather to eat. Since Yun Ruo did this, Xiao Zhao naturally had no way to refute it, and passed by with medicine and porridge. Although Captain Yun's head didn't hurt anymore, the things in front of him didn't suit his appetite, and he didn't want to eat them at all. Yun Ruojian landed on Lu Qingjiang's stewed porridge and persuaded Grandpa, try this porridge, there is no meat in it, so put some wild vegetables. Vegetables? Okay, then eat this. Captain Yun took a bite, was stunned for a moment, and continued to eat a few more bites, paired with dried radish, and ate the porridge in the enamel cup clean. Well, it's pretty good, this porridge meets my appetite, the wild vegetables in it remind me of the previous battle, I didn't eat it that time, the wild vegetables were all dug up, and there was such a vegetable porridge, which was the same as the thin soup, without a few grains of rice. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and asked, who did this? It's Lu Qingyang, Grandpa. Can he still cook? This kid is really not good at it, it's a pity. It's a pity that he can't become his grandson-in-law anymore, but for the sake of his granddaughter's savior, he must repay him. After a while, Yun Ruo asked Commander Yun to drink the soup again. Commander Yun drank it in one breath and couldn't help but frown, it's really bitter. In the evening, the commune and even the whole place had sent people to salvage the contents of the lake, and he could even get up and prepare to supervise the progress. Found that Lu Qingyang was already guarding the door. Commander Yun, it seems to me that many people have gone to the mountains just now, and you can find something. I can also help you identify the location, but, can you promise me one thing? Listen to me, if it's not too much, I can promise you. That's right, there are a lot of water in the lake, if you can, try not to hurt them, and don't destroy their nests. Captain Yun felt very strange when he heard this request. Speaking of which, Xiao Lu, you are really a strange person, you actually think of animals. Lu Qingyang sighed in his heart, it was that the exploitation of forests in this era was too serious, which would cause many rare animals to become extinct. While satisfying food and clothing, he also hopes that the forest farm can also be sustainable. Chapter 316 5 Animal Exercises. I will definitely agree to this request, don't worry, since this is the case, you can go with us. After acupuncture, he rested for a while, ate and drank medicine, and now the head of the cloud group walked with the wind. After finding a professional, Lu Qingyang began to use the information he had received from Menace before to point out several locations. Then there are professionals who dive underwater to lift things. After working like this for most of the night, a group of diving warriors were tired enough to choke. It took 2 or 3 days to move everything under the water up. But Captain Yun was very excited, and carried up more than a dozen boxes, which seemed to have been left by the little devil back then. Because of the excitement, he suddenly felt a little unable to breathe, and finally calmed down before deciding to open it. Uncle Tai also came. He searched in this forest for many years, but found nothing, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Lu Qingyang inadvertently. The boxes are locked, or professional locks, which must be taken back to open. Fortunately, the small trains in the mountains were built, and the means of transportation were ready-made, and all these boxes were transported to military trucks and taken away. Captain Yun originally wanted to go with him, but he remembered Shen Mo's instructions and prepared to leave after a course of acupuncture. In the past few days, his condition has improved a lot, and he has not suffered from headaches. In other words, the little girl's acupuncture was very effective, except that the medicine was very bitter. Yun Ruo was here with Captain Yun, and there were still 2 days left, so he could finally relax and rest. In the past few days, the cotters of the Liuxi Brigade have always been dangling in front of Commander Yun, and he naturally knows what this means. I want to find some sense of existence for myself and find a position. Especially the vice captain, who was always dangling in front of him, didn't know where he found out. He liked to drink wild vegetable porridge. No, he sent it over eagerly, and Captain Yun directly refused. Lu Qingyang hasn't brought anything to eat since that day. Yun Ruo often said in front of him, I like to eat that egg fried rice last time. Lu Qingyang's fried rice is really delicious. Grandpa, I really don't know how to praise him, he just makes it better than anyone else. Captain Yun found the box, his mood was better, and under the treatment, he no longer had a headache, and his appetite naturally improved. Listening to her granddaughter's boasting, she planned to go to Lu Qingyang's house as a guest to taste whether he really made delicious food. He was a little caught off guard when he came suddenly. Captain Wu hurriedly asked Lu Qingyang to come back from the field. He was unhurried and not in a hurry at all. Uncle Shen happened to be practicing the 5-bird play in the yard, and at first glance, it was definitely a big man coming, and he had heard Shen Mo and Lu Qingyang say it before, but he didn't expect to suddenly come here. Uncle Shen finished the last action before walking steadily. If I'm not mistaken, this is Captain Yun, right? Please come in, I'll pour you tea. Captain Yun looked at the simple but vibrant courtyard, felt very comfortable, and was very curious. What did this uncle practice just now, and why did he do so many strange actions? No, I brought a kettle, I don't need to pour tea, just wait for Lu Qingyang to come back. I want to ask the old man what you practiced just now. How can it be like Kung Fu? Uncle Shen laughed, it's not Kung Fu, it's to strengthen the body. I'm old, I must exercise my body, so as not to stiffen my body. I think it's very interesting. Is it effective to do these actions? Lu Qingyang happened to come back with a straw hat. Of course it works. This is called the 5 Birds Opera, including the 13 styles of the Tiger Opera, the 9 styles of the Deer Opera, the 9 styles of the Bear Opera, the 10 styles of the ape opera, and the 13 styles of the bird play. Really? It's very useful for stroke patients to practice this. Why don't you let my grandfather teach you? Captain Yoon thought it was very interesting. Okay, then teach me. It just so happens that the body and bones have to move. Then you practice first, I'll cook. Captain Wu followed behind him. This is the regiment elder's meal, you have to behave well. What are you preparing? If there is no meat, I will let you send some over. I said, Uncle Wu, you don't have to worry, I have everything at home, so you don't have to worry about it. At a glance, Lu Qingyang was carrying a basket, which was full of wild vegetables. Is it really okay to entertain the head of the regiment? It is precisely because he is the regiment leader that I prepared these. Aren't these good things unique to the mountains? As for the meat, I still have rabbit meat here, so don't worry about it. How about I bring some pork? I also have pork here, look at the salted meat hanging on it, it's enough. You go out, look at the regiment commander, I have everything here. Lu Qingyang drove them all out, and only Xiao Zhao stayed. Comrade Lu, I'll give you a hand. He wanted to see if Lu Qingyang's craftsmanship was really as powerful as in the guest house. Lu Qingyang was not polite and asked him to wash the tune leaves and kill the fish. And he cut the rabbit meat into cubes and planned to make a cold diced rabbit meat. After blanching, add the condiments, add some shredded cucumber, coriander, sesame oil, 13 spices, and mix slightly. Then chop the washed tune, mix it with the egg, put it in a hot oil pan and stir fry. I made another light steamed dogfish, fried vegetables, a mushroom, and steamed bacon. Think about it, these people must have enough to eat. Xiao Zhao was in the kitchen, he was confused by the fragrance, he didn't expect that there was such a chef in the countryside, and he should really dig into the guest house. Outside, after Uncle Shen and Captain Yoon finished practicing, they were already talking. Yun Ruo was bored and turned around, looking forward to the appearance of the meal cooked by Lu Qingyang. Today's staple food, Lu Qingyang cooks vegetable rice. This is a delicacy in the Jiangnan region, and it is also what he likes to eat. Today, I saw that the greens in the field are growing well, and there is also salted meat at home, so I can make a salted meat vegetable rice. When all the dishes were served, Captain Yoon praised again and again, it's really a waste of money, what you eat, just make something for me, don't be so grand. Uncle Shen didn't talk, because they usually eat like this, but today there were more people and a few more dishes. Captain Wu explained, these are all things in the mountains, wild vegetables, wild game, and fish in the river, all ready made. Captain Yoon sighed, there are still many good things in the mountains. Yun Ruo couldn't wait to smell these dishes with all the colors and flavors, but her grandfather didn't do it, and she could only endure it. Lu Qingyang said directly, what are you doing in a daze? Everyone eat. Chapter 317 I want to plant fruit trees. When Captain Yoon picked up a chopstick of tune scrambled eggs, put them in his mouth, and chewed them slowly. Yes, it's no worse than a guest house, and it's even more delicious. These dishes are indeed mountain village game, but the taste is extremely good. Xiao Zhao was suspicious, and after eating a chopstick, he shut up. As a result, the people at this table didn't drink at all, and patronized around the dinner table to eat. Don't patronize to eat, eat some food. Lu Qingyang served the vegetable rice, come and try the vegetable rice. People living in the north may rarely see this dish, and Captain Yoon is curious, is this a green dish? It's greens and salted meat. I took a bite of the richness of lard, but because of the addition of greens, it was not so greasy. In this way, Lu Qingyang ate all the dishes he cooked. The soup inside was eaten by Xiao Zhao, and he stretched out his thumb to praise him. When Shen Mo came back, she looked at the empty plates on the table with an empty stomach and was about to speak. Who knew that Lu Qingyang had already expected it and left his daughter-in-law alone? Yours is still in the kitchen, hot in the pot. When Shen Mo heard this, she immediately smiled and gave Captain Yoon another acupuncture. After eating, drinking, curing, and practicing, Commander Yoon felt refreshed. This was the last time acupuncture, and although Shen Mo said that it would be better to do it a few more times, he also had to go back. If you have a chance in the future, you will go to the capital to play, Xiao Ruo and I, we will definitely entertain you, welcome you over, and arrange a driver to pick you up when the time comes. Lu Qingyang naturally agreed repeatedly, there is a chance, there is a chance. Before leaving, Commander Yoon whispered to him, you kid, you have a lot to do. Only Yun Ruo turned back 3 times and refused to get into the car. During the few days here, she felt that her life was very interesting, and it was not as dirty and messy as she imagined. Jin Feng waved his hand at her sister Yunruo, if you have a chance, come back to play. She must want to come again, originally thinking that there is something good about a country girl, she is definitely not worthy of Lu Qingyang. Now I find that in addition to her good background, she seems to be inferior to that girl in everything, which can be regarded as convincing. Before leaving, she told Lu Qingyang seriously, I don't like to owe others to others, and I will definitely repay your life-saving kindness. Seeing her stubborn appearance, Lu Qingyang just nodded, okay, if you need it in the future, I will ask you for help. Shen Mo chased after her and stuffed her with 2 jars of honey, as well as some medicinal herbs. What I give you is all good things in the mountains. Yunruo got into the car and didn't go back to the house until they saw the military car disappear in front of them. 2 days later, Captain Wu got inside information. Those boxes not only contained weapons, but also various research materials, although they had been soaked in the water for many years, but some of them were still cracked. So they really made meritorious contributions, and Captain Wu's father-in-law took the opportunity to promote him, so he was likely to return to the commune to serve. This is also very good news, but Captain Wu felt a little disappointed. After so many years in the Liaxi Brigade, he was finally stained with Lu Qinjiang's light, and he did not rely on his own strength to rise. And what made him want to open up Xiao Lu as our family's lucky star? Originally you wanted to be transferred back to the commune, you don't know how difficult it is, and you still need merit, but now you finally have a chance, don't think so much, just let it be. I'm not talking about what Xiao Lu is like, but I feel that I am useless. People who have lived for most of their lives rely on others. And Wu thought about it, then you have to be able to meet it, some people can't meet it yet. Captain Wu smiled, what you said is really right. Since he can be promoted, then the position of captain of the Liaxi Brigade will also be vacant. His favorite candidate for this position is naturally Lu Qingyang, and it must be him. Of course, he is definitely not the only one who gets the news, and Go Zi. Seeing that Lu Qinjiang's family was so close to Commander Yun, and he didn't get any benefits, he was already anxious. Someone came back to inform, Deputy Captain, go and take a look, the wheat we are responsible for. Where's wheat? It's all withered. Go Zizi was angry in his heart, and he turned around in the field, feeling even more uncomfortable. Since he can't achieve any results, he can't let Lu Qingyang take advantage of it in vain. In the dead of night, he dug up the sick wheat in the field and secretly planted it in another field, which Lu Qingyang was responsible for growing well. This disease of wheat is contagious, and since his seeds are not good, the other party will definitely not let him plant well. Go Zizi felt a little more comfortable, and he wanted to be unlucky with everyone. The next day, Lu Qingyang looked at the bitter wheat field and shook his head helplessly. Since these wheat are no longer good, just pull them out, we can plant other things. This is not good. This is the land in the production team, when is your turn to take care of this? Vice Captain, it's not that I want to care about this, these are my responsibilities. Have you ever heard a word, stop the loss in time? The wheat roots are rotten, and they can't be saved, it's useless for you to do anything. Go Zizi became more and more unconvinced. Don't think that Captain Wu is facing you, you can be powerful. Let me tell you, this land is what I want to plant. Do you think you planted it well? The piece of wheat you are responsible for will also suffer. Lu Qingyang narrowed his eyes, and the old dog's tail was finally exposed. He had long known that this goods would have such a hand, so he prepared in advance. The wheat after sprinkling the spiritual spring water is immune to all diseases, and it is useless for him to do anything. Lu Qingyang hugged his arms, old dog, how do you know? Could it be that something was done? After being seen through by the other party, Go Zizi became more and more guilty. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Since you haven't done it, don't talk nonsense, crow's mouth, let's avoid this. If you are comfortable, you don't dare to refute. Lu Qingyang didn't care about him, and directly asked the educated youths to dispose of the dead wheat. In order to make up for the lack of food production, they opened up such land. If you say that this land is used to grow seasonal fruits, it is also a good idea. Lu Qingyang went to Captain Wu and said straight to the point, Uncle Wu, I have a good idea, why don't we plant some blueberry fruit trees on that land? No, this can't be done, these lands in our team are all used to grow food, how can we grow fruits? Chapter 318, A tiger in trouble is bullied by a dog. As long as the output is sufficient, the excess land can also be used to grow fruits, which can also bring additional benefits to the production team. Captain was still refused, no, isn't this the capitalist set? We can't do this, and it's amazing to be discovered by the above. Then it's just not discovered. Lu Qingyang calculated the days, it is now 1976, not far from 1978, blueberries happened to be profitable at that time, which is also to lead everyone out of the fortune to get rich. Seeing Lu Qingyang looking at himself eagerly, Captain was still resolutely disagreed. Lu Qingyang didn't force it, in that case, it could only be a year late, he couldn't grow fruits, he could always plant some fruit corn. But this kind of corn is not so simple to cultivate, it needs to be cultivated with the sweetest and best taste corn in the space from generation to generation, and it can be completed after about 10 generations of cultivation. Lu Qingyang has now unlocked the accelerated planting function, so he can soon cultivate more than a dozen generations of corn. The best corn varieties are selected, which are hardy and drought resistant, and have a good and sweet taste. After cultivating, he began to sprout non-stop. Soak the seeds in warm water at 30 degrees Celsius for 5 hours, remove them and air dry, then wrap them in a damp cloth, germinate them in an environment of about 33 degrees Celsius, and sow them after more than half of the seeds are white. Everything was ready, and he explained the situation to Captain Wu again. Hearing that it was corn, Captain Wu agreed, corn is done, this is grain. As a result, Go Zizi watched Lu Qingyang command everyone to plant corn in his resentful eyes. Plant? I'll let you plant. What do you think of those wheats? But after a day, 2 days, 3 days, and several days, the wheat still grew green, and even grew better, which was completely different from what he imagined. Thinking of the loss suffered by his family last time, he didn't dare to do more. I can only watch Lu Qingyang become more and more popular and reused. The people take food as the sky, and he happens to be very good at solving various problems in this regard. As the days passed, it was June in the Great Xing'an Mountains. Early June is the turn of spring and summer in the Daxing'an Mountains, and the birch and larch have faded the light green of early spring and are gradually dyed with a rich emerald green. The moist water vapor from the Pacific Ocean nourishes every cloud, causing them to expand and converge under the blue sky, and finally transform into light and elegant marshmallows, swimming leisurely in the sky. You can smell the fragrance of various ultramarine grasses in your breath. Due to this time, there was less work in the fields, and most of the production team began to join the logging team again. At this time, all kinds of flowers can be seen all over the mountains, and you can also see a bright red fruit, which the locals call wild strawberries, also known as sorghum fruit, which can be eaten, and the taste is sweet and sour. Shen Mo likes to eat this kind of wild strawberry very much. She likes to eat it while walking, and her mouth is full of red juice. Since there are many fruits of this kind, they can also be made into jam, fruit wine, and fruit cakes. On this day, Lu Qingyang took the reindeer to the mountains again, and it walked and ate all the way, and the reindeer also loved to eat this fruit very much. The little reindeer has found ginseng and Ganoderma lucida many times, and Lu Qingyang has absolute trust in it. Who knows, this time, this foodie actually came directly to a field full of wild strawberries, where he ate leisurely. Lu Qingyang could only shake his head, thinking that forget it, let it eat happily. There are quite a lot of wild strawberries in this place. Lu Qingyang also took the opportunity to pick some back, just in time to go back to make some jam. Shen Mo likes to eat sweet ones. Before I knew it, the space had stored 20 pounds, and the basket was full. Even the reindeer was full and couldn't eat anymore, so Lu Qingyang was ready to go back. Wash the wild strawberries in the basket with water first, remove the leaves, and then put the wild strawberries into the cauldron to boil. While boiling, stir at the same time, add some white sugar during this period, until the water is almost boiled, and then bottle it after it cools down. When Uncle Shen saw so many wild strawberries, he was also excited. Just right, give me the extra to make wine. After picking them clean, Uncle Shen put these wild strawberries into the liquor and added some rock sugar. You can drink it after a while. Lu Qingyang's main purpose in going up the mountain was to find useful herbs. This time the baby reindeer performed well, finding a few astragalus. Astragalus can replenish qi, relieve qi deficiency and weakness, excessive sweating, and it is also very beneficial for girls to drink it. This time the little reindeer kept walking deep into the mountains, although Lu Qingyang felt unsafe, but thinking of his own skills, he felt a little more at ease, and the more remote the place, the better things there were. Sure enough, when he arrived in a dense forest, he found several ginseng trees in one go. It seems that they are all old people for decades. Suddenly, the little reindeer stopped and shouted at Lu Qingyang, as if he had found something in front of him, and turned his head to pull Lu Qingyang back. Hey, isn't this just found a few ginseng trees and is about to leave? Humans, there is a beast ahead, you can't pass by, you will be eaten by the beast. There are beasts? The reindeer's legs were already fighting like a sieve. What beast? Tiger, ferocious tiger, will eat me. Lu Qingyang listened carefully to the movement behind him, but he didn't hear anything. It wasn't until the steamed buns rushed into the bushes that he followed closely. Peeling open the dense leaf bushes, the steamed buns and small gray ashes had already pressed some animal under them. What did you catch? Lu Qingyang took a closer look. It was indeed a tiger, but this was a tiger that had not yet grown up. It should be that a new tiger king came to this territory, and the tiger mother had no choice but to drive it away. Or rather, he was chased by the tiger king here and fell to this place. Because he found that the little tiger had obvious injuries on his legs and was bleeding. Seeing Lu Qingyang's approach, the little mouse began to grin and intimidate the person in front of him. It seems that today, it is really impossible to escape death, but it is a pity that it will never see the tiger mother again, and it will not be full even if it is going to die. Lu Qingyang was sighing. This is not a tiger falling into Pingyang being bullied by a dog. He took out another piece of jerky from the bag and placed it next to Xiaohu. The little tiger's hair was about to stand on end until the jerky was stuffed directly into its mouth, and it chewed while roaring. Whoa, whoa, it's delicious. What is this? It's so delicious. Whoa, I miss my mother. Chapter 319 Treating the Tiger Cub. The little tiger ate with relish, scolding in his mouth, and eating fragrantly. When Lu Qingyang tried to stroke his back, the hair all over his body exploded, and a wolf and a dog suppressed it by his side. Lu Qingyang finally successfully touched the back of the little tiger. Unlike the big tiger, the little tiger's fur was particularly soft to the touch. The little tiger was frightened at the beginning, and suddenly understood the other party's words. Stay here, you will be very dangerous, go back with me, help you heal your wounds, and you can have meat to eat every day. The little tiger was puzzled for a moment, tilted his head and stared at Lu Qingyang curiously. Why do they speak their language? Is the guy in front of him also a tiger? But he looked like he had no hair all over his body except for his head, and he didn't look like a tiger at all, but like a big mouse that had shed its hair. The little